one and all, and welcome to the beginning of a new decade, the year 2020! Of course, we all know what this means. The man is back, and he's more ready than ever before. So no more delays. Please welcome back to YouTube today, Caddicarus! Caddy, it's good to see you. Are you ready for the... Sorry, what was that?
Bins.
Did you say bins? Okay, so you've taken the bins out after Christmas. Very well done. Are you gonna make a video now?
No.
Oh, bloody hell.
You want to know what I got for Christmas? Money. And I decided, hey, why don't I go on the PS4 for a change? I mean, I didn't touch it all throughout the holiday, so why don't I go and splurge on the PS Store?
And now, I wish I hadn't. It's not exactly breaking headline news when I say a nuclear explosion would be a disaster, or that playing games on PC has many costs as well as benefits. On one hand, you get the best performance for any game at all, you get more frequent and faster updates and patches than consoles, and on services like Steam, you can find yourself walking out of a seasonal sale with like 20 incredible games for the price of a parking space and 2 Whoppers. On the other hand though, with this cheapness of brilliant games comes high sales volume, which leads to Steam looking for even more ways to make more money, which then leads them to opening the floodgates to anybody willing to upload a game to their servers.
And I mean anybody.
Steam will sell anything at all, there's no quality control whatsoever, unless you count Mr. Dursley guarding his home a good form of quality control. Oh dear, the bullet missed the hairy boulder. This is where console digital storefronts succeed a little bit. Not by a massive amount, I mean this is a Nintendo approved game that came out on the Wii U, the same sound that happens when the ambulance comes to save my life after the game gives me a hernia, but they certainly fare a lot better than Steam, because they don't need to rely on mass sales of rancid crap in order to turn a profit on game purchases. They sell the consoles that you play the games on, the controllers, all the accessories. Steam only have cheap games to sell, so they'll sell anything at all to make a profit. Oh, and a controller. But...
Well, put it this way, you're familiar with Bad Rats, right? One of the worst Steam games of all time? With the prices it goes for nowadays, Steam would need to sell 401 copies of that to match up to one sale of a PS4 Pro. So once you've already given that money to Sony, surely you'd assume that they wouldn't even let you see anything vaguely similar to that on their storefront. Surely the quality control is extra tight because you paid for the privilege to access the store in the first place. Well, as I discovered, no.
As it turns out, the official PlayStation Store is rife, positively seeping with games that are not only on par with some of Steam's most embarrassing shats, like that one I did at the airport, but also like to charge you extortionate amounts for the chance to play them. Even during the January sale, I only managed to get 10 of these utterly dreadful games for a meager sum of $115.
Why am I doing this? My kids have no breakfast!
I'm not talking about PS4 games on the same effort level as Horizon Zero Dawn, Bloodborne, Uncharted 4, Knack, K-Order, K-18, K-86, or Kingdom, K-Hard, K-HD, K-Final, K-Chapter, K-Prologue. These are some of the lowest budget, lowest effort, and most meaningless games of all time, and they only costed me a measly $115. You know, there's nothing wrong with that at all. I can't do much with that kind of money. I mean, what do you expect me to buy? I can't even get an Xbox Series X with that!
This will look great in my living space.
All of the games you'll be seeing today are available on the US PlayStation Store. In fact, for most of these games, I had to use a VPN to buy and download them. Yeah, most of these games I couldn't even get in the UK. I guess we have standards. And all of these games are only available on the PlayStation 4, or maybe on Steam on occasion. But it's mostly PS4 exclusives we got here, which makes the whole thing even worse. PlayStation proudly bought the rights to these munters. With that being said though, let's begin with game number 1, Orc Slayer.
So this is the title screen for Orc Slayer, everyone. New. Is it? Okay, to be fair, I can't judge the entire thing based on a still image menu, so let's boot it up. Centuries ago, there was a great war. Much of the land was burned by an enemy now long forgotten in the minds of the world's people. After peace Did the game just realize at the end of that sentence that the next word wouldn't fit on the same line and changed it at the last minute? God, if they can't get the intro text right, I can't wait to see the game. boy!
This whole video was a mistake, wasn't it?
Do you know what this is?
This is the
I mean, just look at this. I'm honestly too scared to carry on, but at least this was one of the cheaper games today, clocking in at only $3.99. I mean, what else would I have done with the money? Buy some compost? Oh, Jesus, what is that? What is that? Oh my God, what is that? Oh, no, what's going on? What was that? Ham? Sausage firework? And I extend that question over to the game itself. What is going on? All you do level after level is kill orcs. That's it. You kill a certain amount of orcs, the tower thing drops down, you open the door to the next level, that's all you do. How many do you need to get? No idea. But I can tell you it's a number. Oh yeah, if you headshot the orcs, they also drop upgrade points that you can invest into power-ups, but you don't need to worry about that. Because every enemy couldn't be less interested in stopping you, even if all of their friends are dying right in front of their orky faces. Other than that though, what do you want me to say? The trees look like towels, the crossbow gives off more steam than Thomas the Tankin Dankin, explosions look like popcorn, and the orcs look like if Darth Maul forgot to get a haircut.
Hello, I'm Caddicarus, and I'm here today to ask you all a simple question. Are video games art? I don't know.
In Orc Slayer, this is what fence chopping looks like. And if you think that's good, whew, just wait until you see the Gatling gun. Oh, bye then. Who's ready for game number 2 then? Laws of Machine? I mean, it looks better than Orc Slayer does, at least as far as the menu is concerned, and our backstory is pretty cleverly told to us through these company leaflets and newspaper clippings. First domestic robot who can help you. This robot can everything. This is future. I made it for help and protect.
English! Too much hard for you? Go on school!
What do you have to do here then? You control Copyright Infringe Bot and need to collect 100 volts worth of batteries in order to teleport to the next level and find Professor, who I think heard about Dr. Eggman and took too much inspiration from him. I mean, this is better than Orc Slayer at least, but it still feels way too amateur to be worth selling on the bloody PS store. I think it feels like it's at most worth $2 more than Orc Slayer. Which is good, because it is. What else do you want me to say about it? What you see is what you get. You push blocks, you collect batteries, you don't blow up. Maybe even fly around on a jetpack for a while if your mummy lets you. Like Orc Slayer, there's just nothing else that much going on. You have one objective level after level, and that is literally it. Except now you have people watching what you're doing, like Ruben23. It's also worth mentioning that the music, where okay, is so loud that none of the sound effects manage to cut through it. Not even the trophy noise.
And that is probably the most disappointing part. I love getting trophies, because at least I know that whatever I do, I'm gonna get a little noise that makes me feel better.
Yeah, I did it.
On to game 3 now, The Unknown City, episode 1. Why have you done this to me, Santa? Am I on the naughty list? Ah, Times New Roman, the scariest font. Ah! Right off the bat, I know this game is special. Wanna know why? Because when I was checking out the options menu, I accidentally picked English as my language when the game was already in English, and that made all the menu text magically change into lowercase. How does a bug like this even exist?
Oh me. So young. So naive. If you knew what was coming next, that question would be the last thing on your mind.
Here's the first thing you see after the loading screen.
All the club branches are open in the morning.
And it gets worse. Here's the voice acting.
We are not lost. I know exactly where I am going.
Yes! Daniel's in this game! Text-to-speech Daniel! I loved his voice acting in Final Fantasy X.
Right. Now let's see what you can do.
Ha 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 ha.
This is the voice acting, this is the presentation, and it just keeps getting better.
Turning right, no, no, no.
You know what? I'm with her on this. By all means, turn left instead. You know, where the road stops. It took me 5 sodding minutes to finally get to a point where I could control the main character, and once I could, things did not get any better. Look at this vertical sink, look at these textures, and watch what happens if you stand in front of the lady. I think this is the worst game I've ever played, and I've got another 7 to get through. Oh look, we found a police officer who can help us out, but he's ignoring us and he's looking a little bit hunched over. I guess that can only mean one thing.
Help, Help.
Oh no, she's been captured. Wait a second, where did the door go? Jesus! I paid $9.99 for this. I'm not going mad, am I? No, there was definitely a door there, 100%, I'm sure of it. It's how we came into this room in the first place. I'm gonna have to go and see. Let's go back around and check. See? Look, see? I knew there was a door there. Oh, no. Oh, never mind, it left again. Oh no, watch out everyone. It's your baby cousin running after you after he's filled up his pants. Uncle Fester, nice to see you. Thanks for coming down. I mean, my god, I can't believe this is being sold on the PS4. It's not even worth being given away for free, let alone for $9.99. And it's funny I mentioned that because the exact same game is free on the App Store. The weapon selection menu doesn't work. You move at the speed of a funeral procession. You don't jump very high unless you jump on top of a fence, in which case you turn into an Olympic vault jumper. You can't go inside any of the buildings with items inside. And it doesn't matter where you aim your guns, the bullets just go wherever they damn well please. I'm genuinely appalled this is allowed to be on the store in the first place, let alone sold for any kind of money. And the best thing is that the other games I bought only get worse from here. Oh no, what's that? I'm completely stuck. I can't fight, move, or jump. What's that? I'm dead? Good. I died inside 15 minutes ago. The next game we're taking a look at is Samael, The Legacy of Fiddly Chunks, and it begins with some deep and insightful quotes. I will be present throughout spring, summer, autumn, and winter.
That's good to know. But when do you want your holidays?
Okay, so from first glance, yeah, it doesn't visually look as bad as what we've had so far, but I'm still not too sure. No, that's not your screen, that's the total lack of vertical sync that the developers didn't bother to fix, meaning the entire game is going to look like the top half is running away from the bottom half. But who, pray tell, developed this game? It was made by a thing called Gilson B. Pontes. And if you didn't know that now, you'll know it within the next 30 seconds. Character and mechanical design, Gilson B. Pontes. Art director, Gilson B. Pontes. Hair and makeup, Gilson B. Pontes. Sound director, Gilson B. Pontes. Stinky poo-poo wiping, Gilson B. Pontes. Produced and directed by Gilson B. Pontes. Man who made my sandwiches, Gilson B.
And
Pontes.
so, boys and girls, who made this game?
Gilson B. Pontes?
Austin, you're a genius. How did you figure that out?
Well, actually, that's because it's my YouTube name in reverse. Pontes B. Gilson.
And you'd think that after the intro cutscene, you know, with the credits, that you wouldn't see the name Gilson B. Pontes again. But as soon as you start playing, you see it another 10 times. In fact, you see his name pop up so much that I managed to die during his own gameplay credits before they even finished. Leave me alone, Gilson Bollock Pontes. I'm trying to play your crap heap game over here. Now, I've heard of a game trying too hard to be like Dark Souls, and Samael does indeed do that, but took the dark part a little too literally. I can't see a single damn thing in this miserable greenery. Even with a flame sword, it's not lighting up anything around me. This is just a muddy, incomprehensible mound of old jam. Even worse, when you get to the meat and potatoes of the game, the combat, that's when everything comes full circle and it falls apart. The sword swinging is way too slow. There's a stupid slow-mo button mapped to the same button as the dodge button, and from what I experienced, one hit and you're dead. Which then means you respawn at the beginning, and then have to look at the Gilson B. Pontes exclusive credit sequence all over again. If you can believe it, this game didn't only come out last year. Yes, this is a 2019 PS4 title, but it also has a base price of, get ready for it, $29.99. I managed to snag it in the January sale, but Christ on a bike, $30 for this. Not even a little bit of stuff hanging out makes it worth it.
And you know what's even better? This game is the most recent entry of a trilogy. A trilogy.
Here we have Sword of Fortress, the Onion Museum, and take a guess who made it. Yeah. Gilson B. Pontes. We start off with an accurate date and location so we can thrust ourselves into this fantasy world properly. We're apparently in Megiddo, and the year is somewhere between 216 BC and 1815 AD, so the hardest part of this game is picking between the 2,000 years it could be set in. This game came out in 2018, so it's not quite as recent as the other one, but that's pretty impressive considering this is the best looking game from our old mate Gilson we've seen so far. It's not mind-blowing or anything, I mean, this branch is going for a nice float, but considering this game is older than Dark Souls 4, Dark of the Darkening Dark, I'm willing to muster a little bit of praise for it. Where the game fails entirely is with everything else though. You see this running speed? That's as fast as you're going, and our first objective marker took me 4 minutes in total to run towards. And that's 4 minutes of absolutely nothing else going on. Only running to reach the first boss. And then when you finally reach the boss and get shanked in one hit, because of course you do, you respawn right at the start of the 4-minute run all over again!
No.
This then brings us over to the first game of the Gilson B. Pontes epic trilogy released in 2017, Spear of Destiny, the Gilson B. Pontes. And this time we actually have some voiceover to fill us in on the game's world.
This fantastic ancient world has been invaded by powerful enemies who rule in the dark several centuries have passed.
I didn't say it was good, I said it was there.
Oh man, I am hungry. I'm gonna go make some dinner. I cannot make any dinner because I have to play this game. I must buy bread and milk from the shops later to make my dinner, so I suppose I could not make my dinner.
So what do we do in this game? We have to look for all of the hidden relics that aren't hidden at all because they're pointed out for us, defeat the enemy guarding the relic, and then go off and find the next relic. Out of the entire collection of Pontes games so far, this one, while still not good at all, is easily the most playable. Your running speed is good, you have a health bar and stamina meter, and buttons actually do what they're supposed to do. But this means nothing when the game's frame rate runs as smooth as a rusty bike chain and the jumping animation looks like we take a quick hop and forget we're supposed to leave the floor afterwards. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it past enemy number 3, but I felt like I'd be able to find something really worth my while if I ignored all the objective markers and just had a look around the world. So that's what I did. And would you look at that, I found myself a river. Do you think we can go swimming in it?
I've lost it now!
You know what? I think we found the Tommy Wiseau of video games. Pretentious titles, useless writing, bad acting, objectively terrible production, and with a million credits all going to the same person. Gilson B. Pontes is the Tommy Wiseau of the PS4. This set me back $11.89. $11.89. In fact, altogether, this collection of delightful Gilson B. Pontes games set me back $46.87, and that's not including tax. In a world where for the same amount of money we could buy a pre-owned copy of Spyro Reignited and the Insane Trilogy together for 6 genuinely incredible games, why are Sony okay with these being on the store and charging this much for them? I mean, somebody has to apply the discounts at Sony headquarters, so they must know these games are here. They know they exist, so why are they okay with them being here? They're taking a cut of the profits, aren't they?
And you'd assume, like I did, that these were probably some accidents that were just slipping through the cracks of the PlayStation HQ. You know, they probably didn't even realise they were on the store. That is always a possibility. But if that's the case, then please explain these final 4 games I'm going to be looking at. Because they have trailers that were uploaded on the official PlayStation YouTube channel.
First up, we have Cat Lateral Damage. Here's the trailer that PlayStation themselves shared on their channel.
Who are you fooling? You're no cat.
But I just want a cat.
Now you can, cat.
These are the videos I used to make when I was 17. Look, I'm not going to pretend that my videos are any kind of professional high art, but I wouldn't expect Sony to be okay with them using this terrible quality smosh sketch as an official business trailer to sell a video game on their official marketplace. I mean, if you're going to use a bulge effect, at least move the center point to your mouth. What? Ooh, nice smoke cropping there. I bet that took you at least 6 weeks.
Do you hear something?
No, just keep playing.
What? So that was the trailer. I'm sure the game can't be any worse than that, and that is the fastest time I've ever been proven wrong in my life. Postman Pat, Postman Pat, Postman Pat, and it's black and white, splat! Cat Lateral Damage is a first-person game where you control a cat and be a big smelly arse. You knock things off of shelves and swipe power-ups to knock things over easier, and that's it, yeah, that's it. The idea of being a cat that just breaks everything is a cute one, fine, sure, whatevs, but once that concept's idea loses the charm, the game had better carry the rest of the concept along. But it doesn't. This is a really boring game. You just swipe things off of other things with wonky physics and ugly graphics, and make sure you're quick because you only have 4 minutes and 60 seconds to do it. I heard through the grapevine that this was apparently supposed to be a joke game that wasn't that brilliantly made for the sake of the humor, but come on, blow me a new one. It's still on the store and costs you $9.99, and for an extremely one-track game with one joke, that is not cheap. Sure, it has VR functionality which gives you a little more for your money, but just the idea of looking at these other cats in VR makes me throw up out of my nose, so I think I'll pass.
I am your father.
Up next, we have a very serious game called Flowers Are Dead, which also had an official PlayStation Channel trailer, clocking in at a respectable 663 likes and 4.1 thousand dislikes. And why is that? Well, because the trailer is just this. What? You think I'm joking? Because I'm not. It's 60 seconds of silent and still camera shots. Sony, when you uploaded this, were you drunk? Flowers are dead, violets are blue. Give me a gun, I'm ending it. Ah, great, more text. A very small percentage of individuals may experience epileptic seizures or blackouts when exposed to certain light patterns or flashing lights.
You know what? At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the story.
If you thought that trailer was boring though, oh my golly gosh, get ready. Because unbelievably, the trailer is a perfect representation of what the game itself is actually like. You thought we were moving slow in the unknown city? Nah, mate, you don't know slow. You've never seen slow. You think this is slow? Well, you go slower than that. Dear Lord, who thought any of this was a good idea? This is agonizing. This isn't a video game, it's a dying man simulator. And what goes on in the head of a dying man?
We're going to be meeting someone who's been your guardian.
Yes, my lumpies and germs. This is a walking simulator where you collect cassette tapes to fill in the gaps of a narrative. But whenever you collect another tape while another is still talking, you can layer them on top of each other infinitely. Isn't this relaxing? And this is even more disappointing for me because I love a walking sim when it's done right. But this? This is the video game equivalent of you throwing a house party and everyone talking loudly in the kitchen.
I need to find Ariel.
Don't worry, I found it.
Sure, it looks okay for an indie game, but god no, there's nothing to it. This might as well be an audiobook, but it isn't, so I might as well make the most of this interactivity. Let's explore a little bit. Let's go inside this house. There must be something to see here. There's nothing here. Buy Flowers Are Dead today for the low price of $19.99. It's cheaper than an electric chair and the torture lasts much longer.
Now, the game we have coming up next has been considered one of the worst ever made when it first came out in 2017. It also has an official trailer on the official PlayStation YouTube channel with 1.4 million views and 66,000 dislikes. Welcome, everybody, to the life of Black Tiger.
Okay, so immediately, I don't hate this menu. It's the nicest one we've seen so far, easily. Got some nice music, a nice logo, a nice background image. It's all nice. It looks okay in my books. I also really like all of these stylish still images whenever you get some story text in between missions. I mean, the grammar's a little wonky, but it's nothing I can't ignore.
And then the very second the first cutscene begins, it all goes downhill. I paid $9.99 for this. I need a new HDMI cable. I can't get it now.
Animal called as human is what I dislike the most. They smell bad. Yep, good enough of a reason for me to do some slaughtering, and just look at the quality we have on display to do that very same slaughtering. You think Bubsy 3D is primitive? No, man. This is PS4. This is 2017, and this is an era where if you don't hold down the attack button all the way, you only get the first quarter of the attack sound. I mean, let's be real, not a single effing splat was given towards this. If you can't even get the running animation correct without having a total fit, you aren't going to get anything else right. Is that the sound of the Arctic, or my granddad blowing air down the phone? I mean, you can say that we're hunting all you want, Mr. Game, but we aren't really doing that. We're just running towards an objective marker and holding the attack button until we win. Screw everything. Hey, where do you think you're going, young lady?
You can't escape me!
You know, I may have paid a good chunk of change for this game, but some things in life are priceless. And that was one of them. On to the next level. I'm alone now. I was alone and will be alone. But I'm not lonely. Oh, well, that's good. Whoa, Black Tiger, how did you do that? We were in the Arctic 5 minutes ago. Did you get the next available flight to the jungle? No, of course you didn't. You're a tiger. Tigers can't use check-in desks. You obviously just ran up the wall, escaped the land of snow, and then floated over to the land of grass instead. This is legendary, people. You know that Dust and Elysian Tale was made by one guy? Sorry, dude, but you do not hold a candle to Life of Black Tiger by one games. Pretty soon, I'm sure there'll be 2 games. Then what are you gonna do? Like every other game we've discussed today, you only do one thing in Life of Black Tiger. Follow a marker and hunt animals. And every so often eat them. Hey, Joey, how you doing? Sometimes you don't even need to hunt animals though. Simply walking over to a smelly patch is enough to finish the mission. My favourite mission though was when I had to survive from a pack of wolves until the fixed time. After I tried fighting them head on to no avail, I then realised I could just outrun them. And after that happened, I just hid on top of a rock and never got touched until the timer ran out. Hello? 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 Ultimately, I did give up on this mission though, because trying to fight the big bad boss of the wolves with my new female companion was essentially impossible when my partner just parked herself right there and watched me die. Why was the trailer for this shared on the PlayStation channel? Did Sony lose at Spin the Bottle? I want to know how any of this happened. Oh, and by the way, this is a game that is also completely free on the App Store. Go home, Sony. I'll call you a taxi. Just get out of my house. You've broken enough pottery.
Oh, what's that? You thought I was done? Oh, no way, sunshine. I'm nowhere near done yet, because there's another game I want to show you, and I think it's worse than Life of Black Tiger. Keep watching at your own risk, because I don't think any of you are ready for this one.
Okay, yeah, I think this is more than enough PS4 for me today, thank you. Hang on, wait, this is an RPG? Good God, I mean, what do we name ourselves in a game like this? I know, Sucky Flop. That's who we are. And what does Sucky Flop look like? Time to go for a walk then, Sucky Flop, here we go. How does this game work? I don't know. Stop asking me. You walk into an enemy, stamina bars appear, you wait for yours to be full, and then you attack with whatever weapon you have one single time, and then wait for the whole stamina bar to recharge. Sony, the PlayStation Classic was one thing, but this is taking the mick a little bit. What do you even call a game that looks like this? Oh, I know. Skylight Free Range 2 Gachdween. This game is free range guacamole! You know when game developers tell you that they don't add women into their games because the animation and modeling takes too much time and money? Well, I didn't believe them until today, because it was clearly too difficult for this game. Lara Croft and your pyramid chest, move aside. These are breeds.
Happy 23.99, everyone! This always seems to happen to me on the first month of the new year. PlayStation do something stupid. It costs far too much money. And I cry.
Caddy?
Yeah?
What's for dinner?
We haven't got any dinner.
Oh. Why?
Gilson B. Pontes! Oh, you're a nice chunky one, aren't you? There's a lot to grab there. I can't wait to put you in that slot. And I suppose the game isn't that bad either. And this is why cartridges stay in pens. You know what you need? A hole in the middle. Bang! Huh. Demo discs. Haven't seen one of these in a while. Do you remember these? Beef. There was a time not too long ago where you could try out a big budget AAA game months before it came out. Yeah, I know. It's unspeakable nowadays, but yeah, most if not all big games that you were looking to buy for a certain console gave you the chance to try before you buy. Kind of like a t-shirt. You go to the shop, find the shirt, try it on in the changing room, decide you don't like it, and then burn it in the street.
Now you listen here, I'm not a big dum-dum. I'm fully aware that today you can still download free trials of games on Steam, Nintendo's eShop, or elsewhere. But when it comes to big budget AAA releases, it's not as common as it once was to get a free trial of a game, because there's just no point anymore. Companies want your pre-order money. They want you to buy first and decide if you like it later, which I find so sad that I'll eat every baby lamb until they stop. And what do we do when we're sad?
We make a nice and healthy milkshake.
And then we pretend we're children again, because nothing heals a bad day better than... When it came to free trials of games, no company were as prolific or memorable as getting them out as PlayStation were in the mid to late 90s. And they genuinely helped my younger self decide what games I should save my pocket money for, and which ones I should walk past in the shops and...
Demos, short for demonstration of PlayStation What Incarnation, kicked complete and total sack back in the day. They were a huge part of my gaming childhood, especially since I didn't get PS1 games for birthdays or Christmases. So these discs not only showed me the best places to spend my pocket money when I saved up enough, but I also found myself replaying them constantly for a quick kick of something new after I finished Toy Story 2 for the billionth time. I loved these things all the way up to the PS3, so today I wanted to spend half an hour talking to you all about them because my girlfriend left me.
Part 1. A history part of the video. Back in the early 90s, these trial versions of games could be commonly found stuck on a floppy, and that isn't as nice as it sounds. Since PC games like Wolfenstein 3D were so small in terms of file size, it was pretty easy for the developers to chop them up into single episodes or a group of stages and load them onto cheap old floppy disks, which could then be sold en masse incredibly cheaply. This was called shareware.
By the way, this song I'm about to play you, I downloaded earlier today, and it's 1 megabyte bigger than the entirety of Doom was back in 1993, just to give you an idea how easy this was to do.
This would then allow you to easily get a taster of what the full game would be like straight away, and often for the same price as a corn on the cob. Then, if you really liked it, you could buy the full corn on the cob. This method of bite-sized game distribution proved popular enough that when the original Doom came out, id Software thought that people would rather spend their $3 on 2 baguettes so they could make a baguette, and made it so the first episode of Doom wasn't on a floppy disk, but uploaded to the internet for completely free as shareware. The idea being that because it was so small, easy to digest, and doesn't cost anything, like your mum, you could easily download it and then would be encouraged to share it around even further with friends or family and stir up even more hype. Then once the shareware trial ended, your computer screen would then give you a price for the full game that you'd have to mail order.
We take a larger game and break it into several smaller parts, and we put the first part out in shareware so that people can try it and see if they like it. And if they do, they can order the rest of them back through us.
Shareware, whether on a low-price floppy disk or a free download, was essentially interactive advertising, and it's ingenious. It's an ad that you chose to be a part of and actually enjoyed. I mean, the last ad I enjoyed was when the cat was playing the accordion and then he got stepped on. Aside from shareware available to download, though, you could even get catalogs with images and descriptions of hundreds of shareware floppy disks ready to be mail-ordered directly to you. Is that his mouth or his butthole? You could try out such heart-stopping classics as Clyde's Adventure, Bricks, Funny Face 2.
What's in the box?
Borders, Corners and Frames, oh my, Moraf's World. Is that a loaf of bread with a beard? And my favourite game of all time, Craps.
Slowly but surely though, shareware turned into my last cat. It fell in the toilet and died. Not just because technology was speeding ahead at a rapid pace. Whoa, look at it go! But because shareware itself was way too easy to, well, share, and often way too easy for people to edit and exploit. Like your dad. Plus, since some of these full versions of the games weren't that much bigger than the demos, you'd find that people would just complete the shareware trial and then move on to the next thing, meaning that no real money went anywhere.
Another problem was brought up by the main developer of the original Doom, John Carmack, leading to Doom 2 not getting a shareware release at all, because he said that most people considered that they had finished the original Doom just by finishing the free shareware episode. It was too much content for free, and for most people, the gameplay was too similar for most of the demo, so investing in the full thing wouldn't be worth it to them. This didn't stop shareware at all though. It would continue to be uploaded online ready to be downloaded, and floppy disks still kept coming out, even from the change of 5¼ inch floppies to 3½ inch floppies. You'd get free shareware preview levels of games on floppy disks bundled with other games from the same publisher. There'd be free promotional shareware floppy disks handed out to magazine subscribers. Some people would completely screw up the disks and change assets, music and sound effects from some shareware and then resell them to unknowing customers. It was out of control.
I knew it. Put it in your pants.
I never thought I'd say this, but it was the Wild West of floppy disks. Long story short, even though great for distribution and word of mouth, shareware wasn't financially viable enough and too exploitative to be a decent long-term business plan.
Part 2. And then CDs happened.
Hi, I'm Chris Sorrell. Let me take you through the world of medieval.
Sure, CDs were on PC games, but I'm talking about when CD technology hit the video game mainstream, specifically with the PlayStation, which dominated the CD console market in the 90s. CDs were like babies covered in soup. They had a lot of stuff on them, they were really thin, and they wouldn't like it if you scratched them. More importantly though, they were just the right shape and size to fit inside your trouser legs. Not the babies, the discs.
I don't have any games in my pants, what are you talking about?
Games were getting more technical, they were getting bigger, they were getting much harder to explain and show off, and they were getting expensive. So playable demos of games during this era were probably the most important to get right. They couldn't get away with the shareware business model. You can't just learn how to become a communist for nothing, you needed to pay for it! Companies needed to make money back on full game purchases, which shareware sometimes didn't do, and needed to get people financially interested in trying the games out to begin with to cover the costs of advertising the games in the first place. They couldn't give you too much and let you edit everything so you felt like buying the full game would be pointless like with Doom, but had to be good enough to make you want to get the full games and actively make you want to buy more demos in the future so companies can keep promoting upcoming games and keep the cash cycle going. Or they could just be like Nintendo and don't do demos at all. Just make your customers spend $60 on Superman 64 without any clue. I'm sure they won't mind. We can't mass produce demos. Cartridges are too valuable and expensive. Part 3. Magazinis are good for your peenies. So what better way to get people interested in buying these PS1 games than by, instead of offering tiny individual demos, bundle small portions of multiple games on a single disc, including video trailers for games not ready to be played yet, and then hiding it inside a thing you have to pay for, a book. The gamer's favourite thing. Yes, in the UK at least, most if not all PS1 demos came as gifts alongside the official UK PlayStation magazine. And that's not including all the demos that came with kids' meals at restaurants and stuff like that. This meant that PS1 game demos could appear anywhere. Game stores, video rental shops, Pizza Hut, the dentists, in between my fingers, in space, the morgue. Putting these demos in magazines meant the advertising was more widespread than ever. Just go to the supermarket, buy your dead granny some flowers for her funeral, and while you're at it, pick up a demo, smash court tennis. And up until a certain point, anybody could buy these things. You see here where the magazine is talking about how the newspapers hated GTA for how violent it was? Well, as long as you were 3 years old or over, you could buy a demo of it. This is terrible. As far as I'm aware as well, there was a US equivalent to this called PlayStation Underground, but that never happened in my country, so choke on talcum powder and die. This also provided a service to 3 types of person at once. The people looking for multiple demos of upcoming PS1 games, the people looking to read up reviews of games that just came out, and the greedy pigs that wanted both. Even better, since a lot of the console users in the mainstream at the time weren't massive computer whizzes, that meant that CDs were not only far easier than floppy disks to physically replicate for manufacturing, but also meant that the average user didn't have the knowledge to do anything bad with the discs, copy them, or repurpose them for reselling. Besides, there was too much data on these discs to upload all of them for free on the internet like what early shareware allowed you to do anyway. For internet back in the mid-90s, trying to do that with these discs would take you Even if people could do all of this though, the effort wouldn't be worth it anyway, because these demos didn't offer enough content for each individual game on the discs, but offered just enough with the amount of games on them that the demo disc being a free gift along with a gaming publication made it a sure, why not kind of purchase. And that, for gaming advertising, was a goldmine. Why do I have 2 copies of Disc 58? Not to mention, it was way more cost effective than renting if you wanted to try out multiple games only for a little bit, and you even got to keep your very own physical souvenir with exclusive artwork on the sleeves. They're nothing crazy, but definitely unique. They're like little plastic postcards. Dear Mum, having a nice time. Wish you were here. Where are you? And that's why I've kept all of these ones collected by other family members over the years, because they're like little photographs of the past. They take me right back. Like the time that Metal Gear Solid was the best game on the planet, the time when animated pit crews were an exciting game feature, and the time where disgusting sticky old men thought that a load of polygons were hotter than their own wives.
Let's do some tumbling.
These demos introduced me to some of my favourite games on the PlayStation, and even underrated gems that never got mainstream attention. With them I found out about Mr. Domino, Monkey Hero, Parappa the Rapper, RC Stunt Copter, Klonoa, Overboard, Oddworld, Broken Sword 2, Tombi, Lego Racers, Ghost in the Shell, Medieval, Ape Escape, Kingsley's Adventure, Legacy of Kain, Discworld, Cooler World, Vib Ribbon, Jamalami, and even Tomb 3 Raider. It was like having a miniature PlayStation museum of games on your shelves. In fact, I've replayed all of these demos so many times, the discs themselves are buggered beyond belief. Or they would just stop and boot you back to the main menu immediately. A woman getting into a car, that's all I need. I'm buying the game now. Oh, and if you don't like flashing lights, look away right now, because this demo disc I have is the most mangled one of the lot. Yeah, I'd love to buy your game if it didn't kill me! Did you know that Q-Bert was coming? I didn't until I saw his nose. Sure, not every demo was perfect, like here when they tell you there's a trailer for Gex 3D, but it's actually for Gex Deep Cover Gecko. They outright spoiled a plot twist in Final Fantasy VII's trailer before the game even came out. And they did promote some real steaming cack in their time. Oh look! Spice World! Everyone's favourite! They don't just sing, oh I know that, they also like to steal your soul! The music for some of the trailers was a little weird too, like the ending of the Gran Turismo video where it just sounds like someone retching. Sometimes though, these discs would even give you special features like tech demos, music videos, hints and tips for video games like Tony Hawk, and even extra long behind the scenes videos like with the making of Medieval. What the hell is that thing doing there? And let's not forget the making of Disney's Hercules, the video game.
Face Medusa's wrath.
Excuse me, say that again?
Face Medusa's wrath.
Oh right, sorry I didn't hear you. I was too busy sitting in my bath working on some moth and ignoring everyone like a sociopath.
Don't forget the competition videos either when they showed off people's highest scores of games like Tony Hawk with Run of the Month. But to be honest, there was no point competing against them because nobody stood a chance against Lethal Lee or Da Boss. My favourite video I found on these discs though was this short film called Enlightenment, which is actually just an ad for PlayStation accessories, but is filmed like a martial arts movie, and it's completely amazing for no other reason than this bit here. Not only that, but I loved having these things for the artwork. I mean, look at the Resident Evil 2 demo cover even. This was old promotional art made for the game before they even figured out who the main character would be. I have one of the original promotional posters of that in my office actually. Like, that's an adorably cool bit of gaming history. Gotta be honest though, I'm not really sure about Agent Armstrong over here. What the hell am I looking at? Everything from his 2 belly buttons to him looking like he's stuck in a nappy makes me want to vomit. And why does he look like a balloon? Is he gonna fly away from the case?
He'll be the second Armstrong to go to the moon.
There wasn't only the cover art though, just look inside the sleeves of these things. Even though very tiny, these little screenshots and their rounded rectangular borders make them look like windows into the past when looking at them today. And, what's that? Suck it and see. And talk about a different time. Look at this teaser image from Crash 2 featuring a screenshot from a part of the game that doesn't exist in the final version. I love looking at this stuff. It's like an alternate dimension. Like if geese had teeth, Sonic the Hedgehog had teeth, women had teeth, teeth had teeth, and I had teeth. Where did my teeth go? And when you actually got around to playing the games, it's so surreal to go back to demo editions of some of my favourites and even have singular levels in this permanent state of unfinished or with graphics and sound effects missing. For instance, in Crash 2's demo, most of the sound effects are missing. And whenever you try to slide jump, Crash just stops in his place after he lands and doesn't keep on running. In Spyro 1, the hub world music wasn't finished yet, so they just used the theme song from the main menu. And in Karashi/Intelligence Cube, there's no music at all. Or in A Bug's Life.
Yeah! Just picking up grain here.
In Crash 3, Crash has no shadow, and the bonus stage music hasn't been included yet. In Medieval's trailer, you see footage from a dragon chase level that never made it into the final game. In Oddworld, all of the areas they don't want you going into are boarded up with demo-exclusive signs they rendered in-game, which they also do with 3D objects in Tombi and even with rock doors in Spyro. And speaking of Spyro, they didn't even finish the rescued dragon scenes for the playable levels they had, so just put the text on screen showing off what they said to you. Run! Run! Which was probably for the best. I'm getting a little run! All of these demos are like interactive concept art, you've gotta love it. What is happening to Silent Hill? You know what? I don't know. Looks weren't everything though. To top it off, the gameplay all of these demos gave you tasted just sweet enough where you could tell if you wanted the full thing or tell if a game will be a piece of feces. And the variety of games on the discs never left you feeling ripped off for paying for the magazine that it came with.
Let's be honest though. We're all cheap bastards, aren't we? Everyone loves a freebie. Little finger up there. So what better way to introduce PlayStation owners to the world of demo discs than by bundling the console with an exclusive demo disc of its own.
Part 4. 1. You cannot get much more classic PlayStation than this. You hear me, Sony? Imagine unboxing your PS1 in 1995 and booting this up. It must have been a visual gasm. Look how 90s this is. Listen to that pounding drum and bass. Check out all of the garbled text that's throwing random stats at you. And look at all of these nouns. Memory, data engine, graphics, RAM.
Did you know your PS1 was also a thesaurus?
We get a little bit of full motion video, which still makes me want to shrivel up and cry, and then boom! There it is, folks. The second coming of video games. Demo 1. It's a demo, and it's
number 1. Hey!
I mean, you can't argue with that.
Hey, Daddy, it's my turn on the PlayStation. Let me have a go. Oh, I'm turning into Bernie Sanders!
Just look at this cover, and look at this menu. It's so damn stylish. It's a mixture of Tron and the Matrix. It's tricks. And if the trailer of Twisted Metal is anything to go by, these tricks weren't for kids. With a whopping 5 playable games, 2 interactive tech demos, and 8 videos that showed off pure gameplay and no stupid cinematic trailers, this was most, if not all, of the UK's introduction to the PS1. Just imagine watching videos for Jumping Flash, Tekken, Ridge Racer, Starblade Alpha, and then having the chance to play Wipeout, Loaded, Destruction Derby, and Battle Arena Toshinden. Oh god, Sony, were you trying to make people throw the PS1 in a furnace?
Wait, don't worry, blokes, I know how to make people buy PlayStation games. Get an old man and put a fish up his nose.
Did you ever want to live out your fantasy of a manta ray swimming slowly towards you while Nightmare Clown music plays in the background? Well, you can do that in Demo 1. You can also make this T-Rex open its stupid mouth.
Strangely enough though, despite being called Demo 1, this wasn't actually the first demo released for the PlayStation. It was the second one. Because according to this gigantic archive list of European PlayStation demo discs, Croc was apparently the first demo ever released. I would also like to take this time to say whoever came up with this list is amazing, and thank you so much for compiling all of this info in one place. But you're also a completely insane and unstable psychopath, and I'm not going to shake your hand in case I catch something.
Part 5. Part 4 was too short. After this is where all the official UK PlayStation Magazine demo discs started coming out on the regular, month by month. And my collection is like my body hair. Pretty substantial, but far from complete. The earliest demo I have, aside from Demo 1, is actually Disc 3 from Volume 2 of the official UK PlayStation Magazine collection. Purely because all the other demo discs before it, including Volume 1, were in flimsy, horrible cardboard sleeves and they disintegrate in my sweaty hands. From there, I have a complete set up to Disc 54, where it then becomes a bit of a mess and I missed out on a load because a lot of the demos started reusing older games to fill the space, and they didn't feel anywhere near as exciting anymore. Aww. By the way, I'm fully aware that my collection jumps from Disc 19 Volume 2 to Disc 38, but that is actually the order that it came out, because Demo 19 Volume 2's disc cover is technically Disc 37, which then moved on to Disc 38 and not Disc 1 Volume 3. Now, I don't know anything about the Volume 1 series of these demos, I never played or owned any of them, but I can talk about the start of Volume 2, and these demo discs from the first disc of Volume 2 up until disc 45 are easily my favourite era of PS1 demo circulation.
That is the most boring sentence I've ever said.
Not only were the game selections from the mid-90s, which meant some of the best PS1 games were still new and upcoming, but every single demo that got released in this period had the trippiest and coolest backgrounds in the menus for you to cycle through the games. And I don't know who picked those ugly fonts I can barely read, but I strangely want to kiss you. Every demo disc released month after month didn't only give you brand new, utterly sickening fonts for the games, but even provided a slightly different hypnotic screen for you to watch and obey the walrus. The walrus is my life. The walrus will look after me. The walrus will love me. The walrus is all-knowing. The walrus is all-powerful. The walrus will guide me to eternity. Obey the walrus. They had multiple styles of kaleidoscopes, a lava lamp in a cave, an alien having a poo, a twisting electric stove, these really cool gears that look like the inner workings of your console, psychedelic starfish, a pulsating living raisin, a strawberry giving birth to the PlayStation symbols that are crying and screaming to escape.
None of these ever made any damn sense, but it didn't matter. They were all simply cool. End of. And you know what? I'm going to give a shout out to my USA brothers as well, because with your demo discs, you not only got some pretty adorable and creative menus, but even got a lady that talked to you.
Whew, that was a close one. I wonder why they keep shooting missiles at me.
Probably because they're aiming at the octopus on your head.
What you need to remember, though, is that as charming as these things are, they are still advertisements for upcoming games, and they were going to say anything to sell them to you. Fade to Black, still one of the best 3D adventures we've seen on the PlayStation. No! Roscoe McQueen, we have exclusive footage of him wielding his famous giant hose. For ages 3 to 10, Carmageddon, car plus flesh equals big mess.
I didn't know Caitlyn Jenner had a video game.
Moto Racer 2, the most fun you can have in a leather suit. Well, you clearly haven't been to my birthday parties. Toka Touring Cars. Ever wanted to race a saloon car around a wet circuit in the Midlands? Go for it. Do you want me to buy the game or not? Crash Bandicoot 3. Play a sizey chunk of the Coot's latest. Is that a slur?
Coming at you soon, the game of the century.
Man, what could that be? Oh god, I don't know. Final Fantasy IX.
Brian Lara Cricket.
Do you guys like Lara Croft? Well, you should try out Lara Cricket!
And the music for this run of the demo discs? Come on! I mean, come on! Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the, yeah. Oh, I'm gonna push out a log!
It's surreal, it's ethereal, it's mechanical, it's bassy, it's rich with multiple 90s techno sounds layered against each other. More importantly to me though, it's weirdly relaxing and welcoming for a nice buffer in between the demos of games that you'll be playing. It screams PlayStation to me and how unique and futuristic it was, much like the games the PS1 would be famous for, and combining the almost minimalist sounds with the visuals made you feel like you were being transported to another world every time you booted the demo up. Even the game selection noise was satisfying. Yeah, you don't get that kind of oomph anymore. And then, in a move I'll never understand, for disc 39 only, they changed the music into this weird ploddy stalking song. And got rid of that metallic and chunky selection sound to replace it with shutting the garage door. Immediately after that, I guess they had a few complaint letters because it went back to normal, thank God. But that's the great thing about demo discs, you never know what you're gonna get when you pop it into the PlayStation. Like here in disc 42, when you're promised a video showing off gameplay of A Bug's Life the video game, but then all you really get is a trailer for the movie, which was already out when this demo came out. Thanks for that, official UK PlayStation magazine. Good to know that you're a filthy liar. Hello! At least there are some pretty great trailers though, like for Circuit Breakers, when they managed to play the game and crash their own cars in perfect sync with the electric guitar shreds in the music. Lest we forget, when Disc 9 Volume 2 was released to the public, we all got our first taste of PlayStation's Net Rose. For those unaware, Net Rose was PlayStation's development kit for indie devs just looking to make their own games for fun. With a special mail order, you could grab yourself a region-free programmable black PS1 along with C-language code programs and manuals, then allowing you to hook up the PS1 to a computer and develop your own games from scratch, which you'd then be able to upload to the Net Rose servers and potentially have your games featured in demo discs, and I mean full games, for free. A concept way ahead of its time for sure, and there are some damn good games that would get featured like Adventure Game, Terra Incognita, Blitter Boy, Hover Racing, Time Slip, Super Bub Contest, and the incredible Cone Man, which still has the greatest death sound in video game history. But for all the good games Net Rose had, what was the first one that they ever showed off to demonstrate the power of the technology? Inside My Tubes, the video game. I think the best thing to come out of Net Rose though is the tackiest advertisement I've ever seen. I made better videos in Windows Movie Maker when I was 13. Have you ever dreamt of creating your own game? Oops, sorry, games for PlayStation? No, I haven't. Have you ever dreamt of using something other than Comic Sans? Oh, Jesus in my Christmas, we have an address, people! I'm looking this up. What do you think that building is up to now? Nobody wants it. Well, you know what? I'm not surprised. If you can't even end your trailer correctly, why should you have a building?
Yes? Oh, now I definitely want one.
When you weren't getting your jollies from a magazine demo disc though, you were getting demos bundled in with other games from the same publisher, and they all had their own cheeky ways of showing them off. Universal Interactive games like Crash and Spyro would hide demos for the other series in their main menus behind a cheat code, drumming up the mystery and playground gossip about what the special secret code was and what was hiding behind it. Namco would take a more simple approach and leave the demo disc in the box of another game with a sticker on the case letting you know it was in there, which was great when it wasn't there. Konami though would go above and beyond, like with my copy of Metal Metal Gear Solid. It not only included a demo disc of the upcoming Silent Hill, but even a sweet little booklet that included a story prologue, controller map, and an exclusive miniature poster. In fact, these singular exclusive game demo discs proved so popular and collectible that the UK PlayStation magazine dropped the numbered entry discs for a couple of issues. There was one time they used a singular demo for Abe's Odyssey, which according to the following issue didn't work on most people's PlayStation, so that was a good one. And in 1998 they left you with a collector's edition Tekken 3 only demo disc. It did come with a really cool booklet, which I no longer have, but still, this on its own makes a really nice shelf ornament, next to my stress sausage.
By the way, do you guys remember that horrible, boring, ploddy stalking song we had for a single disc a couple of demos ago? Well, the official UK PlayStation magazine thought they'd get people to like it one more time and put it back in for disc 45.
Then once disc 46 rolled out, they must have had more complaint letters about the music change and went, well fine, screw you! Let's change the music entirely from this point onwards, and instead of making it ploddy, we'll make it hardcore! I don't mind this era of the demo discs. It was the late 90s, so the games they advertised were still interesting and cool. You got your Ape Escapes, your Speed Freaks, your 40 Winks, but this was definitely the start of the PlayStation wanting to be taken a little more seriously and not like a baby toy for old men that crinkle when they walk. Not only did the music change to feel more like a young adult's nightclub, but the trippy backgrounds got a lot less imaginative. The font choices got really boring, the artwork for the cases started getting a little more contemporary and bland to look more like a magazine ad, and they even got rid of the selection sound and just kept it silent.
Like I mentioned earlier, my collection of demo discs is nice and complete from Volume 2, Disc 3, all the way to Disc 54. Because after Disc 54, everything went majorly downhill. The charm and the character of the menus and the background music was completely gone, and the game selections and the trailers even started aiming more and more towards a boisterous audience. They were trying to attract the British young lads going down to the clubs every night.
Do not get me wrong for even a second, you still did get some gold hidden in the carpet of gum and cigarettes. You got your Spider-Mans, your Muppet Race Manias, your Tomby 2s, your Tony Hawks, but the amount of focus on boring regular people on the front covers was absurd. The amount of demo reruns of games that were already out was frustrating, and the sheer amount of focus they pushed onto football games was ridiculous. I'm not talking about sports games in general, I'm talking mostly football. How many times can you kick a ball with a man made out of cardboard before you go outside? They added in a new video feature called the Goal of the Month, where most of the goals were scored by this lovely gentleman. They were adding so much more into the already existing football franchises that the trailers for them became bloated and meaningless. And in this awesome little featurette of coverage from the Tekken 3 World Championships in 1999, when the video cuts to interviews with celebrities, guess who they invited to the event? And only invited to the event. Football people! Football, football, football!
Watch the football! Watch it, it's gonna move!
In fact, the amount of football games got so stupid that at one point, a man named Ronaldo appeared and challenged football itself to a versus battle. When you add this in with the fact that they used these colourless and less hypnotic backgrounds, and that they changed the music again at Demo 58 to the worst sounding menu theme of the lot, and kept that exact copy-paste style all the way to the final demo disc at number 108 for 50 issues, it's obvious who their target demographic was until the last days of the PS1. Even the selection noise sounds like someone starting a punch-off in a bar fight. The demos lost the uniqueness. They lost that little extra bit of what made the earlier demos stand out from each other aside from the game selection, and not even the added downloadable cheats to your memory card could entice me back.
The final demo disc I bothered getting was disc 101 in 2003. Yes, they were still releasing PlayStation demo discs that late into its life cycle. And the main reason I got this one was not only because you got Tomb Raider 1, 2 and 3 on here, as demos obviously, but you also got loads of hidden gems and rarer games which I didn't own at the time, so this was the only way I could play them. This is a good collection of games. I think there's like 12 on here. But now I'm going to ask you something personal. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you where you live. I already know that. Take a guess what PS1 games they included on the final UK demo disc ever released. Like the ultimate final send-off to the PlayStation's legacy. Take a wild guess what they included on that disc. I'll give you 5 minutes to answer. No! You're wrong! They included the best game ever made! Archer McLean's 3D Pool!
Part 6. Bye-bye, Tinky Winky. After this, demo discs would continue to run with the official PlayStation UK magazine up until the PS3. Xbox would start selling really cheap compilation demo volumes called the Xbox Exhibition Box X Series 1 Bition X. And as for me, I did have a few PS2 demo discs from the official UK magazine when it transitioned into the next console, but I lost all of them. And I don't care. I mean, just look at the menus here. It's like being at the hospital. It's so sterile and way too serious. I think when the PS2 rolled around, Sony had just decided to appeal to as many adults as possible, but at the cost of all the charm and character I remembered loving from the PS1 demos. This isn't nostalgia talking either, because I was still a kid when PS2 came out. I am heavily nostalgic for the PS2. And I did discover some great games from these demos like Ratchet & Clank, Sly Cooper, Airblade, Eco, and Vampire Knight. But aside from that, these discs hold no memories for me whatsoever. When the UK PlayStation magazine transitioned from PS2 to PS3, well, the demos lost everything in all but the name demo disc. I kept a lot of these, don't get me wrong, but at that point, all you did was put the disc inside the PS3 and you just got given a list of games to download. Like, that's not exciting. What is that?
Especially disappointing since you could just download most, if not all, of these demos directly from the PlayStation Store for free anyway. So it was at that point companies realised it was just too much of a waste of money when they could just upload them for nothing.
The most recent demo I remember downloading was for the Medieval remake, which wasn't too long ago, so demos are still very much a thing. And since it's all done on the internet now, you can add in more exclusive content and unlockables for the final game when it launches to entice you to get the demo, like with Sir Dan's helmet in the Medieval demo. But man, it just doesn't feel special anymore. There's nothing to collect now, nothing to physically hold in your hands and reminisce, and these online demos even get updated as development on the full game continues, so you'll never have those permanent early builds with missing sounds and graphics ready to play ever again.
And hey, do I even need to remind you what happened to PT, the playable teaser of a game that never got released? That wasn't a physical demo, and it got removed from the PlayStation Store, even though it was completely free and wasn't harming anybody by being there in the first place, and now it's gone forever and nobody can download it or experience it ever again. God, games suck! Why do you play them? Why do any of us play them? You know what? I'm done with games forever. I'm gonna read a book. Yeah, you heard me, everybody. We're gonna be looking in the next video at the magazines that made these demo discs so popular in the first place. I mean, let's be real, you can't go wrong with good old paper and ink. No! What? There is nothing that can bring your cold dead heart back to life more than picking up an old video game magazine and looking through its pages. And that's because I'm really lonely. Last time on the Caddicarus show, I decided to take a look at my entire collection of PS1 demo discs, and it was a hoot. Then, after I went through 46 separate demo discs and got over 12 hours worth of gameplay footage and trailers, we all came to the conclusion that I was sad.
But I failed to touch on something rather special in that video. Magazines.
It's packed with stories, activities, and fun things to do.
And I'm not talking about any old magazines like Portable Restroom Operator, Modern Drunkard Magazine, Potato Review, The Croquet Gazette, Trout and Salmon, Sheep, Goats and Alpacas, Lighthouse Digest, Wind Tunnel International, Funeral Service Times, or my favourite, Girls and Corpses.
Dude, I can't wait for Hiroshima the musical!
I'm talking about the official UK PlayStation magazines that hid those demos inside them as free gifts to begin with. Yes, we're talking about books today, children. Isn't that exciting?
Now everybody, please make sure you get out your ducks right.
Here is Stephen Fu, age 23. Occupation, chef. The best PlayStation game? Too many games to choose from. And the worst? I don't buy bad games. Well, at least he's cooler than Tony Yusuf down here. Why is he completely okay with a box falling on his head?
You thought the PS1 demo discs gave me nostalgia? Well, you clearly haven't plonked me down in a chair and shoved one of these in my face. I get so giddy and excited reading these things, I'm not allowed to take them out in public.
And like, I don't need to give you a detailed history lesson on magazines, because that means talking about the history of published written text that started in Get Stuffed BC, but for a basic rundown, after the world's first newspaper column was published in 1605, which was aptly named Relation aller Phänomen und Gettenswürdigen Historien, the idea of releasing printed text media on a regular basis with constantly updated information seemed like a great idea. And then 6 years later, King James thought it'd be very funny to release the same book over and over again for the next 400 years. Newspapers covered general topics and worldly goings-on, but that was just not very fun. People didn't have hobbies in the 17th century. Until somebody called Arm-Leg Nosefoot decided that if lots of people loved throwing waste buckets on the vicar's head, then they could probably sell a regular releasing publication covering all the latest gossip in the world of poo in wood. This turned out to be true, and hobbyists with the same common interests started buying into the idea of these less formal, more satirical, and more interesting news books that covered a single specific specific topic they wanted to know everything about in as updated of a way as possible. The first documented example of a magazine was a German philosophy and literary magazine that launched in 1663. And then 332 years later, the first issue of the official UK PlayStation magazine was launched for people whose hobby was playing the PS1, which was me.
Sure, it was 1995. And I was 1 year old at the time, but I knew!
You see, if you lived in the UK, the only way you could get PS1 demo discs was if you purchased a copy of the official UK PlayStation magazine, which I think is a fantastic deal. Playing the free trials of games was one thing, but what if you wanted more supplementary material to read for when you're stuck on the seat? When I think of the toilet, I think of mutant winged babies with doughy legs. Opening up these books and reading about all the brand new PlayStation games and hardware information was something that just enriched the experience of playing the demos that came with them. Not just because the games you played as demos were written about in detail inside the magazines with exclusive screenshots, but also because you could feel the excitement of the writers dribbling off of the pages, and you could enjoy reading them knowing that thousands of other people felt the same excitement that you did. Hang on, what in the goddamn hell is this? Mud? Biscuits? Concrete? Why are you telling me to shush, Lara? What do you know that I don't? It wasn't just you, a console, and a TV anymore. It was you, plenty of awful Mad Catz controllers, hundreds of games, and multiple people talking about them while showing off letters from other people also talking about them. And big shout out, who here remembers letters? Post? Mail? Remember that? Ooh, there's a guy here complaining that there aren't enough realistic representations of male body shapes in games. I mean, he doesn't mention realistic female shapes, but shut up! Here's a picture of Jin Kazama with a beer belly, and now I want to see more of this in every game ever. Even though you'd usually read them alone, these magazines were strangely social, and scouring through them nowadays feels like opening a portal to the past. Oh my god, look at the old Currys and Argos logos! Woolworths! Oh man, I remember buying games from you all the time before you closed down. Which makes sense because your prices were terrible. God, Game Station. Anyone in the UK remember Game Station? I got most of my PS1 and PS2 games from there when I was old enough to get a bus on my own to the nearest city. Rest in pies. And of course, I must send my deepest condolences to Blockbuster. We all miss you so, so much. The way these magazines were written, the layouts, the pictures, the ads, the colours, it reminds me of when older games actually put effort and love into their manuals to make you feel like you got a free book alongside your game. And speaking of free books, you'd sometimes get exclusive magazine cheat books for hundreds on top of hundreds of games, which they got the idea for after the positive response of the tiny cheat section at the back of the magazines. You know, just in case you really wanted to play Die Hard Trilogy with screaming plants. And if that wasn't enough, you could always call up the 73 pence per minute adjusted for inflation strategy hotline phone number. Wait, what's that on the page? Desperation. Did you know in the mid to late 90s you could even call all of the publishers and game developers' offices directly just to ask when a game is coming out? Can you imagine doing that today?
Hello? Is that Konami? Yes, sir. Piss off!
They had special features too, like a monthly competition getting people to do the most outrageous PlayStation-related thing, and they would send up to £1,000 to whoever they thought deserved it. Some people got just under 100 quid for stapling a Tomb Raider logo on a speedboat, but others got the full amount, like when this absolute bro decided to get married to his fiancée in 1998, dressed as Parappa the Rapper for the entire ceremony. Mad props. They got sponsored by a dozen game publishers and went around the UK in a decked out multiplayer PlayStation bus ready to play with the public. They went busking with a portable PS2, an amp and a Guitar Hero controller to play the game on the street. The magazines featured multiple developer interviews, small reviews of websites. Oh, sorry, I mean net sites. There were screenshots of nerdy movies coming out, like these never before seen snaps on the set of Phantom Menace back in 1998. They did E3 coverage, and even retrospectives on multiple franchises, like this beautiful 16-page spread on the history of Tekken games. Sorry, Ken Tech, with a rivalry and family tree included. Also, were you a little bit stuck on Spyro 1 when trying to find all of the dragons? Well, luckily for you, there's 6 pages in issue 41 that walks you through the locations of all of them. And many other walkthroughs of this style would be featured in other issues. Not complete 100% ones, but just enough to give you a helping hand in case you were really stuck.
It's a really useful magazine.
There was one time where the magazine got pictures of some employees of Capcom dressed up as zombies with minced beef hanging out of their stomachs, scaring everybody queuing up for the midnight release of Resident Evil 2. And another time where a lady called Melissa thought that if there was a movie about Crash Bandicoot, Brad Pitt should play Crash Bandicoot. The UK PlayStation magazine was packed with so much charm, character, third-party franchises and exclusive article segments that came back month after month that it was enough to convert Nintendo fans stuck with mostly the same franchises. Hell, it could even convert the biggest die-hard Sonic fan.
I must go quickly!
You even got to find out things about your friends that you had no idea about, like in issue 50 of the PS2 magazine, where my mate Ben here, as in the guy who animates Asduff movie Ben, managed to play the original Killzone before anyone else in the UK, and he was featured in the magazine because of that. And while eating dinner with the magazine editors and all the other members of his group were talking about Killzone, you know, the brand new game that they just played that hadn't come out yet, he decided to say, "Ben doesn't like spicy food." Dude, what is wrong with you?
This is good! The official UK PlayStation magazine was just classic. In fact, you could say it was the Badgers Nadgers. It was the 90s.
Something else I really like is the A to Z section, which would compile extremely brief reviews of most of the PS1 and PS2 bestsellers at the time. And as each issue came out, they wouldn't only just copy and paste the reviews for following issues, they would often update their scores and their review sentences based on how well certain games have aged and how much lifespan they got out of the games after being able to play them a little longer than on the week the game originally came out. They did this in the Platinum section as well, when PS1 games would sell over 400,000 copies in its first year. They would re-review those games that just became Platinum, or as you Americans call them, greatest ugly disgusting hits. Re-reviews like this you don't tend to see that often on review sites nowadays, and it's nice to see it in a monthly review column here. I also love to keep these things and read them back for the really old game reviews. Some of them are pretty damn accurate and well argued for the time, and others make absolutely no sense to me at all. This is by far the best tennis game available. 6 out of 10. Gex 3D versus Rascal. Oh, that's a difficult one. What a close pairing. Anyone could win that. I really don't know. Final Fantasy VII, 10 out of 10. A Japanese RPG? You're joking. Why is that so hard to believe? Crash Bandicoot 2's soundtrack, 5 out of 10. Usual plinky plonky music. Are you mental, magazine? Usual plinky plonky music, my crack. Did you know that Tekken is the best PlayStation fighting game around? But Tekken 2 is rated higher? Did you know that In the Hunt was dated in 1996? This is dated? Seriously? By the way, Battle Arena Toshinden is handsome. Yeah, this is handsome, didn't you know? Apparently, Ultimate Parodius Deluxe is predictable. Yes, Parodius is predictable. Did you nincompoops rate Cheesy 7 out of 10? You rated this game 7 out of 10. What about Enter the Matrix in the PS2 magazine? It was given an 8 out of 10.
Are you insane?
Do you know what my favourite survival horror is? Devil May Cry. The official UK PlayStation magazine was also unbelievably successful back in the day, not only going on to becoming the best-selling PlayStation magazine in the UK even throughout the PS2, PS3 and PS4 end of the magazine, but for a few months it was the best-selling video game magazine in the world, reaching record-breaking heights in February 1999 when issue 42, featuring a Metal Gear Solid review and hour-long demo, sold over 450,000 copies in that single month. Goddamn, Roy, what did you do?
I have no idea.
And that success still carries on to this day. It's nowhere near as popular as it once was, what with the internet and everything, but the magazine is still going strong. In fact, I love reading these things so much that I started collecting every single issue of the magazine from August 2011 to this very day. 113 issues I have so far. I have nearly 10 years worth of this crap, and this is why my postman loves me.
Ah, yes! If you buy one more of these, I swear to God!
Another reason I love going back to these magazines are for the concept screenshots, along with ancient and totally wrong game and console information. Most of them were rumours, to be fair, but they're still so funny to me. This is why I still collect the magazines today, for when they eventually become outdated, so I can look back and laugh at them. And it reminds me of a simpler time when we needed to know if a game would be memory card compatible to save the game. Wait a second. Why are all the colours of the Tombi screenshots completely inverted? Oh hey, it's my favourite character from Crash Bandicoot! Bonus Bob! Oh look, it's the best character from Metal Gear Solid, President At! Wow, it's Cheep the cooking chicken from Parappa the Rapper. Looking a lot like a frog. Oh my lord, this is just painful. Brave Fencer Musashi never released in the UK. Why must you tease me with this magazine? Remember when Resident Evil 2 looked completely different and had Elza Walker as a playable character? Remember when the Crash 2 box art was going to look like this? Remember when everyone thought that the PS2 would end up looking like that? that, or that. Remember the release of the Pocket Station, when everyone thought that Tekken 3 would be on a cartridge for a new add-on to the PS1, or when Thrill Kill was still on its way to be released before being banned at the last minute? How about when everyone thought Crash would use a real grenade launcher in Crash 3? Or when Star Wars Episode 1 Racer was gonna come out on the PS1, but then ended up on the Nintendo 64? Well, that's clearly a screenshot from The Evil Dead. That is not Resident Evil. Resident Evil Dead. Beautiful water effects, eh? Oh yeah, sure. It looks just like that time I got my cling film stuck in the drawer. Hey, Cortex. You feeling okay, buddy? Ah, yes, I remember that bit in Klonoa. You know, when he ran around with a gun? Did you know that in Tomb Raider 3, there'll be new pests to fight, like dinosaurs? Because they weren't in the previous games. I wonder how long it will take for me to beat Medieval. Oh great, 40 hours, good to know. And I'm guessing that's including the 32 hours where you stand still and don't do anything? What exactly do we do in Crash Bandicoot 1 then? Oh yeah, we run along and collect the apples.
Actually, no, I take it back. No, I don't like doing this. It's not fun, though, because I feel like I spent my entire life telling people that Crash Bandicoot doesn't collect apples, because it doesn't even look like an apple, it looks like a mango. It collects Wumpa fruit. Why do people get this wrong? It's a rookie error. Why are we doing that? He thought collect apples is Wumpa fruit. Why are people allowed to make this magazine?
PS2 magazine has a lot of this stuff too. You know, back in the days of 32-inch HD ready TVs costing you £1,400 or £2,000 adjusted for inflation. Remember when Shadow of the Colossus was Eco 2? Or when LA Noire looked completely different and was going to be a PS3 exclusive? Remember when Ape Escape 4 was rumored to come out on PS3 from these leaked screenshots? Check out this old concept image for the PSP with an iPod touch wheel and no analog stick. And who can forget the pure majesty of the original DualShock 3? It's so banana. I mean, it's so beautiful. Oh wow, look at this. They even gave that Mega 64 Katamari video a shout out before YouTube was even a thing. That just doesn't feel right. Oh my good god. For a second I thought that said something else.
Gotta be honest though, even though this was the gaming magazine that was in my household when I was really, really young, I don't have that many real memories reading it. I just have flashes here and there of opening the pages and looking at the pictures. In fact, I had to rebuy every issue of the PS1 magazine for this video. Ignore the cover. It was the 90s, this was cool. The magazine that I grew up with and what I get properly nostalgic for is in fact the PS2 magazine. And you're probably looking at the title of this video right now and thinking, oh, well, you spent this whole video so far saying that the PlayStation magazine was perfect, and if it's still doing so well today, then why on earth are you saying it's weird? What are you, high?
Well, one of the reasons are the ads in these things. Some of them end up being really strange. Is that a fart machine for only $12.99? But the really weird ones I'll save for later. For now, I just want to go back to my childhood and enjoy it for a bit. I mean, this was a time where tiny widescreen TVs were so expensive that you'd have to win them in a competition for even a chance to own one. And when Bubsy 3D costed more money than Doom. Also, everybody drank Sprite apparently. Sprite. What's wrong with everyone? Dude, does anyone in the UK remember Sunny D in the mid-90s before it was taken off the shelves and redone because it was too much like maple syrup? Oh, look at all of this retro merch! I remember catalogues of clothes for this expensive Lara Croft brand, but I don't remember these Tenchu pajamas. Very cool though. Look at these Final Fantasy figures. Oh my giddy Aunt Fanny, this brings back memories. I had this old school first edition Lego Naboo Starfighter. And these Crash Bandicoot toys, I nearly had the entire set of these back in the late 90s. And since then, I've basically lost all of them, aside from this singular Aku Aku prop that sticks to Crash's nose. I'm really sad I don't have these anymore, and you can only get them on eBay nowadays. Problem is, they cost more than my first car. Can you believe that Eminem got arrested for video game piracy? Wait a second, is that a Metal Gear Solid pen? Oh, and a Metal Gear Solid hip flask that you can keep in your Croc backpack? Oh boy, all of these magazines I got online still have the forms to subscribe to it.
Hang on a sec, I'm gonna get my debit card.
I get to pick a free game for subscribing? Awesome! Can I have a copy of Crash Bandicoot 2 with a Crash 1 front cover that's zoomed in too far to the left corner? Now to put my details in. Title, King, initials, D, surname, DD. King DDD. Address? I'm not doxing myself. Choice of free game? Cash Banuka 2, Gringotts Steakhouse. Mr. Tiger Woods invites you to take your best shot. When? Any time. Where? Any place. Is that what he said to his mistress? Give golf balls goosebumps. Is that what happened when he was caught with his mistress? Well, here's a dreadful guitar ad for you. There you are, guitar in hand, actually playing like Noel Gallagher. You know, the best guitar player in the world. Make it a total reality. Be the envy of your mates and the idol of all the girls. Yes. Like this guy. The guitar is easy to learn, won't break the bank, and beats the hell out of boring computer games. Get a life, get a guitar. You know, that's the best way to advertise to people buying a video game magazine. Tell them they have no life, you know, just like those nerds that play board games. Why not insult them while you're at it? They say an army marches on its stomach. This one does it on its arse. Do you want to buy Spyro the Dragon with a free memory card? Or Toka 2 touring cars with a free small toy car? Logic 3 control station pad, 8 fire buttons with auto fire, ASCII joypad, easy to hold and ergonomically designed pad, England controller. This is really cool. The best picture I found though, this massive 2-page spread ad of Destruction Derby 2. And for some reason, a tiny Paul from Tekken hanging out on the right. Hello! These ads could be pretty creative too, even if they were just still images being printed on a page. Like here, there's an ad for Driver that opens up from the front cover. That's a very small detail, but you will remember the game because of it. And on the front cover of this magazine, Crash allows you to dissect him in order to surgically remove Duke Nukem. Ah yes, the classic tale of the three kings searching for Bethlehem to pay respects to baby Jesus. By following the star of the DualShock. My favourite kinds of ads though are the ones that go on for multiple pages and almost tell a story, like with this Heart of Darkness ad here. Little Johnny was enjoying the sedate pace of his new lift to school when... BLAM! He's dead now! Hang on a sec, is that a power glove for the PS1? Why didn't I know about this? I need one for a video post-haste. Actually, no, I take that back. I want to do a video on the G-Con bazooka. How in the mother of Christ does that thing work? How about the drink can clasp for your controller? Actually, no, screw the glove. I want the PlayStation controller that's a shoe. Yes, this is a real thing. You try playing a game while pressing buttons with your toes. It may be agonizing, but at least Tarantino will hire you for his next movie. Just dunk it. We put the S in action. What? Saction?
Yeah, like I said, these ads did have the potential to be pretty strange. But don't worry, it only gets more disturbing and disgusting from here.
Ooh, just what I always wanted. A full spread, high quality shot of the faces in Spice World. This is okie doke lick stinky poke stick. Do you know the best way to advertise a new golf game? Use a bleeding dead rat. Ah, just what I wanted in my PlayStation magazine. An adrenal gland. What were they thinking? Come on kids, buy our new game. It's got a man in a broken submarine that's trapping him with broken glass and he's drowning! And you look me in the eye and explain what's going on with this page. I thought this was an ad for a video game, not an excuse to call a therapist.
And the weird world of PlayStation magazines doesn't stop there. There wasn't just the questionable ads, but the magazine itself had a seedy and sticky underbelly.
You see, when the UK PS2 magazine properly kicked off, a lot of the writers and editors for this thing started trying to appeal to lads. Don't know what a lad is? Good. Alright, fine, I'm being a really unfair judge of character here. I'm sure that everyone involved in the publishing of this magazine throughout the years were top people, but there's a reason why there's an entire paragraph in the magazine's Wikipedia page dedicated to how the focus of the magazine went from video games to bare breeds. In the early 2000s, with the PS2's launch and sales figures being more intense than anyone could have predicted, more general audiences than ever were picking up a video game console for the first time. And not just for the built-in DVD player, but because it was the trendy thing to do in Britain. Everybody and their nan had a PS2 back then.
Granny, I wanna go.
However, official PlayStation magazine sales were dwindling, especially when compared to the staggering 500,000 copy heights it reached in 1999, because so much of the PS2's general consumer base only wanted a DVD player with family-friendly party games, or were young adults who wanted to play a singular game that everyone else was playing, like GTA Vice City. Think of it like how most people only got an Xbox for Halo. This meant the magazine had a big problem. They needed to appeal to a wider audience to let people know the PS2 had more to offer them, and so for the early 2000s, a massive chunk of the general UK gaming population at the time, boys will be boys types, you know, lads, were the next big market to attract to the magazine, which it had already done okay before in the PS1 magazines, with plenty of football game coverage, and with the fact that gaming was still pretty male heavy at the time, but it was still seen as a pretty uncool hobby for anyone over the age of 18 with oi kinds of friends, so it only made sense to try and make the magazine more appealing to them. But this also meant that the quality of the magazine and the tastefulness of the magazine dropped so heavily that yes, it got its own mention on Wikipedia. This here was a best-selling phone wallpaper for the PS2 magazine back in 2004. Chav and proud. That gives you the best idea how downhill things went.
And can I just say, for as awful as the magazine would end up becoming, I still can't help but love it. I mean, I'm a cringe connoisseur, and the stuff that happens in this magazine is so cringy I practically turn inside out.
The earliest issues of the magazine when the PS1 was still active were, as you'd expect, trying to appeal to new adopters of the idea of a CD-based video game console, or, well, video games in general. It's genuinely well-written stuff and very entertaining, even if you have no clue what a rock-solid hard was. And even better, if you were already into gaming or already into PlayStation, there was an undeniable passion and wit behind the text and interviews that only you would be able to appreciate. Like with this interview with the original Grand Theft Auto developers. Why should anyone care about your game? Peer pressure and Satan. That's incredible. These issues do have the occasional outdated comment or remark that would get the manly men to have a giggle, such as here where a fan writes in addressing a comment that the editor made in the previous issue, saying that 96% of their readers were men. He makes this really awful long-winded joke about how he's so offended because he's definitely 100% a man, but they've now told him there's a 4% chance that he's not a man, which means there's a 4% chance of him being remotely female, and that means that 4% is thinking about doing the washing up and the ironing. Oh my god, this is too hard to read, I'm sorry. Oh look guys, you ever been in that situation when all you want to do is play your viddigums, but those women keep getting in the way? Bloody women! They don't play the station, they don't eat pizzas, look at them not understanding anything, am I right boys?
And then, this lady called Wendy jinxed it in December 1997. At least you don't have to resort to printing topless pictures of Lara Croft like some magazines. Well, 70 pages later.
Lara exposed. Watch out everyone, we're scanning her top, they're coming out. What's that? Too extreme? Not for her it isn't. Buy one, get two free. Check this out. In this letter, a guy complains to the magazine about his wife, who he calls her indoors. Her indoors! If she's that much of a burden, why are you complaining to a video game magazine? Call a lawyer! There's another letter here where some overly angry reader takes it upon himself to mention how his wife's copy of the Cosmopolitan had a nakey in it.
I mean, he doesn't mention the context of those pictures or what they were saying in the magazine about them, but shh, it's a secret.
And because of that, that means that people complaining about sexism in the game industry in the mid to late 90s are invalid, and no one is allowed to criticize the magazine's occasional tasteless jokes because they're wishy-washy leftists. Okay, calm down, man.
And you know what? I don't care what gets shown in magazines or what jokes you make inside them. People can look at whatever they like and do whatever they want with what they see, as long as no one's getting hurt or harassed. Whatever floats your boat, I don't care. Same with making jokes. A joke is indeed a joke, as long as it's not mindless and pointless hatred. Go on, have a laugh. But with both of these examples, context is everything. Did I purchase this magazine to stare at some models and then have a go at my wife behind her back? No, I want PlayStation games, and if a bad or tasteless joke is in here, then it's still a bad and tasteless joke, whatever it's about. And if your joke is so bad and so blunt that it doesn't come across as a silly innuendo, but instead a statement, then yeah, I'm not surprised that multiple people complained.
And I agree with the reply made by the editor here. They go along with the opinion that anyone should legally be allowed to see pictures of adults that they want to if they're looking for them, but this argument is redundant because this is a PlayStation magazine about video games. A perfect answer as far as I'm concerned, especially since they also admit with characters like Lara Croft that they do unavoidably show off some assets every so often, but it's never the entire point of the magazine, and any passing comment about anything like that is literally just a funny one-off passing comment about how blatant the designs of some of the games and their characters were. But other than that, it's a PlayStation magazine, not the Cosmopolitan. What more do you want? You want something a bit more blatant? Then I suggest you pick up the latest issue of Girls and Corpses magazine. I hear that Gwyneth Paltrow's toxic shit is really ripe this season.
By the way, I'd like you to do something for me. Just take the editor's response to that question. Very nice. And just stash it. There. Lovely. Stick it behind your ear or something, and save it for later, because you're gonna need it.
Okay, so yeah, when the magazine was all about the PS1, it's a bit dated and awkward. I mean, god, Lara's chest isn't even that big in the games that she stars in, so explain that one.
No.
But it's still rather tame, all things considered. Like I said, it's as you'd expect. It's mostly PlayStation goodness from beginning to end, with a few laughs along the way. And a high-resolution, ultra-detailed, full-page image of a Mudokan with his eyes stitched shut. This is completely fine, I'm okay with this. Once the PS2 division of the magazine launched, it all felt relatively similar to the PS1 days in terms of writing, presentation, and game coverage. But a few issues in, sales were starting to dwindle because of that cultural divide on who was buying the PS2 in droves in the first place that I was talking about earlier. Most people didn't care about reviews of multiple types of games, they just wanted to play the same things everyone else was playing and have a DVD player. You know, they wanted to be cool and trendy. So as soon as November 2002's issue 26 hit for the PS2 side of the magazine, that's when it got a bit of a redesign and it started dumbing things down to try and attract even more of what they saw to be their largest target audience with more terrible gags. And then by issue 34, the PS2 magazine was redesigned again and basically became loaded with an extra dash of FHM and Winnie the Pooh's Rumbly Tumbly Adventure.
Remember the magazine editor's reply to that weird letter they got about women apparently not being allowed to complain about nakies in this magazine? Well, I want you to get that comment out right now. Yeah, come on, give it over. Yep, just behind your ear, get it out, yep. There you go there. Smells fantastic! What does it say? That the argument against more adult content is completely redundant because you're talking to a PlayStation magazine. Well, that philosophy went right out the window after issue 34 of this bloody thing!
They wanted to let more of the UK lad population know that it's okay, they can still buy this magazine, they aren't nerds for liking a PlayStation, and they aren't going to be made fun of by their fragile and insecure little friends, because now we have breeds! There's something strangely sleazy about the PS2 magazine from issue 34 onwards, and yes, nowadays, I'm fully aware you still see plenty of blatant stereotypically attractively designed characters like with Bayonetta, Tekken or Street Fighter characters, but unlike any of them, there's absolutely zero empowerment, self-awareness, or character to most of what is displayed in the magazines. If you don't have any of that, you end up with Ride to Hell Retribution, and everybody loves that. And most real women or video game women featured in the mag at this point were boiled down entirely to creepy, inappropriate, or downright insulting comments that just don't fit with the rest of the magazine. And that's the problem here, not the images themselves. It's like,
hey guys, Wallace and Gromit in Project Zoo is a decent game, and we also think that Klonoa 2 is crap because it has cartoons in it and cartoons are for nerds.
But if you like the PS2 itself, that's completely fine. It doesn't make you a nerd. I'm really sorry. Please don't hurt us. Look, here's a woman. If you play PS2, she'll get into bed with you because you're cool. PS2 is cool. Not the nerdy games, but PS2 is cool. Here's a man. Did you know that he thinks that Samantha Fox is a minger? He wouldn't even give her one.
Now, I am fully expecting a few people to call me out because I, just for one example, have indeed made jokes about Lara Croft's pizzas in my Tomb Raider video years ago, but like, the point of those jokes was that the designers of the game put a ridiculously polygonal, scantily clad woman in a sub-zero system of caves in a vest and short shorts, and that is ridiculous and worth pointing out and laughing at. I still love Lara Croft, I still love Tomb Raider, but it is silly, hence I joked about it.
This kind of stuff doesn't seem to have any point to any of the jokes. In fact, none of the parts they write even come off like a joke. There's no puns, tongue-in-cheek writing, or anything.
Women drivers, eh?
I mean, look at this phone wallpaper for sale right here. What's the joke? And why do you feel the need to pay for it and post it as a background on your phone? This isn't exactly a controversial statement. Are you scared that people think you don't like them? Why do you care? Mostly the magazine just ends up turning into a load of pathetic gawking from people who have got a bad case of the horn and drooling over any woman at all, while at the same time insulting any woman at all for how useless they are at games and how they're idiots that have no hand-eye coordination. Yes, they printed that.
I want to know if you can explain to me why most females are unable to play video games. I know there are some women out there who can, but the majority of them are useless. They can't seem to work their fingers individually. They refuse to follow simple instructions.
By the way, ignore that. If you're a woman that plays games, that's okay, as long as you're even vaguely attractive. All of this is objectifying in its purest form, and it comes across as desperate and creepy in a video game magazine of all things. I won't lie though, I still do love all of it. It's so horrible, I can't help but enjoy it. It's a car crash that I can't look away from.
By the way, I am not for a second condemning anybody that enjoys bodies. That's not my point here. I mean, who doesn't enjoy bodies? Girls enjoy bodies, guys enjoy bodies, crocodiles enjoy bodies. We all enjoy bodies. We all like what we like, and being able to celebrate or support that is great. But under the correct circumstances. You know, time and place, and not being a prick about it.
Here's a woman dancing and looking a little bit silly. But be honest, you fully would though. Men doing the kiss? Ugh, no, it should be illegal. Why are we even talking about that? But women doing the kiss? Oh, yeah, completely different. In fact, let's play a game where we find all of those scenes in every movie and post about how steamy it makes us.
Why can't I make it record Desperate Housewives?
You know what? I don't know, love. Why are you licking component cables? Look, we found a skirt shot with pants in it. We've never seen pants before, so we zoomed it in. This extends to the utter plague of pages dedicated to naughty mobile phone downloads, which never used to be this vulgar. In the beginning, they just allowed you to call up a number and get ringtones or black and white wallpapers for the tiny sum of £4.50 per ringtone. Yes, adjusted for inflation, that's £7.10 for a 10-second snippet of a chart-topping hit, and you already had to cope with your phone looking like that. Well, I suppose it looks better than that. Yeah, in the first few issues of the PS2 magazine, it was totally normal. Celebrity crush wallpapers, terrible Java games like Rayman 3 or Nightmare Creatures, just in case the PS1 version wasn't pixelated enough for you. There was that horrid sweetie chick that sung those repugnant songs. Oh my god, the fast food rockers were #1 in the UK charts in 2003. Why haven't we been nuked yet? But as it went on, it got saucier and saucier, with a nice picture of Andy from Little Britain for good measure. And she will be loved if she has a pole. And then they started putting so many pages full of nothing but hotlines for people that just couldn't help themselves and needed servicing right now. And I mean, having a few phone numbers for variety, I'd understand at least, but most of these are basically exactly the same thing. How much money were these businesses making? As a customer, how do you know which is the best number to call when they're all the same? Jesus, there's just so many of them, and why are some of them so unappealing? I can take 2 at once. Are you animal enough? I'm fully plucked and ready for action. Well, that line didn't sell me, but that picture definitely did. That makes me want to call right now. Instant text chat. Send tarts to... Oh yes, the word tarts gets me right in the mood. Is that why she's licking her shoulder? Did she get some tart crumbs on it? 5 free texts for grown-up gamers. This one here is probably my favourite one though. Dog with strangers. Delightful. Okay, just for a laugh, should we call one of these numbers and see what happens?
That's a great idea, Caddy.
Thank you, I thought so too. Okay, how about, local tarts? Yep, that sounds nice and crusty, doesn't it? Let's give it a go. Okay, I'm about to do it. Let's put the phone number up on the screen so you can see I am indeed trying to ring up my very own local tart. Let's go. Let's see what we can find.
You've dialed an incorrect number. Please check the
number
again.
I want a local tart!
There was a section of the magazine here where they'd go through old movies and rate them based on how many woman parts there were. Less art and more arse would be more preferable. And these magazines I've had since my childhood must have had some pictures or pages that were too much for my little mind to handle. As you can see, I cut out this image that was on a PSP, I cut out this part of a page on a review for The Hulk, God knows what that picture was, and there's an entire page of this magazine I outright tore out. Look, I didn't even cut it out, I just ripped it out without even thinking. Maybe I knew about Kevin Spacey all along. I don't remember what any of these pictures used to have on them. I think my mind must have blocked them out. But yes, I did manage to have these things in my childhood. You heard me correctly. Because when I was younger, I just wanted the PS2 demo discs, and my parents never worried about anything that bad being in the magazines because it was video games. So if I ever wanted the next demo to play, I just picked up the magazine, put it in the shopping cart without looking at the pages, and then they would pay for it, no problem. However, the absolute lowest of the lows this magazine would reach was with the ending page segment called Rate Your Mate, a column dedicated to women only, very important, being tempted into sending risque pictures of themselves for the promise of a random prize for their boyfriend, which the magazine would then review and then rate out of 10. What? What is this? Onision magazine? I mean, look, as long as everyone involved is consenting adults, I don't care that this stuff exists, but come on, guys. There's a time and a place to whack it out, and while you're reading about Jack and Daxter isn't the time. This is a PS2 magazine with this in it. Do I even need to explain how many levels of wrong this is? Here's a quote from the boyfriend. I just hope that she's gonna win at least a game. If not, I'm a dead man. Wait. So she'll be angry with you if you don't win anything, which means that she didn't want to do it in the first place unless you begged her to do it so you could win a game. So that means you manipulated your girlfriend into public scrutiny and sticky magazine editor comments just so you could have a chance to win a singular video game. What's wrong with these people? Graphics 6 out of 10, sturdy and well put together, a 3-pinter. Are you saying that you wouldn't touch her unless you drank 3 pints of beer first? Here they talk about the backstory of this repeating article and how they were trying for months to get people to send these pictures in.
We kept on asking asking and asking and asking. Keep 'em coming, people, keep 'em coming. Imagine the thousands of young lads ogling you in this here magazine.
And they were not exaggerating about that, because here they are in earlier issues mentioning the idea and practically begging women to send these pictures in.
We love girls too. We play with them, rate them, talk about them, and think about them a great many seconds of the day, sometimes for more seconds than games. We've been sent 4 real-life girlfriends to review, but we're holding back. We want more. Send your ladies in. Send now. Now. Send them now. We're never giving up.
I haven't seen people this thirsty since Father Jack.
Drink!
The funniest thing to me, though, is that despite the fact they are on their knees begging for bloody pictures to shake and rattle to, they still have standards, apparently. And if you aren't even conventionally close to Hollywood celebrity stereotypical attractive, don't bother sending anything in because they will humiliate you. This kind of stuff is why the basement-dwelling gamer stereotype still exists. Who in their goddamn mind decided this was a good idea? There was even one time where Hideo Kojima became the boss of the magazine for 1 issue. How do you think that went? He looks thrilled. And even though I already owned a lot of these magazines before this video's production, I ended up buying a few more online so I could take a look at them. One of which was sent to me with a page that was clearly so nasty they decided to glue the page shut. I'm not kidding. At least, I hope it's glue. For the cherry on top of the cake that has now most likely been popped, there's a huge review of a game called 7 Sins, which is about nothing but, well, take a guess. And they rated the game 3 out of 10. Must be pretty bad, right? Well, according to their own score metrics, a 3 out of 10 is actually extremely disappointing. Yes, lying to ladies to get a share. Full marks for realism then. Yeah. This game disappointed them, apparently. What exactly did they expect from a tacky and dreadful-looking PS2 game all about the bonk? Then again, they also thought that Shadow the Hedgehog holding a gun was really, really cool, so I can't take them that seriously at all. If you couldn't tell, the Rate Your Mate part of the magazine was the tipping point for most of the readers, not just women. It was uncomfortable for everybody, and it lasted no longer than maybe 5 to 10 issues before being canned forever because the magazine sales dropped even lower than they were before. Surprise, surprise. After that, as the PS3 was becoming the next big thing, they slowly but surely climbed out of this weird ditch. The derogatory trash stopped, they actually brought the point back to making more risque jokes, the repeating columns improved significantly to feed into everyone's nostalgia, and they even started taking the mick out of themselves for embarrassing nonsense they tried doing in very old issues. You've also got to love how they did a callback in one of the PS4 issues by taking this design of the 90s awful orange and blue Crash covers and reusing it for when the Insane Trilogy came out. Crash is indeed back, but he's not a gangster anymore. So with that, I think it's time to close the book on this part of PlayStation history. I think it's obvious to say that in many areas, the PlayStation magazine is a little bit of a brown stain on people's nostalgia, but I like to look at it more as a roller coaster. It had its ups, it had its downs, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't find it fun. I mean, you can't not find what they tried to get away with utterly fascinating. Like, I've been joking through this whole video, but getting really upset about this stuff is ultimately pointless because it's just a product of its time. I mean, I don't see any comedian trying to redo Eddie Murphy's Delirious in 2020. Sometimes you gotta look back at the culture of the time that some of these things were done, and that's where you'll find the laugh. Self-awareness, self-reflection, and self-improvement are all good in my books. And then you go on to make your best work, like Haunted Mansion, Meet Dave, and Daddy Daycare. Damn it! Goo goo gaga! Well, I guess I can only play games made for babies now. And I'm not talking about playing games made for children. Have you seen my fingers? I can't even pet my dog with these skin-coloured cocktail sausages. I'm talking about playing games made for babies. Not Muppet Race Mania, not Stuart Little 2, not Powerpuff Girls, not even Rugrats Totally Fanny. Games made for actual toddlers, the lowest common denominator of human. I mean, it only makes sense. Picture this. You're a dad. You get yourself a best-selling video game console like the PS1. You play it non-stop. You're wife asks you why you haven't said hello to her for 3 weeks, or why the baby is cooking your chicken casserole for dinner, and she begins to blame the body gams for you being a neglectful dad. But then you turn around and tell her that no! It isn't because you're addicted to Disney's Tarzan. That can't be it. Because this isn't your PlayStation, it's the family's PlayStation. See? There's also games for our children too. PlayStation, scapegoating for shitty parents since 1994. Aha! I have always seen games for really young kids who don't know any better as the ultimate shameless excuse for adults who don't want to own the fact that they wanted an electronic toy to play with for themselves. You know, they're kind of like a checkmate in the chess of bad marriages. These games are more or less always some of the lowest quality attempts at making a video game in the first place. Because why bother with the effort when it's a stupid little cretin called Benjamin that's gonna play it and won't care about any of the glaring issues the game has? They just want the thing that has Peppa Pig's face on it. They'll make their parents buy it. It doesn't matter if it's good. It's guaranteed cash. What's that? You don't want some healthy strawberry and peach biscuits for a snack? Well, how about we stick Peppa's face on them and I told you they were Peppa's skin flakes? That's tasty, right? Now shut up and eat your pepper chops. See, that's why I think these games are the smoking gun that parents addicted to video games are able to use as a getaway reason for why they bought a console in the first place. They have little to no merit aside from just existing for extremely young kids in a family. Adults will never buy them for themselves. Well... And they are all mostly objectively terrible cash grabs with a kids show skin stapled to it. So what else could they possibly be other than a justification for a terrible mum or dad to feel like they aren't ignoring their kids while playing video games? By giving them a video game, no matter how terrible it is, proves that this console wasn't a selfish purchase, it was made for your family, right?
Well, that, or the kids recognise a famous character on the box and then start screaming and punching you in the shins until you buy the game for them. But the joke's on them, because if you buy it for them, they get to play Tweeny's Game Time when they get home.
Now indeed, I have talked plenty about PS1 baby games on my channel before. In fact, I used to do it years ago before my channel underwent some changes. I took a look at 321 Smurf, designed for 4-year-olds to be a kid's first ever kart racing game. And it's okay, a few too many Smurfs though. I took a look at the Tweeny's Game Time, one of the ugliest and most insultingly simple games I've ever played that reminded me of a Razorhead. And it also didn't have the budget to give the characters clothes.
I've got a wizard's hat.
Well, where is it? I took a look at Thomas the Tank Engine, a massive activity factory that was surprisingly content-packed and lovingly made when it had no reason to be, all of those creepy faces aside. Henry slept with my wife. Only problem is, it was Japanese exclusive, so the fan base from the country the series was made never got to see it.
Man, I wish I could go to Japan.
In one of my earliest videos, I even took a look at Santa Claus Saves the Earth, and that was...
I'm sorry, everyone. I haven't been this emotional since I saw Saving Ryan's Privates.
But today I went above and beyond. I found 11 PS1 games made for babies, and I'm gonna play all of them for you whether you like it or not.
You're fired.
Look, I'm not happy about it either, but I mean, what else am I supposed to do with hands like this? Ah! Well, I've already come this far, so I might as well keep going.
The first game I'll take a look at is Disney Learning with Winnie the Pooh. Christ! How much is it? Who in their right mind would pay for this? So let's play Party Time with Winnie the Pooh instead. Now you and all of your friends can have a party with Pooh.
And all you need is a toilet and a ladle.
You want to know the story of good old Winnie Bear's Party Time? Well, it begins with an alien getting his nose out and then having private time with the floor, which then leads us to a title screen. Winnie the Pooh, Winnie the Pooh. Chubby little cubby with black dead eyes. Okay, time to enter my name. Hello, my name is Munt. And you know what? I'm feeling a bit hardcore, so I'm gonna dabble with a bit of hard difficulty mode today. And I think I'm gonna pick Tigger because he looks a little drunk and needs some help getting home. Weirdly enough though, there's no choice to pick Eeyore. I think he might have finally done it. The real story begins and it turns out there's a treasure map that appears out of thin air and we all want to follow it to find Rabbit's secret stash after it gets thrown into the air.
My pot!
Gopher pops up from under the ground like the filthy vermin he is and gets the map stuck on his back, angers a load of bees and runs away. So we have to chase him to get our map back. The game begins, Gopher runs for about 3 seconds and then we're stuck in a loading screen. We play about a minute of a mini game and then we're stuck in a loading screen. Gopher runs for about 3 seconds, we slump along like we were caught evading our taxes and then we're stuck in a loading screen. We play another mini game for about a minute, watch Tigger get possessed by Beelzebub and then we're stuck in a loading screen.
This game's loading screens are perfect for children because obviously they're so well known for their high attention spans.
I know it looks a lot like Mario Party, but it really isn't. Oh lord, watch out, Tigger's coming for you! It's completely linear with nothing interesting happening on the board sections aside from just moving forward. There's no luck element to make things more interesting, and how far you move along the board is based entirely on your performance in the minigames each character lands on. And as far as my performance in the minigames go, it's quite frankly terrible, since every time I push bombs back in this minigame, they decide to teleport back to me and make me fail. The other minigames are just as insipid though. When you aren't driving around in a circle 15 times, you're stuck in a tiny arena collecting fruit and throwing it into a basket. This one happens quite a lot actually, and I'm really good at it too because I can drop an unlimited supply of bananas behind my feet every half a second.
Well, that was a good start. I wonder what else I can find online.
Ah, there we go. Blue's Clues, Blue's Big Musical. What? Come on, guys! Why are these games for toddlers worth so much money?
I can't afford these prices. I'm not a policeman.
So while I'm fishing around for a better price, why don't I check out Molten Menace by Fisher-Price? Oh yes, in the 90s and early 2000s, a video game didn't even need to be about a movie or a TV show to sell out to the kids. Sometimes you could even base them on baby toys and get away with it. Alrighty then, so what's going on here then?
Let's go!
Yeah, come on team, let's go! What is this? Why is everyone running like an inflated chimp? Is this how I'm supposed to run? Have I been doing it wrong? Why does this man look like he wants to kiss me? Why is this man eating his own face?
Time to test that training.
But I haven't even done any training! Asylum Entertainment, you say? Good to know that's where I'll end up after playing this! Oh god, another name entry screen? Fine. Rumpy Pumpy. You know, for a video game with a story for children about an erupting volcano murdering everyone in a city, I'm pretty confused by the noises they went with for planes crashing into buildings. How did they even make that sound effect, and who decided that was where it would fit best? You know what, this reminds me, I need to finish the sound engineering on my car safety short film. So all you do in this game is move around a city to rescue people and animals. You do this by grabbing them with a claw machine, or by just being near them. That's it, that's the whole game. What, you were expecting more? Power-ups? Enemies? Jumping? No! This is a game you put on when Benjamin won't shut up! It doesn't matter if you're in the air or on the ground, you are doing the same thing with more or less the same controls, and there's nothing else you can say about it. It's bland, it's repetitive, and when this lady jumps into her plane to check all of her controls are working, she sounds like this.
Check.
The back of the box states that it builds problem-solving and thinking skills, but I've got to vehemently disagree with that. Oh, that's a nice word. There's no problem solving going on here. You just move and collect stuff, nothing more. I suppose the game is kind of educational though. I mean, I now know that paragliders can suspend you in the exact same place in mid-air forever. I now know that volcanic rocks erupting into my face will make me dizzy. And I now know that giraffes can climb on rooftops.
Oh nice, look at that. The sun's out. Play with the Teletubbies. Oh!
Recommended for age 2 and over. Would 1-year-olds find this too much? Okay, hang on a second, guys. I thought this was called Play with the Teletubbies, not Watch the Teletubbies Stare at You. Okay, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that this game isn't pushing the PS1 to its limits. Yeah, I know, a shocking assumption, I'm aware. But with that being said, why didn't they just use the Teletubbies show intro as FMV in the game itself? If they're not gonna do that, they could at least animate the models. How is this gonna get the kiddie winks excited? Nothing is happening, and I feel like Dipsy's judging me.
Where have the Teletubbies gone?
Well, there. And after one of the most static introductions to a kids game I've ever seen, we now have a character selection screen that's even worse. This is all you have, folks. No music, no sound effects, just the abyss of deafening silence while the Teletubbies look over their shoulders for the police after they committed arson. I suppose it doesn't matter, but for now I'll go with Tinky Winky, for no other reason than because while he walks around, he sings about wetting himself.
Pinkle winkle, Tinky Winky, pinkle winkle, Tinky Winky.
Ooh, look at that! I found Tinky Winky's red handbag. Let's pick it up.
Tinky Winky. Again.
What? He found picking up the handbag so enthralling that he wants to do it again? Aren't you gonna look in there at least? There might be something even more fun inside.
Again.
Did I just beat level 1? Okay, then I'll go over to the windmill instead. And after I click on it, it throws me into another cutscene. And I'm gonna ask this again. Why, when there's so little on this disc to begin with, don't they just use clips from the show whenever there's a cutscene that copies exactly a part of the show? It would look so much better than this. I don't want to see the Teletubbies twitching on the floor after being beaten up and mugged. Oh, okay, so they can use FMV. They just chose not to for whenever the Teletubbies are on screen. You know, the things that the game is about.
Hello.
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 I'm Ella.
And I'm David Bowie.
This is our dog Alice.
You know, if I buy a game called Play with the Teletubbies, I expect a game where I, play with the Teletubbies. If I were a toddler that was a fan of the Teletubbies, why would I bother playing this game where all I can do is watch badly redone scenes of the show with fat and ugly models, when I can just watch the show itself on VHS? Equally, if I wanted to watch random people I don't care about engage in illegal dogfights in the woods, I'd just watch that instead. When did this game come out? 1999. Well, if that's the case, then the best thing about this painful FMV sequence is that all of these dogs are definitely dead now. Okay then, let's keep on looking around. What's going on with this train then?
Ladies and gentlemen, we apologise for the delays on your journey today, but a mental infant has decided to grab each end of the train and pull it apart. Thank you.
Fascinating. Oh, Tinky Winky, I like your blowhole. You know what, I'm officially hooked. Let's keep looking around. What's hiding in the game towards the screen then? Ah, it's the Pleasure Dome. We go inside, and as soon as we do, the game becomes Resident Evil, complete with pre-rendered backgrounds, fixed camera angles, and utterly horrific atmospheric sound effects in the background. I don't know what to do though, so let's click on this thing.
It was time for Tubby Toast.
Oh, hello there. Man, why do we have a narrator all of a sudden? The Tubby Toast Maker takes us to a mini-game where we can, what else, make Tubby Toast, then sit down and eat it. And all the while, the vacuum cleaner with eyes stares at you while you eat. Don't you hate it when they do that? Oh, and you can make Tinky Winky cough over and over again like he's dying from the plague. Inside the dome, you can also make a bowl of tubby custard, except you can't, because this simpleton decides to turn on the machine without putting a bowl underneath it first, so it ends up going all over the floor. And instead of cleaning it up himself, the crazy bastard decides to sneak away from the crime scene, leaving footprints of blood in his wake. Oh well, at least Nunu loves a bit of blood.
Again.
How about no?
You know what? Before I get into the next game, I think I need to change the scenery around here a little bit. In order to play like a baby, I must feel like a baby. So how about I do the rest of this video in an inflatable chair? I got it at the inflatable shop at a discount because they had no more inflatable dolls left. Get it in my... This is taking way too long. I suppose the good thing about this is that if I get a little bit too excited, you'll be able to hear me moving and tell me to calm down. Who needs inflatable dolls for action when you've got a chair?
Next up, we have Barbie Explorer. Action as never before. Oh, wow. Does that mean that Barbie might bend her elbows? And would you look at that, she's actually doing more than using her joints. Check out this epic minecart video sequence. This is some dangerous stuff here. Barbie is looking like she's loving it. She looks pretty excited about death. So in this game, Barbie has taken it upon herself to find the missing pieces of a mystic mirror. Why? No clue. I thought she'd be too worried about breaking a nail. But if anything, I'm a little bit confused as to why we're in the middle of a story all about a mystical power that will reawaken and most definitely end humanity if we find all the pieces of an ancient artifact. This is a Barbie game, right?
All I want to do is roller skate up to my convertible with my BFFs and then gang up on Ken so we can take his pants off and try and find his Johnson.
Hang on, sunshine. What do we have here? VR training? What, like in Metal Gear Solid? Watch out, world. Solid Barbara's coming through. Now, in virtual reality, you can do all sorts of things with Barbie, like teleport onto swinging vines, walk like an old lady with rickets, not jump onto climbable walls because God forbid we put any actual fun into our platformer, and then we get absolutely decked in the face by opening doors. What's my name this time? KFC. Because by the looks of it, Barbie could do with one. She looks like if she pushes too hard, she'll snap her legs like a stick. So when we get into the actual game, I'm absolutely shocked to find out that it isn't very good. To begin with, this basically feels like the original Tomb Raider. You don't have tank controls, but everything else you do from climbing to jumping has an abysmal delay to it, which would be fine if the game itself was built around it and wasn't a fast-paced linear corridor platformer like Crash Bandicoot. You try playing a game like Crash where you don't only have Tomb Tomb Raider delay, but also a jump arc that you are so committed to once you do it, you basically already had kids with it by the time you land. I mean, it makes sense, everything here has a purpose, but it's easily the stiffest platformer I've ever played. Bubsy 3D isn't this stiff, and at least Bubsy has more directions he can move towards so that his body doesn't constantly clip on angled parts of the wall and make Barbie bring out her funeral fashion pack. I mean, what else do you want me to say? Barbie looks like she has a mustache, there's no sound effects at all while she's pulling rocks that weigh as much as a truck, she outright absorbs herself into the walls, and please tell me, where are you going, Barbie?
Egypt, Africa.
Egypt is in Africa. That's exactly like saying United Kingdom, England! But then again, judging by your face, I don't think geography's your strong point. This is a game starring Barbie, all about Barbie, in an action-adventure game with awful controls. I mean, I really can't go into any more... I'm so sorry, these games are really getting me going. So why don't I check out Rayman Jr. next? Yes, I am aware this game is for a slightly older crowd than what I'm aiming for, but let's be real, when the hell else am I ever going to talk about this thing? Ooh, what a treat! This game was part of the Value series? That means you know it must be good. And so far, I'm not disappointed. Check out this FMV intro. The quality is stunning. It's so much better than the original game. It definitely doesn't look like a Chinese bootleg. What are you, nuts? When I was 5 years old and playing the original Rayman all those years ago, you know what I thought was missing? Math! Because that's what all kids want in their escapist magical action platformer on the PS1. School revision! This is Homework, the video game! What's my name? Oh, you know, I don't even care anymore. Fathead. And get this, they actually tried desperately to make a story out of this. It turns out that the bad guy from the original Rayman, Mr. Dark, who's so terribly named he might as well be called Uncle Bad, has stolen a book of English and maths. And Rayman has to go and get this book back by solving random English and math problems. So if Rayman and the gang already know everything about English and maths, why do we care about a single book going missing? Can't we just go and get another one at once? So each stage of Rayman Jr. gives you a category of puzzle to solve based on either literacy or numeracy, whether it be picking the correct number that's said to you to open the correct path, finding the correct rhyme that's said to you, working out simple equations, or picking the correct plosive sounds of words that match another word, just for a few examples. You still awake? Great! Because while doing all of this is still Rayman after all, so you get to partake in classic Rayman 1 trial and error, no mistakes allowed platforming. And even though the puzzles themselves are really easy, if you accidentally land on an incorrect answer or flick the wrong switch while fighting enemies, which is very easy to do, you don't get a second chance. You lose a life. Just like in real school. And this is even assuming you avoid falling off platforms with knockback, which has nothing to do with the incorrect answer and is just the trial and error gameplay screwing you up. You have 5 lives per stage, which sounds like a lot, but each stage goes on for 30 minutes each. Half an hour of simply walking to the correct number that is spoken to you over and over again while dealing with frustrating platforming. And if you're on your last life and make it to the very last part of a stage only to get hit by the flat end of a pencil, because as we all know that's the sharpest bit, or get attacked by nothing in the ceiling, you have wasted 30 minutes of your life and have to do all of the mind-numbingly slow and boring question answering again. That's why each stage takes so long. It's the long-winded and ridiculous lengths the game forces you through to answer just one question, which are often extremely slow and boring platforming to begin with. Do you want me to have fun while I learn or not? Oh, and can you imagine doing that with Rayman? Do you think it would feel like lying on top of a space hopper? Rayman Jr. is the ultimate joke game for strict parents. I mean, you can just imagine a kid back in the day asking for Rayman on the PS1 for Christmas or something, and then they get Rayman on the PS1, but with learning in it. Oh, sorry little Billy, we got you this Rayman because we thought you wanted it. You weren't specific enough for a 7-year-old, and it... Hang on, when did my tiny hands come back? What's going on? Why are you doing this? Christ, another one? Yay, thanks comically small hands. I can't wait to play Barbie Race and Ride. Encourages learning about horses. Oh, you mean Barbie? Barbie, software for girls. Sure. Who made this music and how can I legally assassinate them? Well, I know one thing for certain right off the bat. This game loads for everything. When you hit start, it loads. When you pick a horse, it loads. When you pick the horse's name, it loads. When you ride the horse, it loads. When you get off the horse, it loads. When you click on something you want to do off the horse, it loads. When you confirm that you definitely did want to do that thing by clicking on it again, it loads. When you're done with the thing you want to do, it loads. When you want to get back on your horse, it loads. You know what? You're right. These games are made for girls because, as we all know, girls just love being stuck waiting around for things to happen, you know, like when they had to wait for the vote. Here's my horse, and I called him the worst name I could find in the list, Baby. Baby the horse. And here is the game. Yes, this is the game. I'm not joking. What you have is the worst FMV I think I've ever seen, while all you do is make a bad quality gif of a horse head move its head left and right and jump every couple of minutes. But as far as moving left and right goes, you don't need to do that. It doesn't matter. This is a predetermined path. It's all automated, so there's no point moving left or right at all. While this is all going on, every so often Barbie will...
I wonder what those stones are for.
...see a pebble that she just loves so much that you have to stop. At which point you get an insultingly easy mini-game, or you just get to point at a stupid animal which goes... And then you get back on your horse and carry on until you're stopped again. This is the entire game. Just pointless and inconsequential horse riding that then gets interrupted with pointless and inconsequential mini-games. May I ask, where's the racing? And I never thought I'd ask this, but where's the horse education? All I know so far is that some insane people out there call their horses baby.
What a funny noise.
Oh my god, come on, baby, let's go see!
And the best bit is that even after all the fuss Barbecue makes about that funny-looking leaf she saw, you click on the thing she sees to go to a minigame, and it's more often than not an action-packed thrill ride like this. Slow down, game! I don't have my seatbelt on! Wait. Is that a race? Oh my god, it's an actual race in a game with race in the title! And even better, we have Barbie on Baby! Barbie, I told you to stop sitting on the...
Racing is so much fun.
I mean, I get that this is for really young children, but at least Barbie Explorer was an actual game with graphics, not a load of terrible quality videos stitched together. You know what I think would be a better game? Barbie, race and gender issues. Spoiler, she's a bigger.
There has got to be something that kids enjoy doing other than this.
No! It's okay, mate. Don't be frightened.
I am!
But I can show you other things that kids love doing.
Like what?
Want to play silly sausage?
What?
Silly sausage! Come on, play with me!
No thanks, I'm good.
Dip me! Stretch me! Dip me! Stretch me! Poke me! Stretch me! Stretch me!
Can we play another game?
Okay, here's one.
Ah! Bear in the Big Blue Bear.
Well, to start with, I can make Bear sound really angry by pressing the repeat button over and over again on his introduction.
What do you want? What do you want? What do you want?
And this game's story in the adventure mode is that it's Ojo's birthday, another character in the show that is also titled Bear in the Big Blue Bear. And we need to guide her around the house and complete many easy mini-games in order to reward Ojo with her presents, because in Bear's Big Blue House, you work for your birthday! And I've got to be honest, this is not actually too bad considering it is a game for babies. It's definitely the best game so far anyway. The production value is nice, it's not insulting or patronizing, it controls well when it needs to, all the minigames feel totally different, and this one actually required me to think. It has decent music, a calm and welcoming atmosphere. In fact, the worst aspect of the game to me is the way Bear looks himself. I mean, when he's giving you instructions, he looks a bit and when he's dancing, he looks like he's being shot. After we explore the entire house and beat every minigame available, we even get a final jigsaw puzzle minigame before the birthday celebration ending screen. And sure, the whole thing took me only 25 minutes to complete, but who cares? This was kinda cute, and I can appreciate what it set out to do because it did it really well.
And now, I'm going to be very immature.
You've won a
Yeah, I did.
And this would not be the only time that the Jim Henson Company would dabble in the world of children's video gaming on the PS1, because they even did a few Sesame Street games to teach kids about letters and numbers. So let's take a look at all of them right now. First up, Elmo's Letter Adventure, because of course, a game teaching children about how easy it is to spell is best left to a show that looks like it should be called C-Same. So what do we do in C-Same Street Elmo's Letter Adventure? Well, it begins with Elmo reliving some flashbacks from the war, and then Ernie puts a bird's nest on his head. After that, we walk around left to right to talk to the other residents of the street, and they give us new missions to go all over the world and find the letters of the alphabet. And I've got to give it to Elmo, he doesn't mess around with what he wants.
Would you like to travel with me and explore the alphabet in a whole new galaxy?
The rest of the game is one thing that you do over and over again. You walk forward and no other direction, stop and click on 12 identical copies of the same letter you're told to look for, and that is it. I mean, you can move left or right, but if you do that, you'll be making moves on the wall without consent, so just don't bother. The game only wants you to hold forward and do the rest of the work for you, because you're a kid and kids are stupid. And adjusting the difficulty makes no difference either. Even if you go to hard, the only thing that changes is that instead of finding 12 copies of the same letter, you find 20 instead! 20! It's the same exact game, just longer!
You're doing great.
What are you talking about, Big Bird? I haven't found a single letter yet! Christ help me, let's go into Elmo's playroom instead. Surely there's something fun for us to do here.
We can do lots of fun things here.
Oh yeah, you mean like the one thing we can do? And by the way, it's a tutorial! That's it, I'm done. Let's move on to Elmo's number journey. Since we've now moved over from an adventure to a journey, surely that means the game will be different. I'm joking, it's exactly the same game, but with numbers instead. Ha 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 ha, what a funny joke. Okay, fine, you do go to slightly different locations and do jobs for different Muppets, but you're still stuck holding forward and then hitting X when you see the correct number. But at least when your son or daughter is done with the game, they'll know everything about the number 6 and nothing else. Furthermore, riddle me this, Batman. Why do these games have such a problem with allowing kids to freely explore in these 3D environments with smooth controls? Are they scared that they won't learn anything if they're able to move around these corridors like Spyro? Because when I can't do that, I can barely tell where I'm supposed to stop and click on the letters, which means that you end up making mistakes. Yes, mistakes in a game this simple. Preschoolers will delight. Will they? I beg to differ. I'm a grown-up, manly man, and my left thumb is already shattered after one level of this game from all the holding forward I've been doing, so God knows how a tiny human thumb would cope.
Caddy, I'm tired.
I don't care. I spent a lot of money on this game for you, so you're going to sit there and enjoy it.
My thumb hurts.
No! No, that's not enough. You will play you will hold that button and you will play this game and you'll love it, yeah? Don't make me get the belt out! Oh god, there's another one? Sesame Street Sports? Well, I mean, it's got Ernie wearing nothing but a towel on the front cover, so that makes it the better game by default. And immediately, I don't think we're going to be learning anything here, since the name of the game is Sesame Street Sports, yet the spine on the case can't spell and says Sesame Street Sport. We begin the game and wonder to ourselves why Elmo is in a leather collar. And once we get going, it's pretty simple stuff. Here you have a series of mini-games that have you doing a load of obstacle course races in different vehicles. It's basically the same thing for every character, but you can at least adjust your speed, move freely, collect tokens to beat your own score, try to beat your best time by avoiding more obstructions and going faster. You can even do stunts. As you go around the tracks, Big Bird and Elmo's commentary even teaches the kids about objects you avoid and the directions that you move on the track. It's nothing much, but it at least has more fun and educational value than most of the other games we've played so far. But confusingly, it's one of the pricier games you can find online. No clue why that is. It was probably Ernie's Nips, wasn't it? But if I were a toddler and I loved Sesame Street, I'd at least prefer this reaction-based hand-eye coordination training over mindlessly holding forward and pressing X when I see the letter Y. Holy fuck! Cookie Monster! This game is for preschoolers!
You know what else is for preschoolers? Easter Bunny's Big Day. You know what the Easter Bunny's Big Day is? Easter. So if that's the mystery that this game has, I think I've solved it. Easter Bunny has human legs. One day, a rabbit was jumping around and thought to itself, you know what, I don't have enough eggs. And then all of a sudden, a robotic egg jumped out of the rabbit's basket and said, oh, by the way, all you need to do to get more eggs is watch me walk around a badly compressed JPEG and complete minigames. And don't worry, if you can't solve any of these jigsaw puzzles, we won't give you a single chance to get it wrong, because here's where all the pieces go. Oh, what's that? This is still too hard for you? Well then, how about you press a button to let us solve the entire thing for you?
What's the point of playing this game then?
Looking at this, I don't have any Olympian 5-star Ritz Hotel celebrity chef levels of standards this needs to live up to, but I certainly expected more than just solving a million jigsaw puzzles and maybe playing 2 games of Catch the Egg or Match the Rabbit in the Egg. Yes, rabbits lay eggs, apparently. There are other disturbing implications in this game too, like where is the Easter Bunny during all of the game? Is he inside the robot egg? Was he liquidized and became the yolk? If the Easter Bunny's big day is Easter, which is only one day of the year, then why is he so unprepared and has no Easter eggs? Where do my extra Easter eggs come from when I solve a jigsaw puzzle? And for the love of God, tell me, what the hell is a zero wrap? The content of this game doesn't just end at jigsaws and a few catching or matching games either. If you want, you can go back to the main menu and replay the jigsaws in any order that you want. Or you can look at the pictures of the jigsaw puzzles that you completed in the story mode, but slightly bigger. If you don't want to do any of that though, at the end of the story mode, which will take you about 16 minutes, you have to wind up the robot because it dies, and then your reward for finishing everything is to watch the robot walk very slowly all the way to the school to give the Easter Bunny's egg sack to the good little boys and girls of Pissington Hill.
You know what? At this point, I'd rather go back in time to 1605. Sure, they didn't have any video games back then, but at least you could blow up Parliament!
You wanna know what the really fan bit is, though? I'm not done with baby games for the PS1. There are tons left to get through, but I'll save them for another time. Get excited, though, because for this video, I've been using my new hacked PS2 to record all of the footage you saw today, and this monster can play any PS1 or PS2 game from any region, which means I can play more USA exclusive games like Easter Bunny's Big Day, so get ready for Arthur Ready to Race and My Disney Kitchen, because I can play them now. I also need to get a working copy of Bob the Builder, because this one I have is wrecked and refused to work.
Bob the Builder, can we fix it?
No. And just like your daughter that you left unattended, I think it's about time we put this video to bed. But before I go, I have a question for you. Have you ever wondered why babies cry? Well, I'll tell you why. It's because they actually have vivid nightmares about their own future. And they can see their parents buying them these games. So the next time your baby cries, just remember that you're not fit to be a parent, and they're better off being a dirty orphan. There are so many games here that I haven't touched yet. But right now I feel like playing all of these. I don't know why.
Long ago, Old Yharnam was overrun by the plague of beasts and left to rot and decay.
It can't be any worse than in here. Can it?
There was no hope, there was no time, there was no room, okay? We'd already turned on each other by the time the hordes arrived.
I'll just go and get some fresh air and be eaten by a monster.
This doesn't feel right. How about I play more Animal Crossing instead? I feel sad now. Oh, what's this? Oh, look what I just got here. I got a springy ride on. You know what? I don't want to play video games anymore. I'm gonna go outside. Kids, see you later!
Where are you going?
I'm leaving and I'm never coming back! Huh? Oh right, I forgot! The world's turned into bricks! Well, I guess we're all stuck inside right now. So for all of the children out there that don't have any school...
On February 14th, 2005, at 9:13 PM, the internet domain name www.yo2b.compliance was created, and history was changed forever. Not just for internet culture, but for the world. It wasn't until April 23rd, 2005 at 8:27 PM when the first ever YouTube video was uploaded to the site, entitled Me at the Zoo. But when it did go public, the universe practically imploded.
Alright, so here we are in front of the elephants. Cool thing about these guys is that they have really long fronts, and that's cool.
It was an 18-second joke about a prick.
Whoa.
Nowadays we look at this as just a terrible test video made by one of YouTube's co-founders, but back in 2005 it was revolutionary for multiple reasons. To begin with, it was the first ever upload to what would become a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Secondly, it was about a peenie. And thirdly, it definitively proved to the world that YouTube was a website in which anybody, any single person, could make any video they wanted and upload it. Sound quality, visual quality, joke quality.
How come this stuff never happens to Captain Kirk?
It didn't matter! No more sending off and waiting for your VHS tapes to show up on home video TV programs to benefit big corporations. This website was called YouTube for a reason, because it was all about you.
What am I talking about?
And once the world realised this, everybody and their mothers took a shot at standing out for the sake of trying to get their 5 minutes of fame. And as the idea of an online video celebrity became more and more tangible as the years went on, even to the point of people starting careers off of their video popularity, a trend began of everybody taking a shot at going viral. From children to children, and even children. I tried it too. I made some videos when I was a kid. And you're gonna watch them with me.
So recently, my channel itself has had a complete overhaul with the way that I make videos, and judging by the view counts I've had so far, it's been going pretty damn well. So thank you all so much for that. Whoa! 540,000? That's how many teeth I used to have before the operation. So instead of capitalising on this, I thought it'd be way funnier to take a look back at all of the videos that started everything.
No, I'm not talking about my first ever game review.
And I am Caddicarus.
As beautiful as that is, because I already talked about that in another video years ago. I'm instead talking about the comedy and music videos I made even before that, which I very naively assumed would immediately get popular. The videos that I told my parents were worth me spending all my spare time doing because they would obviously do so well that YouTube would definitely be my career within 6 months.
months. I'm so sorry, Mum! Oh, hi, Mum.
I mean, can you blame me? If you can get over 500,000 fans by making a single video talking about an elephant's floppy, this YouTube thing must be easy. I've got this. Look, my camera quality is much better than that man's even.
Looking back, I really wish someone had told me otherwise. I needed the guidance. And I'm kind of guilty of tricking my mum and my stepdad into making them think that this was a valuable way to spend my time and that this was definitely going to be my career. You know, it was okay that I was spending every waking moment of every day making garbage fire videos because they didn't understand the internet, they didn't understand YouTube, but I did. Which is why I made the best damn videos on the website!
Don't let his squeaky toys on the floor again.
Okay, they're bad. Watching really old videos of yourself, whether it's something that you made or on ancient family home videos, is exactly like your first kiss. It's surprising, it's awkward, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth, and there may even be a bit of blood. But everybody's videos suck when they start out. You don't know editing software tricks top to bottom, your writing blows, you've got no experience, your acting is as convincing as a plastic slide, you've got no confidence in your voice, so it's okay. It's completely normal and understandable to be bad when you're starting out. Still though, that doesn't mean the videos you made all those years ago aren't unbearable, because they are. Everybody's are.
And, to be perfectly honest, with this lockdown we're all stuck in right now, I wanted to watch something that reminded me of the good old days. You know, the days where we could freely catch diarrhea and know that no matter what, we could use heaps of toilet roll with reckless abandon. The days where we could go out whenever we wanted and get a pint at the Volan Vacuum. The days where we could book a holiday and fly anywhere, even to Barbados. The days where gross people didn't bother to wash their hands that much, and so every time you went to a public bathroom, it was a lottery if you'd end up in the hospital afterwards. It was exciting!
The earliest video I have was made back in September 2011 when I uploaded my first intro for the channel to let people know how much I had planned ahead and how serious I was.
Oh no, what was that? Was that a record scratch? Are things about to get funny?
Nope, it's just a surprise reveal that my name is basically a pun because my last name is Caddic, so I thought that the username Caddicarus fitted really well with the name of the game franchise Kid Icarus, which I still haven't played yet. I don't want to play as a snotty little kid, even if he is an angle. This is pretty basic run-of-the-mill editing for someone who had just learnt this stuff at school, and this intro lasts for what feels like 30 years. You press the start button, the intro to the NES game slides in, the record scratches, the jigsaw transition scrambles the logo, here's my name, here's some mirrored explosions, there's my voice. Which back then I had to lower the pitch off by about 4 semitones because otherwise it would have sounded like Caddicarus. And for the cherry on the cake, I even used copyrighted music for the backing guitar chord accompanying the explosion.
For those wondering, it's the first chord of the song Cygnus X1 Book 2 Hemispheres by Rush. The best song title of all time, next to Kitchen Table by Stump.
By the way, yes, back then this was originally uploaded as a single individual video. Because it's just that damn good it deserved it. Yep, I'm happy I got rid of this one very quickly, so onto some actual content. Oh, wait a second, what's this? A rogue video file from my first ever £50 flip camera in 2011? Please tell me I forgot to delete a video of me popping a spot on my nose or something. How awful could this possibly be? What? Unfortunately though, after this, the first 2 actual edited videos I made for this channel, both of them being vlogs, have been lost to the sands of time forever. I can't find the files anywhere. That, and I smashed up the laptop those videos were on with a big hammer.
In those videos I was 16, but in the videos you'll be seeing today, I was 17. So yeah, I know, I technically wasn't a kid, but trust me, when you get to your 20s, you will look back at yourself and go, God, you're a stupid kid!
So anyway, the earliest Caddicarus edited video I have access to is this.
His name is Angus and he's out for bloods, and when he's on his walkies he patrols the moor.
Don't worry, Mum! YouTube will be a successful business. I'll have 1 million subscribers, you'll see!
Barking at another dog, barking at the gate.
If you couldn't tell, this is a music video about my mum's dog. Why did I do this? I don't know. Oh, actually, I do know. Because I was an imbecile. It sounds bad, it looks bad, I can't sing, and this was my idea of a joke back in the day.
Hey dog, what you doing on the window?
windowsill.
I know what he was doing. I put him there. I cover all the basics with a song about a dog, you know. Dogs bark, dogs eat food, dogs hate baths, dogs fart smell like grandma, and the video ends at a generous 1 minute and 27 seconds. Except it doesn't. So what could be happening for the remaining 1 minute and 15 seconds?
There was something dangerous on the floor. What is that?
Like all the great YouTubers out there, branding and facial recognition is very important. Mix that in with a
Dog saliva's just been all over my face.
funny personality, and I figured I was set for the rest of time. But of course, I missed out on the fact that the lighting is abysmal, the audio
God, I love the blue tag.
sounds like a burst pipe, and I'm just not funny at all. Like, I'm so not funny. And this isn't me saying that I'm hilarious nowadays and I'm so random when you get to know me, but I'd like to think that today my writing and presentation is miles better than...
To be honest, if I had my face blown off in war or something and I came back with this face transplant, I'd be incredibly happy. I mean, wouldn't you?
Unless, of course, it isn't, and this is secretly comedic genius way ahead of its time. And what am I doing with my voice? I don't talk like that. Why do I sound like Igor?
Hello there, chaps. Wanna see my doggy treats?
But I mean, humble beginnings, right? And I also tried my hand at an ending catchphrase.
If it is your birthday today while watching this video, then happy freaking birthday. And remember to stay beautiful.
Yep, this was the first time I said it, and continued to say that for nearly 7 years afterwards.
And please remember to stay beautiful. Want to hear something really weird too? Back then, I actually treated these vlogging segments at the end of the bigger videos as separate videos. Like, I edited them and rendered them as separate videos to be uploaded separately as like a part 2 to the original video. Because I thought that would net me way more views and I would get at least an extra $1,000. But I thought about it for a second and realised I was a nutcase, and so I decided to stitch those two parts of the videos together and upload them as one, which pleases everybody, doesn't it? You get the sketch, and then you get a bit of me at the end, so everybody can see everything. Everybody's happy. If you don't like one bit, you can skip to the end. You don't like the end, you can just watch the beginning. It's fine. I figured that was a safer thing to do, you know, just in case the extra $1,000 plan didn't work.
After this, I tried out my first ever comedy sketch. Enter my reaction to Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3's release, a video which is one joke. I find out that the game came out, get really angry that nobody told me that it came out, and then react appropriately. This is the only joke, and it goes on for 3 agonizing minutes. And most of it is totally useless filler anyway. I mean, I start the video playing Zelda 1 for no reason at all, and then I do this cutaway.
I'm just playing Legend of Zelda.
The Gold Cartridge Edition.
Am I bragging about owning a gold cartridge? They aren't that rare, James. Get your head out of your ass and put on some clothes that fit you, for God's sake. There's a few things I like about this video, though, as awful as it is. Firstly, it's the first time we all saw Ollie, who would go on to be my cameraman and partner in crime for other videos in the future.
Well, I figured you must have got it.
Nice looking at the script there, idiot. Secondly, this was the first time I properly started dabbling in action effects, like blood splatters and gun muzzle shots. I even replicated the kill cam from COD right here. And that right there, that was Ollie falling directly onto a concrete step. He went above and beyond for that shot. Let's just hope that nobody tried to break in when they saw my old house number perfectly visible in the frame. Thirdly, this shot here. I like it. It looks really cool. Fourthly, this moment here where I do a first-person shooter gag of pressing a controller to swap weapons. I'm surprised how smooth that turned out considering we had 3 pairs of hands to make that shot work. And finally, this moment here where my sister takes one for the team and properly rolls backwards down a hill, legs in the air and everything. Just look at her go. But the rest of it, no. Just no. The barrel of the gun is taped on! And it's wonky! It's facing the floor! Oh great, another vlog. And in this one, I was really hungry and you need to feed me. Feed me now. Feed me. Ooh, yeah, I could do with a bit of fresh meat. Feed me all of your knees. I could, especially knobbly knee. Feed me your knees. If you don't give them to me, I'll get them myself.
But how do you feel about the release of Modern Warfare 3?
Oh, shut up! And look at your stupid clean-shaven face! You belong on a packet of Pampers!
Post a comment or leave a video response. Hey, I remember video responses. Anybody out there do too? That's old school YouTube, you know. That was when, if you wanted to, you didn't have to just post a comment. You could actually reply to the video with a video of your own. This was a complete mess, and YouTube rightfully got rid of it.
So why don't you just click that button so you can subscribe?
Oh god, that was my old subscribe jingle. The painful, agonizing memories. The next video I tried to do was a parody advert for Monster Energy Drink, and you haven't seen proper acting until you have seen me reacting to the narrator for this advert.
Okay, Jim, this is a very simple scene here, nothing too complicated. All we need you to do is look through your bookshelves to pretend to find a game to play, and then all of a sudden, a voice off-screen surprises you. Got it?
Yes.
Okay, great. And action.
Hey, kiddo.
Right, okay, I'm having you killed.
Well, how about trying Monster Energy? Look at those pixelated artifacts all around the image. I was terrible. There isn't really anything I can say about this video. It's a parody ad because that's what everybody was doing back then, including Tobuscus, whose Namicus is very similar to Caddicarus. This video is just me talking about why Monster is so great, you know, how cheap it is, and using tons and tons of stock life quote images and
Awesome.
emojis, yeah. Oh, sorry, can we hear that voice one more time?
Awesome.
The rest of the video, though, is just, well, stuff like this. Yeah, everybody, this is how crazy Monster Energy makes you. You throw envelopes into the air and put shopping bags on your head. This is so crazy. You can't even bring yourself to flail your arms more in case you hit yourself and you got a boo-boo. Brewed by Poseidon himself to recharge your epicness.
And as far as I'm aware, this video was actually where a lot of my first 100 or so subscribers came from. I don't know why, but I'm not complaining. I mean, I got an audience with this video, so I can't be too mad with how badly it's made.
This drink is orange! I think I said it best myself when somebody tweeted me a clip from this video ages ago, and I said, no one needs to see this era! Oh look, it's Cookie Monster. Why is he in the video? Who cares? On to the next one, which is when I tried my hand at making a short film. A parody horror thing called The Cleaning. You get it? It's like The Shining, but instead of one verb where you're shining, it's another verb where you're cleaning, even though I suppose if one were to clean something, you would indeed make it shine, so this is basically the same as calling the sequel to Babe Hot Piece of Ass. Oh, nice one, Cads! Leave the script out, why don't you? That's the scariest part of the horror movie. This is a nearly 9-minute epic all about the day I discovered my vacuum cleaner could talk, and nothing of any value happens whatsoever until 2.5 minutes in, where we first of all find out I need to excrete. That vacuum cleaners can shat, and then we hear exactly what this vacuum cleaner sounds like when the dust bag is empty.
Oh, don't ever stand on that wire again.
Although the annoying thing is, there's nothing more I can say about this film. It's just 8 minutes of me mostly talking back and forth with a Hoover that has a mouth with no backing music or anything, spliced in with about 800 times that I look dead into the camera lens. Actually, you know what? Screw the script. This is the scariest thing in the whole movie. Oh, wait, no, I tell a lie. There's also this bit here when we're testing out if the Hoover can taste certain objects, and then I put my hand into the Hoover and it says,
that tastes like my mother.
Do you want to hear the worst sound in the universe? Well, how about this sound that I use out of absolutely nowhere in this part of the video?
I think it's time for a little payback.
Hey, look.
Why did I put that there? God, why did any of you subscribe? I unplug the Hoover, walk downstairs, get some biscuits, check you out because you so fine. Oh no, the Hoover moved downstairs somehow, and then that's the end. To be continued. Never.
By the way, if any of you out there tried to make a video about a talking vacuum cleaner, I'll sue you for copyright infringement.
On to the next video where I pitch shift my voice to match the Legend of Zelda theme.
And you know what? I didn't screw it up!
I mean, you could do without the pointless video effects. Look, we get it. You can use an editing software. Good boy. And maybe you should think about getting rid of the intro section. But yeah, this really did take me as long as it looked like it did. I am a little bit proud of this one, even though I could do it 5 times quicker nowadays. And let's be real for a second, that's a face that only a mother could be proud of. Other than that, though, this video is not one of the worst things I ever did, I think.
Down there, in the description.
These separate vlogs, though, they're definitely the worst.
Spread the word of CAD for me, that'd be fantastic.
Ooh, pray tell me, what exactly is the word of CAD? Oh, don't worry, I know what the word is. Knobhead! This video, though, meh, I can't hate this one, it's okay. It's that time I tried to channel my inner Mike Oldfield, but instead of being mega talented and performing one of the best instrumentals of the mid-1970s, I'm instead doing Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer with drumming that sounds like a broken down car. But still, I can't hate this one too much. Again, it's not one of the worst things I ever made. Except for, once again, the separate vlog bit, of course.
But Caddy, who gave that to you?
What are you laughing at? What happened that was so funny? Oh, and there's this one bit here where I'm talking absolute balls but can't stop looking over to my right. What is happening over there?
Have an amazing Christmas and stay beautiful. You eat as much as you want, but please just stay beautiful. Work off.
And then I made Arnold Schwarzenegger dubstep. I'm sorry. You know what? The weather is really nice today. Can we stop watching these and go outside yet? Indoors is good. Indoors is your friend. Remember to wash your hands, everybody. Ah!
Okay, I don't despise this one either. It's okay for an old video of mine. It's more in time than I was expecting as well, but this bit right here, that makes me want to fill my lungs with fluid. I'm also getting pretty sick of these goddamning intro and outro videos. They're the worst. Stop it! My favourite part of this vlog in particular, though, is when I start apologising to all my fans for the lack of a video for the next week because of a bigger project I was working on.
Next week, there won't be a new video, but the week after, there will be a new video.
Yes, Caddy, you've got to inform a whole audience leaning on your every word. All 43 of them. And by the way, don't forget to follow me on a badly pixelated transparenty.com.
Up until this point, I had been doing a lot of one-off videos and one-off sketches, but I wanted to have a recurring show at this point. You know, I was a big boy, I was experienced enough for that point, and this new show idea I had set around the same theme, I'll let me from 2011 explain it to you.
If you look down there in the description, you'll find a link to my Facebook page.
Oh no, look at my 2011 Facebook page. It's like looking at a first edition of the Bible. It's ancient, ugly, and I don't understand any of it.
And on this wall post, you have to put any genre of music and any inanimate object. And I will make a song for it and make a video for it for the next week. And it's going to keep on going and on and going and going and going and going.
Until episode 3 when I stopped it forever.
So, who wants to see episode 1 of this epic saga? Okay, well, you asked for it. Somebody asked me for episode 1 to do a country and western song about orange squash.
There is no point for your embrace because you've got a pretty face. And I can see orange squash from over there. My liver's polluted.
Okay, so this is as good as you can imagine it is. Somebody wanted me to do a country and western music video about orange squash, and I can't sing and didn't have access to any professional recording equipment, so what did you think would happen? Not only that, but me and my friend Tim at the time recorded this at a farmyard in the middle of January, so even though it's sunny out there, it was like 1 degree C or about 34 Fahrenheit. See that pain on my face? That was real. I couldn't afford cowboy boots, so I just went around with no shoes or socks on.
The good thing, though, is that after my feet caught frostbite, I got new robot feet!
Oh great, more vlogging?
I'm on a slant.
Yep, you sure are. I just wish you'd slide off of the camera.
I'm on a slant.
Oh man, I still have that phone. I tell you what, you kids got it lucky nowadays with your iPhones and your eye patches. We had to use these bricks back in the day. Do you guys remember texting with buttons? Do you remember slide phones? This one slides both ways.
My favourite thing about the country orange squash video, though, isn't anything to do with the video itself, but the files I used to make the video. I don't know why, but I kept every single recorded take during the recording of the song, and even the filmed vlog bits in case you want to hear a dog interrupt me.
I look pretty damn
or watch me do a big mouth fart. What are some of the recorded song takes, though? Let's check out this one.
I used to keep a close eye on my girl. Life was fun when she was around. There was no denying that our love was strong. Our bond was quite resound.
Okay, I regret clicking on that one, so what's going on in this one? Yeah! Something that is a little bit cool, however, is that this is the first ever use of my version 2 intro that I would use for my first few Caddicarus game reviews. That's a neat little bit of history there, like the Battle of Hastings. And speaking of countless amounts of people getting slaughtered, here's my second remix video. You know what? I don't mind this one too much either, and it took me so long to get right that you're gonna like it too, damn it. Everything here is in time, the beat is pretty catchy, and it's the first time anybody heard my subscribe jingle that I ended up using for like 7 years. But you have to watch me vlog again before you can hear it.
I can't apologise enough for the lack of a Randa song this week, but I figured that I had to do some sort of entertaining thing while you guys were just kind of waiting on that cliff ledge for me to do something, and I didn't do it, and I'm really, really sorry about that.
Yes, I'm so sorry to the whole 12 of you that were watching my videos back then. I promise I won't keep you waiting again. And while you're waiting, can I interest you in some canned body perfume? I wanted to let everybody know that I smelled really good.
Would you also like an egg? Because I've got one of them. I got egg.
You know the craziest thing about this remix video though? If you go to my second channel where I re-uploaded all of these parts of the videos, not the vlogs because they're separate videos, this one is ahead of them all by over 300,000 views. Maybe the public have the problem, not me. This leads on to another episode of Randa's song. This time it was somebody asking me to do a nursery rhyme about an ostrich.
Twinkle, twinkle, big ostrich.
You're funny.
And what exactly do you want me to say about this one? I'm dressed in a onesie, I'm wearing Crocs on my knees, I'm doing the ooh-woo voice, it's awful.
Ostrich, how fast can you run?
And for the cherry on top of this dump cake, more vlogging!
Anyway, that was the second Randa song, and
at least I end it in the coolest way possible by flinging my hat against the camera and the hat staying there. Oh my god, no way, I actually did that! That was the proudest moment of my life. So, looking back, that means I had no life. Like this woman right here, singing about sitting on the toilet.
Sitting on the toilet. Sitting on the toilet.
You know what this needs? A triple speed dance club remix. With trumpets. You know what? For being a 17-year-old that had no clue what he was doing, I think I surprisingly had a clue what I was doing here. Let's be real, everyone, this shit slaps!
I could listen to this all day. I think this is my favourite video by a long shot. Oh look, it's another vlog. Ah!
Sometimes I get silly sporadic speech impediments.
Did I hate my audience back then? Well, I think I must have done because the final episode of Randa Song goes out with a proper bang, rapping about a Bible.
Now, all cringe aside, I think this is the best quality video I ever made as a young teen.
Don't get me wrong, I still can't stand to watch this video and I still prefer the sitting on the toilet remix, but as far as like quality goes, yeah, this was definitely my peak back in the day. The camera work from Ollie is at its best, as is the camera quality. My effects aren't too awful and they're meaningfully placed, not like the Zelda pitch shifting video where I turned myself into a lampshade for most of it. The shots and the cuts that I spliced together were quite stylish, some of the visual gags I actually liked, and some of the rap lines I think aren't that bad either.
The number of pages, 1,300. I went to the library, I roared, I thundered. How many books is that? Don't give me a trick. Then she looked up on her data and she answered 66. Good God!
When I eventually did a vlogging video related to this one, I even tried rapping in that one.
I'd like to take this opportunity to say a thank you. Without you beautiful people, I just don't know what I would do.
Okay, that's enough of that.
This then, very sadly, leads us on to the final video of the original Caddicarus era. My swan song, my magnum opus, my requiem mass in D minor. How to pull birds.
Hello, my duckies, and welcome to How to Pull Birds.
Yes, what you just saw there was the birth of Q. And I still use that phrase occasionally today, just 10 times classier. So tell me, young me, how does one pull a bird?
Season 1, Trickstick Musicians!
Okay, as awful as this part of my video making career is, I have to admit I do really love that shot. That took us about half an hour to get as well. The timing with every type of bus and lorry that drove past, and the speeds they were going, and Ollie not having the camera ready, and it was a nightmare. The premise of this video is very simple. I am trying to tell this girl at a bus stop how I feel about her. And by the way, that's Ollie's girlfriend's sister. Wouldn't that have been awkward? But for some reason, I can't talk, so instead I whip out my phone, get the kazoo out of my pocket that I carry around everywhere because you never know when you need a kazoo, and gear myself up for a song. And with that final cure, that was it for Old School Caddicarus. I got around 157 subscribers after this, and then I gave game reviewing a shot, which all of a sudden took off, and I never looked back. All of this stuff, it was fun, it was a learning experience, but man, looking back, it was dreadful.
If you're sitting at home right now, stuck in isolation, not sure what to do, trying to find some way to kill the time, and want to give this YouTube malarkey a shot, just remember this. I'm not the only example to take notes from. We're all bad when we start making videos. We are all terrible, especially if you go into this with no prior experience to most of the software or the internet or anything like I did. So yeah, just keep that in mind. But the important thing, above anything else, is that you have fun. And in these trying times we're all going through right now, we need to take all the little bits of fun we can get.
Unless you've got plenty of prior experience of presenting, writing, video editing, how the YouTube game works, unless you've got any of that before going into this kind of thing, just remember that it takes a lot of time, effort, trial, error, and failure before you get into a groove with any style of video making. I mean, back then, I was so confused as to why nobody was watching or subscribing to me, because regardless of quality, I was grinding my soul into these videos while still at school, while I had multiple part-time jobs. So to see the videos flop or fail is heart-rending for a young person, especially when these videos could take you weeks upon weeks to complete. It makes you think that your work hours must reflect your success. But that's just not how it goes. And sometimes you can talk to channels with 1 million+ subscribers to this day, and they will say the same thing. Your work hours will not always reflect how well you do. In the beginning though, people will not go crazy for you and share you around because you're just not going to be that great. You're going to be rough around the edges, but embrace it. Use it as an experience to keep on improving, and eventually, you'll find something that makes you stick out, and the more you can compare yourself to the past and say, "Good God, what was I thinking?" the better you are doing. And hey, if you start YouTubing with the intent that it's going to become your career, you've already failed. I was really lucky. I should not have gone in with that mindset at all. I was kind of desperate looking back. It's kind of sad. If making your own independent content isn't a passion project first and foremost, you'll never improve. You'll just get depressed and frustrated. If it works out, then brilliant. Keep the ball rolling as long as you can. Keep improving on yourself. Keep an audience growing. But if it doesn't work out, you need to be in the mindset of it being no hard feelings, you tried, and you enjoyed the ride while it lasted.
I think you know what's coming up now.
If you think you're a hot piece of chicken before even being put in the oven to cook, the rest of the world will see how raw you are and pick you up and throw you in the bin with the rest of the spoiled meat. Ooh, speaking of which, my dinner's ready. So while I'm chowing down on that, I'm gonna find the next thing to entertain myself with while I'm eating and, you know, while I'm stuck indoors. What can I do now? Well, you know, I'll watch some game reviews that I haven't seen before. Yeah, I love a bit of a game review every now and then. What's going on with this guy?
In Tomb Raider 3, create a storyline in which Lara gets breast cancer. Imagine the drama.
Oh, you're a great-looking bathroom. We just need one more thing to tie the room together. Perfect. Hang on. In Animal Crossing, there's a urinal. Game theory. My villager has a wang. I think I've been playing too many games. Can I go outside yet? Oh, yeah. The world is still bricks. Well, if I have to be stuck indoors for another 3 years, I might as well catch up on my online video viewing.
But what to look at? I mean, have you ever stepped back for a second and realised how gargantuan the internet is, without even considering the size of the deep web? With such a canyon of content available to watch all over the internet, where does one start when they're looking for something new? Me? I look around on Twitter for those accounts dedicated to posting nothing but out-of-context clips. If I see some clips from things I've never seen before and they pique my interest, then that's the next thing I want to watch. I mean, yeah, most of these accounts are for kids shows that I really couldn't care less about, or old TV shows which are really difficult to start binge watching because they're hard to find online, like Scooby-Doo out of context, Sonic Boom out of context, or Hannah Montana. But every so often you'll find a pot of gold. And no, I'm not talking about out of context Saudi football or out of context Mamma Mia. Oh, I'm talking about out of context accounts of YouTube shows.
I'm getting you for this. Ah!
I am always in the market for binging on a new YouTuber, especially with that going on, and it's actually the out of context Chadtronic Twitter account that got me watching him in the first place. Sometimes all you need are a few brilliant out of context clips, and that says all you need to know about a new channel that you may or may not like. It cuts out all of the time and energy that you need to invest in searching through thousands of channels and thousands of videos that they'll have on their channels in order to find something that you want to see. Out of context clips for me are a brilliant advertising tool for new channels.
This smoothly leads me onto one particular Twitter account that really stood out to me during one of those days that I was looking for the next piece of internet media that I wanted to binge, and all it took was one single image to get me hooked. After seeing this, I desperately had to find the show that this review score grid came from. Can you blame me? It spoke to me. It was hungry for my eyes.
Oh! And after a little bit of research, I managed to find the origin of this image. It was from a YouTube channel known as Navigator. And on that channel, they hosted a show known as Gaming in the Clinton Years. Yes. This is real.
And that's not only the greatest name for a show I think I've ever seen, but on the Navigator channel, they decided to make it an acronym. So the start of every review video is titled GITSY, which sounds like a Russian fizzy drink.
GITSY. It's good for your spleen.
And you know you're in for something special when the names of these reviews are gems like Mask, the game, and my personal favourite, Ocarina of Time. I was incredibly lucky to even find this channel in the first place, because you see, even though I found these out-of-context YouTube channel clips of the show, this was never supposed to be a YouTube channel at all, and the show wasn't even originally called Gaming in the Clinton Years. It was originally an independent, low-budget public access TV show known as Flights of Fantasy, a video game discussion, interview, and review show created by this lovely crumpet known as George Wood in the land of Mary. He also had a few other people that sometimes did reviews, but those ones...
The basic strategy for dogfighting is an attack from behind.
...aren't very good. The reviews that George himself presented all throughout the 90s have become slightly infamous for being some of the worst of all time. Not necessarily for the opinions he had.
Super Mario World 2 is far better than the less than pleasing Super Mario World.
Sometimes, but for the schizophrenic writing that changes the subject every 5 seconds, tons of completely false statements, strange line delivery.
A ride on a tiger sounds like a lot of fun. Well, it is.
The constant contradictions.
That is one annoying flaw. So much for realism. Realism is getting boring in video games.
The fact that he could rarely finish any single game he reviewed because of how bad he was at playing them, so just use cheat codes to skip to the ending.
The following password will get you into the next level in Deathheim.
Jokes that fall so flat they make you shrivel up.
Music that has a totally cool beat.
And extremely questionable comments that make absolutely no sense to anybody.
In Tomb Raider 3, create a storyline in which Lara gets breast cancer.
What have I become?
We guarantee the gaming world would be shocked, stunned, and moved at the effort to make Lara's character more meaningful.
You know that Lara Croft? The millionaire explorer with handguns and a mysterious family history? I know how to make her character more meaningful. Give her a tumour!
The Navigator YouTube channel stands for the National Academy of Video Game Trade Reviewers, which is really bloody stretching it for an acronym. And all they did was archive all of the individual game reviews that were a part of the original TV show and re-upload them under the new title of... Gaming in the Clinton. If it weren't for this channel, then all of the reviews George Wood aired while wearing his PJs would be completely lost media. And I'm glad that they aren't lost, because these reviews...
Mario Kart 64 is fun to play, except when you're losing.
...are a sight to behold.
Very interesting.
All you need to know about how great these reviews are is that they were originally from a show called Flights of Fantasy, and then got renamed to Gaming in the Clinton Years. Why that name? Why that logo? What has Billy Big Boy Clinton got to do with anything video game related? Did he endorse this show personally? Was this some kind of weird propaganda? Why is his face used as the logo for a video game show?
What the hell could be next? Washing in the Lincoln Years?
And what about that pricky little theme song? I don't know if it's an original or if it's from a game or something, but god damn it, it matches the absurdity of the title card perfectly. Just think for a second. You're making a game review show. You name it Gaming in the Clinton Years. You plaster William's smirk staring right at you, and then include the most simplistic yet ominous 8-bit tune of all time that gives the impression of Clinton stalking you. And the title of this video today isn't lying to you. When I said I was looking for my next binge watch, I meant it. Which is why I plonked my ass down, got comfortable, and forgot I needed to wash that super glue off my pants as I watched 287 of these reviews.
Yuck, yuck, yuck.
287 of possibly the worst game reviews of all time. And as far as I could tell, this is every review available from Clinton's lapdog that you can find on YouTube today. By the way, 3 of these weren't presented by George, but you still got to see the plaque on Billy's teeth.
These allegations...
And you'd think that's all I would have to say about the history of this show. But then you go to the Navigator YouTube channel and notice that there aren't 287 videos on there. There's 1,322. So how many Clintons are hiding in there?
Well, if you know anything about me, I may not be stubborn, but I am extremely stubborn. So I went into the upload history of this channel and scrolled through all of the 1,322 videos to figure out what the rest of the videos were. And what I discovered is just as interesting as the reviews themselves.
Enter the Gecko is Gex's second Gex game. That will get you Gex-cited.
Okay, maybe the reviews are better. Out of the 1,322 videos, we already know that 287 are reviews, so that's easy enough, and then I counted a total of 767 videos dedicated to random B-roll, hints and tips, and occasional interview clips that have nothing to do with the reviews. You know, random cutscenes, endings, walkthroughs, intro cinematics, behind the scenes, promotion reels, stuff like that. And considering that most of these videos are less than 20 seconds long, most of these are really not worth talking about.
Illusion of Gaia. One of the best stories ever for a video game. Someone please turn this into a movie. Be forewarned, the pig sacrifice is a shocking, dramatic twist.
No joke, that's the whole video.
The more lines you make, the more points and surprises will come your way.
Wait, you get surprised when you play Tetris. What's there to be surprised about? Oh my god, it's a block! I've never seen one of them before! I mean, there's even one video here titled Metal Gear Solid Psycho Mantis, and with it being a walkthrough video, you'd think that it would give you hints and tips to finding and beating Psycho Mantis, right? No! What are you? The floppy old sack? In fact, what you actually get is 3 minutes of George telling you what happens in the story, and then you get 10 seconds at the end of the video explaining Psycho Mantis.
Just put your controller in the second controller port on the PlayStation. If you do this, he'll go down easily.
That's it, that's all he says, in a video titled Metal Gear Solid Psycho Mantis. And the gameplay on display here is quite frankly embarrassing. He wasn't even trying.
With the DualShock controller, you will actually feel his heart attack as the controller vibrates.
Oh! Yeah, help me! Call an ambulance!
What's wrong? What's wrong? Oh, false alarm. It was just my controller shaking.
Oh, good. I thought you were having a heart attack.
So did I. It's exactly the same thing.
Oh look, it's a load of kids. Let's ask them some questions. Tell me, youth, what was your favourite part of Donkey Kong Country?
Pretty cool and how they also made the Donkey Kong.
Your mother should have swallowed you.
It's a great game where they have all the great graphics.
You know when people said that video games rot your brain? I think they were right.
But you didn't see this coming, did you? I've actually been secretly timing you all for the last few minutes, which is more than enough time for you to realise that 1,322 videos, minus 767 unrelated videos, minus 287 reviews, leaves us with 268 videos unaccounted for. So what Billy Willies are hiding in those ones?
At this point, I had no clue how deep the rabbit hole was going down, but I was too far down to climb back out, so I kept on digging. And this is what I discovered. A lot of these remaining unaccounted videos are in fact duplicate uploads. No, not the same uploads added to the same playlist more than once accidentally. I mean that they're exactly the same videos uploaded twice to the same channel with unique URLs.
Now, to be a little bit fair, a lot of these duplicate uploads are actually different video qualities, which is probably why they were re-uploaded in the first place. But usually the second uploads only manage to improve from 240p to 360p. So that's basically the same jump as filming with a potato to filming with a peeled potato.
And as I was shifting through this muck, I decided to count exactly how many duplicates were uploaded to the Navigator channel and write them all down as I was going. As you can see, there was one for Mega Man Legends, one for Quest 64, one for Cool Borders 3, not too many all things considered. And then I found more. No, these are not the ransom demands of a kidnapper. This is how many exact copy duplicate videos I was able to count and write down as I was searching through the 1,322 uploads of the Navigator channel. Do you know how many there were in total? 268.
So yeah, I led you a little astray just then. Those remaining 268 videos I mentioned earlier, 268 videos unaccounted for. They're all duplicate uploads. I feel like I found the Zodiac Killer. How does this channel exist?
Even more insane is that a few of the reviews on the channel were duplicated not just once, but sometimes twice, like with Donkey Kong Country. You know, just in case you didn't agree with this review, you could always check out the same review again 2 more times. It gets even more confusing when you see some of the games have 4 of the same videos each, but 2 of each of those videos are the same reviews as the others, but longer. Mario 64's review is copied, but then so is Mario 64 Extended. Bubsy 1's review is copied, but then so is Bubsy 1's other review, which, no joke, is exactly the same video but with 1 added sentence worth of video length. There's other videos talking about completely different things to do with the same game that have very similar names but with added brackets that have no duplicates. There's a Zero the Kamikaze Squirrel review that's really short, and a much longer one that isn't titled as Extended but has the publisher's name in brackets so that you know the difference. They did a countdown video of the best racing games of 1999, forgot to talk about the sports games, so just re-uploaded the racing list countdown with a sports countdown stapled on the end. There are multiple playlists on the channel that miss out loads of reviews of the official show the playlist is for and include videos that have nothing to do with anything. Some of the reviews are 14 minutes, where others are as long as 30 seconds. There's a review here for the Marvin missions, but then there's a duplicate upload named Daffy Duck the Marvin missions, and every single review, no matter if it's an original or a duplicate, begins with that same bloody mix this all together and you're left with a channel that's about as clean as measles.
So to be more accurate, in order for me to check which reviews on the channel were indeed duplicates, I ended up watching not just 287, but in total 555 videos. I know, I should have stopped at number 402, but I needed to be sure.
Even better, if you check the first ever uploads made to the channel, you'll see that the Super Mario 64 review is actually number 386. So all of those 287 reviews I watched for this video, that isn't even all of them. No one knows what happened to them. George Wood is the Bigfoot of the video game industry.
Let me make this perfectly clear though. Any jokes I make today at George's expense are not meant in malice whatsoever. I genuinely love this show precisely for how bad it is. This is not a hate campaign, and I don't want anybody to harass anyone over this video. Besides, not every single one of these reviews has something worth talking about in them anyway, either because of their length, because nothing funny happens in them, or because they're just not that very interesting. But plenty of these are gold.
Watch this cool effect.
Shall we watch a few then?
We were kind of hoping to see mannequin piss in the background.
Okay, I'm already regretting it.
Anyway, no amount of urine can make this game viable.
So let's start off light. In this review of Chrono Trigger, George decides to not review the game at all, and instead just tell you how to finish like 5 of the quests, and then spends the next 6 minutes showing you random parts of the game.
You can get some food and then listen to Marl call you a pig. The next event, however, is not funny.
He even does the same with Final Fantasy VI's review, which barely reviews the game at all and just walks you through the main plot points.
Soldiers knock on the door, demanding to enter.
Or with Spider-Man and Venom Maximum Carnage, where there's no review at all, but they still decided to name it after the reviews and not call it B-roll. I mean, these reviews may be useless, but at least it's better than... In this review of A Bug's Life, our good friend George complains a lot about the seed growing system being bad, while constantly failing this jump, resetting the seed that he needs to make the jump, and then not throwing the seed closer to the gap that he can't make it across.
Hello?
Hello?
Ants can crawl anywhere. They don't need mushroom trampolines.
Yes, you're right. And you know what? Bandicoots don't wear trousers.
You know what I hate most about a video game? When the control is too responsive.
The control is overreactive.
Yeah, when I press a button, I want the game to do something 2 seconds later.
Wow!
Check out this here. If you click on the Bloody Raw 2 review, what do you think you get? You get a review of Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter, of course, and then 5 seconds, I repeat, 5 seconds of a Bloody Roar 2 review.
Many of the same problems plague Bloody Roar 2, so we'll just move on to Mortal Kombat 4.
I'm sad that I lack the imagination to make this up. It's better than this review of Devil Dice though, because there isn't a review at all, just the intro how to play cinematic, with a scoreboard just splatted on the screen. Come on, you can't do that! What do you think of the game, George? Let me into that broad and manly head of yours! Or at least let me sit on it. Your hair looks like a sofa. Ooh, what's this? A Final Fight 3 review? Except no, because all he does is say,
the game is not that hot, and neither is the ending. But we thought you might want to see it anyway.
The game isn't good, and neither is the ending. Now here's the ending. Whee!
Brave Fencer Musashi.
Excuse me, George, what was that?
Brave Fencer Musashi.
I'm sorry, George, could you say that again? I missed it.
Brave Fencer Musashi.
Oh, of course, that's my favourite game. I love Brave Fencer Musashi.
In one of his more famous videos talking about Castlevania Symphony of the Night, there's more to pick apart here than pulled pork.
With no in-game cinemas or anything.
You know, except for the plentiful voice acting.
What is a man?
Character building RPG elements is unique and impressive, but almost unnoticeable in terms of the effect on gameplay.
Okay, first of all, how could you possibly say it's impressive when you think it does nothing? And secondly, did we play the same game?
We got far into the game, but still felt far from the end.
Ah, well, you didn't even finish it. That explains a lot.
We also have a minor complaint about one aspect of the game's control. If you're standing still and you swing your whip, you can't jump until the whip has come all the way back to you. Now that's ridiculous, folks.
That's how Castlevania works, Georgie Porgy! In fact, if you think the RPG elements don't do anything, why don't you equip a faster weapon to fix this problem?
That is one annoying flaw. So much for realism.
Ah, yes! Realism! In Dracula's castle, with fire-breathing three-headed dogs and old giant rotting men made out of flies. Shame on you, Castlevania, you aren't realistic enough. Alucard doesn't even work in an office!
The camera will catch Princess Jean in the shower. As a result, the feisty gal will punch out the lens of the camera. Isn't that a hoot?
Why do I get the impression that this was based on a true story in George's past?
Isn't that a hoot?
Can I also bring attention to the fact that there are 2 Earthbound reviews that aren't technically duplicates, but one of them they did completely wrong, so just kept that one up and then uploaded a correct one? Seriously, on the first upload, the audio just cuts out completely after George says, "Burger shop!"
Arcade. Burger shop.
And they left this upload as it was. Navigator, I love you.
No one buys a game specifically for multiplayer options.
Well...
Gran Turismo wouldn't be the flop that it is.
Well...
We're all for good stories, but there are some established entities which defy that need. It's like turning Mario into a sports game.
Well...
The game would be better if we were treated with plot development.
Have you ever played a Mario game before? Now, if you've been watching this video so far, I'm sure that you've all noticed the garbage picture quality of these videos, but to be fair, this is something that cannot be helped. You know, it's like paying your taxes. Unless you avoid them.
Not only was this content some of the earliest of its kind, but this was back in the 90s, so you can't really help that everything looks like burned pastry.
The surprising challenge, even on Child's Play, makes this game too hard for the tots, but perfect for the pros.
But I do think they could have done a lot better with the sound mixing.
So he embarks on a mission to collect as many yarn balls as possible.
If there's one thing I love about watching my favourite game reviews, it's when the reviewer is trying to talk to me, but the music in the game is screaming at me at the same time. I don't know about you guys, but it makes me want to take one of these little things right here and push it right in further to the recommended amount.
Blasto. Yet another wisecracking hero, like Bubsy, Gex, Toomba.
Ah yes, because Tomba is well known for his constant wisecracks, with all of that dialogue he doesn't have.
Buster Brothers collection for the PlayStation. This blast from the past is, well, not worth busting your butt to get. Get it?
No, I don't get it. Please explain.
Buster Brothers. Bust your butt?
Oh, thank you for that. I was really lost.
Even though it's right in front of you. Tisk, tisk, tisk.
Tisk, tisk, tisk.
His rants will come in handy on many occasions. Adults will like this brain teaser.
And what? Adults will like this brain teaser and what?
The Legend of Zelda. Not as good as the original for some unknown reason.
You can't just say that! Why is it worse? Tell me, Georgie!
Cool, dude. Not.
By the way, can somebody explain the difficulty rating section of the reviews to me? Because I don't get it.
Take the Bugs Life review. 1 second he says,
the gameplay is very simple. You might beat the game in one sitting.
Then in the next breath he says,
the frustrating control has you fumbling around.
But then the difficulty is rated E. Does this mean an E rank is too easy? Does it mean it's too hard? Does it mean it's unfair? Does it mean it's too imbalanced? Help me, Georg.
You are stupid.
Okay, Georg, you didn't have to be mean. Why do you feel like to say I really hurt my feelings?
And how about here in the Armored Core review?
All you do is kill enemy robots. That task is usually way too easy, despite the very poor play control.
So it's way too easy, and yet you give the difficulty a C? What scale are we working at?
We did not review this title as a game. It's not a game. It's an interactive music experience.
Well, if that's the case, then why did you bother rating any of this? There is no gameplay, so how can the difficulty be rated a B?
But with the guide, we were able to beat the game in 1 4-hour sitting without saving.
So wait, you give the challenge an A ranking, which I guess means the challenge is high, but how can you say that when you outright admit that you just followed a guide and finished the game in 4 hours?
Georgie, Porgy, Pudding and Pie kissed the girls and made them
cheat at video games.
We changed our challenge rating of the game to a C, mainly because we beat it unexpectedly.
That sentence right there sums up everything perfect about this show. They so rarely ever beat the games that they review that it surprises them when they do.
We want to show you the entire game, but unfortunately, we just don't have the time.
He couldn't even beat Search for Reptar. The game takes 45 minutes.
Yeah, this is it, lads. I'm gone. I'm out of here. I don't want this anymore. It's sending me. I've been sent.
We're not quite sure if we'll ever beat this one.
I mean, look, if you're stuck on the easiest level of Disney's Tarzan,
we could not pass the Stampede level without cheating and using the Game Shark.
Then you probably shouldn't be left to review Contra 3. That's all I'm saying.
And you should not have to jump onto a vine to get it moving. Anyone who's ever climbed a rope knows you can wiggle your body and get it moving very quickly.
What are you talking about? You can do that. Did you try pressing the move buttons while you were there? No, the buttons that make you move.
First of all, lower the difficulty level to 1 star and change the number of rounds to 1.
Imagine if nowadays you had to read a review from a journalist that couldn't beat a tutorial level. Damn! This is exactly what watching gaming in the Clinton years is like. It's like you're watching a carpenter hammer his thumb repeatedly while complaining about the fact that he didn't buy any nails.
I mean, just look at this Johnny. He's right next to the base easiest enemies in Doom 1, and yet doesn't fire back until a good 3 seconds later. And then when playing ODT on PS1, he decides, you know what, I'm just gonna run right off the edge of the cliff and blame the game for it.
Falling off cliffs is rather easy when the camera doesn't show them to you in time.
Did George play all of his games blindfolded?
It is unknown whether the actual gameplay is more like Tomb Raider or Doom.
Okay, maybe he didn't. Maybe he's just blind.
Ever since Tekken, swords and axes have become a staple in fighting games.
Oh yeah, because Tekken 1 is so well known for their characters with weapons. All 2 of them.
Like I mentioned earlier, George is also quite infamous for going completely off the rails about anything.
Just get over it. This is the age of South Park. We don't like South Park, but we do like Resident Evil 2.
Like in this review of All-Star Baseball 99, where he gets quite irate about the names of one of the stadiums.
Why does every game, with the exception of Ken Griffey Baseball for the N64, list the Baltimore Orioles Stadium as Baltimore Stadium? They have the correct name, so what's the deal? Are the Orioles so pig-headed about the use of Oriole Park at Camden Yards that they only let Nintendo use the name? That really stinks.
I mean, I don't know what he's talking about. Maybe it's very serious and political, but come on, dude, I'm not gonna boycott a video game because the name of a baseball stadium isn't correct.
The Orioles have the sun on the top of the scoreboard. Instead, this game has an imitation, El Sol. Another title, Griffey Baseball, has the sun.
Okay, well, now I'm boycotting it.
We had a lot of fun creating 3 fat black ladies fighting 1 skinny white turd. You can head towards the waterfall and listen as it gets louder and louder.
Okay, well that's pretty technical, isn't it? I don't think I've ever seen a game do faded audio before.
In Super Mario 64, you can do just about anything. It is, in fact, like jumping into the movie Toy Story.
Okay.
Oh god, I mentioned it, didn't I? The Toy Story review. This is one of the more popular ones on the channel, and for good reason. It's completely psychotic.
When you pop in this game, the first thing you notice is the poor edging on Woody.
Oh yeah? That's the first thing you notice? You will not get a 7-minute review for Toy Story as a game. Instead, you get an incoherent and disconnected rant all about Silicon Graphics computers, and it's just as enthralling as it sounds.
The Toy Story movie was done with Silicon Graphics computers. We don't know, however, if the game actually used Silicon Graphics computers. Why didn't Disney Interactive use Silicon Graphics computers? Disney Interactive did not use SGI computers. Donkey Kong Country was created with Silicon Graphics computers.
Then we once again roll around to the fact that the game is too hard and that you have to cheat, and apparently
this cheating brings victory much too quickly to warrant spending your money. People don't spend $60 on a game they know they can beat.
So if that's the case, then why do you complain when a game is too hard? By your logic, doesn't that mean the game was worth the money? George, you've got to cut out the aspirin. Your brain is getting confused, and you're starting to look like Chandler Bing.
Speaking of action figures, take a look at this one. It's a takeoff of Blanca from Street Fighter 2. Also notice the similarities to other Street Fighter characters on the package design. Aha! We caught these guys ripping off Capcom. Anyway, let's get back to Toy Story.
I think George was grown in a tube.
The real star is the level design. Laura would have nothing to do but inflate herself.
Speaking of inflation, in his Pandemonium 2 review, he even goes completely off on one about Nikki's chest size, and it's glorious.
She's much more, well, endowed. I wonder if there's a limit to the size of those things. I guess there's no limit to the imagination. The knobs in question are noticeably bigger. The game itself depicts your character too small to see anything major.
What are you on? And could you give me some, please? Because I want whatever makes you give Cool Spot nearly a 10 out of 10.
Play it loud and stereo, dude.
Oh boy, what do you think he'll say about the Virtual Boy? I bet he tears this thing a new one. Go on then.
Red Alarm is the best Virtual Boy game there is. Red Alarm is a 3D flight game that mesmerizes all who play it.
Oh, come on, man. Look at this. You can like it if you want, but this is objectively terrible. It's a load of transparent lines.
The depth of the 3D graphics is outstanding. You will perceive real distances.
How could you possibly perceive any kind of depth with no textures? How are you seeing depth? Are you a being of corporeal form? What does George think of Formula 1 on PS1? Well, he thinks that it shouldn't have been a simulation game, and then asks this question that's on everybody's mind.
Why not have a game where you have to find and drive to the hospital before your wife delivers her baby?
Did you see that coming?
Will you get sick of running into walls just because these kids can't walk right? Maybe, maybe not. You might get a kick out of it.
Oh, so that's why he wants a game about driving his pregnant wife to the hospital, because as soon as the baby's born, he can beat it.
Why people actually spend $80 to beat a bunch of sprites into the ground when they can do it for free on a real live human being.
Okay, red alert. Watch out, everybody. George is inciting domestic violence. George has lost it. Everyone's not safe anymore.
Sometimes he doesn't even need to go off the rails during the review. He can start the review totally off his nut. Like with the Final Fantasy VIII review, when he starts the entire thing off by saying,
I hope one of the lovers dies.
Or in the Star Fox video where he starts off saying,
Andros will be by far the most awesome villain you'll ever encounter in any video game. He will remind you of Stephen King's The Lawnmower Man.
Or in the Ocarina of Time video that may be lumped in with the rest of the reviews and titled exactly the same way, but begins like this.
Our review of Zelda won't air until mid-January.
In many, many, many occasions, George even begins videos as reviews for about 20 seconds or so, and then just gives up and gives you a walkthrough, or a cheat code to skip to the ending. Tiny Toons, Pinocchio, Mega Man X, Jurassic Park, Mickey Mania, King of Monsters 2, Joe and Mac, Secret of Mana, The Mask, Super Star Wars, Bugs Bunny, Rabbit Rampage, all of these and more are structured exactly like this.
And out of the entire catalogue of videos on offer, I could only find one in this particular style I'm about to look at. A versus video. Now, if I told you I was going to pit Super Mario 64 against any other video game of that time period, what in the world do you think it would be? Take a guess. Did you say Resident Evil? Because that's what they did.
It seems as though the battle between the Nintendo 64 and PlayStation will be directly related to players' choices between Super Mario 64 and Resident Evil.
Oh yes, because these games are just so similar that all of the people out there will only pick one or the other for their platforming fix.
But which is better? Well, let's go through this point by point.
Oh god, I can't wait to see what you pull out of your hole here.
Mario has camera motion during gameplay, but Evil only has it during the hands-off cinema scenes.
You can never move the camera in Resident Evil.
Evil has real voices for its characters, but Mario and his friends are mute.
What the hell are you talking about? Mario never shuts up in that game.
Hello! Game over! Ravioli.
Did you play Mario 64, or did you watch the beginning of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?
Mario doesn't require you to solve impossible puzzles to win the game, but Evil has you solve tons of them. Actually, you won't solve tons of them. The game is virtually impossible without the hint book.
Can you do basic math? Can you add 2 and 3 together? Because if you can do that, you've solved the puzzles in Resident Evil.
So what's the bottom line?
Oh, is that it? Is that all we're comparing? We're at the bottom line already? Okay, cool. See you next week, George! And by the way, apparently the platforming game Mario 64 is better than the survival horror game Resident Evil, in case you were wondering. But we are really sick of Nintendo 64 games having no dialogue.
And real voices make Mario 64 more than worthy of your time.
Nothing at all. It's disgraceful.
And the contradictions, my Christ, the contradictions. Half the time, I don't even know if I should buy the game or not.
At least it's harder than the piece of cake Mario 64. That little chore is extremely difficult. Stars are hidden everywhere.
And I'm not just talking about contradictions between the writing and the gameplay, like in Newman Huss Racing, where George complains that the game is way too easy because all the tracks are way too straight.
90% of the tracks are straight, resulting in a very low challenge level.
Only to then drive dead straight into a bend and give up on the game. I'm talking about the contradictions in his own sentences that he writes during the same reviews.
Everything about this game is top-notch. The game is virtually impossible to beat, making it overwhelmingly frustrating for younger players.
Okay, so is Einhander any good?
This title could very well be the best shooter ever made.
That sounds good if it's the best shooter ever made. Maybe I'll give it a try.
While not as fun as Star Fox 64.
Oh, never mind.
The most exciting part of the Indiana Jones game is the cinema scenes. They're amazing.
What? Still images?
Boring interstate scenes.
Oh, okay, don't worry. Apparently still images are now terrible.
While the dual stick control is ideal for situations like the rowboat, it seems unnecessary for actions like swinging a net to capture wayward monkeys. Swimming controls are way too fancy and cumbersome for their own good.
Oh, thank God you told me that. I was about to spend 50 quid on the game this weekend.
The control isn't bad, perhaps not even awkward.
But no matter how many contradictions you come across, nothing will prepare you for the Millennium Falcon.
The Millennium Falcon.
Or when gaming in the Clinton years believes in an opinion so strongly that they stick to it despite all of the backlash, and then have to make another video addressing the angry fans, such as what they did with Final Fantasy VII. The original review they did of the game is, to be honest, quite tame, especially considering how beloved that game was when it first came out. They basically say that the game from a design standpoint is exactly the same as the previous ones, that the story isn't massively engaging, and that the sound and music aren't very good. All fine opinions to have, even if you disagree with them, but the funniest things about these two videos together is that the original review is presented by a totally different person.
Square certainly had to make some sacrifices to make Final Fantasy VII a reality.
And then George rides in on his shiny white steed ready to defend those opinions in the second video, which says to me that he wrote the original review, knew that it would get hate, and so hid behind another presenter for the video review, and then got in a big fight with that other presenter after he took the backlash, forcing George to come on with an apology video. To be fair to the guy though, he stands by all the original points they made and even expands on them a little more, so fair play to them for not backing down, and to see him say this with a totally straight face makes it worth watching all on its own.
Final Fantasy VII is far from the near masterpiece that game critics and fans have been calling it.
Yeah, suck it, nerds!
Whoopie freaking la-di-da!
One of my personal favourite comments he ever makes though is in the Star Fox review, where he says,
"The play control is so good that you'll actually notice how good it is."
The control is so good that you'll notice it.
Password will allow you to start the game with everyone saved except Morticia.
Okay, seriously, what is the point in giving anybody a review if all you're gonna do is ignore the entire game except the very ending?
With the code STCJDH, Bubsy can skip into stage 16 and encounter the Queen Woolies.
You can't call yourself a gardener if you jump over your neighbour's fence, steal their flowers, and then plant them in your own garden.
Even though Bubsy is easy, the game is still excellent.
Well, first of all, you like Bubsy. And second of all, of course the game is easy, because you tried the first level, died over and over again, and then skipped to the final one. Is this person real?
The Addams Family has got a cool ending. If you use the password, you'll get there in no time flat.
Dude, you've essentially spent $60 to look at a load of rinky-dink 16-bit fireworks that look like spit. Why are you so proud of yourself?
Maui Mallard is fun and easy, and with passwords for each of the 8 levels, the game goes quickly.
Well, of course it goes by quickly, because you skipped all of it!
A classic for the Super NES, but easy to beat with a code.
Oh, is it really? Is it easy to beat the game? With a code? You don't say?
We're not sure, but we suspect there are 14 worlds with 3 levels each.
Well, there you go. You see, if you keep skipping the entire game, you're stuck with just guessing how many levels the game has. You can't do that!
That will send you straight to Dracula without playing any of the levels.
Jesus Christ, I think I'm going mad.
This same code will give you 5 lives.
Oh, great! I've always wanted to know how to get 5 lives.
Cute, but again, cheating spoils all the fun.
So don't cheat then, you muppet!
2 secrets in the first level can destroy the otherwise outstanding difficulty level.
You don't need to use the cheats! Is someone forcing you? Are you addicted? Do I need to call a helpline?
The only way to win is to cheat.
And when it comes to this marathon video of quick Super Nintendo game reviews that he does, my god, the cheating comments are so plentiful it's borderline a parody video. I actually don't know if this was a joke or not.
You can cheat to see all the endings, a breeze to beat, but only if you cheat. You can win fairly easily by cheating. Beating the game is a piece of cake with the hints. Expect to win only with major cheating. Really hard to beat without the codes. Hard to beat even with codes. You've got to cheat to win.
And on occasion, if he doesn't decide to skip the entire game he's reviewing, he'll just use demo footage from the boot up screen because he can't play Spot Goes Hollywood or give such useful hints like,
"To succeed in this battle, you must avoid the boss effectively and hit him many times.
Gee, thanks! I didn't realize I was supposed to hit the boss and not get hit by the boss.
Bad players will think the play control is poor, while good players will think the play control is good.
Gee, thanks! I didn't realize I had to learn the controls before I got good at the controls.
The key to success is to reload anytime you're not shooting.
Gee, thanks! I didn't realize you had to reload your gun to get more bullets.
Doom it.
Press triangle to capture the cubes, press triangle to capture the cubes, press triangle to capture the cubes, press triangle to capture...
Whoa!
A small team at Gaming in the Clinton years even tried their hand at adding their own voices to some video games cutscenes to show us just how funny they were.
5 seconds till self-destruct. 4, 3, 2,
Guys,
1.
I think we should take the time door.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's go. Quick.
Good idea. Let's go.
Now. Whoa!
And speaking of being funny, yeah, we've seen a lot of the jokes that these guys tried to execute throughout these near 300 reviews.
I'm starting to get the heebie-jeebies.
And where I do indeed understand that comedy is subjective,
you know how we love lame humor.
I personally found myself laughing at every single one of them.
The bugs are bugging him, which is ironic because the bugs are bugging a bug.
But not for the reasons they want.
A trapdoor opens up and I'm thrust into the depths of the basement of this old, disgusting, roach-infested building. Just kidding.
Whatever happens though, this is still public television we're working on, so we have to cut down on the profanities.
That snow speeder kicks a major you-know-what.
Okay, so before I go clinically insane, I think it's about time that we wrap up Gaming in the Clinton years. And boy, what a trip that was. I won't lie, shifting through the mud of over 1,300 videos to pick out 287, but then watching 555 in total to make sure that the copies were actually copies, yeah, that was brain melting, but I hope you got a laugh out of it, because I sure did. And again, do not harass anybody over this. This video is not a hate campaign, because let's be honest, the more hate you send towards people like this, the less that we'll see of it in the future. Cringeworthy or not, let people express themselves, because otherwise you won't have anything to cringe at, will you?
Namco Museum Volume 5 does include a kinky, I mean, kinda cool gallery.
Did George just let slip that he thinks the Pac-Man Museum is kinky? Well, I mean, to be fair, Miss Pac-Man.
As far as George Wood himself goes though, well, I don't know what he's up to. The dude has basically no internet footprint, and now he looks like Conan O'Brien on bath salts. Teeth. There's a few relatively recent interview videos floating around, and the Navigator channel tried doing this weird alternate reality game thing related to him, but I don't have a clue what any of it's about, something to do with HD editions of full episodes of Gaming in the Clinton years, I'm not sure. But then again, just like George Wood's fantastic reviews, I don't want to be sure.
Demon's Crest, easy to beat. Or is it?
I want to be left in the dark. I want to be confused, because it's more fun that way. And it makes this show seem all the more like a lost episode creepypasta that aired on TV, scared everyone, and then disappeared forever. Did George Wood even exist? Is he real?
The lack of chasmic jumps. Chasmic may not be a real word, but it should be.
Your guess is as good as mine.
And before I go, I'm going to show to you now, in its entirety, the best review on this channel. Enjoy. And remember, everybody,
if you don't play this game, you're not a true gamer.
Hi, I'm Compost. I'm starting to go stir crazy. Is the world still bricks? Oh God, please. Please stop looking at me. Where is that hand coming from? I'm getting desperate. I need something to do.
Hey guys, and welcome back to Let's Get Fit with Kentucky Dick.
Make sure you do a proper warm-up before you start and play the game at a level... I don't need a what? I'm ready! I'm ready! Give yourself plenty of room to move around, because move is my middle name. Copy tips movements to move the cursor up and down. I did it! I'm fit! How old am I? God, this is getting personal, isn't it? Well, if you must know, if you couldn't tell by my get-up, I am actually 25 years old.
Okay.
It's a boy! Okay, I know. This isn't why you're here. You saw the title of this video and then jumped on to see Will Smithfish and the funny green man opening the door.
And that's great if that's all you're here to see, thanks for stopping by, but what other jokes can I make about the cultural impact of Dreamworks animated movies? What initially began as the edgy anti-Disney and Pixar studio made solely to stick its finger up to the iceberg that Walt is living in, Dreamworks Animation have been responsible for some genuinely excellent 2D and 3D films when all they cared about was being better than Michael Rat. And then Shrek happened. I don't think anybody predicted how massive Shrek would become, even DreamWorks themselves, but as soon as that happened, the company eventually lived long enough to become the villain. And if you're asking me, they ended up worse than the company they were already making fun of. Countless celebrity voice actors to bump up ticket sales, chart-topping pop songs for the soundtrack, pop culture references so dated that they brought your granny back to life and murdered her again, and of course, the inevitable, the inescapable video game tie-ins.
When Shrek 1 came out, I was 6 years old, so at the height of DreamWorks' popularity, I was the prime target demographic for all the video games that started flooding in, all based on our favourite, lovable, timeless children's films. I played so many of these games back then, so I thought it'd be fun to revisit them today. But the scary thing is that I don't remember liking any of them.
I mean, give Disney their dues, they at least have plenty of great titles across all consoles that you can imagine, especially Mickey Mousecapade and Disney Sports Skateboarding. But DreamWorks animation games, they were absolutely everywhere in the early to mid 2000s. You couldn't escape them. They were like a fart in a car wash. But barely any of them were any good. Barely any of them have given me fond memories. And today, we're gonna find out why that is, aside from the obvious reasons.
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna get this over with, because I haven't been able to stop thinking about that face for 3 weeks. So let's start off with Shark Tale for the Xbox.
Behind every little fish is a great white lie. What? You mean like this game being a 7 out of 10? The disc boots up and we get to see a pus spot with legs pulling on a chain, and looking at it makes me feel sore and itchy.
I've got a spottum on my bottom.
The first screen has this, and this on it, so we're off to a great start. But I mean, at least the main menu screen looks pretty cool. It looks all underwatery and like a big, bumpy and wibbly. I also really like the transition screens between all the different levels. This looks really cool. I just wish I didn't get to see this shark's gums. I feel very uncomfortable. There is such a thing as too much gum, and that is it. The first mission of the game is essentially a glorified QuickTime event. You see an arrow and move towards it. Nothing more to it. And it really loves to reuse exactly the same lines.
I'm gonna die! I am gonna...
So we dodged the shark for a while, unable to decide which fish I'm supposed to be scared of, and then we did it. I guess that was the end of that. Turns out we were only dreaming though, big shock, and so we're treated to a cutscene with plenty of full screen shots of the fish faces, which is closer than anyone should ever be. So Will Smith Fish over here, who's not voiced by Will Smith in the game, is late on his rent again, so unfortunately we're now being repossessed, which can only mean one thing: another minigame.
You could use your dash to circle them 5 furnaces before they smash on the ground!
Oh. I hope he's not a recurring character.
Luckily it isn't another QuickTime event, but it isn't exactly thrilling. You spin in circles around your belongings thrown out of the window to catch them while listening to Ziggy Marley.
Because every little thing is gonna be alright when you're being evicted.
I'm not sure what's more sad though, the fact that we're now technically homeless, or that somebody opened a shop that's very nearly Wang's Delicious. Oh, finally, 3 levels in and we can finally explore the ocean, which is exactly what the back of the box told me I could do. Let's go, fishy wishy! Okay, we can't.
This is the first game I'm looking at.
I can't move. What's going on? What are you doing? Ah! This game controls like urinary incontinence. It's just constantly freaking out and completely unable to hold itself. This is easily the most spastic movement I've ever seen in a game, and that's when you aren't getting stuck in every crevice you can find. Moving is uncontrollable, and trying to attack enemies with specific weak points is a pipe dream. It either doesn't register the attack, or you get snagged on some other random speck of algae in the sea to stop you from moving. What are the enemies in this game? Well, whatever the game decides is an enemy. Seriously, the enemies are barely distinguishable from the other innocent civilian fish, and when they are a little bit more obvious, they appear from off camera all the time, ready to make Will Smith Fish's face look worse than it already is. And don't get me started on how great the sound design is. I can't put it into words. It's just... Oh look, this guy was a recurring character after all. Oh joy.
You'd find this a lot easier if you used your dash!
Well, I'd find you a lot easier on my ears if I kicked your ass!
So here I am exploring the ocean streets as best as I can for this stage. However, there are not only multiple path diversions to flip the x-axis, but there are also invisible walls everywhere, making it impossible to get a mental map of this giant level in your head. Even with a map feature, which even has bends in it. Bends in a 2D game. I have no idea which direction I'm supposed to be moving on this thing. Has anyone got the salt and vinegar? I want to put this fish out of its misery. Also, to get your health back, you go inside inside houses and then come out again covered in hearts, which means that somebody in that house is going down on this. And what is all of this for? A mission where I've got to find 3 copies of the same identical fish that then magically transform into 3 completely different fish, and then have to clean up graffiti around the walls that should already be washed off since we're submerged in the water. Next level time, and we've got a cutscene here explaining that there have been shark sightings near the city, and since Will Smith Fish is the closest one to talk to, he gets asked on TV how he feels about this, which logically leads to a Dance Dance Revolution minigame featuring this face laughing at you. I mean, this is just sad, isn't it? Was it kids' game lore back in the day for every game to have at least one terrible and delayed rhythm game? At least he's happy with the mess he's made. After this is another game basically exactly the same as the intro missions, but you're going away from the screen instead of towards it, and this is followed by the worst stealth mission I have ever played, because you can go as fast as you want and alert as many guards as you want, as long as you hide immediately afterwards, wait for about 2 seconds, and then speed off again right into the front of everyone's vision. The entire level lasts for just over 30 seconds. I'm not kidding. Shark Tale is a classic example of throwing everything at the wall and nothing sticking. It's a kid's game, so you gotta give them the variety or they'll get bored too quickly, but I don't care about that. I'd rather have one gameplay style done right, thanks.
And all of these issues wouldn't be so bad. But this game is so damn ugly.
Ugly, ugly, ugly. Even the health bar face picture is ugly. How do you even do that? At least we're all underwater right now, because that means you can't see the tears in my eyes.
Well, that was horrible. So do you want to know how to ruin somebody's day in 2 steps? It's easy. Step 1, give them Shrek Treasure Hunt on PS1. And step 2, remind them about Blue Waffle.
Right off the bat, I'm not exactly a fan of Fiona's face right here. She looks like she just realised who she shares a bed with.
Oh, hey, no, get out of there, Tomb Raider. Shrek's got some treasure to find.
Now, what do we want to pick? Do we want to select, seleccionar, selectionaire, or
Valen?
Okay, so as it turns out, the person I eBayed this game from didn't look after the disc very well. I don't know why. But because of that, all the cutscenes are a little bit terrible. It's okay though, because we can still get to the menus, and judging by this music, it sounds like we're off to Shrek's funeral. Maybe the intro cutscene won't be as borked as the other ones though. I feel optimistic, so what's the story here?
Princess Fiona arrived.
Oh. She did?
And you know what? The funeral procession song at the start menu was fitting, because this game is dead on arrival. My lord, this frame rate. Is this a video game or a book? I'm stunned that this looks and runs as poor as it does for a PS1 game released in 2002. But that doesn't matter, because I've got 10 blocks of cheese to find. This then unlocks a room for me to go into in order to play a minigame, and the name of this minigame is Purgatory, because it never actually loaded, and this drowning bug in the corner was left to slowly die in its own filth forever.
Right then, it's time to give this disc a clean.
Right then, let's try again. 10 cheeses into the minigame room and... nope, still nothing. Okay, time to give the disc another clean. Voila, we're in! And aren't I glad I finally got it working? No, because this game is my armpit. Shrek for the PS1 is a weird platforming party game hybrid, where in the platforming moments you can run and jump. No, that's it. Enemy coming your way? Tough luck, sunshine, you can't attack back. But then again, they can't really hurt you either, they just kind of knock you to the floor. Ah! So what's the point of any of these sections? I really don't know. You collect items to unlock more minigames, but since the item collecting part is a smelly pit of nothing where you can't do anything and takes so long to collect anything, it might as well just be a level select. And I'd rather it be a level select because this part of the game is as appealing as soap scum.
That's some good scum!
Even if you took this part of the game away though, it ultimately doesn't matter. The minigames you unlock are at best unimaginative and at worst totally wretched. From copying simple button presses to moving your cursor over to a ripple in the water to catch fish and reel them in. Very slowly. 9 times. Oh great, the fish got away for no reason at all. I suppose that means I should reel the line in at the same speed as I would do if I had the fish on the line, because the fish might change its mind and go back to the hook! This is one of the worst games I've ever played, and I'm not even exaggerating. Just to give you an idea how unenjoyable this whole package is, you could spend up to 15 minutes wandering aimlessly around this jittery wasteland with no obstacles to avoid, looking for random items, only to unlock a terrible minigame that lasts all of 20 seconds, and then you're back at the slideshow again. But at least there's a button you can hold to walk, in case the whole thing wasn't moving slowly enough for you! Or you could do exactly the same thing and then be treated to a minigame that lasts yet another 15 minutes, not because it's deep or fun, but because it just doesn't get to the point. Oh look, Shrek has something to tell me. What's that? Oh, great. This frame rate is making me ill. I can't be the only one getting eye ache here, can I? Why did they release this in the state that it's in? And why do the lily pads in the water look like floating kidneys? Okay, I'm just about done now.
I don't want to do this anymore. I want to go outside. Well, as scary as everything is out there right now, at least I know I'm 100% safe indoors. Oh, God!
Don't be fooled. You aren't safe.
Hey, sec. What's that noise?
Oh wow, look at that bee over there!
Wait a second. That isn't a bee. It's a hand passing me bee movie on the...
Ah yes, from one meme to another. What better way to rinse my brain out than with jumping 2 console generations from PS1 to Xbox 360. Contains no material likely to offend or harm. Thanks for the warning, bee movie. I never would have figured. So B-Movie the video game was developed by the developers of Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled, Beanox, and I'm convinced that they were picked for the sake of a pun and nothing else.
Oh, and don't worry, that is not the only bee pun they have. I've got some too.
I hadn't heard about the video game.
It's both challenging and entertaining.
Well, you know what, lady? You're a lying cow. Because this is without a doubt one of the easiest games I think I've ever played. You get an achievement for getting into a car. No, not driving the car, getting inside the car. And you even get an achievement for pressing the left trigger. I wish I was making that up. You can hijack any car in the whole game, actually. This is more or less a kid-friendly version of BTA. Even better, there's no consequences for that either. You can even steal cars that are already being driven, and the bee that you take it from just drops whatever he's doing and becomes your chaperone.
Yeah, give me the wheel, lady. I feel like drinking the bodily nectar from my enemy.
You know what this game reminds me of sometimes? Banjo-Kazooie. Well, I mean, I'm assuming it's a collectathon at least, because to be honest, I didn't really play the game. It was way more fun to break it into pieces. That is, of course, when the game isn't pestering me every 30-odd seconds, yelling at me to go to an objective marker.
I'm still waiting for you over at Hunter.
Like, come on, you give me this huge world to explore and won't shut up until I comply? I'm afraid I'm gonna have to be a naughty man and disobey.
You really should get a job.
Well, you should really walk around the bin. No, stop it! No, don't invite your friends! Get your weird cloned granny lovers off of my porch! I want to crash my car. Who's the unlucky insect in the way today, then? Oh, yeah, it's definitely you.
Get ready to feel my stinger, bitch!
Oh. Well, that was disappointing. Just gonna drive a little bit further, push you into the corner, and... yeah... I think I'll leave you there. You know what? All the residents of this hive are totally screwed up now that I think about it. I mean, what in the blazes is going on over here? Hello? Are you melting? Is anybody gonna help him? Ah! Ooh. No worries, everyone. He buzzed off. Do 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 whoop. Do 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 whoop. Okay, so I hijack this guy's car, force him to crazy taxi me over to my objective, and that was a grave error because now he's following me to the ends of the earth and is stuck in the lift with me to continue the story. I'm terrified. He looks like he's about to unhinge his jaw and swallow me. After this, I decided to actually try playing the game, and once I ignored my surroundings and went from point to point, that's when I noticed that this is a job simulator, and it is horrifically dull. I get it, they want me to fit in with the hive and do my job like a good little subservient worker bee, but I'm one step ahead of you, game. I don't want to be like every other bee, so I'm gonna go back to my boring house to watch boring TV and look at boring pictures of myself duplicated 3 times on the same boring table. Oh look, it's another game where I have to move away from attacks as arrows appear on the screen. Is that feeling deja vu? Or have I eaten too many olives again?
At least after this, you get to go outside and explore the park with a pollination gun, sucking up all the pollen on the flowers, spraying it all over the dying flowers, and fighting off dragonflies. There's just one problem with this, though.
The game turns into Elvis Presley before he died, unable to move properly. A PS1 game of Shrek I could at least understand the choppy frame rate for, I suppose. But this? Are you telling me the Xbox 360 is struggling to run this frog and children that have been dipped in wax? This performance makes this part of the game unplayable, especially when the camera has a total mind of its own.
I'm gonna move on to the next game, I think. Aww. Yes, I know, you want to see more bees. I mean, who doesn't love a bee? But B-Movie the video game is starting to make me cry. Like my uncle. When they caught him.
Moving on to Shrek again, but this time on the GameCube, here is Shrek Super Slam. Oh no, Shrek. Please don't slam me in my soup. The game begins with Donkey trying desperately to get his dragon-donkey hybrid offspring to sleep, which immediately makes me remember that they somehow did it, so I take the game out and throw it in the bin. After that, we see Shrek reading some bedtime stories to try getting the kids to sleep, and then cut to a story of Puss in Boots going to the bar and asking for some
milk.
You then discover that this is, in the simplest of terms, 3D Smash Brothers, but But instead of Cloud, Bayonetta, Mario, and Solid Snake, it's Humpty Dumpty. You spend all of the matches mixing light and strong attacks together, grabbing and throwing opponents, picking up weapons and guarding into dodge rolls. And for a little difference to Smash Bros, you have to land successful hits to build up a smash meter, which, when full, gives you a limited time to activate a unique smash attack for each character. For each person you hit, you get a point, and if you get hit by someone else's smash attack, you lose a point. Yes, believe it or not, this is actually a mechanic that PS All-Stars tried to do, but if you ask me, it did it worse. Move aside, Kratos, Gingerbread Man has the better game.
Are they dead? I mean, more dead?
Instead of collecting smash attack orbs from beat up players and then losing your own orbs if you get beat up yourself, meaning that you could go back and forth for hours before anybody gets a single point, this game just lets you focus on landing hits and avoiding hits in a fast-paced race to see how many times you can build up your smash meter and get a point by hitting the opponent. It's very simple, to the point, easy to pick up. The chaos that unfolds whenever you smash other players can be extremely enjoyable. There's tons of different challenges to complete to unlock new characters for the multiplayer, including Humpty Dumpty with the greatest idle animation of all time. Oh god, not him! And since there's no singular plot to go through with one narrative, the story mode has some genuinely entertaining scenarios for all the fights, just because they make them up as they go along. The only problem I have with the story mode is that all the computer players went to McDonald's and got the lobotomy combo meal. I played this game for hours when I was 11 on the PS2, and I can totally understand why. It's a decent game. But yeah, the story mode, unless you want to play something so easy that it makes you feel like a fetus, I wouldn't bother.
Speaking of fetuses, Over the Hedge on the Xbox. Because that's where I throw the fetuses.
The game starts with the lowest quality JPEG logo I've ever seen, followed by the game saving my save game. After this, you know what? I don't know. You get no explanation on what's going on. It's been years since I've seen this movie, so if I had to guess, this is the ending of the movie that we're starting on. But Christ on a bike, how do you think that idea came up?
Okay, so how do we start this game? With the end.
Yeah, the game just throws you into the middle of a story and doesn't contextualize anything. You're breaking into a house for some reason, smashing up the garden for some reason, and then stealing food for some reason. This goes completely wrong, and then the game's second story begins with you having to go and steal more food for some reason. Either this game has no plot or Kojima wrote it.
We've got to stop him before every animal on Earth is capped.
Too late. I already capped my dog last night.
This was another game I remember playing for hours as a kid, and after revisiting this classic from my childhood, I don't get why. Not because it's a bad game or anything, but because it's so boring. What you have here is a basic beat 'em up with puzzles, if your idea of a puzzle is doing a big fart on a rat. You get given a dump truckload of levels here. Some of them are about 10 minutes, some of them are 90 seconds, and there are plenty of one-off minigame levels just like in Shark Tale. But the big difference here is the main game connecting these moments together. This isn't an underwater fit simulator. This is a 3D beat 'em up with extremely light platforming. You run painfully slowly, you jump, you hit things with one button, you have a special attack button that you need to build up, you can find armor to use and get extra weapons that last not very long, and you have no control over the camera, meaning that all the stages feel limited and extremely cramped to the point of making you go but like, it's not awful, it works, it looks fine, it's just so by the numbers it's upsetting, and there's absolutely no flourishes anywhere. Was there supposed to be sound there? There's no special transitions between the levels, there's no fancy animations on the text, and even during the game, none of the weapons feel like they have any oomph to them at all. Look, I'm just saying that if I'm playing as a skunk with a hammer, I want to feel it! I did it! I did it! Can you please take a step back? I can smell you from here.
Today's haul puts us over the edge.
Don't you mean over the hedge?
In fact, what was it that I said earlier?
Not because it's a bad game or anything.
Well, no, I take that back. This game sucks. The only thing it has going for it is beating up mammals, and often the game doesn't even require you to do that. Unless the objective tells you to, you can ignore everything everywhere and run by to the end of the stage, only to be greeted with,
"We're all meeting at the end of the street. See you there."
The greatest lip syncing I think I've ever seen, so I'm gonna throw over the hedge, over the hedge. Okay, what have I got to look at next?
I'm out of here, I'm gone. Thanks for everything, House. Satnav, please take me as far away as possible from over the hedge on the DS.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
Why not?
Your destination is behind you.
This is Hammy Goes Nuts, an exclusive for the Nintendo DS. Featuring Hammy.
It's the best game!
Just when you thought it was safe to go back to the burbs, he saw you. And if that wasn't enough to turn you away, then maybe the most horrifying intro cutscene I've ever seen will. What's with this hairy meatloaf slowly and creepily nibbling away at this tree? I feel like I'm about to be jump scared. There are 3 save games already on this cartridge, and not a single one bothered to play the game past 0%, so now I'm very excited. Oh, and the music on these menus has really kicked up a gear. I'm starting to get hyped now. Do you want to know how Hammy did indeed go nuts? Well, I'll tell you. By controlling everyone else other than Hammy and doing exactly the same stuff as the Xbox version of the game, but without any fighting, running 3 times slower, while tapping on random objects with a touchscreen to make the animals vibrate, and while this man looks like a sheep! This game is just insipid. There's nothing to it. You drag yourself agonizingly slowly around the area like you're pulling a lawnmower backwards. You tap on an item to pick it up, wait for the game to show you exactly where you need to put the item, and that's it. This is a puzzle game where the puzzle is already solved. And if the game doesn't show you where to go, it's okay, because that means the item belongs less than a foot away from where it was supposed to be already. Hammy Goes Nuts for the DS is just like my pencil. There's no point. Why is it even called Hammy Goes Nuts? It's got nothing to do with Hammy on his own, or his nuts. Did they just use Hammy's name and face to sell copies? Was he the most marketable character? Do kids really like this face? Or the inside flesh of a squirrel's cheeks? I mean, fair enough, you control him to start with, but the story and objectives have nothing to do with him. The other characters control exactly the same way he does, and by the way, the game is about us working together to steal food because we don't have any, and yet none of the animals will bother to lift a finger until I give them snacks. We don't have any snacks, that's why we're here, you cretin! Hey, does anybody remember Turbo? The Dreamworks animated classic? Turbo? Well, they made a game about it. I don't know how to transition to it.
Hi, I'm Barry, and if you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault,
Ah, look, it's Turbo. The snail.
Turbo. Super Stunt Squad, baby.
I need a parent.
I honestly don't care what any of this stuff does. It makes sense that this is a racing game, so let's just go straight into a tournament.
Tournament! Jesus, where is my parent?
Right, so who do I pick here? Burn, Turbo, Whiplash, or Smooth Move? Are they Breeds? This guy's the one, no question about it. Now for a more important question. Do I want bad stats, or bad stats with one stat that isn't as bad as the other stats? Yeah, I think I'll go with that one. I'm on the start line, I'm ready to go, and... oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god! I've played some bad kart racing games in my time, but I honestly think this one may be the worst I've ever touched. Do I even need to explain why? Look at this splat. I'd prefer making an icicle out of my own piss and shoving it in my eye. One of the most important things you need to nail in any kart racer before anything is how it feels to drive. You can't be too realistic like it's a driving simulator, but not so wacky that it's uncontrollable. So Turbo does the next best thing, and just takes physics out of the equation completely. You hold accelerate to go forward at one speed, and then turn to the direction you want in order to change where your forward is going towards. That is really it. It is so rigid. There's no slipping or sliding, no weight. I feel like I'm racing with a washing pole. The back of the box doesn't lie either. Instead of selling the game to you, it just tells you 2 things that the game has. You can race, and you can pick a character. Yep, that is all you can do. To be fair, yeah, that is the only 2 things the game has going for it, but if the back of the box doesn't give a shit, then why should I? Oh, by the way, favorite characters? Oh yes, from the animated classic that everyone remembers so fondly, my favorite characters were Roly Poly and Eyes on a Dick. Supermarket trolleys move with more grace than these things, and I'm not even sure if I'm doing something wrong or if the game is just awful. Maybe it was me? I don't know. Let's try another race. I'll pick Turbo this time, and I'll take my grip down all the way. Maybe that's why in the last race I was as stiff as my nan's arthritis. Let's see then. Okay, so we're coming up to a ramp and...
No. I can do this. It's a kid's game about racing snails. I've got this.
That all you got, garden snail?
No, I'm done. This game is making me way too salty. Which is a good thing, because I can use that salt to cover the snails in it and kill them all!
But Jesus, where do I go from here? Have I hit the bottom of the barrel? Is it only going to get better from here? How do I rinse the taste of a bad kart racer out of my mouth?
Why don't you try out another racing game?
You know what? That is not actually a bad idea.
Your family hates you.
No matter how bad another racing game is, it will look like a masterpiece compared to Turbo being immediately before it.
I am going to cut you.
Thank you so much, Tiddy the Teddy. What would I do without you?
Why did you give me life? I'm in never-ending pain. Please end it.
So here we go. Ant's Extreme Racing for the PS2. Don't ask me how he got into Extreme Racing. I think it might have been the crack. Okay, so this is the best idea for a racer I've ever heard. You take a movie not necessarily made for kids, all about communism, propaganda, individuality, the politics of war, and exploitation of the working class for the benefit of the self-proclaimed strongest, and then turn it into a kart racer for toddlers. You know ants? No, not the movie, the insect. Don't kids love ants? They're gonna go crazy for this game. Get the ants off of the picnic and put them in a race car. And for the cherry on the cake, the game was even published by Explosive Diary. Now, you may think that £3 isn't that much for a PS2 racing game based on the movie Ants, but this is actually the most I paid for any of the games in this video so far, so my expectations are through the roof. Just gonna open up the case and, oh well. That's just lovely. Whoever owned this before me really likes ants. And it's also reassuring to know that we're playing a classic from Lisp Games.
Lisp, because our standards strive for excellence.
Okay, I know I jest, but you know what? I actually think this is the best game we have so far. I'm stunned. Or should I say, stung. As ridiculous as the idea of a kart racer based on the Ants movie is, which is the same thing as making the Prince of Egypt a first-person shooter, I'm shocked at how good this game is for a kart racer that was universally hated when it came out. I mean, sure, everything else around the gameplay sucks a little bit, like the bland menus, barely any voice acting, and terrible soundtrack that doesn't fit with anything going on the screen.
Oh yeah. This gets me in the mood for Woody Allen.
But the rest of it I really think is well done. You've got multiple vehicle types for races, allowing you to drive, climb, board, run, or fly. Great controls for all of those types that all feel different from each other. You get really great tracks with creative obstacles and plenty of shortcuts. You get kick-ass power-ups like the oh-so-satisfying boost. You get some really damn good graphics for a 2002 PS2 game. I mean, look at these character models. And if you get hit, the responsive and zippy control style even allows you to correct the spin out. This is a good game we have here. What's up with you, Metacritic? You got ants in your pants? Check out the level of detail even. All the cars are being powered by slave insects, which is very sad actually, but also so cool. And all the wheels are made from shirt buttons and eraser heads. There's a gag at the end of every race too, showing you what position you came against every other ant in your colony. Basically, if you can get your head around how stupid the idea of a Sylvester Stallone and Christopher Walken kart racing game is, I really think you might like this one. A 3-lap driving race in the rain.
Careful now.
I can't really make any jokes about this one. It's a solid racing game, so I guess I'll save my progress and come back to it some other time. And my name is Funty.
Up next we have Kung Fu Panda on the Xbox 360, jumping back up a generation. But before we get into it, I just wanted to quickly show you a free-to-play 3D online turn-based multiplayer battle game that came out at the same time as the movie.
It was called Poe's Kung Fu Challenge, and it looks like that feeling you get when you step on Lego. And now the 360 version. Luxoflux. Yeah, that's right. What? What's right? Welcome one and all to the world of Kung Fu Panda, a magical world full of ugly screen tearing, screaming pandas, and geese that spin around on invisible record players. Then they break their necks. This game is essentially a hack and slash platformer with light and heavy attacks that you can mix together into combos, special moves that require energy to use, weapons that do immense damage but break very quickly, a guard and a roll. So imagine if Bayonetta was made for 5-year-olds instead of people with the horn. Now aside from a terrible first impression and the jank present in some of the graphics, knock me down and call me Fanny. This isn't actually all that bad. I mean, it's simple, it is a kid's game after all, but I can think of worse ways to ease a kid into the world of Devil May Cry. There's even upgrades you can purchase in between the stages with the coins that you find, and after one level, I decided to invest everything into a fully powered belly flop. Wanna know why? This snaps the game like a twig. I'm murdering every small enemy in one single flop. But come on, it is incredibly satisfying. Even if you don't want to do that, you can always roll into a ball and bowl everyone over. This is pretty sick stuff, lads. Do you think that a giant wooden hand endlessly thrusting against a wall would be covered in your rent?
Bo, you were great!
Gee, well, thanks so much, kid!
Overall, Kung Fu Panda, I'm pleasantly surprised. You're okay. You're nothing more than okay, but you are okay. Just like I said to my eldest stepdaughter yesterday, I'm shocked you're not a total failure.
Do you want to know how to train your dragon? Well, if you do, there's a video game that will teach you. Twice.
So why am I playing How to Train Your Dragon 2 and not the first one? Believe it or not, it's because I couldn't actually find the original on any secondhand stores online in time for this video. Maybe it's a rare game or something, I don't know. But what I do know is that the first game's box art makes it look like Toothless is flying through an anus, so I'm glad I'm not playing it. You've got to love the box art for the sequel though. Oh dude, what should we do for the cover of the second game? Oh, I know! Make Toothless fly in the other direction. And that's it. So what's going on in this game then? Little bit? Oh, Little Orbit, thank Christ. So after a little tutorial with perhaps the most annoying guide I've ever heard.
Yeah, now tail steer. Oh, yes.
We then get to fly through rings. Oh dear. But the question is, who do I pick? The dragon with a low, annoying ringing noise? Or the dragon with a high, annoying ringing noise? After the tutorial, you're then left to your own devices to explore the giant island of Berg. That's actually what it's called. And you know what? This feels great to play. The graphics aren't exactly handsome, but the performance rarely drops, and the flying controls make you feel like you are darting around on the back of a real dragon. Because I know what that's supposed to feel like. But once you start following objective markers and getting into the actual game, it unfortunately sucks its thumb and dumps. Out of the entire 45 minutes I played, I had one game of breaking targets and one game of grabbing sheep to put them in different sheep houses, but the rest of them was nothing but flying through rings. Lapped races while flying through rings, time trials while flying through rings, sheep stealing while flying through rings. I can see why this game was made by a company called Little Orbit, because when something orbits, it flies around in a ring. I am fine with a few ring courses, especially for a flying game like this, but nearly every single match of anything I played here was just flying through rings. I know the back of the box says that it's mainly a racing game, so maybe I was expecting too much, but if this was a racing game first and foremost, they could have at least staved off the repetition by giving me different courses to fly across, not flying through rings on the same island over and over again, often with other dragons who love to throw you off your dragon, and yes, it is very funny, so thanks for making me laugh at the floppy teenager falling down a cliff. Aside from getting bored though, do you want to know why I eventually had to stop playing? The voice of your main character.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah. Mayday. Uh-oh, mayday. Hey, yeah. Mayday. Uh-oh, mayday.
And then to top it off, most of the races sound like this. How to Train Your Dragon 2, coming to theaters on World Deaf Day. Donkey!
Oh look, it's Shrek from Dreamworks Animation's hit comedy family film franchise called Shrek. What do you want?
Ogres have... And then we sat down together and played Shrek 2 on the GameCube. I was going to take a look at this Shrek game on the Game Boy Advance, but one look at this bloated cucumber was enough to make me change my mind. And so we move on to the GameCube again with Shrek 2, another game I spent hours on as a kid playing co-op with my sister on the original Xbox. This is about as standard as you'd expect for a game about a green woman with a dress that you can look up. It follows the movie more or less exactly with linking storybook segments and gives you a lot of varied levels where you switch between up to 4 characters at once with unique abilities and special moves in order to work together, solve basic puzzles, collect items, fight enemies, and knock off objectives from a checklist during the level. Like mugging Robin Hood in the forest. Great, that's all done then, so what does this item do?
This potion makes your team invulnerable for a limited time.
Oh, great. Would have been nice if I had that oilier.
Also, these cutscenes
ogres eat nature, not parfait.
Aren't very good.
There once was a motley crew who asked if I would let them through. I'll open the gate for you and your mates if you will bring me
a Jew?
Fairies.
Oh. Well, I suppose they are both pretty magical.
Oh, and another thing, the partner AI in Shrek 2, it's as dumb as bricks.
Oh god, I didn't say that out loud, did I? I'm sorry, I didn't mean it!
I mean, look at this. I'm heading off to the top left here, the way I'm supposed to go, and then all three of the other characters just bugger off and leave me to go the direction that we already came from. Where are you going? One thing I do kind of like, though, happens at the end of each stage, where everyone gets their chance to finish off with a short closing minigame known as
Hero Time!
Yay! Every playable character gets a go at least once in the game, and they're a pretty humorous way to end things off. Unless, of course, it's the most annoying thing in the world. I am not a fan of the minigames involving Shrek having to pick up and throw things, though. They reuse this game way more than they have any right to, and they are so slow. In fact, the whole game in general is pretty slow. What is it with Dreamworks games and either being so fast I have a seizure or so slow that my arteries clog and my heart stops? I'm starting to get sick of this speed. You move as fast as crawling maggots, and it makes the simplest and most elementary of jumps feel almost impossible sometimes. To conclude, though, I mean, Shrek 2, it's still alright as a movie tie-in game. I mean, you throw chickens into a pot to boil them alive and pop the eyeballs out of slugs to eat them. I can't hate a game that does that. Look, it even has that bit in the movie where Puss in Boots tries to do the cute eyes.
What have we got next, then? Shrek Super Pup, another Shrek game? No, I'm gone. I'm done. I'm living in here now.
Yeah! TDK! TDK stands for Tickle David's Knickers. I mean, the game doesn't look too bad so far. There's some nice FMV at least, and... Oh God! Who signed off on these, and why?
A beautiful princess.
I know beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but that doesn't apply if your head is the size of Saturn.
Shrek just wants to be left alone.
And the best way to do that is by getting together in a big gang in order to play multiple fecal minigames to win bugs and then trade them with opponents in order to match high-numbered bugs together and then do nothing with all of the bugs. Did that work? Do you feel alone yet?
Please put your hands together for Shrek.
Now what?
Shrek Super Party, if you couldn't tell, is Mario Party, but with a very important twist that makes it stand out. It's bad. You move around a board, activate minigames and battles, and make events happen by landing on certain spaces.
Look out, Shrek!
Oh no, I'm about to die. The only issue with all of this, though, is... Okay, that's a lie, there's thousands of issues, but one of the many is that you get a choice to pick a totally different board from everyone else, for starters. So that feeling of competition as you pass each other and interact on the same board is non-existent. Like Pinocchio's soul.
It's time for an epic battle.
Oh man, I'm so excited!
Donkey rolls a 9, but then only moves like one space and then has to give all his bugs away. Lord Farquaad is eating his own face. There's absolutely no surprise elements because every space and what's on them is shown to you before you make the roll. The dragon looks like it was made from cardboard boxes. There's no sabotages you can perform or different directions you can travel for strategy when landing on certain places. Donkey's jaw is dislocated, and the entire game ends after an hour of stupid boredom with nothing but a poxy 6-second cutscene. Shrek, you may have Mario's weight, but you'll never have his spirit. Or his tash, so give it up. Oh golly gee, drink my wee, I got a high score! What's my name? Elm.
Uh-oh, Shrek, off to the evil bog!
Oh no! Oh dee.
So, what do you do when you have too many characters to work with? You stick them all in a kart racer. What else? Look, you get to play as all of your favorite characters like Marty, Alex, Shrek, Donkey, and you had better make sure to spell carts with a Z, because the youth love bad grammar. They're crazy for it, so make sure you do that. You don't want them to come over to your house, spit on your shoes, and call you a wiener. So I'm picking the only circuit race that's available to me. All good there. And which character should I be? Hiccup, Skipper, Donkey, Bob, Alex, or Shrek, who can barely fit in his own cart with his knees knobbling out and doesn't even look like he wants to be here? Do you want to know what playing Dreamworks Superstar Karts is like? Very simple. It's Mario Kart, but not fun. The drifting feels terrible, like you're spreading butter on a lumpy bit of bread, and the turning feels as restrictive as anything. I mean, I can forgive a lot of unoriginality in a kart racer, but if the core of the game, the driving, doesn't even feel vaguely fun, what's the point in playing it? Am I driving go-karts or cutting paper with blunt scissors? This is horrible.
Oh, and by the way, I just unlocked Toothless.
Look at the state of this. Just look at the state of this. Why was this put here? Who greenlit this idea? Why does Toothless look like a long black sausage? And why does he sound like that time you heard your neighbours going at it through the wall? This here is 150cc. This is the fastest that Dreamworks Superstar card will let you go. I thought 150cc stood for your engine power, not 150 crappy crepes.
Ever wanted to play as a giraffe that flies around like a helicopter?
Well, if you do, maybe Madagascar on the GameCube is the game for you. God damn it, I've seen this stupid kid on this stupid moon so many times now that I want him to fall off. Welcome to Madagascar, the movie, the game. A beautiful world where children wear hats bigger than their own bodies, living dinosaurs eat policemen, and poo in the toilet is green. My god, what did they eat? This game was developed by Toys for Bob, and yes, boys and girls, the same team responsible for the brilliant Spyro Reignited trilogy also made Madagascar on the GameCube, and they had a theme song that sounded like a load of puking clowns running after you. Just like Shrek 2, Madagascar takes us through a revised retelling of the plot of the movie, and the first stage sees us playing as Marty the Zebra, exploring the New York City Zoo while collecting coins and power cards, the things that you need to unlock new abilities and progress through the game. The thing is though, you don't actually unlock anything. You get it for the single level you're on and every level after that, but with no other level whatsoever, which murders the replayability. If you play any stage of Madagascar, you are playing the exact same stage in the exact same way. Even if you finish the game and go back to level 1 to grab something you might have missed, you lose every ability and need to unlock them within the same stage and get the stupid cards all over again. Even better, the way you collect these things is insultingly easy. They're basically always in a line next to each other, so why bother with this system at all? Why not just give me a new power-up for every stage? Maybe Alex the Lion will cheer me up a little bit. Ah, look at that. We collect more cards, unlock a double jump, then jump through some hoops. Oh, sorry, I mean jump thrust some hoops, and then roar at the top of the podium.
Don't let those flying rats tell you.
Or have a stroke. Come on, something good had better happen soon. Oh, damn, you can kick the kids. You can pummel the children. Yeah, screw those bratty pricks at the zoo. Serves you right for smacking that glass with Willy in it. No, that didn't sound. Off we go to Gloria the hippo, and she's talking to some ostriches that want to race her. Well, you know what I think about that.
Please give us a pound, or we'll have to pull the trigger.
We start the race off and someone, somewhere, is really happy right now. Oh man, is that a balloon? I'm gonna go and pop it.
Almost enough.
Almost enough until what? Oh god, if I pop another one, does that mean he'll sound like that for the rest of the stage?
That was enough balloons. Let the hilarity ensue right on schedule.
Jesus, end me.
Madagascar is as basic as a platforming collectathon adventure game as you get. It's a mid-2000s movie tie-in game for the PS2 era. There is nothing special about it. You control one character at a time, they all have different abilities and control styles, and that is all she wrote. I'll be repeating myself if I go into any more depth. I'd say though it has more effort put into it over something like Over the Hedge though. I mean, it looks decent, there's loads of mini-games you can purchase with the coins that you find in the levels, there's cosmetics to earn, there's even hidden arcade machines in the city for more games to play. There's definitely effort here for a game that nobody would have expected anything out of, so kudos to you, Toys for Bob. Oh my god, that was the best car crash death I've ever seen. Away. The entire game is purely passable, nothing else. And even though it's fine, it leaves no impact on anything. Unlike Gloria when she sits down.
Looks like you're going to have to find a key to open this door.
Thanks for letting me know, James Corden.
Everything that we've seen so far today, though, child's play. Piss in the wind. Nothing that we have seen today compares even slightly to the unending horrors of Shrek 1 for the Xbox. What's that? The game doesn't work? Oh, that's a shame. Well, to be honest, I don't think I really ever wanted to play a game that put extra detail into the pores of Shrek's eyebrows, so maybe it's a good thing. What was that? They remade it for the GameCube. What?
Everything about this box art makes me want to vomit. I don't like this man's face, I don't like the eggs with mouths, I don't like Shrek's single pointy tooth, and I especially don't like the close-up on the back. Did anybody really need to be so close to Shrek that they could see his greasy sausage fingerprints? Even the title is revolting. Shrek Extra Large? Shrek's Extra Large what? Oh wow. Oh, just wow. What a lovely menu. Aren't you glad they remade the original Xbox exclusive for the GameCube so that more console owners could see what they were missing? missing out on? I guess all we can do here is hit start then.
Hey Siri. Cut the cord.
What's my name? Voof. Oh, I am so happy with my career choices right now.
And those burps being used as selection noises? Best part of the game. What, you think I'm joking? Fine, here it is. Take a look for yourself.
Yes, this silent void of unhappiness with 1996 PC textures, no sound at all, and a frame rate as smooth as sandpaper is Shrek Extra Large on the GameCube, with the golden Nintendo seal of quality. I want to let each move Shrek has in this game shine by itself, because goddammit, nothing else is shining right now. The analog stick lets you run, and Shrek runs around as gracefully as an angry honey badger. The B button makes you kick, and someone decided that the sound effect for the kick should play over and over again even if you aren't kicking anything. The R trigger lets you do this, and that speaks for itself. But the best button the game has to work with is the Z button, because pressing that makes the camera go... What eldritch horror have I been blessed with here? He looks like a toddler who stole a camera phone and a knife. This is completely demented. This is what she sees. I swear this is the best bit of the game by far. Zooming in the camera and locking it in place makes this already hideous game look like a Picasso painting if he sniffed glue before painting it. Hello? 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 Just lock that camera in and press anything. I guarantee it will give you more fun than anything else this game has to offer you. No, I'm not playing this game any further than level 1. Why should I? If a video game greets me with earwax, burping selection noises, and then follows up with Shrek's inside-out butthole, I'm not gonna humor it.
And the best thing is that this isn't even the last game we're taking a look at today. The next one is. It's on the Xbox 360. And it requires a very special peripheral.
It's a Kinect. The Penguins of Madagascar in Dr. Blowhole returns again. With his blowhole. This here, my lumpies and germs, is the first Kinect game I've ever played, which was not only the best introduction I think I could have ever wished for, but also means I'm now opening myself up to every other flawless Kinect adventure at some point in the near future. Pray for me.
Oh, bugger.
Okay, well, as far as first impressions go, this thing isn't too bad. It looks kind of cool at least. It works fine on the main dashboard for the Xbox 360, and check this out. I'm a video game now. But then I played this game, and the fun stopped. Here is what happened. Please enjoy.
Hello everybody, I am popping my Kinect cherry. I don't know what to expect, I don't know what's gonna happen. The camera is freaking me out a little bit.
Now, why don't you tell me your name?
Oh, okay, we're leaning. We're leaning for the ice cream. Okay, right, let's go. Leaning. I jumped! It did a jump, I'm amazed.
There's a chameleon right here.
If there's a chameleon right there, it's not a very good chameleon, is it? This is insipid. This is so boring. I can see why this is a kid's game, because if anybody over the age of 30 tries to do this, they will end up on the floor with major back pain. Now what am I doing? Yeah, perfect, bitch! I lifted my hands up. Can't see you doing that. Oh, he's doing a flap. Flappy flap. Whoa, okay, we're changing characters now. Now we're completely lost tracking. It now thinks I'm leaning left and I'm not. Oh no, why? Why is that an oh no? Do you want me to bend over backwards and stick my head through my legs? I can do that if you want me to, game. Why did I get it wrong the last time? I thought that said terrible for a second and I would have agreed with it. Okay, go to the pigeon, throw. Go to the pigeon, throw. Go to the pigeon. We're playing a Kinect game for children and I'm now being asked trivia questions about wildlife. This is exactly what I wanted. Not only did I want to stand up from the sofa and not hold a controller, but I wanted to go to school. Furry monster? I don't know. Little man? Oh, come on, I can't get this completely wrong. Cute? Because they are cute.
That is incorrect.
You're incorrect! I think even more importantly, why does a quiz require bodily movement? Why do I need to use my feet? God damn it, I'm already losing my bearings on where I am anyway. That picture? That sums up everything. That sums up my feelings. It sums up this game. It sums up the Connect. That is as raw and as natural as a reaction as you're going to get, because I didn't know they were taking a picture. Yeah, I think we can pretty much end it there, don't you think? And so I said to the vicar, I'm not a man, I'm hungry. You know what? I'm really starting to like you now, Bricks. I don't think I ever want to leave lockdown. That's good because you can't. Oh, hello, welcome to my show. I'm Caddy. And when I'm not busy committing treason in America, you'll most likely find me playing Crash Bandicoot games. Yeah, that's all I ever do with my life. I'm either playing Crash or being an American traitor.
I'm sure by this point, a lot of you know my deep, uncomfortable love for the marsupial. I mean, last year I even did a video making a tier list rating all of his butts from every game he's been in. Terrible suit! But for anybody new here, well... Hi! On my channel in 2018, I decided to label every June of every year as Bandicoot Month, where my channel briefly goes on a Crash deviation to celebrate everything and anything to do with Crash. Including his buttocks. Creases. You see, if it weren't for Crash, I probably wouldn't be here making videos. Crash 3 Warped was the first game I ever played. It was the introduction into the games industry for me. And since then, I've followed Crash through thick and thin. Hence, I wanted to dedicate a whole month to talk about him. Okay, that video was late.
So yeah, even though the world has still turned into bricks outside, that's not going to stop this train. So welcome, lumpies and germs, to Bandicoot Month 2020. Why is it in June though? Pretty simple really. I was born in June 1994 and Crash 3 was the first video game I ever played. And then the Insane Trilogy came out in June 2017, followed by Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled coming out in June 2019. Basically, the stars all align when it comes to the month of June, me and Crash Bandicoot. I'm also very aware that Bandicoot Month is not a very original name, but it's a lot better than Junedicoot. And God help us, we don't even talk about Bandicunt.
But with such a glowing appreciation for the orange rat, so too comes a desire to perfect his games. And yes, I have indeed broken all the boxes and found all of the gems in all of the games multiple times over, and ticked over the completion percentage to 1,000,000% more times than I've turned a box of sharing nuggets into a box of these are all mine nuggets. But throughout my countless replays of Crash's games, there's one thing I've neglected to touch for years and years. Until now.
A few years ago, I uploaded this video to my channel.
Crash 1, I did it. Crash 2, I did it. Crash 3, I did it.
Yep, I got every single Platinum Time Trial relic in the classic Crash trilogy about a year and a half ago. Back then, I was really proud of myself. But that pride came at the cost of my own sanity. And so, since I guess I never recovered, I thought I'd take it one step further and make a video talking about what I went through when I woke up one day and decided that all the Platinum relics in the original trilogy wasn't enough. Welcome, everybody, to the time that I got.
But first, you may not even know what I'm talking about, so here's some history. Crash Bandicoot 3 introduced us to the concept of permanent power-ups for Crash, obtainable after beating each boss level, and they allowed you to revisit stages you missed collectibles in and use those new power-ups to reach them. It also gave you more unique ways to get through the levels in general, and made some of the later stages more difficult to test your knowledge of these new abilities. At the end of the game though, you get all the crystals and fight to the death against the evil Ned Cortex, who falls down a big hole while dropping behind the final power-up, a new pair of Nikes. At face value, these seemed very unhelpful and pointless. I mean, I've already got some Adidas at home. Especially when compared to a double jump or fruit bazooka, these seemed unnecessary and a bit of an anticlimactic reward for beating the game. But then, you go back into the earlier stages to grab the final collectibles you missed, and at the very start of the level, you see a weird looking thing that looks like a rotting lemon. Curious, you touch it, and then... Whoa, what's this? Who blew that whistle? Why did the Wumpa fruit fly away? Why is there a timer? Does that mean I have to run? I'm gonna run, you know, I'm gonna run. Come on, Crash, dash away! me! Dash your little Bandicoot off! This is why the Crash Dash is a power-up, the time trials, and you are tasked with replaying every level as fast as humanly possible in order to get the best time. The boxes you'd usually break for the clear gem get replaced with time crates that halt the clock for the amount of seconds displayed on them, or they turn into empty boxes that do nothing but get in your effing way. For God's sake, who is leaving these boxes in the middle of Agrabah? After which, beating the best times of each level rewards you with one of 3 types of relic, a new collectible. The Sapphire relic might as well be a participation certificate worthy of a single clap.
Well done. You tried.
They are the easiest to get by far and barely require much rushing at all to obtain them, so I suppose they're there to pat your children on the back. After this are the golden relics, a bit harder to get than Sapphire, but they are the bare minimum you need to grab in order to bump up your final completion percentage in order to get the final hidden gem from Coco and complete the game. But then, there are the platinum time trial relics. These are another beast entirely and the subject of today's video. To get the platinum relics, it requires you to know the stage inside out, not just the best routes to take for shortcuts across the terrain, but the best way to get around enemies, to exploit certain obstacles, timings, to use all your power-ups, to pick up Aku Aku hit point masks and sacrifice them at the right moments while keeping him for other moments so that you can go invincible after you get 3 of him. It's more or less speed running as a standard gameplay mechanic. Oh, what's that, kids? You can't play that well? Tough shit, go away. This orange kite wasn't good enough for you anyway.
After Crash 3, the time trial relics became a bit of a staple in most of the Crash games following afterwards, including Crash Team Racing. And hell, when the Insane trilogy came out, they even added time trial relics into Crash 1 and Crash 2, which originally didn't have them. But to this day, Crash fans remain divided about them. I mean, were they a cheap form of padding that were there to needlessly stretch out the games in a series that was losing ideas by game number 3? Or was this brand new content worthy of your time to go through and added even more depth, replayability and complexity to the future games that included them?
Personally, I'm of the latter half of this opinion. The time trial relics to me add even more depth to replaying the same stages you already finished, because you aren't just going through it normally or combing your way through it slowly with new power-ups to find collectibles, you're doing it all in a completely different way. It's almost like you're playing a totally different stage. Not to mention, the relics themselves aren't just a random optional collectible to flash your E-pin around to nobody because you're alone in your house. They contribute to game completion, not just for grabbing the final hidden gems, but also for unlocking access to secret levels that are only unlocked by grabbing a certain number of relics. Whether it's a secret platform that takes you to a secret warp room full of extra levels, or a new race that you have to beat to get the secret ending, the relics don't only provide a new level of difficulty to levels that you may have found too easy, but also give you access to more content, which in my opinion is a better way to unlock them instead of just having more levels with more gems to grab. It's something different, you know, and requires a different approach and skill level to grab them, while staying true to the classic Crash formula.
But the platinum relics don't give you shit!
Aside from your own sadistic satisfaction, the platinum relics do nothing for you at all. The gold ones are all that you need for completion, and for the extra level unlocks, you only need the bare minimum sapphire relics, so why go for the platinums?
Because I'm incomplete.
The title of this video isn't lying. Over the last few days, I have spent hours on top of hours in some vain, pointless attempt to grab every single platinum time trial relic in every Crash game that has them. Every single one. This is one of the hardest things I've ever had to do in any game I've ever played. Full stop. You guys think that playing the Insane trilogy regularly is the Dark Souls of platforming games? You don't know anything until you've seen what I've seen. So shut up and stick it in your chin. And just so I can get the entire internet off of my back before I'm called a filthy liar, this is my save file for Crash 1 Insane, and here are all 27 platinum relics. Here is my save file for Crash 2 Insane, and here are all 27 platinum relics. Here is my save file for Crash 3, and here are all 31 platinum relics. Here is my save file for Crash Team Racing, and here are all 18 platinum relics. Here is my save file for Wrath of Cortex, and here are all 30 platinum relics. Here is my save file for Crash Nitro Car, and here are all 13 platinum relics. Here is my save file for The Huge Adventure, and here are all 20 platinum relics. Here is my save file for Entranced, and here are all 24 platinum relics. And for Crash Nitro Car GBA, for some reason, doesn't have a tally anywhere, but trust me, here are 3, 6, 9, 12 out of 12 platinum relics.
This, trust me, totals up to 202 platinum relics. 202 literal perfect run-throughs of stages as fast as possible while hitting every time-stopping crate, avoiding enemies and getting stuck indoors. And I do not, I repeat, do not recommend you doing this unless you have nothing better to do or have a YouTube show where you can show off to strangers.
For me, this surpassed the definition of painful. In fact, at many points, I could swear that my thumbs were gonna fall off. Oh.
It will take you so long to grab every platinum time trial relic in the Crash series that you'll become a relic by the time you're done with it. This was me before I started making this video, and this was me after I finished it.
Are you feeling okay?
Don't even talk to me. And aside from talking to you all about my experience going through with this, I've got absolutely nothing to show for it. So I made myself a badge.
But I mean, there's only so many different ways I can say over and over again, get into plats is diffy, so I won't go on about it in a general sense anymore. Instead, I thought it would be fun to go through miniature top 5s in no particular rating order for the hardest platinum time trial relics to get in each and every game that has them. Not counting Crash Bash, by the way, because those relics aren't from doing any time trials, they don't use time crates, they take far too long to unlock, and because Crash Bash makes me want to die. They also didn't bother giving time trial relics to Crash Tag Team Racing, which I really don't understand since it's already a racing game. But there is actually one hidden relic in the game that not many people know about. All you gotta do is play the game for 10 minutes, get bored of it, put it back on the shelf and leave it there for the rest of your life. After this, it eventually becomes a relic itself. It's also worth mentioning that for this video I'll be using the remake versions of Crash Team Racing and Crash 3, because they're more or less exactly the same thing as the originals and just look nicer. Plus in some cases they're even harder, so I wanted to challenge myself a little bit. And I'll only be covering the relics that you can get in the campaign modes of each game, and that can be added to your total platinum relic tally, which means that the brand new added levels to the Insane Trilogy do count since they get added to your campaign total, but all of the new tracks in Nitro Fueled don't count, because getting the relics there doesn't count towards anything, doesn't get displayed anywhere, and I have no clue when they'll stop adding DLC levels, so it's probably best that I stick with the story mode ones that never changed from PS1 to PS4. Also, there's no point doing the Nitro Kart remade tracks in Nitro Fueled because I did them on the original game already.
And with that, in no particular order, let's start off with the hardest platinum relics I had to get from Crash 1.
This game was pretty damn hard to platinum all the way through. When it comes to Crash 1, whether it's the original or the remake on the Insane Trilogy, there's one thing that rings true about the entire game. It isn't supposed to be rushed. It's 4-play Bandicoot. Because of that, when Vicarious Visions added relics to the original Crash for the remake, just because they could, they didn't even bother to add the Crash Dash as a power-up, because the game is simply not built for it. However, this doesn't mean that the platinum relics still aren't an utter prick to grab, because with the game's platforming itself being built around patience, that doesn't translate to running through the stages as fast as humanly possible. As such, one of the hardest platinums I tried to get in this game was with Sunset Vista. From the very second you start, you need to get the first jump correct or else... And it only gets worse from there. In terms of raw platforming and nothing else, this stage in a normal setting isn't too taxing, but where the challenge comes from is by rushing through it. You'll find yourself needing to defy common sense and physics by jumping after being pushed away by protruding walls. You need to make sure that you time the start of your run perfectly so that you aren't stuck behind timed flaming torches. You need to make sure that you don't get hit at all so that you can invincible aku your way across the middle part of the level. Really important because it makes you run way faster and be invulnerable to anything. You can't even afford to wait on these spinning platforms because that wastes too much time. So you'd better make sure the position they're in on your current run will be just right for you to hop, skip and jump across them. Otherwise you'll hop, skip and suffocate! And these bats, sweet mother crackhead, these bats. Sometimes you can spin them all away, no issue, and sometimes you can't. No idea why, but it's enough to make a hernia pop out. And all of this wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't one of the longest damn levels of the game. It's not only a flawless run you need to commit to, but it has to be a marathon too. Luckily though, I've got so good at this stage by this point, I'm able to smash these completely useless boxes right here before the exit and still end up with the platinum. I'm being way too cocky to talk about the first hardest level in this video. Generator Room begins with Cortex laughing so heavily at you that he's practically choking, and if you're going for the platinum here, he has every right to giggle at you.
Yeah!
The first two time crates are positioned underneath TNT crates that you have to avoid spinning, and if you can get your head around that for the first goddamn boxes that need breaking, you'll then find yourself in a level with picky pixel perfect jumps galore, multiple moving platforms over bottomless pits, and in possibly the hardest aspect of the stage, the requirement to skip as much of these moving platform sequences as possible by jumping as early as possible on and off of them as early as possible in order to shave off the milliseconds you need in order to win, while fighting with depth perception away from the screen. Why do I feel the need to do this? Because the end of the stage sees you moving on floating platforms that are so slow, I'm convinced they're clinically depressed, and because of how much time this segment of the run wastes, you need to optimize the entire level beforehand so that you're safe enough to then skip the final jump and make it safely to the end. And that isn't what I like to do in my generator rooms. Fumbling in the Dumbling is a pretty hard stage just to get through normally, the gimmick being that you are in the dark and need to smash Aku Aku crates in order to keep the path lit.
But
if you get hit just one single time, you don't just lose the hit point, you lose all the light as well. It doesn't matter how many Aku Aku crates you break, you are stuck in the dark. Combine that with the need to rush through this level, often making leaps of faith onto platforms that haven't come out of the dark yet, jumping onto spiders to make extremely tricky jumps, and trying to speed past swinging axes that sometimes come out of nowhere, and you end up with a platinum relic that I'm convinced has a sad face. The lab. Oh Lord Jesus, strangle a cat, the lab. One of the hardest levels in the base game as it stands, trying to rush through this one is like trying to square dance on top of a kettle. It's horrible, and the main issue here is the fact that you are pretty much required to run by everything in one go without stopping, but only when being able to start the level off at such a perfect time where you won't need to wait for these electric gates that if they touch you will zap your bat. And even if you time that start off so well that all the gates turn off by the time you reach them, meaning that you can get past them without stopping, that doesn't negate the trapdoors that open and close very quickly, the switches that you must hit in order to open doors, otherwise the fact that you can't see behind the doors in order to plan your next move until it's too late, and the awkward jumps that you need to do around all the enemies, which if you time wrong can also lead to you getting electrocuted. Although, if you end up being in the stage so long that you could have kids with it, you could teach yourself to jump over the lower zaps of the electric gates at the right time. Stormy Ascent. Come on, you all knew this was going to be here. The level that was supposed to be in the original PS1 game that was taken out because it was too hard. Yeah, pretty obvious choice now that I've said that, eh? I'm sure many of you would argue that Road to Nowhere or the High Road should have been one of the harder levels, but to be honest, I found them not that bad at all, because all you need to do is move forward and time your own jumps, and that is it really. Not move along, time jumps, land on platforms that move faster than a bullet train, optimize your path so you can get to vanishing platforms at the right time to keep running, avoid enemies everywhere, get over spikes protected by stairs that turn into slides, jump off of spinning platforms to bounce on top of time crates and then land back on the spinning platforms, land on other platforms moving around in weird wavy patterns over spikes and bottomless pits, and while trying to keep yourself alive for nearly 3 minutes in one of the longest stages in the entire game. Yeah, and you guys think a bridge is difficult?
Oh look! What's that hiding under the stairs? Why, it's Cash Banuka 2 Gringotts Steakhouse.
This game was just as hard to grab the platinums on as Crash 1, but for different reasons. As we all know by now, the original Crash 2 changed and refined basically everything from Crash 1, from the save system to gem collecting and especially the controls, including introducing the use of a slide, crawl, and slide jump for extra height and distance to your jumps. However, there were still no relics or power-ups in the PS1 game, so the Insane Trilogy remake got the same treatment as Crash 1, but with one key difference. You could now use the Crash Dash from Crash 3, and if you think that being able to run faster makes getting the platinum relics any easier, oh, I laughed like a dad. The thing is, just like with Crash 1, because Crash 2 was never designed from the ground up to give players the ability to dash through them, the levels themselves are also not quite built to be rushed either. It's not as bad as the original by a long way, but it's still very noticeable that you're dashing through the snow in a one-horse open coffin. So in many ways, despite the new moves you can play with that allow you to take ridiculous shortcuts, some of the platinum relics here can actually be harder to get than any of the other games because of the Crash Dash power-up added in that the original design of the levels never accounted for. But I still persisted, and here's what I thought were the hardest ones to get. Let's start things off tame with a little trip to a simple stage known as Crash Crush. Well, it's simple enough on the base game at least. You run away from a boulder, but you can't run away from yourself. When going for a platinum relic though, Jesus H. Crisps. Where in the standard game you get just enough room to see what's coming ahead with the screen placement, with the Crash Dash, that fairness is thrown out of the window. You cannot see what's coming or react to it quick enough because of how fast you move. And if it isn't a bottomless pit or electric gate you need to get around, it's the one thing that will absolutely kill your platinum run time. the mines. You hit these mines and don't die, but fly into the air and stop when you hit the floor for a second. This means you can't hit a single one of these things, or else you won't make it to the end in time. And because in the game the mines don't hurt you, they put dozens of them in the stage to avoid. If you're playing normally, they aren't a problem at all, just an annoyance that allows you to make a few mistakes, but running at blistering speeds, unable to see or guess where they'll appear from, or jump over them without seeing a pit they're sitting right next to, is infuriating. This level has no business being this difficult to platinum, but it is, so I'm gonna bitch. Hits right next to enemies that are invulnerable in certain states, ice physics, rolling wheels of hate, awkward box placement, ice physics, wooden log traps that crush you instantly if you haven't optimized your run before that point, ice physics, icicles that hurt you if you aren't running perfectly fast by them, which isn't always guaranteed because of Long John Seal over here. Oh, and did I mention that this level has ice physics? Oh, and how about this for taking the biscuit? At the start of the stage, you have these weird looking platforms here that will take you up to the side-scrolling parts of the levels, and in the Insane Trilogy, if you land anywhere other than dead center onto these platforms, you waste time as Crash automatically hops to the middle before the platform even starts moving. So you need to make sure on every run that you land dead center into this platform so it moves instantly. Why?
You know how in showbiz everybody says to each other, break a leg? Do you reckon in snowbiz they all say to each other, keel over and die?
Hanging out, unlike its namesake, isn't very relaxing and doesn't lead to anything sexy. You begin having to deal with a windy sewage tunnel that the camera isn't fast enough to catch up with you on, meaning that you can't really see the rolling barrels of acid or the robots barreling towards you like they just saw the ice cream van. That isn't the worst of it though, because this level requires rushing as fast as possible during these monkey bar segments, which are unbearably awkward when you realize that in order to get the platinum, you cannot stop once during these moments. See this? Yep, even if you stop for that long, you're screwed. So the very second you jump onto those metal grates, your positioning and timing needs to be absolute during the monkey swinging and before you reach the monkey swinging. So if you have a pinpoint perfect run in the platforming moments, but started the level at the incorrect millisecond, by the time you reach these bars, the timing of these robots is out of whack and you won't be able to rush by without stopping or dying.
Which, by the way, if you want the relic, you can't do.
And there's no Aku Aku mask to sacrifice for this, until this part, where I then used it on the nitro crates, making me unable to rush by the electrified water, meaning I wasted too much time and didn't get the platinum. Damn, this was a hard one. Ruination makes this mini list not because of the tricky platforming, the enemies, or the explosive crates, because truth be told, they aren't too difficult to get around with the incredibly blocky and straight level design. It makes it on this list for two reasons only. One, the timing of getting around the flaming tiki heads without stopping and waiting. God damn, it's so precise.
They must have eaten a barbecue for lunch.
And two, very annoyingly, these singular 3 platforms right here near the end of the stage. Trying to jump from each of these with slippery physics, multiple directions they move towards and away from the screen, and moving while they're off screen so that you have no idea where to position your next jump until it's too late, sucked all the fun out of running this stage. You could have had the most flawless run and avoided all of the bastarding tiki head flames from pure luck, but just because you failed this bit near the ending, you've got to start the whole stage again. I don't think I need to explain why Totally Bare is on this list because, well, look at it. But in case you can't see, let me spell it out. You can't see. But that isn't the only problem. If you want to play this totally normally, Totally Bare is a fine level, not too challenging, but the Platinum Relic requires you to use a dash ability as much as possible. The dash lasts for about a second and then takes another second or so to cool down before you can use it again. And not only is the level pitch black, meaning you can't see what you're dashing into, but most of the level is filled with jumps that can only be cleared by performing a dash jump. So you need to decide in the middle of the dark if you're going to dash right now and then not have a dash ready for a jump that needs it, or don't dash right now and end up wasting too much time while you save the dashing only for the jumps that need it. Look, you're riding a baby polar bear towards a husk of nothing. I shouldn't need to explain why this is hard. I'm not in court.
This then moves us on to Crash 3, the game that introduced the time trial relics in the first place and gave us the Crash Dash for the first time. So logically, you'd think that because the game was built with the Crash Dash in mind, everything from this point onwards would be much easier. Wishful thinking!
To be fair though, in terms of difficulty, I'd say this was one of the easier ones to fully platinum, purely because it was designed to be rushed to a certain extent. It's still not easy, God no, but compared to the others, it's not as bad. And by the way, again, yes, I am using the Insane Trilogy version of the game for the sake of consistency in this video. And if anything, because of some of the physics and vehicle control changes in this version, this is arguably the hardest way to get all the platinum relics anyway, so you're welcome, internet.
Oh great, what's that? It's my ego.
Anyway, I think it's high time we get this list started. I'm ready for this, let's go! Damn you! Fireman. High Time sees you traveling through the world of Arabian Nights as you hop along magic carpets that won't stay still to screw up your jumps, and you'll run straight into the jaws of fire, caused by the locals throwing all of their rubbish out of the windows. I guess this means they drink petroleum. These two elements are enough to mess up the most perfect of runs, and the irritating thing is that they occupy most of the stage, and are both built around a looping AI that no matter how hard you try, will never be exactly the same on each attempt, causing you to miss countless jumps. Or you can just fall through the platforms entirely, because who needs platforms in a platformer? And if you haven't got an Aku Aku mask to sacrifice for the fire pits, that means you are stuck waiting, which means that you need to put your controller down and start drinking battery acid. Hog Ride is a horrid level to perfect for a platinum relic. Luckily, I've done it so many times now, it isn't too taxing for me, but just getting to that point made me want to shave with a cactus. The level of practice you need to perform the utter absurd stipulation of getting a platinum on this stage is a joke. But not a funny joke, a joke that I hate so much that I have to write a letter of complaint to the BBC. What you need to do in Hog Ride to get a platinum relic is start boosting on the first speed pad you see, and then that's it, good luck. For the entire stage, you cannot lose this boost, and while you're boosting, your turning is so slow and heavy, even my knees think, damn, I wish I was as stiff as that. If the road were empty, it would be fine, but it isn't. There are other racers looking to nudge into you and ruin the boost, ramps that if you go over will ruin your boost, and police cars that peacefully sit there and do nothing, which, let's be honest, is not realistic at all. The time crates as well, they all need to be broken to get the relic, but they're positioned in places where you need to preemptively turn into them, and then preemptively turn out of them to slip through the gaps that are just about as wide as your bike. And by the way, the edge of the road also ruins your boost, so Hog Ride in essence is a tightrope walk on a motorbike. Yeah, it doesn't even matter if you wait behind the starting line for ages for all of the other racers to leave the track, you still have to deal with some of the tightest, flawless driving you'll ever experience in any game. And yes, all of the future bike levels are a piece of cake compared to this one, because they have moments where keeping your boost going is impossible, and time crates that are in the air that you have to ramp jump over, which will ruin your boost. So you have no choice but to slow down, but can still get the platinum. Here though, nah, you gotta keep the boost going for the entire thing, and it's also harder on the Insane trilogy than on the original game because of the control differences. Hog Ride? At this point, I'd prefer riding a hog, and I think Crash wants to ride one in another way. Sphinxinator. What a boneheaded troll of a stage this is to platinum. I mean, it starts with you needing to ignore the clock, head backwards, fire at the clock with your bazooka from a distance, and then hit the crates that were originally behind you because now they've become time stoppers. After that, it's just you and the whim of the stage, subjecting you to whatever it feels like at whatever time it feels like. Sure, there are some skill-based elements you can master to cut down the seconds, like Death Tornado spin gliding across these moving platforms to skip them, or working out how to get by this awkward stack of TNT crates sandwiched between time crates. Particularly annoying since you can't tank through here and need to save Aku Aku for the final invincibility stretch at the end of the level. But the rest of it, so Beck help me, where do I begin? Fast moving platforms that leave too big of a gap to skip quickly unless they're timed perfectly, closing doors that stay shut for ages unless you time your run through perfectly, flamethrower men whose left and right pattern changes by the millisecond depending on how well your run has gone up to that point, ice physics across oily floors that also have giant block traps falling from the ceiling. Most of the platinum relic here is just luck. So, good luck. Luckily, our next level doesn't rely on luck. But that doesn't make it good. Hot Cocoa is the most unique level in the entire series for one reason. It's non-linear. You have to search for a nitro detonator box hidden in the level in order to clear the row of nitro crates blocking the exit, and Aku Aku isn't a thing that can cheese it for you. So you need to find the best possible route of hitting enough time crates on your way to the detonator and on your way back to end the level. You can't hit too many on the way there or you'll have none on the way back. There's like 70 boxes that you can choose from and multiple directions and angles you can take. There's a lot to consider when picking the most optimal route for you, and this wouldn't be so bad if the jet ski controls weren't as bad as my self-esteem. I've been over this before, but it bears repeating and grinding into dust. The jet ski controls are the worst part of the Insane trilogy as a whole, and where they far from affect my love for the game as it stands, when trying to get the platinum relic for Hot Cocoa, it's borderline unplayable. You skim and slide over the water with the most slippery controls imaginable and with a stupidly wide turning circle, so when your route involves being up close and personal with multiple mines or nitro crates, By the end of your run, you would have learnt a brand new language full of naughty words and phlegm. The time limit is so tight too, so you end up experimenting with different routes, which means different timings of different moving mines and different angles across different ramps, and it's so easy to miss every box or to hit the ones you really didn't want to hit. Hell, I could barely hit the time trial clock half the time before even starting the stage. Look at this. The best time I could get legitimately was right here, only overtaken by the glitch run I did ages ago where you could do this. And trust me, after only a few tries of hot cocoa, you will be tempted to do this, but if you want to see the route that I figured out legit, try copying it for yourself, it's right here. Not that it will save you from the controls though, but it's something, right? Future Tense, the new level added into the Insane trilogy made entirely from the ground up by Vicarious Visions. It's designed to be the hardest level in Crash 3, and it is the hardest level in Crash 3, which naturally makes it the hardest to speedrun. Future Tense is so difficult that it makes me want to run away and put up a load of Future Tense. It's got everything. Time crates hidden in death-defying places, moving platforms, spinning platforms, plasma gates that time themselves on and off, enemies that are briefly invulnerable and move in weird patterns, enemies that are briefly invulnerable and don't move in weird patterns, multiple missiles coming at you from the foreground off-screen, the need for you to not get hit at all so you can exploit Aku Aku invincibility halfway through the stage, platforms that become unusable at inconvenient times. This level has it all. It takes every single frustrating aspect of Platinum Relic running from every other classic Crash level and blends it together into a milkshake only good enough for an OAP. Just look at this, look at this. They expect you to rush through this.
I think it's about time that we move on to Crash Team Racing now, and yes, just before you say anything, I will be using footage from the remake, just for consistency in this video and because it looks nicer. Oh, also, it's the same designed tracks, and it's got the same time crates. It's the same game, just it looks nicer and controls a little bit differently. Plus, with the insane speed you can reach in this version, I think some of the relics are harder to get on PS4 anyway, because it's way too easy to totally overshoot jumps and fly over the boxes. I made getting the relics harder for myself, again. Yeah, I know. No need to bow down, it's fine. I've got kids here that already do that for me.
This game, personally, I ended up finding one of the easiest to platinum, which I really wasn't expecting. Still not easy, far from it, but much easier than the other games by quite a long way. When Crash Team Racing originally rolled around, I don't think anybody expected them to bring the platforming collectathon elements of classic Crash over to the kart racing mechanics, but they damn well did. Not for the regular races, but for the extra challenge races you unlocked after earning the main game trophies. One of those challenges of which being the time trials, rewarding you with the same time trial relics as the previous games. The objective here is the same, rush through the track as fast as possible, but with three very important differences. Firstly, you don't unlock a new speed turbo power-up or anything, you just need to perfect the mechanic of drift boosting and use it as much as possible, which is kind of a pain when you need to aim accurately at the time crates while you're doing it. Secondly, time crates are everywhere, so many to the point meaning that you'll have to ignore some crates and save them for different routes on future laps. And thirdly, hitting all of the crates rewards you with a 10-second deduction, which is a massive bonus, and a brilliant reward for bringing in the smashing all boxes mechanic from the original games. With all of that being said though, there were a few tracks here I platinumed by complete accident, which was a good sign. There were one or two stages where I was able to miss a box, reverse to hit the box, and still win the platinum. And some tracks like Cortex Castle or Oxide Station were so fun to speed through, I ended up earning the platinums without even hitting every time crate, missing the 10-second deduction I figured that I would have needed. But that doesn't mean there aren't some bollock-ripping tracks though, because here they are. First off, Coco Park. Oh. You left. Coco Park is without a doubt the easiest track in Crash Team Racing. It's big, wide, and has no sharp turns at all. But going for that platinum relic for me proved to be quite the tickler, all because of one fatal flaw. The final hill of the course. The amount of times you will try and fail to fly off the edge of this hill to grab these boxes to the left is unfathomable. I've tried multiple speeds from multiple angles and it still seems like total luck to me. And this single Sekiro level jump hiding in the easiest course of the game isn't all. There's also time crates hidden behind the same hill on the ground that you will never be able to see or aim towards before jumping off of the hill that you will need to do to get the boost. You will drive by these things at least once even if you have a rough idea where they'll be, and on an easy track, missing these really few boxes makes you feel like a complete idiot. And I'm not an idiot, because my mummy told me I wasn't. Engine's Lab. This is an awkward ass track to race in while trying to boost constantly and hit all the time crates, mostly due to the endless 90-degree turns and crates hidden behind other corners that you can't quite see around until it's too late. Also, at the end of the lap, you get given a ton of 3-second crates all stacked up in a grid, and I, for the life of me, cannot figure out the best strategy to smash them all efficiently without wasting time within the first 2 laps. I wasn't able to get the platinum even by starting the race reversing into them. However you look at it, it's unintuitive and feels like a pointless hurdle that you can very easily mess up, costing you the platinum relic. I also really hate the way the PlayStation logo sticker throbs whenever you speed boost. It's very distracting, and it made me fall off this end of the track at least 6 times. By the way, that's another thing. This track puts too many boxes right on the edge of bottomless pits that you cannot fall in, but still somehow you have to speed past. What is this? Blizzard Bluff is only hard to platinum for one reason, and anybody who's played this stage knows what I'm about to say. 2 words. This f***ing jump.
Oh wait, that's 3.
This is it. This is the only reason this stage is such a chore to get the platinum relic on. I mean, I suppose the ice physics can be kind of annoying, but those issues pale. They squeal in comparison to this bumbling piss stick of a jump right here. You not only have to be going as fast as humanly possible beforehand, which means not getting squashed by this stupid stone, but you also have to be boosting while controlling yourself on ice physics so that you don't crash, while hitting all of the time crates placed in such a way that I swear it was designed to point and laugh at me even when I got the jump correct. I'm playing as Gorilla Monkey Anus Face for this one. Ooh. Papu Papu is many things. He's a belly, he's a terrible boss fight, he's a laughing stock.
Papu want in action to lay boom down big.
And he's a stereotype. But he has his own racetrack in Crash Team Racing, one of my favourites in fact, Papu's Pyramid. But getting the platinum relic for it makes me want to snap my own neck while I'm screaming out loud. First of all, you've got to go around the track as fast as possible, which makes sense, it is a time trial, but if you go too fast, you'll fly straight over the only chance you have to hit certain time boxes. Secondly, you've got to perform a very awkward jump right off of the edge of the track in order to hit a clump of boxes, going against common sense, and with it being at a ridiculously weird angle that's very easy to mess up. Thirdly, this stage is guilty of the crime of placing some of these crates in the most dangerous and downright silly of places that are not only immensely difficult to hit while driving quickly, but even harder to hit without being instantly killed by the traps placed right next to them. Get out of my face and let me race before I fold you up and shove you into a green pipe, dick! You all saw this one coming, right? Sewer Speedway? I'd say this level is the hardest one to platinum relic by far, and it's on the first world of the adventure mode, so well done to whoever chose to put it there. The easy culprit alone for why this track is so difficult is, of course, that horrible shortcut jump that you have to land at least once to grab a load of hidden time crates. But that's not actually what I dislike about this level, believe it or not. Check it, I can perform this jump nearly every single time I try it. Once you know you need to take the ramp before it, dead straight before you jump after performing a boost from the inside of another pipe, it's really not an issue. What I have an issue with is the ditch-like level design that doesn't work too well with the camera and hides time crates in its crevices so well that you will miss a good handful of the crates on your first few attempts. The camera in this track likes to screw you over more than anything else actually. One of the first jumps hides a box on the ground after you land that you just have to guess the position of as you land. There are crates hidden behind the corners of some of the edges of the sewer pipes, and there's even these 3 crates here that can't all be hit on the 3 laps because of the shortcut lap you need to take that avoids them. So hitting all of these alone is enough of a pain. I could also complain about the giant toxic barrels that roll back and forth just slowly enough that predicting what edge of the tunnel you need to be on is a pipe dream. But more egregious to me is this box. This singular box. Right here. Looks very easy to get, doesn't it? Well, you won't get it. Approach it fast, you miss. Approach it slowly, you miss. Approach it straight, you miss. Approach it crooked, you miss. Approach it while jumping, you miss. Approach it while not jumping, you miss. To this day, I still have no idea how to hit this crate without the will of God, and whenever I do hit it successfully, that run is later ruined by the toxic barrels and other hidden boxes cowering in the curves of the half pipe that I can't quite see around. And then after all of that, I had to platinum relic every level in Crash Bandicoot The Wrath of Cortex. So my day was going great! Wrath of Cortex is a very polished game that has no flaws whatsoever. You see these neon feather reflections? You see this falling down animation activating when being burned in lava? You see these floating eyes after a pitfall death? Yeah, all of that was clearly intentional. If you were to class this game as Crash 4, which I suppose it is in Japan, then this is the official final Crash platformer with the exact same mechanics and gameplay structure as Crash 3. With that being said, getting the platinums here was thoroughly unenjoyable, because the levels are either way too difficult or way too easy and totally boring. There's no in-between with Wrath of Khan, and there were tons of levels that I could have picked for this mini-list. I would say Smokey and the Bandicoot for the uncontrollably slippery Jeep controls, but the time limit for the platinum is so generous you can basically rush through it while missing a ton of time. time crates. I would say Crashteroids because of how quickly you can blow up. I would say Avalanche for that nightmare sequence of speed snowboarding down a hill, totally unable to see which time crates you need to hit. And I would say Banzai Bonsai for the much heavier platforming style of Coco, making things just a little bit harder than necessary. But all of these things didn't end up making the cut, so these levels I picked will go to show you how buggered they are for getting a platinum.
Cortex!
The Gauntlet. I mean, the level is named after exactly what it is. It's a gauntlet, a giant trial of seemingly endless obstacles, enemies, and death traps that will turn you bald. The timings of the obstacles are annoying time wasters when you approach them wrong. You need to keep as many Aku Aku masks on you as possible to survive some of the enemy attacks when you are unable to defend yourself, and there's no feeling quite like making it to the very last corner of the gauntlet only to press yourself into a pancake.
Cortex!
Coral Canyon, a water level in a game where all of the water levels suck the life out of me. I majorly dislike the water levels in Wrath of Cortex for how overly spacious everything is, and yet despite that, how suddenly enemies and instant death traps can appear because they come from the other end of the screen that isn't even visible because the level is so huge. And that's the biggest problem here, trying to rush these levels with enemies appearing from thin air, thin water, while trying to figure out where the hell the time crates even are because you don't get enough of a view of the level on a single screen. Oh, did I also mention that most of this level takes place in a submarine that really needs to go on a diet? In this thing, you don't only move like a tank, but you are a huge target, can barely attack fast enough to react to the hundreds of enemies, and the metal casing gets completely obliterated if you so much as touch a goldfish. That, and here's a bugger, when you're out of the sub, did you know that the fast swim move you have, you know, to fast swim, doesn't get you the platinum relic by default? No, because you need to know to use the Death Tornado spin move. Yeah, underwater, which you can't do in any other Crash game. So if this was the quickest way to move in the first place, why give us a fast swimming button? Why is steering during the spin like turning an oven dial? Why do we even need a sub if we're more safe and deadly being out in the open? If this is Coral Canyon, then where did the coral go?
Cortex!
Eskimo Roll's platinum relic is best described as being the same thing that Crash is rolling around in. A massive lumpy ball. I think I'm one of the few people who will defend the ball rolling stages in Wrath of Cortex until I die. I think they're great fun, but when thrown into level design like this that you have no choice but to speed through, it all becomes wretched. This is easily the most perilous ball rolling stage in the game and is desperate at every opportunity for you to lose control of yourself and fly directly into a conveniently placed Bandicoot rolling ball vehicle shaped hole, which ends up happening all the time, not counting the times that you're trying to be careful and get sucked into the hole's irresistible grasp. Oh, and who's this? Why, it's Dingodile firing randomly in scattered patterns right where you need to be. And since you have to rush this stage, if he's firing at you as you roll by, you'll end up turning your nice solid ball into a hard-boiled egg. Oh look, it's Tiny Tiger as well. What the hell are you gonna do to me after all the previous games? Oh god, don't nudge me. That's my one weakness.
Cortex!
Here we are attempting a platinum rush in Gold Rush, one of the longest damn stages in all of Crash 4, which in itself is already a problem if you fail on any one of the number of tricky platforming segments and the doomsday obstacles in your way, because you've got a marathon of a stage to get back through in order to try again. It also has some very interesting physics, but the biggest flick in the nuts when it comes to Gold Rush are the utterly absurd stipulations you must comply to in order to make the platinum relic work. You see these areas here? Taking into account that this happens to you if you fall from the monkey bars, do you think that means that this is the fastest way you have to get around them? No! In fact, the game expects you to figure out that you need to glitch by the out-of-bound areas with post-hit invincibility from Aku Aku in order to walk on areas usually impossible to reach so that you can skip the monkey bars. This is the only stage that allows you to do this with pits that could usually kill you even if you've got an invincible Aku Aku mask on.
How dare you do that, Crash! This is a Christian channel!
Cortex!
For me, Droid Void was pure misery to try and Platinum Relic, because it has everything I hate in a difficult time trial. A needless giant target vehicle type that is weaker than a flip-flop, a preposterous stage length, timed obstacles that will slow you down or kill you if you don't figure out how they work, long and horrifically boring paths that you find yourself redoing over and over again. Crash, how are you so slow on the monkey bars when your body is nothing but one giant peck? This monkey bar intro, though, is the cherry on top of the cake of lies. Who decided this was an acceptable speed of movement, even for the regular game? It takes you nearly a minute at the start of every attempt just to get to the actual challenging parts of the platforming, by which time you die trying to learn it, and so then you're right back at the start again. And the tricky platforming is just one thing. This mech that Crash rides, where totally fine in the standard game, is hellish to use in a platinum run, mostly due to the Wumper Cannon never going off when you need it to for no reason reason whatsoever. You can't skip these parts. You need to blow the crates up, but I rarely can. What is this? You hold the button to aim and let go of the button to fire. Why am I dropping the gun and not firing it, rash? Taking that aside though, like I mentioned, you're a huge target that's about as brittle as a champagne flute. Your jump from a standstill is painfully slow, and you need an Aku Aku hit point to skip this enemy, or the platinum isn't yours.
I hated every waking second I spent in Droid Void. But not as much as the time I spent in Crash Nitro Kart.
And may I just say that Crash Nitro Kart is one of the most flawless games I've ever played. I have no doubt in my mind that this was one of the worst games to platinum every level on. At its release, Crash Nitro Kart was met with mixed reception, and I'll tell you straight away why that is. The controls feel like you just ran over a deer. Okay, it's not that bad, I'm exaggerating, it's fine, but it's not a satisfying game to race in when compared to CTR or even Mario Kart. There's no bounce, no sense of speed, strangely restrictive turning, and the new drift mechanic of giving you more speed the closer you let the drift go before backfiring is nice and all, but for all the platinums, you had better make damn sure that all of your drift boosts are of the last minute perfect type, which are very easy to mess up, or else you're not getting the platinum. Combined with difficult steering even with the best steering character on your team, and you'll be missing boxes all the time, missing shortcuts with boxes in them all the time. So with all of this being said, most of the levels were maddeningly difficult for the exact same reasons. But what did I think about the hardest ones? This level is called and it has multiple traps that move very quickly and can't touch you once, boxes placed over the edges of the bottomless pits that you have to steer away from the track to reach and then back onto the track again just in the right amount of time. There's an ending level squashing trap that you can activate yourself accidentally, and it's extremely long, making any mistake, especially on the last lap, extra annoying. But I didn't find it anywhere near as annoying as Barren Ruins. As a whole, the track and box placements within it aren't really the issue, it's standard stuff. What becomes a problem is the aforementioned control style having a right good steam in your face while you're trying to hit some of the trickier ones. Keeping your speed up and steering correctly while avoiding these tiny bumps in the road is pretty aggravating, but the worst offender of bump placement in a kart racer of all time happens at the very end of this lap, where you're required, at max possible speed, to jump from here, land at the correct spot, and activate a successful string of perfect boosts while steering around this bump that can mess the entire pattern up, while then performing a successful ramp jump from another bump to not only land into this shortcut, but hit all the boxes contained within. If one of these things isn't done right, you aren't making this jump, and the retries I have for it are staggering. I even tried cheating it, I got so frustrated, but that ended up wasting more time than saving it, so I suppose you can say now that my day has been barren ruined. Deep sea driving is hard for one reason and one reason only. It isn't the shortcuts, it isn't the box locations, it isn't the slowing down mud sections, it's these fan blades. They're way too big, they're way too fast, there's way too many of them, you can't get touched by them once on all 3 laps, and I think they should deep sea die in a hole. This is a shock, isn't it? The final race course is one of the hardest to platinum. What? Well, it is, obviously. Hyperspaceway is a crazy track that has many shifts in course design during a single lap. It's got the most traps, it's got the most pitfalls, it's got the tightest turns, it's got the longest laps, making even the smallest mistake make me feel sick at the thought of trying again, and it has without a doubt the hardest shortcut in the whole game to get right. This one requires constant boosting and absolute speed in order to clear the gap, and there's even mud on the track right before the biggest gap to slow you down even if you are boosting. Oh, but if you go too fast before reaching the shortcut that you need to go fast on, you could just hop your way over the boxes you need to break like a cute little bunny that I now want to hunt down and skin. None of these tracks, though, compare even slightly to the mental damage that Jungle Boogie gave to me. This is one of the first levels of the game, so how could it possibly be this bad? Oh, it is. My god, it is! In order to platinum Jungle Boogie, you are required to play the stage perfectly. No mistakes in the slightest. If you stop boosting at any point, you've lost. And the biggest joke added into the track is actually right at the very beginning, where I swear to Christ, it doesn't matter what speed you take this jump at, or what angle, or if you boost before it, or if you don't boost before it. It is simply pure luck whether or not you will even jump at all and make it across this gap. Then after that, the same applies for the shortcut jump. It sometimes works, and sometimes just doesn't. And even if you do make it, if you don't boost boost during the shortcut, and hit the time crate on the only chance you have to hit it during the boost, you've got to nail these 2 pixel-perfect jumps all over again because you just lost the platinum and need to start again. And this isn't even mentioning the extremely cramped track design compared to every other course, which loves to make some of the boxes way too difficult to hit with your stiff driving controls anyway. By the time I was done with this track, I was convinced that my house was for dinner.
Jesus, we're nearly there. On to the Crash games on GBA now. Look, it's Crash Bandicoot XS, Crash Bandicoot Xylophone Saxophone.
Crash XS, or Crash the Huge Adventure in the USA, is a game I hold very fond memories of from when I was a kid, playing it for hours constantly whenever I was on a long car journey or keeping to myself in the living room while my parents watched TV. So it only seems appropriate to ruin those happy memories with this being on equal footing with Crash 4 and Crash Nitro Car as the hardest damn game to get the Platinum Relics on. I mean, my lord! Luckily, most of my gripes with the 5 hardest stages are applicable across the board. When trying to rush through these levels, the amount of screen that you can see whenever you're required to go higher or lower into a level makes landing on platforms downright guesswork. And despite being mostly the same kind of platforming in terms of handling from the PS1 side scrolling, the sliding and slide jumps are not the most responsive in this game, which will cause you the most deaths out of any other Crash game when timing any and all jumps. But that's just how I felt about the whole thing, so what were the worst individual levels? Ace of Space. As a general rule, the space levels in this game are the trickiest, for the guesswork on safe platforms to land on, the lack of sound cues when trying to time enemy attacks, and briefly invulnerable hazards, not to mention some incredibly precise jumps that you have to nail as quick as possible, and with those lovely delayed inputs when it comes to slide jumping. There's nothing particularly stand out about this level compared to the others in the game, it's just a great conglomeration of all the issues the base game has, that are now only a major problem because you're crash dashing through it. However, this doesn't apply to No Fly Zone. And the funny thing about No Fly Zone is that you're flying in it. And the funny thing about No Fly Zone is that rushing it is basically impossible since it's an auto-scroller away from the screen. You can only go as fast as the level lets you, so that must make it easy, right? Just hit all of the easy boxes, make sure your health doesn't drop, and the platinum is yours. Well, no! Because this stage is split up by 3 mini-bosses. These blimps. And in order to get the platinum, you need to make sure that every single shot you take lands on the weak point of these blimps. If more than maybe 2 or 3 shots don't land in the entire stage in total, you've lost. And trying to keep that accurate with the GBA D-pad while missiles get in your way, while the blimp does what it shouldn't be able to do and moves quickly, all of this will really end up getting on your tats. It's very hard to take down these 3 in a row without missing a single hit. But you know, it's possible. So get God. Snow Job is the grossest name for a level I've ever heard, and an absolute nightmare to get the Platinum Relic on for more reasons than the universal ones when it comes to how Crash XS handles. Because now you have to deal with a lot of extremely fast ice physics colliding with the unresponsive slide jumping, and even more displeasingly, a giant, endless, downright cruel section of you needing to run towards the camera on the back of a polar bear while holding the boost button. While the game throws a nuclear assault of insta-kill obstacles and enemies your way that you will not see until it's already too late. The GBA just can't keep up with you, and it's absolutely fine when running at a normal pace, but while boosting, it's practically unplayable. Where am I going? Where will the next time crates be? What's gonna kill me in the next millisecond, and why does it last so agonizingly long? I reckon by the time it takes you just to get by this one section of the level, you could have had a snow job of your own. The final countdown. It's the final level of the game, so it's meant to be the hardest. It's in space, and you all know why that's an issue from Ace of Space. That's all I really need to say. Enemies everywhere, you can't see where you're landing, platforms that drop you, nitro crates everywhere, it's a really long level. I've got nothing more to add. It's just unpleasant to get the platinum on. But not as unpleasant for me as the second grossest name for a level I've ever heard right after Snow Job, Drip Drip Drip, which will either make you think of something very naughty or a bad tribute act to Wet Wet Wet. Getting a platinum in this stage, this dirty dishwater of a stage, was easily one of the least enjoyable things I've ever done in a Crash game, and why it was so unenjoyable was because as a whole, it's not that difficult, so I felt like a moron every time I restarted. But the amount of restarts, my god, you'd never believe the amount of my restarts, all because of one thing. One seemingly easy and insignificant thing that ended up giving me recurring nightmares for days after getting the relic. The frogs. These frogs are the worst enemy in any Crash game, hands down, all of them, because even if you know they're coming, even if you memorize every location of them, they will kill you if their stomachs so much as look at you a little bit funny. It doesn't even matter if you're spinning while they land on you, their stomachs are just that hench that Crash can barely stand to touch them, and when rushing from left to right on a screen crunch GBA game, you'll never see them leaping from off camera until you've already been murdered by them. Sometimes jumping in advance doesn't even help because you could jump straight into their stomachs and die that way in mid-air. Plus, the stage spams them repeatedly throughout the whole runtime. And they're just frogs! They're frogs in a flat and boring sewer stage! It shouldn't be this hard, and it does nothing but make me feel stupid for dying on it so many times!
So maybe it's about time I play another game that will surely calm me down. And it's on the GBA, which means it has exactly the same control problems as the last game, and excuse me while I banish this game to the depths of my shorts.
Ugh, this video is too long, man. Crash Entranced is the sequel to Crash XS, also on the Game Boy Advance, and surprise surprise, comes bundled with exactly the same issues as the previous game when it comes to Platinum Relics. But it also has 2 new power-ups that work great in the standard game, but when put into the time trials cause nothing but problems. Get a load of this. If you hold L and press R, you do a super slide, an uncontrollably fast slide that will make you slide off more ledges than anything else. If you hold L and press jump while standing still, you do a super jump. A stupidly high jump for sure, but one that goes so high that you can't see where you're gonna go, can't see where you're gonna land, doesn't protect you from whatever's above you, and gives you practically no distance. What button do you think you have to hold to do the crash dash? L. So if you're dashing and stopping your tracks for a split second before committing to a jump, if you're still holding the dash button ready to start running again, you'll instead rocket into the air and escape the atmosphere.
Oh wow, this is a great angle.
Or on the other hand, if you need to slide during the dash, you won't do the normal slide. You'll instead do the super slide because you're already holding the dash button to run fast. It's confusing, it's disorientating, and some part of me tells me that the devs realized these flaws because getting the Platinums here as a whole wasn't actually that bad at all. The time limits were really generous, so I think they must have felt a bit guilty. Saying that, there were still some bastard levels though, so let's dive into them. Rocks can roll. Oh my, they certainly can. Rocks can roll indeed. Right off the edge of the level. I'm gonna defend these levels for a second as well. Yes, I like them. Not as much as the Wrath of Cortex ones, but for isometric ball rolling on a GBA, this felt really satisfying to get right. You can even hold A to use it as a brake to get more control back. This mechanic in itself makes these stages 10 times more playable, and helps out a lot with the time trial since they stop you wonderfully from flying off of the edge if you think you are rolling too fast. What I have a problem with when trying to rush these stages is, well, everything else. Aiming at time crates moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour is a pain, rolling barrels hidden behind the isometric view of a half-pipe are a pain, insta-kill electric gates that don't have a clear pattern on when they turn on or off are a pain, slightly wonky hit detection is a pain, the occasional slowdown moment is a pain, whatever way you look at it, this level is a pain. Runaway Rug is an appropriate name for this level because oopsie, the rug ran away from your feet, you've lost. It's got all the problems with the controls I've already mentioned from the first GBA game, but now with those lovely power-ups activating when you really don't want them to. Next! Hop-in coffins. We have all the same problems with the first GBA game, but now with those lovely power-ups activating when you really don't want them to. And now with added timed switch doors that cancel out your jump off of them if you don't press them properly, and ice physics. Ice physics with an accidental super slide. Surely that's just asking for a nasty bit of criticism. Oh look, another Egyptian level. Slip and sliding sphincter. I mean, this just sums up everything without me needing to explain anything else, right? The Platinum Relic for the first level of the game, Island Intro, I'm convinced was put there for a joke. Yes, the first level really is that difficult. Wanna know why? Just watch. Did that run seem pretty seamless, like it couldn't be improved? Well, according to the game, it could, because I just achieved a gold relic time. Yes, to platinum the first level of Crash 2 Entranced, you need to be so perfect that you're literally shaving off microseconds with each attempt you try. The level isn't long, the level isn't hard, but getting that platinum took me more retries than any other level in the entire game, and it makes me feel like Coco's angry monobrow.
And finally, it is Crash Nitro Kart on the GBA, which is not a port from the PS2 version because the GBA could not handle that, so instead it's completely different tracks and completely different controls than the PS2 version, which means that technically I have to get all of the relics on this version of the game as well.
Okay, just to be serious for a second, I actually can't pick any one of these stages as the hardest because, to be completely honest, they're all basically the same in terms of challenge, and that challenge isn't very high to begin with. As great as this game is, the tracks are of course limited due to the GBA, so aside from different cosmetics and a few left to right turns that are different, all the races here feel practically the same, especially when it comes to relic races, because the boxes can't be placed anywhere that created to begin with, and shortcuts aren't really a thing in this game. All of this considered means that Nitro Kart GBA was the easiest game to platinum for me by a long way, and picking the 5 hardest levels just seemed somewhat impossible because it's like comparing this flat square and this flat rectangle in the original Mario Kart. Like, aside from extremely minor differences, they're all basically the same track, and whenever something stands out, it's usually extremely mundane. Oh my god, it's a gap! Nothing more to say. This one was a piece of cake to complete on platinum, and if you haven't tried this game out even regularly, I recommend it. It's really good. Just don't pick a heavy speed character for the relic races because they're a bit lumpy-dumpy and love to miss all of the boxes. Oh my god, is that a tight corner?
That's it, 202 platinum relics in the bag. My Crash Love quota for this year is completely full. I'm done, no more. Bye everybody. I'm gonna go and get some fresh air after that. Oh, I can't, the world is still bricks, so I guess I'll just fall asleep right here. Thank you for watching the dumbest and most painful video I ever made, and in case you were wondering about my top 5 overall hardest relics to get, I'll give you a quick list. Jungle Boogie, Leave Me Alone, Don't Care, Shut Up I'm Tired, and I'm never gonna do anything like this ever again. Nurse, give me my sedatives! I'm fine with the way things are. Yep. Didn't you hear? The bricks and I are getting married!
I love you.
God, Bandicoot month is full of surprises, isn't it? I mean, we come together to celebrate Crash, it's my birthday month, and now I'm getting married to a wall. How much better could everything possibly get?
Nah, you don't want any of that.
Huh? Who are you?
I'm Jason Station.
That is very funny.
Why would you want to play Crash Bandicoot 4 when you've got so many of the best Crash games right here?
Well, yeah, I suppose I do have all of these ones.
I'm not talking about them.
Say what? Well, that was just lovely. Oh, bugger me.
Oh look, it's Cash Banuka. That was alright, wasn't it? Oh look, it's Cash Banuka 2. That was great, wasn't it? Oh look, it's Cash Banuka Wrapped. Oh look, it's Cash Teat Rabies. Oh look, it's Cash Twiternitty. These were fantastic, weren't they? Oh look, it's Cash Banuka, the Wrinkle of Cowpat. Oh, okay, that wasn't a very good one, was it? The law of what I just came up with dictates that if you want a few games in a franchise to be respected as truly brilliant and given the eternal status of classic, you need to be able to compare it to its own failings, so that you're able to see how badly its own gameplay style that the franchise is famous for can be attempted. Sure, people liked Crash Bandicoot 1 a lot when it came out. I mean, check out this kids magazine I have talking about the best games ever made. They seem to think that Crash 1 was one of them, so it must be true. I mean, look at what they say about Samus in Metroid. We know that playing as a girl is a bit, well, girly.
Ew, cuties.
Real talk though, kids, Halo isn't a difficult game at all. You wanna know what's really tough? SpongeBob.
Why do I have this magazine?
But no matter how much people loved Crash 1, when Crash 2 came out and refined and improved basically everything, it was clear where the original should have been from the very beginning, and it looks kind of bad now. But that's just hindsight. When Crash 2 came out in '97, you could only say that with the new knowledge you gained as a hardcore Dorito gammon, while gaming technology improved around you, because at the time, nobody knew any better. This type of game was a new thing in 1996, so people didn't 100% know how good this new gaming formula could possibly get until they experienced it for themselves. I mean, Jesus, people played Pong in 1972 and they thought that video games had peaked. That's it, guys, we're not getting any better than this. Pack up and go home.
Wait, it's in colour now? And so it goes on. A sequel comes out, it improves itself. Another sequel comes out, it improves itself. And just when there's a few people that start complaining about that gameplay style getting a bit too repetitive and too old or stale, another sequel comes out which tries to fix all of those problems, which then makes those complainers realise how good they had it in the first place. That's how I think gaming classics are born. You don't just finish making a game and then declare it classic immediately. Only time will tell.
And nowadays, we all know the original Crash trilogy is classic, because they remade them and they still hold up brilliantly today. The same can even be said about Crash's first attempt of a kart racer. Fantastic then, and fantastic as a remake even now.
We also know these games are classics because its own series they came from really started pushing their luck when everyone started bitching about it. Now, where have I heard that before? Did someone call me?
Yes, every franchise, whether it's about a purple dragon or a blue guinea pig, suffers from this problem of sinking really damn low when trying desperately to spice up what made their own games terrific in the first place. Even the portly Italian Pillsbury Doughboy wasn't safe from this trend. And even though it makes us respect and appreciate their good games even more, they still exist. And when it comes to Crash, bless his little belly baton. Once Naughty Dog had nothing to do with him after 4 games in, nobody had a clue how to use him. Party games, open world games, more racing games, portable side-scrollers, ideas that were picked up and dropped faster than my son, all in a desperate attempt to keep Crash relevant while completely ignoring what made him so popular and gave him a fan base to begin with. Did you ever wonder why the recently announced Crash 4 is carrying on from Crash 3 officially, despite Wrath of Cortex and Twin Sanity being labeled as Crash 4 and Crash 5 in Japan? All of these games are why, and we're gonna play them. Now, I have indeed taken a look at a few questionable games from Crash many years ago on this channel. Wrath of Cortex was one of them, and I'm not going to bother looking at it in this video because I already went through it top to bottom in depth not that long ago. But suffice it to say, aside from the great controls, the enemies are pathetic and can barely touch you, the bosses from Crash 3 do nothing but poke you, Cortex's eyebrows have a mind of their own, the levels are way too big, Coco gets stuck floating in boxes, Monkey Bar swinging is slower than corpse decomposition, your eyes escape your head and float in mid-air, and Crash looks like an inflatable sex doll, which makes me want to be sick in my mouth. There's also this one level here where you can beat it to get the crystal by just letting go of the controller. Yes, I'm not joking about that. This is supposed to be a minecart race where you pick different routes to take to try and get in front of Crunch, and you don't need to press a single button and you will win. This game is a masterpiece. I also did do a video on Crash Bash, but that was back in 2012. 2012. That was even before YouTube was taken over by Susan Wetwinky. And because that video is terrible, I figured I'd drop myself into this video nice and gently and revisit Crash Bash to see if it really was the beginning of Crash's downfall after Naughty Dog dropped in to start making games about angry, hairy men.
So I guess it's time to conclude this year's Bandicoot month by acknowledging all of Crash's failures and getting them out of the way forever so that I never have to mention them again. These games I'll be talking about today have been heavily requested on my channel for years now, so sorry for the wait. I hope this is what you wanted.
Oh wow, check it out. It's Crash and Bash'em. I reviewed this game when I was a clean-shaven child.
The graphics as well are actually quite pleasant. The characters look good.
And I don't know what I was talking about. This was the first Crash game to be picked up by another random developer after Naughty Dog lost the rights of the character to Universal. And that does spell bad news at the offset, but at least the new devs, Eurocom, didn't try to poorly replicate the original formula. They instead tried to do a Mario Party, but with a gorilla with an anus for a face. Doesn't mean the game is great though, despite it doing its own thing, because, spoiler warning, I don't think it's that great.
Can we judge the game by the first world of adventure? No, we can't.
Ignore him. Now, even though Crashly Bashly is a party game, if you're all by yourself, you can indeed play a single-player adventure mode. Ooh, get you. And in adventure mode, I decided to pick Cortex because when he's running, his hands turn into a canary. But you can't call this an adventure without a story. I mean, what do you think this game is? Hiking? So the intro cutscene clues us in on what's going on. In the most basic of terms, Aku Aku and Uka Uka are having an argument, which almost leads to the worst boxing match of all time because none of them have any arms.
Prepare to fight. No, Uka Uka. The ancients would not allow it.
Ah, do you know what? Aku Aku is right. Yeah, we've never done that before at all. No, we don't fight because the ancients won't let them do it. No, not even once. Don't want to piss off those ancients. Oh, by the way, who are the ancients? You know what's even weirder about this though? The first line spoken in this cutscene is,
"How many times must you be told? You cannot defeat me."
So why does Uka Uka even try to fight Aku Aku after all of that? Why give him the ancients excuse? You both can't hurt each other. Aku Aku said so. Do you have memory loss, Uka Uka? Can Wood get Alzheimer's? Anyway, after this, Aku Aku has had enough and is about to bring the thunder.
This bickering can go on no longer.
Or he's gonna sound like a fed-up mother.
And logically, just like when you catch your own kids bickering, there's only one way to settle it. Illegal cage fighting.
Yes, instead of settling this tiny squabble between themselves, these omnipotent and all-powerful masks decide to steal their supposed friends and pit them against each other until only one is left alive. And Crash is A-okay with it. What is he doing? And so, by winning a random set of battle party games and fighting boss levels at the end of each warp room, your chosen character must beat out the competition for the glory of their own mask that forced them into this horror, and this somehow proves how great they are and who wins this pissy little argument. Even stranger though is that since I picked Cortex, I'm fighting for the evil side, and yet the boss levels are all the same if you picked the hero side. Even Uka Uka says in the boss cutscenes,
"You must first meet an old friend."
So if they're old friends, why are we fighting the bosses? If the bosses are evil and friends with Uka Uka, including the final boss, doesn't that mean that the evil side already wins this argument by default? What's going on? Why are we fighting them? Oh, don't worry, he's flat now. This story is a total disaster, no other words. It's as much of a mess as Tiny Tiger's character model. Cortex's hair, though, is on point. Look at it. It's so on point that it is a point. His hair is so sharp he could open an envelope with it. So Crashticoot Bashticoot, like I mentioned earlier, is Mario Party for the entirety of the gameplay, but without the game board or dice to roll, and it's worse. You just win mini-games over and over again to progress, and where some of these games on their own are totally passable and fun in their own right, where Crash Bash fails is with the tedium of it all. This is one of the most repetitive games I've ever played. In fact, it's so repetitive that in the first warp room, you get 4-way Pong, polar bear fighting, pogo stick bouncing, and 3D brawling. And then in the second warp room, you get 4-way Pong, polar bear fighting, pogo stick bouncing, and 3D brawling. Foon! Sure, there's an additional game mechanic added in for the copies, but they're still copies. They feel exactly the same to play, and many of these minigames are copied up to 3 times throughout the adventure mode in different warp rooms, with nothing but a different coat of paint. And that's not all. Get this, in order to unlock the boss battles from each warp room, you need a certain amount of trophies. And no, your wife doesn't count. To get the trophy on one of these levels, you need to win the minigame in question not once, not twice, but 3 times. And this isn't a best out of 3 system or anything like that. The game keeps on going until anybody in the match wins 3 times, meaning that you could potentially replay the level 9 times in a row in order to win just 1 trophy. And that's assuming you even win on the 9th attempt. La-di-da-di-da-di-da! So you get the 4 trophies from Warp Room 1, unlock Boss 1, and then think to yourself, God damn, I can't wait to see something new. And then, oh dear, Warp Room 2 has exactly the same minigame styles you just did, aside from 1 extra level you haven't seen before, and you still need to win them all 3 times each. And then all of a sudden, Boss 2 won't let you in, because you need trophies, gems, and crystals to get inside.
But where do you get the gems and crystals from, you bitch?
Why? By going back through all the levels you've already replayed a million times over and replaying them again. But this time with an overly frustrating crutch, like randomly growing insta-kill mushrooms taking over the stage, or you beginning the stage with less health than everybody else. Yes, Engine, this is a great idea. When 2 giant missile-equipped mech suits can't take down a tiny Bandicoot, just spin around and spit balls out of your mouth, I'll get them.
So yeah, the single-player adventure mode, aside from the decent bosses, it's pretty horrendous. And unfortunately, unless you own a first edition black-labeled European version of Crash Bash, like I do, there's no code you can put in anywhere to unlock all of the multiplayer games straight away if you want to just jump into a match with a few friends. You have to go through the adventure mode and unlock everything in that tedious goddamn way. Otherwise, you're stuck with 4 minigames total with 4 different skins, and that is it.
Unless you have a copy of Spyro 3. Yes, stay with me. By holding L1 and R2 on the title screen for Spyro 3 and pressing square, you get access to a hidden Crash Bash demo. And then, if you type in a specific code on the title screen of the demo, you are then granted access to a cheat menu, where you can not only manipulate and change basically everything on the screen, but also have access to nearly every single level, fully multiplayer compatible and all. You are missing a few of the final minigames, and you only have 3 bosses to pick from, boss 3 of which apparently being Homer Simpson. But yes, essentially, nearly the entire Crash Bash game is hidden on a Spyro 3 disc, which I guess just goes to show you how little space Crash Bash's full disc was using in the first place, and therefore shows you how much effort went into it. I can't believe they left this here accidentally. It's so damn cool. Look, you can even see the exact date and time that this beta build of the game was placed onto the Spyro 3 disc. How adorable. Okay, what I just said about the no effort thing, that was harsh. There is quite a bit of effort put into some of Crash Bash. The soundtrack, for instance, is one of Crash's best on the PS1. In fact, below Crash 2, I'd say it was the second best, so go and check it out. And when you do have all the mini-games unlocked, it is a decent distraction with friends, but getting to that point legitimately, which the majority of players of this game had to do, is hellish. And my lord, aside from the repetition and copy-paste mini-games, the looks of this game really end up burying it. Too many freeze frames I was able to grab from this game were absolutely horrifying, and a far cry from the detail you'd expect from the Crash universe, even on the PS1. And come on, man, Cortex's head here looks like a boiled egg on top of a frisbee.
I can see a good game here. Well, it's not in there. And that's probably the saddest thing. Oh, I don't know. Maybe if I shout at it, it will be better. Oi! That didn't work. But don't fret. I mean, did you like Crash Team Racing? Yeah? Good. Well, have I got the steal for you? Because for the low, low price of $3, you can get Crash Team Racing, but on the PS2 with better graphics, and you fall through the floor all the time.
Oh yes, sign me up, Banduka boy. So Crash Nitro Kart was sort of a sequel / spiritual successor to Crash Team Racing for the PS2 era, and oh boy does it feel like a game stuck in the shadow of its better big brother that the parents love more. In many ways this is just a carbon copy of Crash Team Racing, but just not as good. It's even apparent in the adventure mode. The plot of CTR is aliens, and the plot of Nitro Kart is aliens. But instead of Oxide threatening to turn Earth into a giant concrete parking lot, you have this guy called Velo who just steals you to race a bunch of times to entertain other aliens on another planet. That's basically it. And his beard is the shape of the first letter of his name.
I mean, what kind of asshole does that?
Nitro Kart does actually give you a good first impression. Instead of making you pick one character only for the entire adventure like in CTR, you get to pick from either Team Bandicoot or Team Cortex, allowing you to swap between 3 different characters with their own unique driving styles and kart stats whenever you want to in between all of the races. And that's not all. You even get unique cutscenes for each team throughout the story mode based on who you pick. But then you realise that they didn't bother to fix the facial animations for the masks.
You will have to race in order to win the Galaxy Circuit and save Earth for us to conquer!
Welcome to the future of gaming, everyone! This is the PS2... Hey!
What's my name? Easy. Sloppy. Because that's what this game is. And that's a massive shame to me, because as far as pushing the Crash Kart racing games forward goes, Nitro Kart gave us a fair amount new and good. This was the game that introduced a new boost formula where the closer you leave the drift meter to the burnout, the faster boost you're rewarded with. A brilliant risk and reward system that they later brought back for Nitro Fuel. They gave us unique track designs with trap crates to break that activate different obstacles on the track to sabotage other players. There are some great new items like the tornado that picks up anybody it touches and goes around half the track. There's anti-gravity gimmicks in the levels that Mario would later copy in Mario Kart 8 11 years later. The adventure mode has this frenzy system where a meter slowly charges with your teammates throughout the race, after which you're able to use as many random items as you can before the timer runs out. The visuals can be absolutely breathtaking for a PS2 game, and hell, they even brought back the staples from CTR that made the adventure mode stand out in the first place, like the 3 token collection races, crystal grabbing arenas, and the time trial relic races. And since they already copied so much that worked from CTR, it would only make sense for them to copy the addictive, maniacal, and bouncy control style. But they don't. Nitro Kart feels like the developers witnessed the birth of a miracle child, and while the mother was still splayed, shoved it back in. Nitro Kart is an unbirthed baby that was already born.
I need therapy.
Even though you're not playing the game right now, you can probably see the downgrade just from the footage. Nitro Kart has absolutely no sense of speed or heaviness to the karts to make it feel like you're burning rubber against the terrain. It feels like you're floating along it. It's very flat and unreactive, which wouldn't be so bad if the jumping and drifting didn't feel limp and splatty, and the turning didn't feel like you were unfolding an ironing board, but it does. Especially with the highest speed, lowest turn characters, unless you're drifting, it barely feels like you even turn at all, and you even slow down if you hold a turn for too long, because clearly someone thought you weren't going slow enough. Even driving into the levels is a pain. Driving into the levels is difficult. Stop judging me, it's very hard. Why are you looking at me like that, engine? Oh look, we've got a boss race heading our way. I wonder who will be fighting from the Crash universe today.
Oh. Him.
This delightful little cherub is called Crunk. Don't know who he is? Neither do I. And instead of being introduced in a comically personalized way, where he's talking directly to the camera and intimidating the player, he instead gets forced into racing us by Velo. And then he says, "Nah, I don't want to race them, they're smelly." And then Velo says,
"Oh, come on, please, Daddy."
And then Crunk says yes. Yeah, that is the quality of the boss races we have in Nitro Kart. And as for the race itself, well, I've got to be honest, I'm not even sure it was a race. See ya later, monkey beta. At this point, I'd rather have a race against that thing in Star Fox 64 called Bacon. The pathetic boss races aren't all either when it comes to the difficulty of Nitro Kart. In fact, when you mix in the Team Frenzy mechanic and new boost formula that is outright broken when you get the hang of it, this ends up becoming the easiest kart racer I think I've ever played. And the boss races don't even allow you to use Frenzy, so that's how easy they are. Topping all of this off is a piddling number of tracks compared to CTR as well.
That did not feel good.
And I don't even want to know what noise you'd make if you did feel good.
And even though this is supposed to be a high-tech advanced PS2 follow-up to Crash Team Racing, Nitro Kart ends up being one of the most unpolished games I've ever played. Constantly clipping through the floor is one thing, but it's another thing when the frame rate tanks whenever there's more than 3 karts on the same screen. The shields don't even work half the time, and in some races you're even able to crash. How the hell did you do that? I genuinely love the track designs and the visuals of Nitro Kart, but even if you can get past the performance problems, there's no point coming back to this whatsoever since it controls worse than Crash Team Racing and doesn't feel as good to play, which in a kart racer I would argue is the main thing you need to get right. That's why games like Mario Kart 64 or Double Dash hold up so well after all these years. Yeah, they've put some of the tracks from these games in the future installments, but you can always feel safe going back to these ones because you know you're going to be having a great time controlling the karts. Oh, and by the way, the loading screens are terrifying. Crash is dead.
Oh wow, look at that! It's a bonus platform! You know what that means? Yeah, we've got an extra racing game to look at! So welcome everybody to the Caddicarus Bounds Round!
Yep, just when you thought they couldn't mess it up anymore and that they should have let Crash Team Racing die with dignity, here we have another Crash Kart Racer, Tag Team Racing. But it's okay because Jetix Magazine says it's the best Crash game ever, and everyone knows who Jetix Magazine is.
Hey everyone, it's me, your favourite primetime family-friendly YouTube superstar, Gump!
So immediately, I do have to give Tag Team Racing some credit. The story mode here is at least something different and not another random alien invasion. The plot here is that you're battling Cortex and accidentally stumble into a theme park built entirely for roller coasters and racetracks. Is that a wang? And you get roped into recovering the power sources for each of the theme park's lands that were mysteriously stolen from Von Clutch over here. But we're only helping him to do that because whoever does help him wins ownership of the entire park, which Cortex really wants to do, and we can't let him do that.
Perhaps a riddle or two! That's my Trolley Pack mascot, Willy Wumpa Cheeks.
That sounds like a character from an adult movie.
Smash Brandy's cooch.
Yeah, probably that one.
So Tag Team Racing is yet another Crash Kart Racer if you couldn't tell. It's CTR and Nitro Kart again, but with a million extra pointless mechanics, and in my opinion, it's even worse. The car controls are unbearably stiff, the track designs are the opposite of interesting, the shortcuts barely mean anything, the music is boring, the engaging and skill-based jumping drift to boost system has been totally removed and replaced with an awful power slide move that doesn't even help that much and makes this noise whenever you use it. But the worst thing about it, to me at least, is the main gimmick that separates this racer from the rest, the clashing system. In any race at any time, the character you pick can turn into a ghost and clonk their way into another car of your choosing to merge with them.
And as we all know, nobody can clink the clonk as good as Crash Badinky Donk.
By doing this, you briefly turn the game into Mario Kart Double Dash but for war criminals, since you can swap between driving the car or aiming a weapon that has now attached itself onto the car in order to blow up everyone else until you run out of ammo. On paper, this sounds like the coolest edition ever. It's like Crash Team Racing meets Twisted Metal, especially since there's plenty of characters with unique weapons, there's loads of vehicle types with different defense, speed and handling options, and plenty of unique visual combinations for certain karts clashing together. But all of this falls apart like soggy bread once you realise that you only need to clash with one car, and then you've automatically won every single race. Engine. Oh! You see, Engine's weapon he has are these rockets, and they are so overpowered, I'm pretty sure they could be used in tactical warfare. With these rockets, you mow everybody down with no effort, 1 to 2 hits max with splash damage. And whenever you're gunning, the CPU in the driver's seat goes around the track as perfectly as possible. So just make sure you fire the rockets, detach from your host like a dying flea right before the end of the 3rd lap because you get thrown forward every time you do detach, and then you'll find that you win every single time. When you're in this state, you are in complete control. You are a parasite. The helpless sap you attach to can't ever force you off. There's no time limit for this or penalty for overusing it. You can use overpowered race items in conjunction with the rockets. If you get blown up by other races, you recover 2 seconds later, still in the clash formation. And the best thing, if you run out of rockets, you can always detach and then immediately reattach again to get all of your ammo back. Sure, you can always switch driving positions and let the computer player shoot down the bogeys, but why would you do that when you can effortlessly get rid of the competition and not have to to deal with the painfully unsatisfying driving mechanics. You could always say that this is an optional mechanic, I suppose, except it isn't, because if you don't clash with another car in any race, then you're a very weak target to every other car firing at you, and you explode so much as tumbleweed touches you. Not to mention, again, you're stuck with kart racing mechanics that feel like you're derailing a train, and other racers can attach themselves to you at random with as much consent as a Weinstein. Basically, if you don't clash, you lose, so why wouldn't you choose to clash with the most powerful weaponed racer? And then, once you unlock Engine shortly into the game, it all becomes even easier since you don't even need to look for him in the race to grab his rockets. You can clash at the very start of the race to guarantee victory with any car without breaking a sweat. Look at these KOs. Look at these KOs. For a 3-lap race lasting around 3 minutes, this means I was averaging 7 KOs per minute. And so at this point, why does the track design matter? Why do the visuals matter? Why do the shortcuts matter? For even a small fighting chance in tag team racing, you have to use this clash mechanic, which means you'll end up doing the same thing repeatedly to win every time. Even the other modes for each track have similar approaches to them.
Oh, and did you know? This game is a platformer?
Yeah, Tag Team Racing also has a giant hub world that's as much of a single game as the racing itself, despite being called Tag Team Racing! And my god, look at this. Look at this performance. The game didn't run spectacularly in the races, but this looks worse than my granddad's slippers. Couldn't you guys just focus on getting one gameplay style nailed instead of forcing as much in as possible? Did I just die from jumping into a bridge? The jumping and general running around controls are so slippery and floaty, it's practically impossible to control where you're aiming towards, and even the spinning attack is lazy. See this? This isn't a Death Tornado spin power-up from the other games. This isn't a super spin. This is just what happens when you hit square over and over again. The animation resets and you can keep spinning forever, meaning that no enemies will give you any trouble. No shits were given at all, my lumpies and germs. You also get interrupted a lot by Chick and Stu, who you may recognize from Nitro Fueled as the chickens who announce all the DLC Grand Prix. I hate them there, and I hate them even more here.
Spending like crazy on new stuff. Bling bling.
Bling bling. Yeah, that's what all the kids were saying back then, wasn't it? Bling bling in my ding ding.
To be totally fair to Tag Team though, despite not being that fun to control, I do admire a few things they do in this overworld system. Firstly, they turned the death animations Crash is famous for into an explorative gameplay mechanic, as you can go on a scavenger hunt looking for hidden specific death cutscenes that quite often got a chuckle out of me. Oh look, it's Flat Bandicoot. Secondly, these are some pretty expansive and densely designed hub worlds, especially on the vertical plane, and all the pockets of coins you find are able to purchase more outfits for your characters, more cars, and even a few crystals that you need in order to open the gates that will take you to the next power gem you need to progress to the next world. There's a reason to explore other than finding the next race, and I like that. You can also physically abuse the customers in the park, which is very cathartic because I used to work in retail, and the amount of times I wanted to take the head off of a customer and kick it like a football is uncountable.
You can even kick the children! This is a 7+ game with child beating!
Actually, is this how old you need to be to play the game, or how many years in prison you'll get for child abuse? You know what though, now that I think about it, the balance is a bit too skewed in the platforming's favour, because winning a race only rewards you with 2 crystals, whereas you're going to be able to buy and find more hidden crystals in the overworld much faster in order to open up all these gates in the hub world to then find the hidden power gems and skip a huge chunk of the game without even doing a single race.
Welcome to Crash Tag Team Racing, where we don't like racing.
Overall though, Tag Team Racing is an absolute mess, and in my opinion one of the lowest points of Crash's console career. It tries to appeal to everyone, but ends up impressing no one. Half of it is Crash Team Racing, but with worse controls, worse performance, worse visuals, broken mechanics, and boring, stale track design, while the other half is Twinsanity, but with worse controls, worse performance, worse visuals, worse enemies, and barely any really challenging platforming.
Hey, I'm a girl!
Yeah, Crash, what's wrong with you? Women can't fight back!
Yo-ho-ho in a bottle of Wumpa Whip!
Is it rude to say that I hate you?
Hey, Caddy, look over here! I'm Charlie Window! I'm not in the mood for this, can you please give me the next game? Oh, okay. I just wanted to let some light into your world. Can you give me the next game? Okay, fine. Don't be such a glass hole. Give me the next... Go get it! Skylanders Imaginators. This isn't a Crash game. Well, this cartoon says otherwise. Cartoon?
You don't even know the half of it, mate.
Oh, no.
Extreme Rescue Mission!
Oh, my God. What is this?
I was on the Wampa Islands and about to free my friend Tawna from the clutches of the evil Dr. Neocortex.
Is this show trying to get a rise out of me? Because it's working.
You can make a strong argument in favor of that show.
You're getting a rise out of me, Skylanders. Yep. Oh, I'm angry. I'm rising, right? I'm rising like a souffle!
I'm sorry, but what in God's unholy pants is this? I don't care if this show is any good. Judging by this inclusion of Crash, I really don't care. Pure and simple, this is not Crash Bandicoot. This is not the point of his character. He's a mute dumbass meant to tribute other mute dumbasses in old Warner Brothers cartoons. To not only give him a voice, but a brain is completely missing the point. Crash is planning. He doesn't plan. He eats the things he's supposed to be collecting. This is going to be controversial, I know, but I honestly prefer the horrible Crash 2 promo video version of Crash over this, because at least Crash wasn't a fully established character at that point, and he was still an idiot in that. They could have used anybody here if they needed a character like this. It shouldn't have been Crash. Hashtag not my Banuka.
But don't worry, these fever dream clips from the Skylanders TV show is not what I'm going to be looking at today. Instead, I'll be taking a look at the game that the show was based on.
For those who don't know, Skylanders is a series of simple 3D beat-em-up platforming games in the Spyro mythos, kind of like LEGO Star Wars in terms of style and feeling, except that it requires the use of a USB portal device in order for you to place different figures onto the portal and have them pop up in the game. Different figures have different abilities to get by different obstacles and unlock different secrets, and on its own, I don't think it's too offensive. It's a cute little idea. But in 2016, when we were constantly teased a Crash game on PS4 after 8 years of silence, to then have Sony go on stage and just mention casually, oh yeah, we're working on some remasters, and then go off and show a trailer for a game which had nothing to do with Crash directly, but instead had him as a cameo with one additional level to that game, felt like a little bit of a joke. People were not happy about this announcement back then. Remember, this was before we had seen anything to do with the Insane trilogy, and after all of the games that had spiraled Crash off downhill. This was Crash's official PS4 comeback, so to see him coming back on PS4 but in a children's toy collecting game was a bit of a bait and switch. But hey, at least the figures are pretty awesome. I love these little things. I also accidentally bought 4. Before we get onto the Crash content though, let's take a look at the game as it is. The story of Skylanders Imaginators is that Spyro is having a race, and then Evil comes in and stops the race. And by the way, the character design of Spyro makes me wet in a bad way, so I guess it's now time for me to pick up my figures and place them onto the portal. Oh my god, it's magic! Look who it is! From my toy! It's Crash Bandicoot! I've got to say, it's very bizarre to see Spyro and Crash running around together in a game that isn't... But I welcome it. It looks weirdly natural here, and since we're in a beat-em-up, I really love how most of the moves Crash is famous for are translated into fighting moves that can be purchased with the coins that you collect. From super spinning to belly flopping and even sliding, it's all here, just not giving you the same utility as in the platforming games. I kinda like Crash here, honestly. I mean, he's a bit of a chunky monkey, but in this world and art style, he fits in quite nicely. Except for whenever you pause the game. Crash, are you having a stroke? Your design, however, I'm sorry, your design is disgusting. Your face looks like a pug that was stung by a wasp, so I'm gonna switch over to Cortex and shoot some holes in it. Throughout the game, you can activate different shrines to give the figures you have new moves to play with, and to be frank, I thought it would be a case of unlocking one universal move for an entire class of figure to use, but as it turns out, you not only get unique moves for each character of each class, but even a unique cutscene of them getting it. This is a level of effort I can respect here.
So this is called the Mysterious Ancient Place.
And you have a mysterious ancient face.
Oh, and before we carry on, I just wanted to mention how cool this little feature is. This here is a gem figure, and not only does it light up when you place it on the portal,
I like the pretty lights,
but it also allows you to create and store your very own Skylander that has a specific class based on the coloured gem that you have. And this is as extensive as a bloody Bethesda game. Look at this. Individual body proportions, accessories, weapons, skin, and my favourite, the voice. Here's my hero. Do you like her? She's an armor-wearing, ram-horned snake woman with a fire bow, and I called her Fromage.
A name that will echo through the ages.
Fromage!
So after we pass the first story stage, we're then let loose in the main hub world, which is when we then unlock the entire reason I picked up this stupid overpriced Playmobil set, the Thumping Wumpa Islands. It's its own exclusive level within Skylanders Imaginators with exclusive cutscenes and its own mini story to get through, featuring specialized obstacles and items, nice easy puzzles to break up the gameplay, and even the classic boxes to break for Crash.
I have some news. Your old friend Spiral...
What? You mean the one I threw Molotovs at? There's tons of Easter eggs, subtle nods and references to the older games, really pretty visuals, and a decent sense of humor to boot.
Wow, the real Crash Bandicoot came all the way out here to see my prized crate collection.
So it sounds really great so far, right? Well, I'm afraid it kind of isn't. This is the slowest thing I think I've ever touched. And I touched the floor yesterday!
Look, say what you want about the quality of the gameplay or the ethics behind Crash being in Skylanders after an 8-year gap of nothing. Regardless if you love or hate Skylanders, how can anybody be okay with the slug-like speed you move? Isn't this supposed to be a fast-paced action game for kids? I run pretty quick in the home world, what's going on over here? And I know this is for kids, but hey, the original trilogy were for kids too, and they were never this easy. You just run around and hit stuff with like 2 or 3 buttons while doing the occasional jump, repeated ad nauseum. It really is baby's first beat 'em up, and that wouldn't be so bad except you move along as fast as cheese on toast. It doesn't matter what extra moves you purchase or whatever, you still end up doing the simplest button mashing combos and nothing else. And often that's the best way to get past any combat encounter because the singular powerful moves that take a long time to wind up don't do as much damage as a quick 1-2-3 combo with your basic punches. And annoyingly, the slowness coupled with the repetitive simplicity is what ends up ruining so many more encounters throughout the game. At this point, you don't have a guard, dash, or roll, just a run, jump, and attack. So tanking hits in big crowds is inevitable. Look, they all move faster than you, and in situations like this, there is nothing you can do other than die and swap out to another figure that you may or may not have on you. The only way to get your old character back being to quit the level or restart it. So I hope you have enough figures, kids, or else you'll need to steal Mummy's credit card. This then becomes a huge problem when you're told,
only Crash Bandicoot can unlock this zone.
But the problem is, he got Steam pressed earlier, which means I would need to start my entire 30 minutes of playtime so far all over again in order to reach that point to open the door as Crash, while going through all of the sticky, running, enemy smacking, property destroying, and puzzle solving all over again. You know what this game reminds me of? Over the Hedge on the Xbox. And if you're reminding me of Over the Hedge, you buggered it up!
But this isn't what everyone wanted me to talk about, is it? Okay, fine. I guess it was only a matter of time. These 2 final games I'll be looking at for this video have been requested by my viewers, no joke, for over 8 years now. And to celebrate me finally getting around to talking about them, I invited a celebrity guest to show you what the first one is. Thanks for that, Billy Willy. Now I'm just gonna put my name in, which is Egg.
Oh great, here we go everyone. Crash of the Titans. Okay, so this intro cutscene I actually really like. This shadow puppet art style with no dialogue is a very unique way to set up the story, even if it reminds me a bit too much of Jungle Book 2. And I don't ever want to be reminded of Jungle Book 2. Okay, so should I start addressing the obvious? That being these questionable character designs? I'm sorry everyone, I know this version of Crash has his fans, but not me. This is a standing up orange hyena with tattoos.
I mean, who does that? Tattoos are for pricks.
He's dressed up like a rejected member of Green Day, and his entire aura reeks of the mid-2000s. There's no timelessness here. I still don't know why they did this, and I don't know what's up with the voices either. Crunch is like if Tony the Tiger was played by Mr. T.
Bling! Cover your mouth when you sneeze!
But hey, at least Cortex is still pretty funny, there is always that.
Make a sucker!
Hey, genius, I can't actually hear you. I'm really far away, and I'm flying like a hovercraft or something.
And I don't hate the new Aku Aku here, I can still tell that it's him, but that face he pulls when he's shielding you is a little And yes, I said shielding. There's a guard mechanic in Crash of the Titans, and even a roll, because this is yet another 3D beat-em-up similar to Skylanders, except much faster, and it came out 9 years prior. So this was actually the first attempt at putting Crash into a combat-focused setting, and I mean, it works, but this is no Bayonetta. There's nothing complicated going on, or different strategies you need to come up with at a second's notice. There's no dashing or darting around, it's all incredibly straightforward. Crash runs around like he's late for a meeting, and most bafflingly, he does doesn't even start the game with the spin move, which is like Sonic starting a game without being an annoying dick. You have to unlock the spin first, and get this, if you use it for a little bit, it makes you dizzy. Crash Bandicoot, dizzy from spinning, which is all he's done since the beginning. This dude isn't Crash, he's a poor man's imitation.
Why, you big troll, you—
This is so peculiar to me. I never thought I'd live to see the day where the words Combo King appeared on screen in a Crash game. And, Crash, wait, what's this? What are you doing? Stop it! Oh, okay, I got an achievement. What was it for? The right stuff? What right stuff? What, you mean this? This was the right stuff? I'd say this was the wrong stuff. But of course, I am blissfully ignoring the other major aspect of this game, which is presented to you on the front of the box. And I'm mostly avoiding it because of what it's called. It sounds like you're pulling someone off. Basically, there are a handful of bigger creatures that you can fight, that after you start hitting them, makes a star counter appear above their head. Keep wailing on them to fill it up, wait for them to get stunned, then tap a button and—
What is this magic?
Yes, for some confusing reason, in Crash of the Titans, Crash can jack certain beasts to do his dirty work for him, which usually means just doing the same thing that you would already be doing, but just doing it harder. How did Crash get this ability? When did he learn it? Why does he need to do it? It's not explained. Stop crying. I'd love to say more about this game, but to tell you the truth, I really can't. What you're seeing here, this is the game. Whether by your lonesome or riding on the back of a demented pig, you are pressing the same buttons, fighting the same waves of enemies, and getting by the most rudimentary of platforming sequences with barely anything resembling thought being needed to carry on. Gotta be honest, I don't like tag team racing, but at least the world was more interesting to explore. This is just unpalatable. There's nothing technically wrong with it, but it's easily the most boring game of the bunch with nothing standing out, nothing special about it, and nobody making a joke about Crash possessing monsters being called jacking. And it doesn't matter how good your game is at that point, if it's boring, you've lost me. I mean, at least Skylanders, for as slow as that game is, allowed you to collect coins and spend them on upgrades that you wanted to choose. Here, you don't get a choice. You just keep collecting these blue balls and then you'll eventually unlock some kind of new move, and that's it. There's no strategy or thought to any of this, or any concrete reasons to explore. I'm being serious when I say this. This is the Crash version of Sonic Boom. Yes, a fundamentally boring and unengaging beat-em-up with no thought required, basic platforming, new character designs, new unexplained abilities, and a new universe for the characters to explore that's given no build-up, backstory, or context. Only difference is, in Crash of the Titans, you don't disappear. And do you want to see where I couldn't take it anymore? Right damn here. This is apparently Uka Uka. Yes, this Uka Uka. Way to completely toss aside your old fans that you're still trying to attract back into the series after the platforming apparently got too stale. I mean, I think that it's a cool as hell mask design on its own, but that is not Uka Uka.
I will take the Mojo and Bandicoot female back to our base.
That's my Nan. And Cortex, my goodness. You know, I've heard people complain about Cortex's look in Crash Bandicoot 4, and here I am saying, huh? You serious? He could always end up looking like this. Cortex here looks like a cross between a toddler and an old man. Or a balding Pinocchio.
Aha! Bonjour everyone and welcome back to my show. It's me, Sam Witch, and today we're going to be cooking up all of the shit that you never wanted to eat, sticking it in the microwave, and reheating it for you.
Oh, mind over mutant. Come on then, let's get this over with. My name is Limes. The first mission of this game is a tutorial gauntlet where Crash's sister Coco sends us off to look for a load of Coco parts, and I really don't think her brother should be doing that. After that, I hate to report, it's exactly the damn same game as Titans. No exaggeration. It's the same game, except Crash overdid the steroids in his shins. And now he has short shorts. Is that a lump? Oh wait, no, I'm telling a lie. There is something else a little bit different here. There's, a kids art pack? What's all of this then? Oh wow, are these fan arts from children that they hid in the menus of this game just to be cute? Oh dear. Crash is in a mankini. You know what? I'm gonna call it. I don't think this is kids fan art. I'm willing to bet that this was official concept art, because holy crap, this is the worst design of Crash I think I've ever seen. He looks like a gangly 30-year-old man dressed up as Crash Bandicoot, not actually him. The limb proportions are all wrong. He looks way too humanoid. He's too tall. And again, people complained about Crash 4 or the Insane Trilogy even. Just look at this climbing animation. Look at it. Is this Crash Bandicoot or The Exorcist? To be fair to Mind Over Mutant though, even even though it is the same game as Titans and the character designs have been left in the toilet, I've got to say, this is basically just a better version of Titans when it comes to the gameplay. From the start, you've got way more fighting moves to work with, including a last-minute dodging and counter-attack move to really let you get into the combat mechanics and let you think about what buttons you have to press. And you get more moves for all the platforming you'll be doing, the platforming itself being 10 times more interesting and involved than in Crash of the Titans, feeling a lot like Twinsanity in places actually. Not to mention, hijacking the Titans for fighting has more uses, since they don't only have their own unique special moves that can not only benefit you in combat, but also aid you in exploration and getting to secret areas. Even better, you can jump on and off any Titan you want to at any time and store them on your equipping slot, and you just need to press the equip button again to get straight back on them, making the flips between combat and Crash exclusive climbing and platforming feel way more natural and of the moment. The Titans feel like an extension to Crash instead of just something that you do every so often. You're not just going through the motions and hitting a single attack button over and over again. This is not half bad. I'd happily play this over Titans anyway, but at the end of the day, it is still a simplistic kids beat 'em up game, no escaping it, and it's really damn easy.
Another person balancing on the other end would make it much easier.
Oh, was I not supposed to be able to do that? And to be perfectly honest, for as monotonous and mindless as this game does inevitably become, I won't lie, I thought it was a little bit worth it to watch all of the cutscenes linking each level segment together. These are the best cutscenes in any Crash game, no kidding. And for each level, they're done in a different cartoon style. There's flash animation, hand puppets, olden-timey, and the scripting, voice acting, and characterization is perfect. I'd even argue it's better than what Twinsanity had to offer in terms of humor. Just check out some of the gags that they somehow got away with here and tell me that you didn't crack a smile.
Yes, it is I, Embryo. My name sounds like fetus.
Call now and you'll also receive neckbeard in a can.
Can't talk? Watching monkeys. Look at a monkey. Oh, right in his own mouth.
Stare and dream. Stare and dream. Soon to be available everywhere but Arkansas.
Punch him in the throat.
Not my throat! I need that for swallowing!
These are all so fast-paced, funny, expressive, and creative that I'm pretty convinced that Mind Over Mutant was originally supposed to be an animated series or something, but got rejected at the pretense of it being for a character from a video game, and so they were told by executives that they would prefer a video game, so then they just copied and pasted the ideas and mechanics from Crash of the Titans into here so that they could show you all the animated sequences they made.
I don't know. I smell a conspiracy here. Oh, hang on. That's just fish. I'm in the market. So I wasn't expecting this in the slightest, but this mini marathon of the post-Naughty Dog Crash Bandicoot games ended on a weirdly positive note. Mind Over Mutant is not that bad. I mean, it's not great, I wouldn't go out of my way to willingly play it again, but it's a lot better than the other toss we've seen today. But overall, when you see the Crash Bandicoot 4 announcement trailer and hear this little exchange at the end of it...
How many times have you beaten this clown anyway?
3.
Really? Only 3? Funny. Seemed like more.
I can totally understand now why they decided to split the timeline after Crash 3 and pretend like the other games didn't happen.
However good or bad you think these games were as the next main Crash installments, nobody can deny that they were all over the bloody place in terms of focus and direction, which eventually led to the original trilogy getting the insane remakes in the first place. People just wanted to go back to the good, solid stuff that everyone knew, everyone loved, was really tightly designed, and what made Crash great and lovable to begin with. None of this sack. Crunch! What the hell are you looking at right there?
Yes, that is a nice chest.
The racing games were kept on life support for far too long, Titans was a dated bore, Mutant was a mediocre attempt to keep that new gameplay style going, and Skylanders wasn't even a Crash game. The only one I can see some potential in is with Crash Bash, considering how long-lasting Mario Party has been and how well-received Super Mario Party was on the Switch. I'd love to see them tackle this kind of game again, especially with the huge roster of characters in CTR Nitro Fueled, including cameos from Spyro. I think we could get a really damn good-looking and incredibly fun party game with lots of characters duking it out.
With that, though, comes the conclusion of yet another Bandicoot month. So thank you so much for joining me this year, and my new wife, of course. And even though nowadays Naughty Dog is spending far too much time being naughty dogs, I'd like to end this video with a thank you. Because without you, Naughty Dog, I wouldn't be here right now. But do you have a copy of Smash Brandy's Cooch? Son? 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 What? Why is there sun? What's going on? What? This isn't right. The bricks outside can't be gone. I mean, we just got married. And they took my wallet!
You know what? I don't believe you're gone. I reckon you're still out there. And I think once everybody's let their guard down, you'll pounce from your hiding place and crash down and flatten everybody. Oh damn, I forgot I'm one step ahead of you, Bricks! Yeah, you're not gonna catch me out, no way. Knockdown may be lifted, but I don't buy it for a second. No, you're gonna come here.
Let's take a look at some Pixar.
Pixar is a digital animated movie studio that was directed by Pete Docter and John Misconduct, and since the mid-80s has not only produced groundbreaking work that would influence computer graphics and film for the rest of time, but has also crafted many a brilliant film at the same time, some of my favourites being Toy Story 2, The Incredibles, Brave, Coco, and Ratatouille. Pixar is short for Pictures. But that doesn't mean that pictures are the only thing that they've attached their name to. Even as early as their first animated feature, Toy Story, Pixar all of a sudden felt like a farmer the size of a house and were ready to sear their brand onto every submissive cow that wanted to be milked, and one of those cows was video games.
Yes, just like with Dreamworks Animation Studios, the very second that Pixar saw any ounce of success, which just so happened to be with their first ever movie, the video game tie-ins were sure to follow, ready to milk all of the kids. Actually, no, that sounds really bad. Don't milk kids. And today I'm gonna look at a load of them. A metric butt ton of them. I'm not even kidding. Look, I've got like 23 of these. Look, I'm drowning in Pixar games. I don't know what.
To be honest though, I have higher hopes for these games going into them than with Dreamworks. Not only because Pixar have a higher batting average of good films, but also a higher batting average of good games. At least from what I've played anyway. In the distant past on this channel, I've taken a look at 3 Pixar games, and I thought they were all pretty great. A Bug's Life on PS1, despite what critics that probably don't wash say, I think is a great time. A stage-by-stage collectathon and enemy hunting game with decent visuals, decent controls, and incredible music. I mean, it's as good as one could expect from a game about sticky insects that stand in place and turn into an electric toothbrush. Even better, at the end of the game, you get to chase down and stop Kevin Spacey from touching everyone inappropriately. How about Toy Story Racer? Another great PS1 game and one of the most underrated kart races of all time, if you ask me. With some of the smartest and most unique track designs ever, mixing with bouncy controls that feel exactly like you're messing around with an RC car. And of course, there's my personal favourite, Toy Story 2, which is basically if Mario 64 was thrown into the Toy Story universe with ingenious open levels to explore, tight responsive controls, badass power-ups, tricky challenges, amazing music, and a rapid-fire super laser. Also, Buzz looks like a bloody potato.
To infinity and be.
The other 19 games, though, I've never touched before. So let's touch them. And while we're talking about Toy Story, why don't we start off with the first ever Pixar game that was ever released, which is nowadays infamous for the weird as hell graphics, the uncanny environments, and really weird blocky gameplay. Yeah, I'm going there. There's Toy Story on the Game Boy.
Yes, remember this one? Toy Story 1? On the Game Boy? We can point and laugh at the SNES version all we want and mock the lack of
Silicon graphics computers.
But I thought it would be way funnier to play the most primitive video game from Pixar at the time that it was released. This is more frightening than any horror game I've ever played. And you know what? I should have just stayed on the menu, because as soon as the game starts, it gets worse. How do you put this diabolical waste onto a Game Boy? This is how you do it. If Donkey Kong was played by Tom Hanks and then got run over by a steamroller, you get Toy Story on the Game Boy. Oh my god, this is so rancid that there isn't even a word for it. The controls are really bloody loose as well, but hey, what are we even doing here? Because I don't know. As it turns out, the goal of level 1 is to find a bucket hidden in the stage, open it, and then watch it start shitting. After that, you head off to look for a radio and knock it down to the floor. Oh. Hey. You okay there, Ham? This is one of the most mangled things I've ever seen. Why didn't they just do their own art style instead of taking the entire SNES game's graphics and trying to squeeze it all into a creamy brick? Just look at this aggressive amount of green. It's hurting my eyes. Do we need to call child services? Does Andy live in mold? These controls, I can't even begin to explain them. They're just completely... Ah! What? That's it? The level's over? Woody, are you okay? Do I need to call an ambulance? Anyway, sorry, the controls. Yeah, I mean, I know you can't feel the controls watching this video, but I'm sure you can get the correct idea by just looking at this footage. This isn't Toy Story, it's Alien. Not just because of the green and black everywhere, but because we float around so much we must be in space.
And no one can hear you scream.
Just you try and do anything in this game. Just you try. Swinging by a grapple? Nope. Jumping upwards through platforms? Nope. Timing your jumps to pump a balloon at the right time to launch Coach moving toys into a box? Nope. And can I just ask, what is it with this game and excrement? Rex, you look like a gnarled up turd, and I'm really not a fan of your running animation. In fact, all of the animations in this game are buggered. What's going on here? Why is Buzz swimming in midair, and why is he splayed and waiting suggestively for me on the bed? Is it because I'm Woody? These levels go on forever, man. Look at this. How ridiculous is this? How big is Andy's room? Does he live in one giant corridor? What kind of kid is Andy anyway? Why does he have 1 million copies of the board game Drafts? And why is he obsessed with this single book called The Fish Man? Well, whatever kind of kid he is, he's the same kind of kid who thinks the alphabet goes why?
Oh, by the way, did any of you guys ever see the posters for the SNES and Genesis versions of Toy Story? Well, if you thought the Game Boy version was horrifying enough, then I don't think you'll be able to cope with some of these posters from back in the day.
Play the game!
Okay, I'm sorry, Daddy.
Well, that was horrible, wasn't it? So I suppose it's time for us to move on to the next game I'm going to be looking at. It's another Toy Story game at least, so maybe it'll be a lot better. Well, we'll see. Get ready, everybody, for Toy Story on the Zizzle. Yeah, the Zizzle.
What? You don't remember the Zizzle? It's a classic. No, it's not an overweight calculator, it's a video game system. And my god, is it a video game system? First off, it's called a Zizzle. That's not a game console. That's what a sausage does in a frying pan. Secondly, who designed this plastic shell? And thirdly, where is the demon that they summoned after they designed it? Buzz looks like a burn victim and Woody looks like he just survived Chernobyl. And this would be bad enough. But then you turn them around and look at them from the side. And these ugly skin grafts attached to this bulky chunk of plastic is not where the horror ends, because you turn the thing on and...
Select mission.
It speaks!
And oh boy, does it speak. On this so-called Zizzle, you get a total of 5 missions to play, while holding the system with your left finger poking into Buzz's armpit. And as for Woody... we don't talk about Woody. And this is what the missions are. Mission 1, you move left and right to catch aliens. Mission 2, you press 1 button to do a jump every so often. Mission 3, you hold left and right while hitting 2 buttons to do high and low attacks against other toys flying towards you. Easily the most challenging and mechanically complex game on the Zizzle. Mission 4, you move left and right to cross a busy road while avoiding cars. And Mission 5, in the saddest thing I've ever seen, all you do is scroll through 4 things you can make Buzz do and press a button to make him do them. You can put his helmet on and take it off, fire his laser, open up his wings, and make him talk.
I am Buzz Lightyear.
This mission clearly only exists for those poor saps of kids that weren't lucky enough to get an actual Buzz Lightyear toy back in the day. This was their substitute. Don't worry, kids, you don't need any of this. You've got the Zizzle. It's basically the same thing.
Oh! 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 Why did you do that? Oh! Well, you know what? This was worse.
Okay, then hopefully I can feel a bit better after I revisit a game I replayed countless times as a kid. Monsters Inc. Scare Island on the PS2. This is, in fact, the same game as the PS1 Monsters Inc. game that I know a load of people played when they were younger. I think it was called Scream Team. But to be honest, I never played that one, and I didn't even know it had a PS1 version until I got a demo disc for it long after I finished the PS2 version. It's the same game essentially, it just looks better and runs smoother. But better graphics or not, God help me, it doesn't do much for Scare Island. Waternoose looks like a raisin, and Sully here has more teeth than face.
Welcome to Monsters Incorporated!
Onto the training mode then, and who do I pick? Well, based entirely on the way that they walk, I'm not a fan of Sully's extending stretchy neck, so I guess I'm gonna have to pick Mike. Booga! I think I made the wrong choice. I wonder what happens if you pick Sully.
Hey, I'm the monster.
Oh, you are? I didn't notice.
This training mode sucks, no other word for it. I get that it's a tutorial to ease younger players into the game, but this goes on for way too long since each room of the stage goes over every individual move you have. There's a room for jumping and a separate room for double jumping. That's how redundant this whole thing is. And in every single room, you get to listen to Roz talk at you. And after a while, she starts to sound like a massive sneeze. So we get out of the training mode loading into the actual stages, which are free-roaming 3D environments with sub-areas you need to unlock and edges you can't cross. The game itself is kind of like a Mario 64 collectathon mixed with Ape Escape, but for babies. You run and jump around, attack enemies, and collect this stuff called ooze in order to fill up a meter. After you've filled it up enough, you then go on the hunt to catch these robot children. Thank the Lord we're not hunting real children. And if they're the same color as the meter point that you filled up to with the ooze, you can adequately scare them. Scare enough of them and you clear the level. Well done. Unlike Ape Escape though, where searching for these escaping targets and catching them is fast-paced, reaction-heavy, there's usually platforming or puzzle solving to get around, and it takes one swipe to grab them afterwards as a nice payoff. Monsters Inc. instead just places the kids everywhere in not very difficult locations and then forces you into a button-mashing scaring game every single time you find one of these things. And the higher color level they are, the more button mashing you have to do. This gets immensely tiring insanely quickly. There's nothing fun about this, and not rewarding even slightly for finding these things in the first place, because you don't just get to pat yourself on the back and move on like in Ape Escape, you have to stop dead in your tracks and mug. To be fair though, it is funny once or twice to see some of the final scaring animations.
In fact, while we're here, was I the only person in the world that thought it was completely backwards in the movie that Sully was considered the scary one and Mike was considered the funny one?
This thing is freakish. Why aren't kids scared of him? Look at him. The worst that Sully can do in this game is... Okay, fair enough, he's pretty scary. The facial animations aren't the only things I'm not too sure about on the production value though. It's all over the place throughout the game. Check out these water physics. It looks like they're trying to escape the game. Sometimes the models look absolutely fine, and sometimes they make me want to off myself. And they also reuse the same victory animations for the monsters when they grab the main medal collectibles of the game, which is fine, but these animations are in sync with one specific line of dialogue, and the characters say different lines for different medals. So where this is perfectly fine,
Not bad for a guy with one eye.
this just looks dumb.
Who's the monster?
I'm sorry, how does it go?
Who's the monster?
For a nice bit of replayability, as you go through the game, you unlock more tools to use to access areas you couldn't get to before, and if you quit a level, thankfully, the amount of ooze and other collectibles you got on the level is stored, making the dashes towards the final collectibles and children to scare much easier. And check this out, you even get to race Randall as a makeshift boss battle, and these bits are really fun, I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, you're more of a challenge than I thought.
Yeah? Well, you're more toothed than I thought.
I'm getting restless now. I want to go outside. The weather's lovely out there. Imagine what I could do. I could run through the hills or fly a kite.
Now why would you want to do that?
Oh, what did I eat last night?
You've already got a kite, Caddy. I'm here.
You're not what I had in mind.
Fly me, Cads, fly me.
Can you please calm down?
I need wind.
Well, what do you want me to do? Blow on you?
Please, anything will do, anything. I just want to feel alive again.
Oh no! The kite turned into Finding Nemo on the GameCube.
My first impressions with this game are not all that bad, actually. This visual design is very appealing. I mean, this was made by Traveller's Tales, who have been known for quality when it comes to Pixar games. And the first level of this game is... going to school.
Gee whiz, Papa Bear!
We start the game off with a cutscene from the movie featuring a child physically assaulting his father.
Come on, Kristen!
And then we get to swim around like nothing ever happened.
It's just our little secret.
Watch me swim over to that coral.
Why don't you try to swim through all those rings of bubbles on the way?
Oh. I remember my first day of school. And my dad asking me that.
We get to see the two main types of gameplay here, side-scrolling linear segments with a few side paths to explore, and on-rail swimming segments with obstacles to avoid. We aren't given much time in these parts though before we're introduced to some more characters.
Hi, I'm Tad. I'm obnoxious.
Hey there, Nemo. Nice to meet you. I'm a twat.
This game takes you through the events of the movie in a style very similar to the underwater segments from Crash 3. In fact, Finding Nemo in this sense reminds me a lot of the Shark Tale game, except it doesn't make me want to kick my dog. Luckily, this is 10 times better in terms of controls and mechanics, and Finding Nemo doesn't try to do a million different gameplay styles at once, making it more focused, easier to understand, and way more enjoyable. The presentation, though, is the best bit. There's all these neat attentions to detail, like being able to dive out of the surface of the water, which serves no purpose whatsoever, but you can just do it if you want to. And the character animations in general are pretty great, especially when you're performing a certain move. Although I don't like it when Marlin tries to kiss me, I'm not a fan of that. These good visuals, though, come at a cost, a high cost at that. Like, £15. This is one of the worst performing games I think I've ever seen, and I've played Shrek Extra Large. I swear I can hear the GameCube practically catching fire trying to run this. If we aren't careful, the fish in here might cook over and we can have them with chips. Look at this shit, it's terrible. The music though, damn, it's really good. In fact, for a level about going to school, it's surprisingly epic.
This almost makes me want to learn.
Oh, you made me eat!
Don't ever say that to me again. Each level has you doing a few different missions while getting to the end, similar to how A Bug's Life on PS1 handled it. And look at that, it was the same developers, aren't I a dick?
I have severe panic anxiety.
Some of these missions are collectathon related, some are based around finishing mini-games in a certain way, like winning a race or something, and whenever you complete them, they all end like this. I mean, in comparison to other Disney Traveler's Tales games, this is way too simple. This is an easy kids game, but it isn't the worst thing ever. I just wish it ran better. Or should I say, swam better.
You live in what kind of home?
In an amendment.
You live in an enema? Do we need to remove it? It controls good, it looks good, the soundtrack is incredible for missions that are so mundane, but I can't keep playing this. The performance is worse than the last time I was in bed. It makes most of what you do practically unplayable, so I think I'll end things off with a glitch where I ended up winning a starfish by dying. Yeah, I did it.
Kids, I found dinner!
Huh?
How did these get in here?
This here is The Incredibles on the Xbox and Game Boy Advance. Two more games from my childhood, both of which were published by Thick, and games which I poured hours into. I was obsessed with them. In fact, I was also obsessed with the movie. I was 10 years old when it came out, and as a huge fan of Spider-Man, I hadn't seen a relatable superhero story told like this before. It captivated me. Do you remember Buddy? Yeah, that was me, but with a movie. And not a man shaped like a pizza slice. And when it comes to Incredibles games, let's start with the GBA version. I never actually owned this one until recently, because back in the day I borrowed it from my cousin multiple times and finished it over and over again while my sister had this Monsters Inc. game on GBA that I barely ever played. Was that any good? Please let me know in the comments, and I won't read them. The Incredibles on GBA is a 3D beat-em-up with 2D graphics that are pretty damn stylish, all things considered. But if you want to consider all things, you'll quickly notice how shallow, empty, repetitive, and bland this game is at its rotten little apple core. You have special moves, you can dash, you can jump attack, you have combos, but none of this means anything when your approach to every single situation is the same over and over again, which is then topped off by the enemies being copied and pasted exactly the same over and over again. By the way, these guns, yeah, they're not fun to deal with. They can get stuck. Hang on, what is this old woman doing hanging out on the roof of a skyscraper? Oh, what's that? This guy's gonna jump to his death? Well, if this face was coming at me, I'd want to jump too. Incredibles on the GBA is a distraction at best and boring at worst. You can't even save your progress and can only use passwords. Yes, in 2004, this is pretty pathetic. Wait. How did they get away with that as a password? And now we're onto the Xbox version, clearly and obviously the better game between the two, and the one that I spent the most time on as a young'un. You get to do all the things that superheroes do, like beat up bad guys, roll around in a force-field ball at 1,000,000 miles an hour to knock down guards and solve physics puzzles, turn invisible, try to get sticky bombs off of capes without actually trying to get the sticky bombs off of capes, race the school bus to school in the middle of broad daylight when you're supposed to be hidden under cover, save all of the civilians that look like ducks, and get to the scene of the crime just in time for your chin to save the day. Just like the GBA version, this is a beat-em-up game, but just way more varied, interesting, explorative, and there's more powers to use, more platforming, and I mean, it's on the Xbox, look at it. You also get to crush people under steel girders in a kid's game. The game looks pretty good for an Xbox title, you know, except for Mr. Incredible's crouching animation. And for some reason, there are quite a lot of graphical oddities and texture glitches in this game. The cars have metal nipples. Maybe it's because I'm playing this on the Xbox 360, but I don't know, man. Some of these things just feel like they're part of the game to me.
Let's take a look and see what's on the other side.
Oh, don't worry, Elastigirl. I know what's on the other side. Your husband's deconstructed face! This is the greatest graphical bug I've ever seen, and it's absolutely terrifying. Not only does the wall dress up as Mr. Incredible, but the floor does, and even entire skyscrapers. Look at this. I know Mr. Incredible is big, but he's not that big. Sadly though, for as much as I loved this game as a tot, especially the Violet and Dash ball rolling stage, it can be pretty tiring in places. The combat is nothing special at all, and there's way too many grouped enemy encounters that require standing around and waiting for more waves to appear before you can move on. And with instances like these battle tank mini-bosses, the amount of waiting you have to do just to get an attempt to hit them 1 time out of 3 is agonizing. But it's okay, because with the cheat code SAS mode, you can jack up the speed of the game to 300% and make it utterly unplayable. But at least waiting isn't a problem anymore. Speaking of speed, the best bit of the game will always be the fact that you can control a speeding child and get run over by cars. Yes, I did it! Average speed 147 miles per hour, I ran for 13 miles, and I burned 187 calories. I did all of this and burned off the same amount of calories as a Kinder Egg. Exercise is a lie.
But don't leave your seats just yet. You can run into that moving truck anytime you want, because right now, we haven't even pierced the skin of the cream.
Did you know that before the Incredibles 2 movie released in 2018, there was another Incredibles 2 that was actually treated like the official canonical sequel to the original movie called Rise of the Underminer for the Xbox? Look, I personally love the movie, but no matter how you felt about the sequel that we eventually got, I think Dog Sick would have been better than this game. But hey, at least we get to play as Frozone this time, which is great because he finally found his super suit! This is a 2-player linear 3D beat-em-up once again, with the single-player mode allowing you to switch characters whenever you want, and the first level of this game shows you absolutely everything you are going to be seeing and doing for the next 4 hours. Production-wise and gameplay-wise, it's all spread on you right here like an invasive swab test in the first stage, and it never gets any better or changes even remotely as it goes on. You hit robots in brown and grey tunnels with basic attacks and occasional special attacks, you hit robots in brown and grey tunnels with basic attacks and occasional special attacks, and you hit robots in brown and grey tunnels with basic attacks and occasional special attacks. Sorry to be redundant just to make a point, but this game doesn't seem to have a point, so I'm making up any point that I can. Just look at this. This is level 1, and the most impressive the visuals get. And even then, it still completely ignores the laws of sound.
It's raining boulders! Keep moving!
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna apologise to Crash of the Titans. I'm sorry. I thought that you were the most mind-numbing and tedious button masher I've ever played. But this is a stain in the pants of God!
Sure, the basics of the game are the same as the first Incredibles, running, jumping, and attacking, but in comparison, this is soul-destroying. Unlike the first game, you can't explore around these areas, there's no branching paths, you're outright punished for thinking outside of the box, and the upgrades you can buy with XP points just end up making the same 4 moves you already do hit a little bit harder. Speaking of, do you like robots? Do you like these robots? Well, I hope you do, because they are everywhere from the start all the way to the end, shamelessly copied and pasted all over the place, and strategies to fighting them amount to hitting them very quickly or sitting there like a dope and waiting for them. Oh, and also, when you play on your own, the partner AI is a little bit I got so bored of this game that I actually ended up using cheat codes to unlock every level just to see if things improve later on. And no, they don't. Believe it or not, I'm not showing you the same level over and over again. Aside from like one ice level, every single stage is you fighting robots in a brown hole.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this game in my brown hole.
The Incredibles Rise of the Underminer. Why the hell is this game even called that? The Underminer never goes above the ground. He doesn't rise in this game. This should have been called The Incredibles Compost. At least the first game, for as flawed as it is, allows you to discover secrets, do more platforming, solve puzzles, control multiple characters with different playstyles, and lets you smash up enemies. This is just running and punching over and over again. And if that wasn't enough, these robot villains that talk to you are some of the worst I've ever seen.
Focus all those forces to reverse the poles and flip the whole planet. I was ordered to make 100 giant Gilganbots. The skies will be filled with dirt, and the sun will become a distant memory.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realise you were talking. I was busy watching paint dry. By the way, why does your helmet have a hairy egg in it?
Who cares? Because now we have an Xbox 360 game based on a movie where 2 female cars flash their headlights. Rated E for wet. Make your friends eat your dust. Oh boy, I've always wanted to do that.
On my 12th birthday, I actually got Cars the video game on the PSP, and honestly, I remember liking it. Problem is though, this is not a port of the Xbox 360 version, so I'm going to keep my expectations pretty low.
Contains no sex. Aww. We start the game off with a dream sequence where we have to do a race, because this is called Cars, and that is what cars do. They can't play chess. And the racing mechanics here are... they aren't the worst I've ever played, but I don't think I can call them good either. I mean, check out this power slide. Yes, that was me holding the slide button and steering at the same time. It's absolutely useless. Here is what power sliding is good for. Do you want to turn? Or do you want to turn? We finish off the dream and get an amazing idea to start up our own local Grand Prix because we're bored.
He wants you to meet him out at Willie's Butte later?
Excuse me, I am not going near anyone's Willie's Butte. The real game starts off and Mac is staring right up the back end of Lightning McQueen.
Hey, Heidi-o, buddy-o.
Oh no. I think he likes my Willie's Butte. Okay, apparently there's a hub world in this game. I wasn't expecting that at all. What the hell am I supposed to be doing in here? Ow! Jesus, roadkill! What the hell, game? You said there was no violence. Well, hey, at least I can crash into Mater. That's all I've ever wanted to do. This overworld system is downright bad. Check it. You need to drive around to find your next race, and if you want bonus points for some reason, you can collect these things here. But there are no guideposts anywhere, and the minimap does a pathetic job at not only showing you what kind of missions are available, but if you've even completed them or not, leading me to do the exact same dream sequence race I already did by complete bloody accident all over again, and then I ended up mistakenly changing my look into a car dressed in 80s fitness spandex.
Hey, if it's your thing, Godspeed.
So I finally find my next race, and I said out loud to myself, wow, because, ooh, these physics must have been sent to us by false gods. The controls here, despite driving on the dirt, are rigid and strained. There's no sense of slipping or sliding to your steering. It just feels like you're driving a bus all the time. And yeah, did I mention the physics? Because they're here, and they're like a drunk auntie at the Christmas party that no one likes. This hub world, man, I can't describe how awful it is. Taking aside all the map issues and backwards roundabout mission selection system, it's empty, dull, muted in the colors, and I get it, it's a desert, but if it was going to be this bland, I would have preferred a selection screen, especially since most of the races I did were mostly also set in the same goddamn desert. This adds nothing but wasted time to the game, and with so many awkward and cramped and tiny side bits to find items in, that's where you're really gonna feel the controls struggle. Does it look like I'm having fun here? Look at the turning circle, I'm braking here too. Am I a race car or a satellite?
Oh my goodness, hello.
And then if you go into first person mode, you're able to turn the game into Resident Evil 7. This is uncanny and quite scary, especially when you crash. Cars the movie, the video game. You told me there was nothing provocative in here. What's with all of this bare chest? You know what? The only single time I think the controls didn't suck was in this tractor tipping minigame where Mater is controlled entirely with the analog stick. And it makes you wonder, how does this rusty tub of crap move this responsively, and yet the car whose job it is to drive around in circles can barely turn left? Oh god, what's this? A power slide tutorial mission. Thank the Lord. Am I doing something wrong here? Please teach me.
Nope, the game is just a stupid floppy, so I hope you don't mind, but I'm gonna leave right now before I go mad and kill someone.
Yeah, did you know that Up had a video game tie-in? I didn't, and they made a version of it for the nut you can play with outside, and the game was made by Arse Bozo Studio. Okay, so it's asking me for a name for my save file, but there's only so much I can put here because there's a 3-letter limit, so, I don't know, my name is Yum. We start the game off with some FMV sequences that don't look too bad. I reckon this could trick kids into thinking this was from the movie, but then we see Russell walking into the room like an upright vacuum cleaner, and I'm immediately concerned. And as far as Carl goes, phew, he looks pretty bad. He definitely doesn't look like he does in the movie. He's a proper gilf there. But then again, I don't think I'd want to do that anyway, so he's a good. Okay, somebody explain this to me. How does this guy, an ancient grieving pensioner, jump around like he's on a trampoline, climb up the sides of cliffs, and Indiana Jones his way across vines, yet he walks around like a crooked spider hungry for a dead bird? So yeah, ever wanted to play a game where you're an old man? Then Up on the PSP is the game for you. And to be fair, it is pretty accurate if you wanted a cynical old fart simulator. You can play little competitive games with your kid and not let them win. Oh, what's that? You want to collect all the bugs?
Well, I can smash them faster!
And that's not all. You can ignore them as they cry for your help, run away from them as fast as possible so they can't keep up, and even push them into a load of spiky, jagged rocks. When you aren't doing that, you're playing the most basic partner-based puzzle platformer of all time that barely requires any thought. Carl? Are you okay there, Carl? As for the mechanics and controls, well, they don't even work half of the time. Like here, I get captured by this trap, get told to spam X in order to escape, but it never ever works, and I end up losing health and resetting the puzzle every single time. What am I doing wrong here? Aside from that though, Up is painfully easy to the point of sleep-inducing. I know this is only stage 1, but this is a flat-out depressing looking game. And when you start solving the— Hang on a second, Russell! How did you do that? We've got old men doing trapeze gymnastics and a small child who can throw adults over their shoulders. Am I playing Up or the Avengers?
Don't get your hopes up, kid. That rotten wood is never going to be a canoe.
Which is why I'm going to use it as a canoe right now.
Jeez, my god, when did this game turn into a government warning about steroid abuse? How is Carl doing this? This is ridiculous. I can practically hear his spine mangling. You tap X over and over again to move forward and try to fit through tiny gaps with water physics stopping you and crocodiles in the way. Yeah, I'm done. This game is way too dull for me, so I'm stopping. Sorry, Up. You made me feel down.
Da bad joke!
Ah, shut up. It was a better joke than naming your movie after a pun. Ratatouille.
You get it? 'Cause he rat!
We start the game off and we have the worst loading screen I've ever seen. It's nothing but a static chef's hat that doesn't do anything. Come on now.
It moved.
Need to wash up before I handle the food. So I begin the game running around on all fours with my hands, jumping about, getting a feel for my surroundings, and then... Oh dear. You can't touch the milk. Oh my god, what's this? Is this a sniffing button? It is! It's a sniffing button! Who put this in the game? Who asked for a sniffing button? You smell nice. Okay, so far this game feels pretty aimless. I'm not exactly sure what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh wait, I get a reward for jumping on this handle? Awesome!
Oh well. What a great reward! Death!
I don't know. Is this the way I'm supposed to go? Ah, look at that. I got an achievement for jumping on a stump. You're one of those games, aren't you? So now it's time for me to tailspin these cans away. Okie dokie. The sound design isn't the only problem I have with the presentation though. What is going on with the floor here? It looks like the floor textures load as Remy runs towards them. Is this texture pop-in that follows your feet? I've got to carry on though, so let's just do that. I'm being shown how to carry and place items now. That's pretty neat. The peppers explode. Where the hell am I? What kind of illegal weapon smuggling is this woman up to? Why do her slippers look like Christmas ham? And why does Remy look like Oliver Twist?
Please, sir, I want some more.
What do you think that jumping on jets of water sounds like? No, you're wrong! It sounds like this. Not to mention, this is not a very polished platformer we have. I got stuck on grates all the time while climbing them, and oh my god, what is going on here? I'm not a rat anymore. I'm a hybrid between a slug and a sausage. I think I'm gonna be sick.
Way over here!
Okay, you know what? I'm convinced now. This old bag has some kind of gang operation running. A rat this size heading towards a window that fast would break it, which must mean this is bulletproof glass. Why does she need it? Christ almighty, that's why! She's a murderer! She sells exploding peppers on the black market and buries snitches in her garden! This farm kingpin needs to be locked up! How am I so close to this woman's legs that I'm practically looking up her skirt, yet I'm not dying? And pray tell, why do I activate a mousetrap right here and brush it off like, I'm okay? But then the second a tiny speck of loose gravel gets in my way, I trip over and fall flat on my face.
Oh, that's reminded me. After I'm done with playing this game, I've got a great place we can go and get lunch. Nah, don't worry, you'll love it. Yeah, I've booked a table at Cafe Rat!
After this tutorial segment, we then end up on the main game as we search around the city streets of Paris and collect a certain amount of items by jumping around in order to go back to earlier areas and unlock minigames to complete, and therefore progress through the game. You know what other game works like this? Yes, Shrek's Treasure Hunt on PS1, but now, instead of being a stinky ogre, you're a stinky rat. The minigames you have to work with are things like running around a spinning cylinder in the sky trying not to plummet to the earth, or running away on a turntable away from mechanical clumps of knives slicing vegetables at 1,000,000 miles an hour, so yeah, nothing too traumatizing for kids, but then again, maybe Remy deserves it. Great! He's a bit of a psychopath.
There's my restaurant!
That there was the voice of the ghost of Chef Gusteau, your guide through the city streets, and this game will make you remember that, because some genius in the dev team decided that he should repeat every single line of tutorial dialogue for every area and item you walk by, each and every time you load in and out of a minigame.
The compass can tell you where to find a mission marker.
Something more annoying to me than that, though, is the fact that the game itself, when you're just running and jumping around the area, isn't too awful, but it's completely mauled by tiny flaws that all group together into a nest of regret. It's little things like being able to climb up pipes being a mechanic, but not every single pipe, and things like balancing on tiny platforms with the action button giving you no indication it even worked until you actually land on it. It's not like in something like Sly Cooper where there's a little twirl or grapple animation after you press the button letting you know that everything is about to connect. You only know if your button press worked in Ratatouille if you land on the thing or fall straight through it. There's no clear timing and the actions are incredibly unresponsive. You just gotta mash the action button and hope that you land on the thing. And that's not fun. It's funny.
Collect enough of these items and you'll be able to open a tall mission.
Oh, cool. Thanks for letting me know.
Collect enough of these items and you'll be able to open a tall mission.
Yeah, don't worry. I heard you the first time.
Collect enough of these items and you'll be able...
Are you going to say that every time I pick up a couple of these things?
Collect enough of these items.
There's 100 of them! Who programmed this?
Is this necessary?
No, it's not. Ah, well, at least we can all agree that that is a good smelling place.
And so, I learnt my lesson about buying bad Pixar games and decided to pick up Cars 2 on the Xbox 360.
Fantastic. Wheel good fun. Where's my gun? The intro cutscene for Cars 2 shows us a rip-roaring chase sequence that's a funny, fun time for the whole family, and it ends with a cute little crash where a group of cars pile on top of each other and explode. Cars 2 begins with literal car genocide. They have thoughts and feelings, they have souls, and they are dead now. Their eyes are part of the tunnel.
Cars is pretty messed up, isn't it? I mean, how much further do you think they'll go?
Oh, hey kids, I'm Lightning McQueen and I'm on your willy!
I was gonna pick Luigi for my playthrough here, seeing as for some reason he's faster than most of the other literal professional racing cars and yet looks like an old shoe. In the end though, I went with Lightning because I think he'll kill me if I don't. Once the game itself begins though, I'll be damned, it's actually alright. In fact, dare I say, this is a good racing game for kids and even for adults. No joke, I was totally ready to go into this and give it the mouth of Owen Wilson.
Oh, that bicycle, wow!
But I just can't bring myself to. This is a good game. It's not even vaguely the same as Cars 1 in terms of racing mechanics. This feels way more fleshed out and looks much more lively and vibrant with more tracks to race around that all look tons better than before. You've not only got a drifting system that's worth a damn, but also a load of new moves to use during the races that add a lot of risk and reward to what you're doing, and therefore makes every race interesting even when you're in front. You see, you have this new boost system down here that fills up whenever you take a risk and do some tricky stuff with the right stick. You can flick up to drive up on two wheels and make your steering very limited, flick back to drive in reverse and swap the left and right controls around, and tap A to jump up and over different obstacles and even jump off of ramps to reach shortcuts. Much like in Sonic All-Stars Racing, you can even do stunts in mid-air by flicking the right stick. If you can keep a good streak of these going without using one of the 3 mini boosts you can save up, once you get your 4th mini boost, you can then activate a massive boost which lasts for ages, goes really quickly, and knocks out any other racer around you. You can even get more boost fuel by doing certain stunts through certain highlighted routes, and you can interrupt other racers doing their own stunts by smashing the right stick left and right while driving on the floor. But wait, that's not all, you strap! Because you also get races that allow you to use items and power-ups, missiles, oil slicks, and bloody machine guns. What happened here? Cars 2, of all things, arguably one of the worst 3D animated movies ever made, ended up with a good game. I'm sorry, News of the World, you earned that pun. That pun is correct. Recycling? No! This really surprised me, so well done, Cars 2. Which is something I never thought I'd ever say.
Warning, high-level weapon in play.
No. Okay, great. So what do we have next? Another Cars game.
It takes more than speed to become the ultimate racer. It also takes crack. So this game is the most modern that we have today. It's on the PS4 and starts with a TV show called Chicks Picks with Chick Hicks Dicks, where we get called out live on air to challenge another race car. And so, because we're live, we've got to accept it, otherwise we'll look like a puss. So naturally, in order for us to win against this guy, I'm gonna pick Guido. And I kid you not, Cars 3 is the same game as Cars 2, but just better. How is Cars of all the Pixar franchises doing this? It's almost like these bad movies about multiple cars were made as an excuse only to make merchandise. And 12-year-old me agrees. In Cars 3, you've got the same power-ups, same good controls, same stunts, same weapons, and same turbo system, but now with loads more tracks that are way more visually varied, so many more types of race, and a much faster pace that allows you to pick the next event you want to do in a drop-down menu after each race, instead of loading back to a main menu after every single one. Being on the PS4, it also looks pretty damn gorgeous, to be honest. It runs smoother than the other games, and I mean, you can even customize the colors and accessories for the car you pick. I'm absolutely gobsmacked. The music is mostly filler background noise, to be fair, but other than that, this is a bona fide keeper. Even the track design is great, since there's like a million different ways to go, routes to take, shortcuts to discover, and because of that, it makes the computer players an actual challenge, even on normal difficulty. I nearly lost plenty of races because of the added challenge here. I'm amazed, I've got to be honest.
But like all good things, unfortunately, they must eventually come to an end. So, let's just move away from cars for one goddamn second and instead take a look at Wall-E on the Xbox 360.
I'm just kidding, it's cars again.
Oh look, it's more cars. They drive along and go... But now it's all about Mater, so it sounds more like... Who asked for this? What kid in the late 2000s was this desperate for a video game all about everyone's favourite character from the best Pixar movie of all time? Mater. I'll tell you who. A big old trollop. The first thing you see in this game is Mater himself with his face right up to the camera and his tongue sticking out. Remind me why anybody asked for this game?
Oh, don't worry, I know.
You want to know about this game? I'll tell you. It's Cars 1 again. Yes, I'm not pulling your jammies. This is the same bloody game as Cars 1, all the way down to the bony little finger. Same hub world, same objective markers, same races, same collectibles, except now we have missing sound effects for some reason. Disney, where dreams come true. The only things I can give Mater National some credit for are that firstly, you don't really play as Mater, so why'd you have to scare me like that? And secondly, the controls and physics are a little bit better than the first game. You actually slip and slide around the dirt like a rally car this time, and the power slide actually makes you drift a little bit. There's a pretty useful tight turning button, there's more mini games, there's a recharging boost system, and the map actually shows you what events are around you and which ones you've already completed. However, this is still pretty mindless stuff. You race on identical tracks over and over again with barely any different stipulations. I'm sorry, but I absolutely fail to believe that this battered up old hunk of beef overtook a racing car at the starting line. Next you'll be telling me that these cars have organs. Oh, they do. And if there's anyone out there who knows how to do the best single lap around everyone in town, it's Trollop. I'm a little bit concerned at all the adverts in this game though. Shifty drug? What the hell do you think they sell there? Do you think they would help me leak less? Oh, hey there, car friend! Okay, yeah, I think I'm just about done here. I'm gonna move on to the next game. Oh my god, I'm a monster truck! This is horrifying. What madman put this in the game?
Okay, in all seriousness, we're done now. Not because there's no more games of cars, there's plenty of them, but I'm just sick of looking at all of them at this point. So why don't we move on to another slab of metal that's actually cute. Wall-E on the Xbox 360. Well, yeah, it's supposed to be Wall-E. The holographic sleeve on this thing is completely borked.
Just look at this, though. It's like Wall-E exists everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Anyway, we start the game off with a lovely little cutscene, and then I got an achievement already for watching a cutscene! I haven't done anything yet! That has got to be one of the most pitiful participation achievements of all time, and I got one for pressing the left trigger in B-Movie. Oh no, watch out. Rex. What are you doing here? You're in the wrong game. Did you try and escape the zizzle? So far, this is looking like a pretty substandard platformer, huzzah. But at least I can say that the controls are stupidly fun here. Not only can you roll up into a cube every time you jump and then hold the jump button to stay in cube form, which is a brilliant way to get around, especially downhill, and feels very, very fun to pull off, but you can also carry things and throw them with very snappy controls, and you get to carry 3 things at once. Aww. Jesus Christ, Wall! Did you destroy the Earth? Was this your fault? What we have here, at least from what I played, was a linear puzzle and physics platforming game. And to be fair, it's pretty damn fun for a kid's game. Not only because the puzzles are pretty fun, but because Wall-E is an adorable little nugget to control around. I have to mention this roll again. I can't describe how zippy and smooth this is to pull off. But that's not all we have. The platforming isn't too bad either, and there's a nice balance between exploration to find batteries and puzzle solving with grabbing the correct kind of object and throwing it into the correct place to make things happen at the correct time. Only problem is, yeah, the camera is not very good at all. Oh, stop looking at me like that, Where's Wally? It's your game that we're playing. Oh god, I've angered him. No, I'm sorry, Wally, please don't look at me like that. Don't shake, don't give me another chance.
Disassemble! Dead!
I do kind of like the visuals here though. It captures that sheer desolation and sprawling urban jungle atmosphere perfectly, even to the point of the dystopian nightmare consumerist pristine spaceship aesthetic being nailed later on. And if you like the movie, the amount of Easter eggs and details are off the chain. I loved seeing the broken road signs named after the evil corporation By and Large, and when the autosave came up and told me that it was sponsored by By and Large, I giggled a bit. You even get to play as Eve in her own unique sections sometimes. You've You've got on-rails tunnel flying while you blow things up with lasers, and open-world flying scavenger hunts. And much like with Willy, these bits control great as well. Just look at how responsive the controls are, even on a slippy surface. Wherever you point the stick, you turn. No delay, no slow turning, the weight feels right, I can do donuts, and it's these controls alone that make the whole game pretty damn good to play. My favourite bit though was here on the loading screen, where it was moving along quite nicely, and then froze for a second, so then when it came back to life, it had to quickly catch up with itself like, whoop!
Good day, sir. I'm Michael Factory, and I'm here to sell you a door. I have a door. You knocked on it. Oh, yeah. Have a DS game instead. Oh! Ratatouille!
Yes, everyone, the game based on the movie, plus the dump truckload of ports, wasn't enough for the sweet little rodent. He also felt like he needed an exclusive side game for the Nintendo DS. Oh no, is the whole game gonna look like this? Yes, it is. This is just horrendous. This looks like shovelware, not a Disney Pixar branded game. This is worse than a Ratatouille toddler's coloring book. And all of the characters' noses look like sacks. In fact, I was so distracted by the ugliness of this thing that I actually have no idea what's going on. I clicked on a new game file, I get given a loading screen, and then there's a mini game. No backstory, no instructions, what am I doing? Am I sticking the same ingredients together to make a good soup? But Remy is giving me the ingredients himself. Why can't he just wait for all the same ingredients to come up and then give them to me all at once? Who cares? I figured it out at least, and I think I'm doing pretty well. Okay, so after restarting the entire game to see if I missed something, it turns out that this itsy bitsy teeny weeny not obviously at all question marky was the only way to figure out the basics of each minigame you'll be doing here, so thanks for making it skippable. Couldn't you just put the instructions up here? It turns out that after you make a lump of dump, you just tap the screen to grab it with your fork, so that's good. On to the next minigame immediately. What? No bridge? No story? No main game? No. This is a minigame set that is only a minigame set. We're now slicing things with the stylus and... that's it. And then we're cooking things without moving any of the cookware. I'm sorry, what is this game? Why is it a game? What's the point of anything that I'm doing here? For 2 screens and touchscreen capability, this is one of the most restrictive and shallow games I've ever played. There's nothing here. You just jump from minigame to minigame with no scoring system, no linking segments, no rewards. You just touch things a few times while staring at this thing that looks like Thomas the Rat Engine. I mean, cooking games on DS go together like bread and butter, right? It's touchscreen. It couldn't possibly be that difficult to make an engaging game, could it? Cooking Mama did this pretty well. Hell, there's even more complexity, variety, and content on the Mario 64 DS minigames, and they weren't even the standalone game. Peppa Pig on the DS offers you more than this. Peppa pricking Pig! So all I've got to say to you, game, is rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat.
Hey, are you feeling brave? Well, that's good, because I have a rifle!
So by playing this game, I must ask, am I brave or stupid? Well, I can tell you one thing at least. I've seen this bloody lamp bouncing on this bloody letter so many times now that I want it to fall through the floor. Brave is a linear platforming beat-em-up game that... Merida! Whoa! What happened to you? When did that dead cat get on your head? And despite how middle of the road it is, I think this is the best Pixar game I've played for this video so far. It's got elements of a twin-stick shooter for your fast-draw bow and arrow mixed in with basic combos and upgradable moves. And you can even unlock new moves to use like dodge rolling and different aerial attacks. Combine that with a few puzzles here and there, and different elements for your weapons to switch between to take advantage of enemy weaknesses and level obstacles, and I genuinely am not fooling around when I say this is a really damn good kids game, and I think you should... Ooh, this game has Kinect on it! Excuse me. What is going on with this bollocks? Kinect, help me please and answer me one question. Why don't you work? Brave on the Xbox 360 allows you to head to an archery range with the Kinect, and precision aiming a bow and arrow with dated and terrible body sensor motion controls goes just as well as you'd expect it to. If it doesn't register your aiming hand and where it's pointing, it doesn't register your drawing hand, and if you somehow manage to get that all working, letting go of the arrow is another thing entirely. What am I doing wrong here? Hit the thing, Brave! Hit the thing! You get 3 games to pick from here. Who cares? Piss off and leave me alone to cry. It doesn't matter because they're all the damn damn same anyway, at least when I'm even able to aim at the damn menu commands and make them go. When something even as simple as menu navigation doesn't work and screws you up, you know the rest of the game isn't gonna work out for you. Brave as a kid's game itself is pretty damn good, but the Connect add-on is the tambourine player of the school band. It's irritating, nobody wants it, nobody likes it, and even if you get it working, you end up wanting to kick it in the face.
Now, I've also heard through the grapevine that there's actually a Toy Story Connect game somewhere out there, but I don't have that, so I suppose I'll save it for another video. Won't I, Connect? You scamp! Anyway, while we're on the subject of Toy Story, here is Buzz Lightyear Star Command on the PS1.
Merida looks like cup noodles. Before we get into the game, can I just say one thing? I never watched this show, but the movie Buzz Lightyear A Star Command, as far as a cheap spin-off goes, I really like. It's pretty funny, actually.
Target the planet of widows and orphans!
You fiend! There he is!
I knew that would get him.
And appropriately, the video game tie-in is also making me laugh, but not in the right way. We pick our first mission and get treated to a phone call, which I honestly zoned out from because this dude just kept saying the same words over and over again.
Getaway spot, getaway spot, getaway spot, getaway spot, getaway spot.
I think I'm going to the getaway spot. Oh look, it's a scene from the show. That's pretty cool at least.
Lightyear could handle this one in hypersleep.
Ooh, bye.
So Star Command on the PS1 is a corridor running and gunning game, and when I say that, I mean that's all you do. You run, jump, and gun, with floaty as heck controls and one of the worst camera systems I've ever seen that can't be controlled. But there are a few other things you can do. You can collect hidden little green men for extra bonuses, you can pick up and collect credits to buy new upgrades and weapons throughout the level, and you can strafe left and right. But what is this? It's good to know that I'm now playing the video game adaptation of Disney on Ice. You've also got to fight bosses and arrest them. But I don't think there's much point arresting a dead body on fire. That's not all though, because what is this? Why, it's a time limit, because this is also a racing game too. Yes, in order to get to the boss of each level, you need to reach its getaway spot before the time runs out, or beat them to the hideout to knock off a portion of their health with this thing that looks like a blue toilet brush. And this is great whenever you find a shortcut portal or jet board, but terrible for looking around for collectibles and grabbing them. Not just the aliens, but the credits too, which you need to grab to buy the weapons you need to even damage the boss in the first place when you get there. And after all of this, the bosses usually amount to... Absolutely brilliant. These two styles of gameplay are at odds with each other constantly in Star Command. You need to find the hidden things and collect enough credits to get extra medals in order to progress, but you also need to do that while not running out of time, meaning potentially rushing by basically everything, and you haven't really got a chance to let the game itself or its level design sink in, so if you have to retry it, you don't really remember where the best places to go are, where the best weapons are, where the collectibles are. It's just really messy. It's not awful, but I wouldn't exactly describe it as fun, and it's not that difficult, more just irritating. Not helped at all by the total lack of camera control and no weapon lock-on. What? Even when the levels do get a little bit more interesting, like on Planet Flambe, it doesn't give you breathing room to search around it or discover more interesting platforming or secrets, because otherwise you'll game over from being too far behind. Check out level 3 here, where I'm supposed to hit all of these bombs or else they'll detonate and destroy the whole level, but I'm given a jet board really early on because of how fast this joker is, so I ended up missing one of the bombs in the level as I was heading for a shortcut which I thought I was supposed to do, but nah, because I missed that bomb which was on the corner of the screen, game over. All because Star Command can't make up its mind on what kind of game it wants to be. And when I finally did perform everything correct on this level, I accidentally activated a power-up for Booster, who looks like a giant beat, to come down and smash everything, causing the bad guy to get ahead of me, which means that the level itself never pauses, which means if my countdown clock was running, I might have lost the level right there, completely out of my control. Why does Buzz have a gun anyway? He uses a laser in the movie, and he has one on his arm. Where is it here? And why does he sound like Joe Swanson?
Stop right there, Creepazoid.
So why don't we end this marathon off with a quick look at Toy Story 3 on the 360, which, by all accounts, is one of the best Pixar games ever made.
What? Yes, Woody, I know. I couldn't believe it either. It opens up with this fantastic intro stage, playing like a mix of Crash Bandicoot-styled animal riding, Uncharted-style platforming, and Red Dead Redemption 2 train hijacking as we brutally murder a load of aliens by throwing them onto the metal tracks at 90 miles an hour. We also put a load of cows onto a catapult because they're old and I can't milk them anymore. By the way, guys, I also thought Woody was supposed to be all floppy, so whenever he runs into a wooden door, why does it sound like... After this segment, you're thrown into the hub world of sorts, and this isn't any old hub world where you just pick levels. It's a massive level in and of itself, set in an old western town that you are the sheriff of, with a million pieces of clothing to collect for your villagers, loads of treasures to find, tons of areas and side pockets to explore, gold coins to mine so you can buy more toys to help you collect more stuff hiding out of your range and unlock more mini games and different characters to control, and residents to help you so that you can unlock more stuff in order to customize the buildings and build more things to play within the town itself. You also get to toe punt all of the orphans. Seriously, what is it with kids games and being able to assault other kids? And look, you're even told specifically how to drop kick all of the children!
What is wrong with this game? And can I order more copies of it?
Oh, looky here, it's Stinky Winky Poo Pants Pete. This is for all the trouble you gave me in Toy Story 2, you bastard. Okay, so Bullseye was an amazing thing to purchase this early on in the game. Wanna know why? He runs and jumps really fast around the town, he can activate specific minigames only he can do, which are very fun and give you a good layout of the land around you, and more importantly, he helped me find a townsperson stuck in a well. Oh, okay, well, we beat the mission of finding the guy by just looking at him. Hey man, I was told to come down here to find you, not get you out, but I suppose you look happy enough down there on your own anyway. This mode here properly makes you feel like a kid again, playing with the biggest box of toys you can imagine. It's so much fun. And that's just the sandbox portion. The main story missions are alright too, except for Demon Baby Half-Face over here. I don't think this is anywhere near as creative or replayable as Toy Story 2 on the PS1, and your movement options are much more limited, but for a game following the events of a movie and taking a few liberties on the side, Toy Story 3 pleases both those looking to go through a varied and satisfying action platforming adventure, and those looking to just take it easy with nice music and throw prospectors into shop windows, so that you can give them a new haircut and make them leave looking like an angry jellyfish. For as unimaginative as what I'm about to say is, I truly believe it. This is like the ultimate toy box game. I would have loved this game as a kid, but now I'm an adult and completely miserable, so I'm gonna stop. At least I can do the one thing I've been desperate to do since the movie came out, and smack Lotso in his stupid face.
And with that, this long Pixar journey has finally come to an end. But what a ride it's been. Just like something you'd find at Disneyland. I really do mean that though, because where most of the Dreamworks games I played were down there, the Pixar games I played were all over the place, up, down, and all around. Some were great, some were terrible, all in the same breath. And because of this flip-flopping quality, I can completely understand why they don't focus on movie tie-in games anymore.
In fact, the most recent Pixar game I got was Lego Incredibles, and that was a really good one. Not just as a Lego game, but as a multiplayer action platforming game with puzzles to solve and lots of different things to do, and as a Pixar fan service game. So I think it's safe to conclude here and now that as a whole, I've been pleasantly surprised by a few places with Pixar games. It's been bad. My god, has it been bad. Most of this stuff I wouldn't recommend you touching with a 30-foot long pole, but I don't feel as exhausted here as I did with all of the Dreamworks games I looked at in another video, much like how I feel about each of the studio's movies themselves.
Well, see you later everybody. I've got to head out now because I've got Merida's hair in a cup for dinner, and I don't want to watch another Dreamworks or Pixar film ever again, so what other companies can I rely on for 3D cartoons? Illumination. Oh, Jesus. Wait, there's a Minions game?!
Bournemouth's golden sands disappeared under gigantic crowds.
Oh, come on! Where did you go, Bricks? We need you now more than ever! Have you seen these people? Everyone there needs to be bricked in right now! Well, you know what? If those bricks aren't going to come back to me, then I'm going to have an affair with some other bricks, but... God, there's so many. I mean, which bricks do I call? Hello?
G'day, my old friend!
Oh, Diddle! It's my evil twin brother, Baddie!
I have poison.
Really? Oh, gee, thanks. Say, when did you become a postman? Oh, he's gone.
What the hell is this?
It's your mystery.
Jesus! Get out!
Okay.
Oh. My name isn't Jim Taddock. Mamma
Meow!
Yahoo! You know, there are some things in life that you still love no matter how much they sell out. Spyro the Dragon, Doritos, Patrick Stewart. And for me, Lego is definitely one of those things. I mean, look, at this point, Lego has absorbed everything around it, from Star Wars to Disney to SpongeBob to Batman to Golden Girls to Lunchable. Lego itself as a concept is one that I've always admired, and the sheer amount of innocence and character the brand oozes with has charmed me ever since I was a kid, even until today. It's so simple yet so effective. You get a load of bricks of different shapes, styles, and colors, then mash them together into a monster. Even if you got a specific set that had instructions to follow, you still got the pieces in order to mix and match them with all of your other sets. It's a toy for collectors, a toy for model builders, a toy for creative people who want to make whatever they want, and a toy for anybody of any age. Except if you're a baby, because you will choke and you will die. I mean, just look at how far it's come. At first it was just, make a yellow man, put him in the car, and don't have enough bricks for a house, so yellow man lives in the car. Oh no, my little brother Tim ate my yellow man. Gotta wait for him to poop it out. But now you can make gargantuan themed sets based on your favorite movies and your favorite games. Overwatch, Minecraft, and nowadays even Mario. Lego can now be turned on and off. It can suck your soul into the abyss. It can talk. I'm tired. It can scan different surfaces to make different things happen. It needs a Bluetooth connection.
Lego can die.
And it needs to update. Why does my Lego need to update? It's plastic!
Either way, a few weeks ago I was lucky enough to have been sent some of the brand new Mario Lego sets by Lego themselves, so thank you so much for doing that. And not only was it a cool present on its own, but it also gave me a great idea for another video. Mario is a game. Lego is Lego. Lego alligators.
And I have a lot of these things. In fact, back in the ancient history of my channel, the 6th game review I ever did was actually of Lego racers. But like every other old video of mine,
it's time to get real. Behind the wheel.
I wish it never happened.
And I've got to go back and review a PS1 game that I've already reviewed all over again. So do you know what that means?
Oh, this opening, it still gives me nostalgic chills. If you want me to feel like a kid again, you show me this intro. I don't know why you'd want me to feel like a kid again. We then get shown a high-octane cutscene that, again, takes me right back to my childhood when I first laid eyes on this game and thought it looked like the coolest and most exciting thing ever. Especially when the PS1 graphics and FMV worked really well with Lego, since most of the PS1's attempts of making real-life people ended up looking like Lego anyway. And then, silence. But the silence is for a good reason. So that when the main menu eventually loads, the music catches you so off guard that it kicks you hard in the balls.
I was protected this time.
And let's be real, the game itself kicks you hard everywhere else with the amount of stuff you get to play with right off the bat. For a game about Lego pieces going to the races, this is one of the most comprehensive toy boxes for creating your own cars and characters to play with of all time. And this is a PS1 game from 1999. Now, since I have no imagination, I decided to make a character comprised of the ugliest choices in each section of the body. Perfect. I'll name him Uncle Dip. And let me just say, this uncle is ready for a dip. But what kind of car does he drive? Well, that's easy. Welcome to the Dipmobile. Yes, amazingly, when it comes to creating all of your cars, if you have enough space on the body that you chose and the bricks fit, you can drive it. Which is not only impressive, but also means this is the only kids kart racer that allows you to drive in a medieval coffin with a spoiler. I mean, sure, you can't see Uncle Dip inside of his own car, but by doing that, I think I've done the world a favor. So as you can see, this is a pretty standard kart racing game. You've got multiple racers against you, tons of tracks based off of themed Lego sets of the time, power-ups to pick up and use, shortcuts to discover by solving puzzles on the track or blowing them up with rockets, and you have to try your hardest to get to first place in each Grand Prix so that you can gloat. Teabag your mom! The major problem I have with Lego Racers though is how it controls. I've got to be honest, it doesn't feel that great to play nowadays. The speed is fine, but the turning is some of the heaviest and most awkward I've ever touched. And trust me, I know what you're about to say. It looks obvious why my turning is heavy, doesn't it? But even though the customization aspect may be one of the best bits of the game, from my experimentation, it doesn't make a single difference to the handling of your cars. Nope, not even with the special car bricks you can unlock by coming first in the boss race Grand Prix against classic Lego characters like Captain Redbeard, Johnny Thunder, Basil the Batlord, and Mr. Race Complications. I even made a special car that was completely naked because that's what Uncle Dip likes, and it was just as heavy, but nowhere near as funny as a giant yellow cube.
Oh, and I know you're all gonna mention the tight turning on the shoulder buttons, but if you're gonna defend this game with that, then you're a bit of a...
knob. The thing is though, everything else around these floors are so charming and uplifting, I can't be angry with LEGO Racers. Even the music is completely insane. I also really love the power-up system in this game. You see, you don't just pick a power-up and use it. I mean, you can do that, but here's what you should really be doing. Firstly, you have to grab a different colored brick to get a different type of power-up. A drop item, shield item, offensive item, and boost item, respectively. And then you can choose to either use it immediately, or save it while collecting special white bricks on top of the current power-up brick that you have to make it more powerful, with 3 white bricks making it max power. You can destroy everybody in front of you, or open a literal dimensional rift to teleport ahead of the track. It's really cool stuff, and with all the other racers stealing the best power bricks that you need, it's not that easy to spam overpowered abilities. Adding a nice bit of thought behind you using the low-powered attacks more frequently to get ahead, or just hoping that you get lucky and saving the more powerful ones for later.
And then you remember that there's no 4-player mode. In late 1999, with Crash Team Racing already existing on the same system.
LEGO Rock Raiders, another PS1 game, and one that I haven't played until this video. Kids tested, kids approved. Yeah, well, kids also like shitting their pants, so that doesn't mean anything. Oh, interesting. We get to pick a mission here. Let's see. Awesome. So the story of Rock Raiders is that you are a rescue team that raids rocks, I suppose, and one day, unfortunately, the teapot pad lies on the other side of an underground river, so off we go to save the miserable brown day. I was taken aback by this mission select though. You essentially can pick what you want to do in any order you want in order to unlock the final level. It's basically Mega Man, but instead of looking blocky, it is blocky. And here is the game. Okay, what the hell am I supposed to be doing here? You are given no indication on how to play or what's even going on, so all I can do right now is walk around forever, wondering why even though I picked a guy with hair, I'm now all of a sudden bald. So is this a strategy game or something? What's with this unsettling top-down view? Whoa, I can jump! Holy bees, I can jump! So that must mean that this isn't a strategy game because I can move and jump? What's going on here? Apparently I need to find some rocks to power this thing. Gotcha. Are there any over here? No. Are there any over here? No. Are there any over here? No. What? You see these scorpions here? They hurt you, and you can pick up weapons to attack them. But the funny thing about that is don't bother, because by the time you're even able to aim properly at these things, you've lost all your ammo, and you've taken around 4 or 5 hits extra trying to kill them because of how fast they move. Wait, what? What am I doing here? Am I lip flapping on the walls? I still have no clue what I'm doing. The R1 button gives us a scanning view at least, but why are these rocks a slightly lighter green than these other rocks? Is this a glitch? I don't know anymore. Maybe if I lip flap nice and hard against those parts, something funny's gonna happen. Oh, I can break them! Oh, well, thanks for letting me know, LEGO cock blockers. How the hell was I supposed to figure that out? There's no indication you're even doing anything, not even a sound effect. And my god, do you want to see how long it actually took for me to break one of these walls? Yes, they expected you to figure out, without any sound effects or anything, to stand there and hold one button for that long to progress. And what are you rewarded with after that tiresome bore? A drunk driving ban! Let's try another mission then, see if it's any different. Oh, look at that. It isn't. Oh, okay, now there's a sound effect? That would have been nice to hear 3 days ago. Oh, whoa, look at this. We've got some water over here. Should we jump into it? I want to see what happens. Yeah, next mission. And this mission sees us stuck with a very tight time limit while having to dig through multiple rock walls that all take 15 seconds each to dig through. And most of them don't lead to anything that I actually need, wasting a huge chunk of my minuscule time limit. Mission aborted, yeah? Well, this game will be if it keeps pissing me off! Next mission then, and it's more of exactly the same, except now, after spending 2 minutes standing still and digging, I ended up making a loop back around to the start of the level, which didn't help me at all. I'm sorry, I can't keep going on with this. Lego Rock Raiders is one of the most thoroughly joyless and confusing messes I've ever played. And why do I even need to go out and collect rocks to power this bloody thing? We're underground in a cavern! We're in rocks! They're everywhere! Why can't I use these rocks that chip off from my drill? And how can these guys call themselves Rock Raiders when they can't even raid rocks without the rocks that they already needed to have raided?
I'm not even kidding when I say that around 70% of my recorded footage from this game was me standing still, holding one button. And the most baffling thing to me is that I remember having a friend back in school when I was like 6 years old who had this game, and every day he would not shut up about how much he loved it. What were your parents feeding you?
Maybe we should jump up a generation to the original Xbox and see if things get any better. Who here remembers Bionicle? I don't. Okay, that's a lie. I do remember Bionicle, and when those first iconic sets launched, I was just the right age where it seemed like the more mature and grown-up alternative to a Lego schoolboy with an old smelly hat.
Bionicle, surrender or run.
It even had a giant story with character arcs and lore. You see, you've got these elemental warriors that have to save the world from Gaddafi? Okay, I really don't know anything about Bionicle, and to be honest, as a kid, I stopped collecting the sets once they started looking like skinned chickens, and their names were stupid as well. I mean, why would you call your toy line Bollock? The game boots up, we get the classic Lego logo on the screen, and I'm immediately irked by this singular rogue pixel up here. If you can't even clean up a shitty JPEG, you probably can't make a video game. Now, there is something that I love about Bionicle the game right from the start. This character selection screen got a laugh out of me, whether intentional or not. You start off on this guy with intense drums in the background, idle animations of the character ready to go, and then you swap to another character and...
Oh, it's funny, shut up.
I've never seen a disappointed robot before, but that is a disappointed robot. Anyway, we start the actual game off, and we get a cutscene talking about...
And the great being sent us the Toa, only the mighty Toa.
Tar?
It's chasing me. You have to stop it.
What's that noise?
Well, gee, I don't know.
And then all of a sudden, we're attacked by every Lego brick's worst nightmare. Wasps! Yeah, like I said, I know nothing about Bionicle, but I do know a few things about games, so what's this one like? Well, Bionicle is a Zelda-esque action platformer with combat centered on a locking system with projectile firing. And my god, the game will make you remember that, because every time you fail while learning the mechanics, which is very easy to do, you're forced into watching this painfully slow scrolling tutorial text that totally interrupts the gameplay and cannot be skipped. Not a great start, to be honest.
And at the risk of further infuriating Bionicle fans out there, after this part of the game, it gets way better. Yeah, I like this game.
First off, I really like the shielding mechanic where you have to activate it at the correct time to not only avoid damage, but also absorb the enemy's attacks to give yourself more weapon energy that you need to be able to fight in the first place, turning every encounter into a game of knowing when to defend and attack without allowing you to spam attacks constantly. I love the small health bar to make some of the bigger enemies feel like more of a threat that you need to outsmart, and I love how to punish players spamming the attack button. There's a combo system where pressing the button rhythmically at the right times gives you a 3-hit combo that's way more powerful than a standard attack, but only if you have enough weapon energy to perform it in the first place from guarding at the right time. In fact, the more that I look at this, the more it reminds me of Soul Reaver on the PS1. I mean, the platforming is automatically better than something like Zelda since you have to activate the jump yourself, and there are some pretty tense and decent challenges to overcome, even with a double jump, which therefore makes the exploration pretty interesting too. Bionicle the game isn't mindless, unlike this Lego suit. And to top it off, this is one of the best looking original Xbox games I've ever seen. Okay, sure, the characters are literal bricks, so it doesn't matter if they're a little angular, but look at that smooth frame rate and detailed environments. This is impressive for the Xbox. The only reason I stopped playing is because, once again, I don't know anything about Bionicle, so I really don't care. Plus, this walking speed is a little bit annoying, but overall, if you like a little bit of edginess in your Lego game with motorized lip flaps, Bionicle is the game for you. But for me, the title is starting to look a bit too much like Bicycle.
Speaking of bicycles, that's reminded me of a Lego character that doesn't ride one. Pepperoni? With the skateboard? Lego Island?
I couldn't grab myself a copy of the original Lego Island and get it working on a new PC in time for this video, but rest assured, I remember the original Lego Island on PC, and I remember spending hours on it, clicking away on our Microsoft Space Helmet, and then we ended up getting Lego Chess, Lego Loco, and Lego Creator, with those incredible Lego spines on the case that you could clunk together. I mean, the cases were made of Lego. They were fun before you even played the game. For being the first ever internationally released Lego game for the masses, however, Lego Island 1 had it all. A giant world to explore that you felt like you were a part of, lots of customization to get your imagination flowing, and horrible, horrible cutscenes.
Let the celebration begin!
Sure, it hasn't aged very well. I mean, it's a little bit chunky, but it is still a harmless and enjoyable little nostalgic trip. Now, can I say the same thing about the sequel on the PS1, Lego Island 2, The Brickster's Revenge? Ages 6 to 99.
Sorry, Grandma.
We start the game off and we're given a loading disc that's also a pizza. This gives me an idea.
There's nothing in here. Aha! Bonjour, everyone! Look, it's your favorite chef that doesn't wash his hands, Sandwich! And after last week's lesson on making a hand sandwich, today we're going to make an Italian classic. First disc, then tomato, and then Charles. Enjoy.
Oh boy, look at this. We are in for a bricky, pricky treat here, aren't we? These are easily the laziest cutscenes I've ever seen. It's just two images flipping back and forth between this guy, the infomaniac, and everyone's favorite dude with the food who has only seemed to deliver pizzas in the 23 years he's existed, Pepperoni. Oh no! Is he bleeding? Our first task of the game is to deliver pizzas across the whole island in exchange for Lego bricks to build a house.
Shh, don't tell them that's an awful deal. I'm ripping these suckers off.
And what an intro to the residents this mission is, because I don't think I've ever seen such an undeserving bunch of creeps in my life.
But that's mine!
This guy looks like he's had too many lemons, and this lady here thanks me for the pizza with a headbutt. This doctor over here tells this preteen straight to his face that he looks good, and this guy can't help himself from sucking on my face.
Pepper, cool.
What is wrong with this island?
Here's some bricks.
Oh, and by the way, I don't know how this lighting engine is being handled, but whatever it is, it's terrible.
Pepper, coconut.
You know, Pepper loves to make random noises as he walks around. I mean, it does make me uncomfortable, but I do feel sorry for him. Judging by this running animation, I think the noises are medical.
As I gaze out into the endless waters, I think to myself, is Pepper standing behind a fence? Or is Pepper actually the fence?
This place is downright unhinged. I gave this dude a delicious pizza earlier, and then I later find him squatting outside a stranger's house eating the floor. But all of these slightly demented moments in this game aren't enough of a distraction from how dull it is. I've been running around the island for about 20 minutes so far with no clue where I'm going, where to deliver pizzas, or where to find my remaining house bricks. The screen size is way too small for the scale of this island. There's no map feature at all, and by complete accident, I ended up talking to a local twice in a row, with the second conversation ending with the guy pointing in the completely wrong direction to where I was standing. Funnily enough though, I thought this was a bug or something, until I unintentionally figured out that every character does this, and it turns out that they're actually just pointing towards where my next objective is. Can't you just point at the same time? I mean, that's all your bloody arms can do, Lego! But do you know what else this means? It means that out of everybody on this entire island, the only person that has absolutely no sodding clue what's going on is your main character, Pepperoni. Our hero, ladies and gents. It wasn't until a total of 30 minutes on the first mission that I then found my final stop, the pizzeria, which was hidden behind a dump load of hills. The only restaurant in town, and you can't even get to it without a degree in mountaineering. Time to go and collect my final brick then. And then, what in the bumbling piss sticks is this thing? Didn't I see you in the movie Signs? So after all of this, I finally get my last brick and go back to my house to finish building it. And then I get a phone call telling me to go back to the pizzeria hidden in the hills that I just came from. Also that I can pick up one last pizza delivery and give it to a criminal currently in prison for nearly destroying the entire island in Lego Island 1? How did he buy it? Why are we allowing him to have it? Is this his last meal on death row? This is the Brickster, and by the way, in the first Lego Island, he escaped jail by using a pizza. So guess what happens here? He escapes jail by using a pizza. Shut up! Even worse, everybody just watches him leave, including the police.
Hey!
Yeah, Pepper, you tell him. After escaping, the Brickster then heads to the center of information, intelligence, and life itself on the entire island, and just strolls inside to steal a book that allows him to summon anything out of thin air. Lego Island doesn't deserve to be saved. At this point, I'm surprised he didn't just summon a meteor. Throughout this entire process, nobody chases him, nobody stops him, nobody even shouts at him, and in fact, after he's got total control, they end up having a nice long chat while he's standing on a roof. Stop him! But no, they won't. So do you know what this logically means? That it's all up to Pepper to catch the Brickster and save the day. You know, not these guys.
Pepper, what are you doing?
My best.
He hasn't even got a body! So now the island has been taken over by the evil Brickster bots, and I've got to be honest, they do sound pretty scary. What are they gonna do to us? How are we gonna catch them? Once again, we're thrown into a mission where we've got to search around this unnecessarily large island with nothing else going on except for finding a load of coloured Brickster bots to capture, which you can never find because they move around all the time, and the draw distance is so pitiful, you'll never figure out which direction you should be going in order to figure out where they ran off to. And once more, if you're totally lost, you can just ask any other resident on this godforsaken rock to point you in the right direction, meaning that even with the location of criminals, everybody knows what's going on aside from Pepper. This ugly troglodyte who can't even stand up straight is our hero. None of these people who actually know what's going on and could just walk over to the collectibles are doing anything. No, let's leave it up to the kid who has a skateboard that is somehow slower than his run. The kid who can't jump over knee-high fences, but then sometimes he can. The kid who doesn't walk up paths and instead elevates himself up them. The kid who is allowed to pilot a helicopter but can't land it wherever he wants, so what's the point of using it? The kid who gave the main antagonist the keys to get out of his cell and nearly destroy the island all over again. I'm starting to lose it. I'm going to hide away in my beach of madness.
My best.
The only, and I mean the only good thing I can talk about with this game so far is that for a 2001 PS1 title, the analog stick controls are some of the best I've ever used on the system. They're incredibly responsive to pressure, you can run freely in any direction, not just 8, and the camera controls on the right stick wouldn't be out of place in a first-person shooter nowadays. I'm really impressed considering the technology they had to work with. I know it came out earlier, but Quake 2 on PS1 would have worked way better with this setup. So well done, Lego Island 2. You're better than Quake. Anyway, after a literal hour of me doing nothing but walking around aimlessly, I finally get rewarded with a shitty little mini-game where you just press the correct button to knock the Brickster bots back down into Lego Island's central computer.
My best!
Wait, if they're inside this computer and messing it all up, why are we smacking them back in? Aren't we supposed to be pulling them out? Hang on, what's he doing there?
Don't hit me by accident.
Well, why the hell did you crawl in it then? My god, who cares? I've got a boat now, so it's on to a new world, and hopefully there's something more fun to do this time. Ooh, a medieval island. This is pretty cool. I suppose this can only mean that we get access to another slow and boring mini-game of collecting stuff. Oh, wow. Now I have a drug horse that I can't control anywhere for the life of me. What's wrong with this thing? Do I need to take it out back and shoot it in the head? Oh, look, it's another mini-game. It's jousting, but with button mashing and awkward aiming that doesn't bloody work.
Pepperoni on a pony.
Kill yourself. I am absolutely lost. I can't take it anymore. This game is just as painful as stepping on a loose bit of real Lego.
But I'm wearing a shoe.
I mean, can you even call the subtitle of this game The Brickster's Revenge if we let him out of prison ourselves? We let him attack us. Is that even revenge? Honestly, I'm not sure. But I am sure that they were out of their goddamn minds to make a Lego Island 3. At this point, the Lego Island series was like a man with a missing arm, and then in comes strolling Lego Island 3 to save the day, saying, "Hey, don't worry, I can fix that. Just rub a bit of cream on it."
That is exactly what this game is. Lego Island Extreme Stunts is a useless cream on the stump of a man with no arm. You can't save Lego Island's missing arm. The cream won't work. Just give up. Be Pepper, the stuntman hero. Oh yes, because as we all know, Pepper is the master of all stunts. Speaking of, you're gonna spell extreme with an X, but not spell stunts with a Z? That's a missed opportunity there. How do you think you'll sell this game to the kids? Right, I'm ready to go. What have you got in store for me, Lego Island 3? Unable to read disc. So I gave the disc a thorough clean, it started working, and this is the first thing that I see.
amazing.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
So as it turns out, Lego Island 3 is all about Peppa being the stuntman in an upcoming movie being filmed on the island. And that's it, really. And after the beginning with that, epic stunt, we then get thrown into another stunt where we just drive a car and deliberately crash it over and over again. Not sure that's classifiable as a stunt, but if it is, I suppose that means Lindsay Lohan is the greatest stunt driver of all time. Well, hey, howdy, hey, look at that. I got a high score, and my name is... What's upsetting, though, is that after all of that, I don't think I could have done the stunt that well, because everything that I just did wasn't even used in the cut that they filmed. I'm pretty sure that isn't even me. Are they just sick and tired of Pepper and his stupid pun name and want to try killing him while pretending he's going to be in a Hollywood movie? Is this stunt movie just a big convenient cover-up to murder Pepperoni in a horrible accident? I've got to say, I'm feeling very sorry for him right now. I've got to say, I don't feel sorry for him right now. Now, I may have joked earlier about Pepper being a terrible master of stunts, but I'll be damned, he's had a serious upgrade to his movement from Lego Island 2. He can properly skateboard and do tricks whenever he wants, he can double jump stupidly high for some great explorative platforming, and he can even, Jesus. For a PS2 game, Extreme Stunts looks pretty good, and much like Bionicle, runs as smooth as butter, making the exploration around the island more enjoyable along with the great controls. This is the best island in the Lego Island series by far, followed by the first one, and the second one didn't happen. Sure, the car physics are a bit shit, Pepper, stop it, but so far I like this game. I even found myself a skate park to get the hang of the wonky skateboard trick controls, and before you're able to start filming other stunts, you need to get a license to drive, a license to fly, and a license to... water. After which, you don't only get to film the said stunts in little mini-games to progress the story, but also get to use the vehicles that you got the license for all around the island anytime you want. As for the lessons themselves... I passed with flying colours. Instead of brute forcing you into a series of lackluster and childish mini-games that you have no choice but to do in the order they make you, like in Lego Island 2, all you do here is explore, find bricks to build different animals around the area, collect trading cards, and do the stunt missions as and when you want to, depending on how many items you've earned from other mini-games, based on helping other locals out with their own problems and doing other stunts. Now, there is a side plot, believe it or not. You aren't just filming a stunt movie, you're also trying to catch the Brickster on camera trying to murder you on the set. Why is he out of prison? Why is he in the director's back pocket? And you'd think that after one miserable slide puzzle that proves definitively that the Brickster is trying to end me, that would be enough proof to lock him back up.
We need more to put that pesky Brickster behind bars.
But no, what are you, stupid?
My desk!
No, you're on Lego Island, where intelligence comes to perish. Out of all of these things though, you want to know why this is the best Lego Island game I've played for this video? Because Pepper shuts his gob and doesn't say anything.
My sack is so heavy.
But if all of those stunts were just not enough for you, then don't worry, because you can also take them on the go with Lego Stunt Rally on the Game Boy Color. Now, I've never played a Lego game on Game Boy before, and it's safe to say that I'm bricking it.
Hello, and welcome to Stunt Rally. I'm Mr. X, the world champion and owner of... Screw this. Let's just jump right into a Grand Prix race and see what this is all about then. I mean, there was a Lego Racers port on Game Boy Color, and it wasn't awful for a Game Boy racing game. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, that's odd. The arrow buttons don't work, but I'm, like, still making all of the turns? It's automatic. The track races itself. Well, then what's the point of it being a competitive racing game? Have you ever played Scale Electric before? Or slot cars, as some people call it? You know, you hold a single button down to control the speed and just hope your car doesn't fall off the track and crash horribly. Well, now you get to do that on a flat, low-resolution, low-quality, limited color and no physical feedback Game Boy Color screen. You go over ramps to do the stunts that the game is named after, but you can't choose the stunts that you do, and it doesn't matter what car you pick. This is hold one button down and hope you don't die the video game. Okay, to be fair, the B button does make you change lanes, but that happens so infrequently there's barely any point talking about it. Oh, and the arrow buttons, and I mean all of the arrow buttons, make your horn go off, and that leaves you with some of the most beautiful sounds a video game has to offer you, just like... Sure, you can build your own tracks, but with heart-stopping single-button gameplay in 2 different locations like this, why bother?
I think this is the only racing game I've ever played that needs no hands. Oh no.
And even though the gameplay amounts to just holding the A button down, it still somehow manages to not work properly. There are so many corners where it's impossible to slow down in time because of a ramp you need to speed over. Corners that allow you to go fast across, no problem. And other corners that don't allow you to go fast across. Corners you can't see coming. corners that are too tight, corners that aren't tight at all. This is sickening. What else can I say? Everything you see here, this is the whole game, and it's one of the worst I've ever played. I've arranged seating plans for dinner parties more fun than this, and that's quite amazing because I've never arranged a seating plan for a dinner party before. And aside from designing your own tracks, that's the only Lego-themed aspect of this Lego game. You don't build racers, cars, the areas don't look like Lego, there's nothing Lego in this game. The only thing similar to Lego here is that after I'm done with it, I'm gonna put it in a big box and forget about it for 15 years.
And speaking of forgetting about something for 15 years, I'm not even kidding when I tell you that the last time I played Lego Racers 2 was about 15 years ago. Sure, I remember loving this game as a kid, I put hours into it. But this advanced PS2 sequel, I haven't touched since then. And I've replayed the original Lego Racers loads of times. That's not a good sign, is it?
Ever since I made my Lego Racers 1 video back in 2012, I had so many of my viewers from back then desperately ask me to play Lego Racers 2. And so I'm honouring that request right now, 8 years later. So if you were 90 years old and were asking me to cover this game back then, I'm sorry that I'm talking about it now that you're dead. The game opens up with a cinematic showing us Rocket Racer, the big main final boss of the first game, trying to deal with his humiliating defeat against us at the end of that game. He hears about a galaxy-wide championship, jumps back in his car, goes through a portal, and picks up a load of these weird, tiny little Lego Racers characters, which I remember having a few of when I was a kid. And after all of that, that somehow means he's the best racer of all time again, and we need to beat him again. Okay, what is my name this time? Hello, I'm Carp. It's time for us to build a character again, and unfortunately, we have a lot less pieces to choose from compared to the first game, but that doesn't mean I still can't pick the worst choices from every category, and I hereby dub this creation Pneumonia Naked. Time for us to build a car, and luckily, I've learnt more than enough from my car building in Lego Racers 1, so this time I can make this car the best it can possibly be. The beginning of the gameplay itself starts off pretty quaint as you're plonked onto a little island and are challenged with racing all of the local workforce, wasting all of the taxpayers' money with racing tournaments and spending the rest on diggers that can drive at 90 miles an hour. Also, yeah, sorry about these weird black lines on the screen during the cutscenes here, but this is because I'm fast forwarding them manually during the gameplay since you can't skip them, even though I really wish you could, because boy do they drag on and on, even when you speed them up. Plus, speeding up everything leads to scenes like this. Am I about to be sacrificed? Target 1, the construction worker, and this is a pretty easy race, but then again, if you're in a racing game and lose to a digger, you shouldn't be playing it. Target 2, the postman, who boasts that he knows the island inside out better than anybody, but that doesn't matter because we have to go through specified checkpoints that we are given arrows that point towards them, so all of that knowledge means nothing. Target 3, the fireman, who... Target 4, the policeman. And to be honest, Mr. Copper, if you can't keep up with somebody that's driving a car with no way to look out the front of it, you shouldn't be a policeman. After you've done all of these races, you're then whisked off to the first world of the game, where you then get your standard 6-player races until you reach a boss racer at the end, similar to how Lego Racers 1 handled it, but with just every race being individual instead of one after the other in a single Grand Prix. This isn't all you get to do though. You see, Lego Racers 2 pushes the PS2 hardware to overdrive, since there are no race selection menus to navigate. All the race choosing and world traveling is done within an open world, much like in Lego Island. Within these worlds aren't just the races, but also secret golden bricks to find that unlock more worlds later on, hidden mission... tornadoes that give you a minigame to complete for an upgrade to your car's speed, grip, or shields, and many other secrets and surprises. But the cost of this is the fact that the game itself couldn't seem to fit any other original racetracks onto the disc alongside these worlds, and so everything you do in each world takes place in exactly the same location. And that's not all. Every single hub world uses the same song, every single minigame uses the same song, and every single race only uses one song per world. Not to mention they're all taking place on the same island and all feel exactly the same to race on. The only major thing that changes in the races is the weather, but Christ almighty, if you're gonna tell me that changing the colour of the sky constitutes a totally new and original racetrack, then I suppose you won't mind taking a sip of my new yellow water.
It's fresh, it's healthy, and it's definitely not weird.
From world to world, it's all the same story. You explore and race around exactly the same locations, along the same routes, with repeated music over and over again, meaning that despite the game featuring 5 worlds with 4 to 5 races each in them, in actuality it feels more like 5 races in total in the entire game, because each race in every world feels exactly the same.
Unless of course you count the final race against Rocket Racer, but that track is just one big circle, so it's a big load of piss.
This issue is then compounded with the removal of the unique, clever, and very very LEGO-oriented brick stacking power-up system from LEGO Racers 1, instead opting for just a small handful of power-ups that barely have any impact, aren't very imaginative, and have no strategic angle to grabbing and using them.
So, in essence, LEGO Racers 2 is weaker than the first game in practically every way except visually. And even then, for a PS2 game, it still doesn't have 4-player co-op. There's no defense for that, because the first one should have had it in the first place. What is this game's problem? Well, at least it has some glitches.
Actually, I say the game looks better, but that's a lie most of the time too, because when there's more than 2 cars on the same screen, the game itself sucks its own farts and leaves the building. Something that is maybe even more terrible than the performance of the game, though, is the performance of your wheels. The grip your car has against any terrain, whether it's dry as a bone or wet as a tongue, is absolutely horrendous. What is this game? LEGO Racers 2? Much grease. And with how brutal the other races are on the tracks, any single mistake on a race often means you've lost immediately and just need to restart. That being said, I do like a few things in this sequel. Firstly, in keeping true to its LEGO roots, whenever you get hit by a weapon or drive too fast into a corner, you lose a few specific bricks from your car that you built. And whenever you drive through a rebuild gateway, all of your car-specific bricks that you lost are magically clicked back onto your car, meaning that for any car you make, you get unique rebuilding animations and unique destruction animations during the race that leaves your own car in different stages of destruction based on the bricks that you used yourself. I know I'm over-explaining it, but there's not much else going on in this game, so I'm trying to make it sound exciting.
Oh, you can also give yourself a tiny little boost if you accidentally knock your own bricks off. It's not very impressive.
Watch out, me thong's out! Oh, and if you end up damaging yourself too much, your entire car can be destroyed until you find the next rebuilding gate, meaning that you then have to race while running around as a little minifigure. You can't use any power-ups and you're really slow, so this isn't a good thing, but how cool is this for a game about breakable LEGO cars racing each other? In conclusion though, this game is a pretty piss-poor sequel in my opinion. It's got some great ideas and good scope, but it's way too samey, way too monotonous, and look at this, kids aren't going to be able to stomach this. They're gonna want to put the game away and go straight back to their Lego Elsas and Lego Bananas. I mean, even the building kind of sucks. Look at it. Instead of being based on what bricks you can fit on what part of the car, here, it doesn't matter because you're stuck with a limited number of bricks to use at all times. It's probably because of the destruction system, but what kind of bric-a-brac is that? Everybody knows that the more bricks you can mount together, the better it feels.
We're connected.
Does anybody here remember Lego Knights Kingdom? They were like Bionicles, but nobody bought them. So they made a game about them instead for the Game Boy Advance. What a thrilling history. So what are we waiting for, Lego? Let's go. Now, what language do I pick? English? Or the ones who lost? The story mode appears to have 9 missions until you get to the end of the game. Okay, good stuff. And the first mission has your knight being mentored by a master in the ways of honor and combat by pressing a load of switches in a single room. Just like a true knight. So yeah, obviously this first mission is a tutorial, and it teaches you how to swing your sword, how to fire lightning from your sword, and ends with a mini-boss against the definitely not evil-sounding Lord Vladek, who's dressed in definitely not evil red and black, telling us how he's definitely not gonna hurt us, and that we'll need our skills in days to come, while the other knights talk about how he's definitely the king's most loyal and legendary knight. So 10 seconds later, he captures the king and seizes the throne.
What? I didn't see that coming!
Lego Knights Kingdom is basically just one big top-down Zelda dungeon, except it has no interesting puzzles, a projectile attack that's so sluggish you can never use it without getting hit, sword combat which amounts to... that, and movement that's as slow as a bloody milk float. It takes you eons to get anywhere. Pro tip, if your game is only 9 missions long, this is not how you make it longer. And after all of this lumpy combat while I run around like a lumpy skeleton in lumpy boots, I'm then rewarded with a new character who moves even slower. Look at this miserable tub of fish. This game is full of so much crap, I could paint the walls with it. If you can't tell, I am not playing Knights Kingdom anymore. And not just because of how slow it is, but because I also refuse to play a game that uses the password.
Well, that was enough of that.
So why don't we play Lego Soccer Mania on the PS2?
Well, in this country, it's actually Lego Football Mania. But to be honest, that makes more sense to me anyway, because in football, you hit the ball with your foot. Oof, amazing, right? Soccer? Why do Americans call it that? Is it because you have to wear socks? I suppose you don't even call this basketball. I bet you call it... Bankle. Now, since I couldn't care any less about football, I don't care enough to think of a clever name, so I'm ooh! And amazingly enough, this game has a story mode. Didn't see that one coming, but I'm all over it. Wait. Is that pepperoni with a stubble? Ah, right, okay, gotta pick my team now and all of my main characters. Gotcha. Harry Flash. Well, he's certainly flashing something, but it's not for ages 6 to 99. I think my main character will be Nigel Nutmeg, because that is the greatest name of all time, and my team name will be... Oh! Do you know how long it takes for this game to load one match? I'll tell you. 54 seconds. I know that doesn't sound like much, but the longest loading times in Wrath of Cortex take you around 30 seconds. So imagine sitting through this twice, and then instead of getting a decent platforming stage waiting for you, it's this instead. Yeah, compared to some of the PS1 games we've looked at, this doesn't look so hot, especially for a generation jump up. This game looks like it smells of cheese. I look at all of this and I swear I can taste deodorant on top of BO.
Which might be negative past association with school locker rooms after we were forced to play football.
But still, the game looks like melting plastic cheese that was left on the side for 3 years. I feel sticky just being near it and I want to cry. We start the game itself with a good old kickoff and... well, it's football, alright. Maybe it's because I know nothing about football and really couldn't care less, but this seems pretty lacking to me. You can pass, you can shoot, you can tackle, you can switch positions. It's functional, but drab as hell. Look at the cheeseman go. Very slowly. It's not made any better either by the stock music and absolutely zero transitions or sound effects for when special events happen. Or even when you use power-ups. Oh yeah, this game has power-ups. You can bomb your teammates whenever you want, and the best thing is that you won't get a strike for it. Wait, that's not football, is it? Look, I know so little about this sport that after half-time happened, I didn't realise we swapped goals around, and I was confused why nobody was trying to stop me as I darted towards my own goalie. He was just as confused as I was. But even as someone with the most minimal knowledge available about football, I still managed to win a match 4-0, so that's the level of basic we're talking about with this game. Overall, Lego Football Mania is just like real football, except without a sweaty fat man spitting in your drink.
Okay, so, does anybody here remember Lego Drome Racers? Yeah, not drone, drome. I don't remember these sets at all, and I'm not surprised why. Drome Racers is the worst name for a thing I've ever heard in my life. Drome rhymes with gnome, man. I don't want to race with one of them.
So what better thing to make a game about? I've got Drone Racers on the GameCube, and bizarrely enough, this version of the game was released 1 year after every other version, meaning nobody bothered to buy it, meaning it's one of the rarer GameCube games I actually own. But the question is, if you could get your hands on a cheap copy, would you even want to? We start the game off and select Korea, because building Lego is my job now.
In the year 2015, they got everything wrong.
We follow the camera into the roof of a glass building, and then... yeah! Let's say hello to my lovely little crew then. We've got Chicane, Rocket, Slot, and... wait, his name is Slot. Slot. Shouldn't that be her name? In fact, if you put all of these names together, you get Chicane Slot Rocket, and that sounds like somebody from a brothel. I don't know what any of this means, but all I do know is that I want to get away from her face as quickly as possible. And what is going on with your hips? Did somebody stick a seesaw in there? Okay, so we've got some qualifiers to get through before any proper races. That's fine with me. I'm ready to go. Give me your best shot, everybody. Get ready to eat my duck.
Lego is flammable!
Okay, so because I blew up in 3 seconds, I'm not allowed to do any other qualifiers, which is fair, but instead of booting me back to the menu and giving me a chance to do it again, the game is forcing me to watch every other race's qualifiers, which I can just skip anyway if I want to. What's the point of any of this? I have no idea, because I passed the qualifiers anyway, and I'm back in the normal races. Thanks for wasting my time, fish woman, and your waist that moves around like clay on a pottery wheel. Well, yeah, this is Drone Racers, and I think it's one of the most mediocre racing games I've ever played. Not good, and not bad either, except for the fact that you turn left and right a bit like lard. The tracks are all pretty straightforward and forgettable with barely any tricky turns, the physics aren't anything to ride home about, and the shortcuts are probably the most pathetic I've ever seen. Not only are they shown on the map, but they're also just right there in front of you and amount to nothing but, ooh, you don't want to take that left turn, this right turn is where it's at.
There's some good shit down there.
You know, I think I figured out why they're called Drone Racers. because these races drone on and on and on and on. I mean, when you select a race, look at the level of anticipation and excitement dripping from you and your friends around you. This is what the whole game feels like, an uninterested garage. The most exciting thing that happened to me in the whole game was here when I got briefly pulled back by a gust of wind, then I carried on. Not to mention, there's barely anything Lego about anything that you're seeing here, aside from these power-up bricks that rebuild your shields during the race, and a car building feature which I never unlocked, which is downright cruel for a Lego game to lock out at the start. Okay, fair enough, I suppose this guy's face looks like it was made out of Lego, but that's beside the point. For a Lego-branded game, you'd never guess that was the case at first glance. This is soulless. This is exactly what happens when you try to make a gritty and serious grown-up racer for a demographic that likes Thomas the Tankin Dankin. Ow, baby! There's no personality here, no energy, no eye-catching visuals, no unique features, no memorable tracks, no cheesy cutscenes. It's Lego racers for the clinically depressed. There isn't even any mentally deranged music that sounds like... And once you finish some of the most tedious races of all time, you go back to your team hoping they'd be happy to see you, and then... What? Well, fine, screw you, lady. I'm going for a boss race.
And Etc. has chosen the Battery. That's the canyon off-road track with a tornado in it. This track suits the way he races, so get with it.
Oh yeah? Is that why he got attacked by a tornado on lap 1 and then lost 16 seconds behind me?
Lego Alpha Team.
Hey, it's another Lego Game Boy Color game. This is gonna end well, isn't it? So we are Lego secret agents and we need to stop the evil Ogle. Very clever. But even though we are the ultimate alpha bros and alpha broettes, how are we going to stop him? By standing still and doing nothing while God himself picks up and places arrows on the floor for you to follow. If the alpha agents can't carry on walking in a straight line, they give up. No second way about it. There's no other plan here. They just stop walking and let the world get taken over. These are the worst secret agents I think I've ever seen. All you do in this rip-roaring adventure is plot a path and watch someone walk along it. That's it, that's the whole game. Have fun, kids. And just look at how deplorable this secret agent is. Not only does he completely give up at the sight of a wall because he doesn't have an arrow to follow, but even when he wins, he couldn't care less. Oh, and when you reach the exits of each level, make sure you enter them from the bottom, or else you'll just stand there and jump around like you have fire ants in your pants. This is all just completely pathetic. Look at the depth perception here. As in, there is no depth perception. I can't even figure out where to place stairs and arrows pointing towards them because height doesn't exist in this game. And you can't make mistakes because the dude can't even jump down a 2-foot ledge. Oh no, I don't know where to go. You can't move the god arrow around any faster on each level, which becomes a massive pain when they start getting bigger. And the soundtrack is just one song over and over again that isn't very good for your brain while you're trying to solve the very difficult puzzle of which direction do I make me go. This is like playing Legoland on the PC, but there's no theme park, and the only thing you're allowed to use is an arrow. My theme parks are the best. You know those Lego bricks that nobody likes? Yeah, you know the one. Yeah, those bastards. Everybody hates them and never uses them. Well, this game is exactly like that. A useless and unwanted Lego brick. Now, if you don't mind, I'm gonna run away and bomb my comrade. Hi there, chum. What you playing?
Rock Band.
Oh, that sounds fun. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's like I'm actually playing a real guitar.
Oh, well then you'll love this. It's Lego Rock Band on the DS, and it doesn't use any instrument controllers at all.
Why?
So first of all, why is this a Lego game? Like, what does Lego have to do with playing songs correctly? All of the other Rock Band games have customization already, so the whole building blocks angle makes no sense. And again, there's no peripherals, which is the entire point of Rock Band as a game. I mean, even Guitar Hero on the DS had a peripheral. Why does this exist? And for the love of all that is holy, what is with this logo on the home screen? What is that supposed to be? A hairy mango? Well, if you know me, at this point, I don't bother questioning things I don't understand. I just scream at them instead. But at the very least, this intro cutscene is kind of exciting. Don't get me wrong, it's as pixelated as my chest, but it's still relatively action-packed. Problem is, the music is copyrighted, so I can't use a massive chunk of it, but here's a small clip for you.
Okay, well, since there's no instruments in Rock Band, I guess I'm gonna have to check the tutorial.
Here we go, how to play notes. Yeah, I'm ready for... Whoa! Jesus! How to play notes. More like how to run away as fast as possible. What's up with this dude? And why does his mouth look like a post box? What do you think he's hiding in there? Oh, okay, I get it. So we don't hold any buttons and strum with the touchscreen or anything. We just press the DS face buttons at the correct time. This is basically like playing DDR with a controller, except you have Slotface here pointing at his junk. And when you're doing well in a song, your band members become very happy. And if that's what I look like when I'm doing well, I'd hate to see me if I fail. Time for me to name my band, and whenever I play any of these kinds of rhythm games that have a band in them, I only have one name that I always use: Pantseep. So much like other Rock Band games, you're able to customize yourself at the start if you want, but you don't have much money to do anything at all, so I just made it easy for myself and decided to make everybody bold. If you've played a Rock Band game before, or hell, any button-based rhythm game before, you should get along with this one no problem. And as far as taking this kind of formula portably goes, Lego Rock Band could do a lot worse, but I'm not taking this anywhere with me. I'm sitting on a chair in my underwear and I just want to play real Rock Band instead. Plus, in order to make this version of the console classic stand out, I guess, they added this new mechanic in called swapping, where during the song you actually need to constantly switch between guitars, bass, drums and vocals to keep their individual scores high enough to get a big enough score in total to win the song. But you can only do this at a specific time. If you get enough points on one instrument, a purple note appears. Hit this and the next few notes for all of your instruments become invisible and automatically hit themselves for about 2 seconds, giving you enough time to switch to a new instrument and begin the process again without messing up your streak. It sounds interesting, but what usually ends up happening is that you switch to the next available instrument that just so happens to be doing nothing, meaning you're getting no extra points, and then if you decide to switch to another instrument at that point, you'll switch mid-note for another instrument and will definitely lose your combo score. Basically, it's stupid, and your Lego heads love to wet themselves. And speaking of that, there are a piddling number of songs to play within this game as well, but I suppose any music game that has kung fu fighting in it is at least trying. And then all of a sudden, Blur appear. No, I mean actual Blur, the band Blur in Lego form. It's Lego Blur, which I honestly thought would look a bit more like this. And you know what the best part is? After I completely nailed Song 2, the entire band looked totally miserable and just as excited to be playing Lego Rock Band as I am. Well, except for him.
Hey! Okay, I think I'm just about done with Lego games based off of existing franchises, so why don't I close this video off by taking a look at the most recent Lego game that I own, based off of entirely original ideas and entirely original Lego sets.
This is Lego City Undercover, originally released on the Wii U in 2013, but then available on Steam, PS4 and everything else in 2017. I'm Frank, honey. Don't you dare call me that, we've only just met.
I will wait for you inside.
Okay, now you're making my stomach turn inside out. From the get-go, it's obvious that this game has a heavy tongue-in-cheek sense of humor, and I can dig that. Not every single line hits.
At that age, he would have still been in preschool.
Elementary, my dear fellow.
But there are way more gags that do hit, and when the game wants to be funny with visual comedy, it can get pretty damn funny. A couple of silly one-liners later, and we get ourselves set up for what looks to be like a GTA-styled Lego adventure. And for as dumb as that sounds, especially after Lego Rock Band, it's true, this is Lego GTA, except now you're a cop and can get away with citywide genocide without any consequences.
Even though there's a crime in progress, we still have to drive responsibly.
Of course.
You never get into any trouble, it's amazing. Steal any car you want, disrupt any emergency services you want, attack anyone in the public sector as much as you want, drive up any pavements you want, shove aside any civilian you want, and if you're feeling a little bit frisky, you can completely obliterate any and all public services. No toilets for you today! Nobody cares, because you're a cop, and even better, you're rewarded with building bricks for special quest items every time you do destroy something. So there's a gameplay benefit to ruining people's lives too.
Are my children's building bricks doing socio-political commentary?
Oh my god, check this out. As your vehicle gets damaged, it actually begins to lose all of its bricks until it's just an engine with wheels. This alone is worth a purchase of Lego City Undercover. And you're allowed to get away with all of this unbridled mayhem for the greater good of catching a super dangerous criminal who has done less damage to this city in his entire life than I think I just did in the last 5 minutes. I love this game.
You think you can help Chase do that for me, honey? Good boy.
Did Lego invent simping?
Don't worry though, breaking apart the city isn't the only thing you get to do. You are still a super cop detective, so alongside the huge exploration element that I actually genuinely love here, with all the driving, platforming, item hunting and environmental smashing, there are also plenty of puzzles to solve for bonuses and upgrades, and a smattering of crimes to solve with all of your detective gadgets, from footprint scanners to grappling hooks. Kick ass! There are some car chases through the city that lead to on-foot chases and arrests, there's rooftop free running and grapple swinging above the skyline, you even have a button to get your whistle out in order to stop any car you want in order to hijack them. You have a whistle! Can you blow my whistle, baby, let me...
Well, that was mostly awful, wasn't it? There were some gems in there, don't get me wrong, but as a whole, I think many of the Lego games of the past weren't that focused on gameplay quality and instead wanted to give parents a more budgeted option to let their kids experience the world of Lego. Because let's be real, little orphan Timmy isn't getting that for Christmas.
But what's this?
I hear you cry.
You've forgotten the best Lego game ever made, even!
Okay, fine. I can't make a video about Lego games without talking about Lego Star Wars. The only time I can call something with Jar Jar Binks in it good. I won't go into too much detail because I have to wrap this video up, but the amount of time I spent playing these two games on the original Xbox is medically concerning. If you've ever played any modern Lego game based on a movie series before, Lego Star Wars and Lego Star Wars 2 were the impetus for that gameplay style. They were the first, and in my opinion, it was never done any better. Kick some brick in 1 through 6. Back then, being able to go through some of my favourite childhood movies in a silly platforming adventure with lightsabers, blasters and force powers was enough, but it was made even more enjoyable with all the giant levels, dozens of collectibles to unlock cheats and bonuses, endless replayability, Lego building, puzzle solving, incalculable destruction, and hundreds of characters to play with their own unique abilities, even giving you the choice to build your own characters with their own abilities and weapons. When these games first came out, you had to get 2 separate games for the full experience, but now you're able to enjoy it all on the Complete Saga for the PS3 and Xbox 360, which is not only these 2 fantastic games in one, but gives you even more on top of that. But wait, that's not all!
There's more?
Because very soon from the time this video goes live, there's going to be a Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga game for current consoles and Steam, allowing you to play through every single Star Wars movie in one package, and I can't wait for that one. I also have Lego Star Wars 3, The Clone Wars.
If you're wondering what my opinion is on Lego Indiana Jones, Lego Harry Potter, Lego Jurassic World, I'll tell you. I played them all for about 2 hours total and gave up, because as far as I'm concerned, they're exactly the same game, copy-pasted, as Lego Star Wars, but just not as good. With exception maybe to Lego Incredibles. That was a good one. And when it comes to Lego Dimensions, I'm sorry, but talk about snooze fest. Whenever I got an extra set for the game, I felt like I was paying more money to be bored. By the way, America, I've always wondered, why the hell do you call them Legos? Where, anywhere, does it say Legos? Lego is the collective term, it's plural. And why do you say it so weird? Legos? I mean, come on! Are
you okay?
No! Call an ambulance!
Why? What's wrong?
I hurt my leg! What?
Let's skate it up.
What? I can't hear you.
I said, let's skate it up. Oh man, totally radical, dude!
Come on, why'd you have to do that? Am I the only one that can still see the bricks outside? Like, I'm not going insane, am I? You can see them too, right? And you do know that if you jump out at them while wearing a face mask, they get really scared and run away? Why isn't everybody doing this? Well, whatever the case, we may not all be able to go out and skate on the streets for fear of running into another load of bricks and having a die, but that's okay because we've got Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 on the PS4. It's the next best thing. And in fact, I was so excited for the launch of this game that I couldn't resist. I had to get the collector's edition with the limited edition Birdhouse deck.
And oh boy, what a game it is. This is far from my favourite Tony Hawk game of all time in terms of gameplay and soundtrack, but it's so cool to see a HD 60 frames per second remake remake of two PS1 classics that give you so much more than just a simple remastering. You can manual and ramp revert in all the games to keep combos going, you can wall ride, you can wall plant, you can do ridiculous special tricks, you can spine and hip transfer. This is essentially a modern Tony Hawk game with everything included from the older ones, thrown into the mission-based gameplay style and level design of the original two pro skaters. And honestly, even though I'm not a fan of the frustratingly minuscule 2-minute time limit every time you just want to play, this is the best Tony Hawk game in my opinion for years. And you want to know why? Because you can turn yourself into Tom Thumb. And if that's too small for you, don't worry, because you can also turn yourself into the BFG.
Ho ho ho.
Green Giant. After putting a few hours into this little gem though, it gave me an itch that I haven't felt since the last time I went to the doctors.
I felt like going back through my shelves again and picking up the really old skateboarding games that I used to love as a kid. More specifically, Tony Hawk's Underground 2 Remix on the PSP and Tony Hawk's American Skateland on the DS. These two games I put so many hours into, and were not only the first Tony Hawk games I ever played, but the first skateboarding games I ever played in general that further developed my my love for skateboarding as a sport. See this photo? This is the youngest photo of teenage me that exists on the internet, and what's that at the end of my arms? Why, yes, it's my hands.
You heard me right. You're talking to an ex-skater here. So after I played these two games here, I gathered up all the money I could. Can I pay you in screws? And then bought all of the skating games I could in order for me to make yet another ridiculously long video that will drive me to drink. But hey, I didn't want to start this marathon video off negatively if I'm talking about one of my favourite ex-pastimes, so I figured we could start the video nice and light with the impetus. The beginning, the first, the inspiration for every single console skateboarding game that would be released after this one. Oh yeah, I'm going there everybody, back to the original. So I hope you're ready to sit down and play some skateboarding on the Atari 2600. Skateboarding.
Yes, believe it or not, for home consoles at least, this is where it all started. Skateboarding. And let's not ignore it any longer. This box art here deserves to be preserved in a crystal cabinet in the National Gallery. The logo, the ghastly outfit, the Toys R Us sticker, the abrasive colour scheme, and that face. That disease of a face. The face of a man who isn't only hungry for radical kickflips, but also your mum's thighs. I don't think I can wait any longer, so say it with me, everybody. 3, 2, 1, go! So yeah, this is skateboarding, everyone. This silent, terrifying vacuum is skateboarding on the Atari 2600. No sound, no music, no anything. Absolute entertainment? That's a bold claim. This was the peak of entertainment, was it? I can't quite say I'm absolutely entertained by staring at a little pink horse jockey, wondering if he's holding a skateboard or a giant hot dog. Okay, I need to be fair. This game was made in 1987 for the Atari 2600. This was the very first home console skateboarding game of all time. Not counting arcade games and home computer games, of course. So I need to judge this as a game of its time. Even though I'm walking around in silence around a ghost town while this clock counts down to when my heart stops to put this freak out of his misery.
There's not that much skating going on though, is there? So what do you actually do? I have no idea, but this is Atari, and it's got a joystick and one button, so we haven't really got much choice, do we? So let's press the button and see what happens.
Ah! Oh, look everyone, we're off! Look at me go! And listen to these sick beats! Yeah, I'm getting into this now. I feel like a kid again. I'm a skateboarding maestro. Nothing can stop me now! Oh, the music stopped. Well, that was deflating.
But since we already look like a horse jockey, you know what they say about them? If they fall off the horse, what do? Get straight back on.
Anyway, I think I should take a look around and get a bearing on my surroundings. What's this here? What are you up to down there? Oh, well, whatever it was, he came out the other end with a tight grip on that hot dog. So you may be looking at this and wondering, what the hell am I looking at? And to be honest, I'm with you there. I have no clue what's going on. This was the era of games just kind of dropping you into the thick of it without so much as a cookie and expecting you to know exactly what it's trying to tell you. I mean, I know we can skate, I know we can crash, and I know that this indescribable thing is unable to be skated on, but we can also phase through the trees no issue at all, so your guess is as good as mine when it comes to what's going on. Oh, that's a ramp? I thought they were stairs! I guess this was before straight diagonal lines were invented. Well, whatever. We've got an objective now. Find all all 30 ramps and jump off of them, while occasionally crouching down looking like you're propelling yourself with your own gas. So yeah, this is the whole game. Find ramps, jump off of them. And don't worry about the trucks, they can't hurt you. You've got ginger hair, they don't stand a chance. But the best thing about this is undoubtedly the music, purely because the game is silent for every other moment, aside from when you jump on your skateboard. And that tune, my god, you cannot help but love it. Just listen to how jolly it is. This is up there with Super Mario Galaxy for greatest soundtrack in gaming history.
Oh.
And even better, you don't only have free control on when this bouncy little sea shanty starts, but whenever you bail and then start skating again, you reset the tune to the very beginning. Every single time.
Okay, I'll do it alright. I'm sorry. Tony, where are you? Save me!
Okay, I'm gonna stop teasing you. Here we go. This was the game I was talking about. The PS1 heavyweight that actually started a million new skating game trends and spawned 1,000 poor man imitators. Tony Hawk's Skateboarding. Okay, it's not as catchy as Pro Skater, but did you know that Proskater is a curse word in the UK? Yeah, it's true. It's very bad to say. So when this game came out in the UK, they changed the name of it. And if you don't like that, then you can suck my Proskater. Now this was the one you were waiting for me to talk about, wasn't it? The good stuff, the original, the classic, the start of extreme sports games being so good that everybody would try copying it for years to come. The slow, the clunky, the lumpy, the not quite as good as your nostalgia would have you think. Yeah, I'm sorry guys, there is absolutely no point going back to Pro Skater 1 in my opinion, unless you survive off of disappointment. Don't get me wrong, this game is a classic, make no mistake. It planted every seed it needed to with the creative level design that took everyday locations and turned them into skateboard theme parks, and popularized the addictive gameplay loop of performing tricks while exploring to earn VHS tapes and unlock more levels. But there's so much not here, especially if you like the later Tony Hawk games. You can't manual to link tricks together on flat surfaces, you can't revert after landing from ramps, the level selection is pretty small, as are the levels themselves, and take around 3 attempts at maximum to finish. The controls feel a little on the heavy side, especially with getting air off of ramps. You can't wall ride or wall plant for more combo and level design potential, and it doesn't matter how hard you try or how good you smell, it's so easy to not land properly or outright clip through the obstacles. Tony Hawk Pro Skater is Crash Bandicoot 1. It's fine for what it is and amazing at the time compared to the competition, but nah, nowadays it feels like a bathroom trip after Mexican night.
But then there was Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2.
This is where, in my opinion, the legend was truly born. Pro Skater 2 put the dev team Neversoft on the map because at this point, they gave up on realism and stopped making you feel like you were skateboarding on a recycling bin.
It doesn't work.
This was the beginning of creating your own skater, and you could call him Criff, who lives in the sink and is 5 years old. He also looks like this, but don't laugh at him, Criff is shy. This was where you could begin to use stat points that you earned in the campaign to max out all of your abilities and your balance sensitivity. This was where you could edit and customize your tricks. You could create and edit your own bloody parks. And how about the levels? There were more of them, they had a dump load more to do and far more secrets to see, with environmental pieces to completely destroy with your sickness. They came with cash prizes that you could spend in the shop for more customization options. You could be hit by trains. But more importantly, there were more tricks, which not only meant crazier scores, but way more ways to link them together, with the ability to manual on the street and wall ride across vertical surfaces. And then there were the cheats. Oh lord, the cheats. You can believe you can fly, you can become a big boy, you can escape the game, you can go on the Atkins diet, but easily the coolest part, you could be Spider-Man.
Look out! Here comes
Spider-Man.
Wait, what? The judges only gave me 99.9? What do you mean 99.9? Did you see what I just did? That's not enough for a full score? At least give me a chicken nugget.
Now don't get me wrong, I'm still not a fan of the 2-minute time limit for the career mode. You could argue that it's arcadey and challenging, but I argue it's restrictive, stressful, and doesn't let you fully take in or explore the brilliant level design. And if you just so happen to agree with me on that,
which you should,
then don't worry, because the Tony Hawk series eventually did get rid of it. They kept on being made, they kept on improving, nobody could stop them, not even my mum.
And she could stop a freight train by frowning at it.
There was Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 that introduced ramp reverts to further keep your combos going after you got major air. There are hidden flips and grabs you can pull off by double tapping buttons, and you can be a Star Wars. There was Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, which ditches the time limit for career mode and turns every level into a free roaming affair, along with the new abilities to spine and hip transfer over ramps, skitch on the back of cars to pick up speed, double tap buttons while you're grinding and manualing to change the move that you're doing during the current grind or manual to add more to your combo score, and you can be a Star Wars. There was Tony Hawk's Underpants. There was Tony Hawk's Underground that gives you an entertaining story mode where you start from the bottom in a tacky dump neighborhood and rise to the top as you work with skateboarding pros who star as themselves.
Oh, my knee!
Oh, my knee! You can dismount your board to get around tighter level design a little easier. You can level up naturally as you skate around and unintentionally complete hidden challenges related to the types of tricks that you do. You can bounce off of the walls with a wall plant. You can spam flip buttons like crazy to do more than triple flips to your flip tricks. You can spam buttons to recover from bailing faster. And you can also do this. That's the thing you can do, isn't it? There was Tony Hawk's Underground 2.
Bring it on, bitch!
And it's the best game ever made. But you can also Nata spin on the top of small pillars, or is it Nata spin or Nata spin? I don't know. You can spray on the walls like a bad boy, but I mean spray with graffiti and not with Wii. Tony Hawk looks like an eggplant, and if you bail from a trick, you can tap buttons really fast and then break your board in half, which does absolutely nothing but waste your time. There was Tony Hawk's American... Jesus! There was Tony Hawk's American Wasteland, which is basically the same as all the other games, but felt much smoother and faster. Gives you much bigger levels that are interconnected with their own day and night cycle without any loading screens. There's a story mode that allows you to build your own park from scratch, and in my favourite feature, you can even ride a stunt BMX whenever you want to. How cool is that? I also had a major crush on this girl when I was a teenager, but she's not real, so it didn't work out. There was Tony Hawk's Project 8, and I'm not really sure what they were eating when they made this. This whole thing here, this is just completely unnecessary. Also, Tony Hawk looks ill. Is he doing okay? Oh, hey there, Rodney Mullen.
Right on.
You aren't looking too good either. And then there was Tony Hawk's Proving Ground that makes the balance meter take up the whole screen, and it is really ugly. It runs like trash. Tony Hawk's Proving Ground.
And that concludes all of my thoughts on the mainline Tony Hawk games, specifically in the Neversoft era, which most people consider the only true era. And if you want to know my favourite one, I would have to go with American Wasteland, but closely followed in joint second place by Pro Skater 4 and Underground. And so, after Proving Ground came out, I suppose Neversoft couldn't prove to anybody that they should keep making Tony Hawk games, and immediately after they left, they were taken over by a new team known as Robomodo, and they were going to take the Hawk to new heights. And then that same Hawk did a dive bomb into the sea and drowned, because the end of their era came to a halt with Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5.
Released in 2015 for the PS4 and Xbox One, Pro Skater 5 came out to a fanfare of... Everybody hated this game when it launched, including me. For a game labelling itself as the 5th mainline entry after the fantastic Pro Skater 4 and the 17th Tony Hawk game in general, this honestly felt like a joke. And there are plenty of videos on the subject demonstrating exactly why that is. And the thing is, without playing it yourself, when you just see the game in motion, sure, it's not groundbreaking or anything, but it doesn't look like worst game of the year material, and that's why I ended up buying it, because it looks completely okay. In fact, when you play it, it even functions, dare I say. I thought everybody was exaggerating and jumping on the hate train 5 years ago, but after only a few minutes, you'd quickly understand where everybody was coming from. Well, I say quickly, but you still have to wait for the 8GB patch to download. Oh, what's that? You don't care about the online or network features and just want to start the game as it is without the patch? Okay, that's cool, that's fair. Well then, how do you feel about missing a massive chunk of the game that was supposed to be included at the start, but then had to be added in with this patch? This is awful enough right out of the gate, but to put this in perspective, Pro Skater 5's file size itself is around 4GB, meaning that the 8GB patch to fix the issues the game had was 200% bigger than the game itself. That's the same as going to the hospital because your wang is too big, but then having the problem sorted by being given another one triple the size of the last one.
Well, I mean, I'm not complaining, it's not a problem for me.
So okay, maybe the 12GB total of game here is only because Pro Skater 5 is stuffed with content, and it's probably graphically insane compared to every other game in the series. Actually, no, there's absolutely nothing in this game and it looks as pretty as a carnivorous plant. You'd never believe it, but Pro Skater 5 takes nearly every element that was tweaked and improved over the previous 16 years of Tony Hawk games and just completely gets rid of it. Creator Skater? Gone. A large number of levels? Gone. Varied and level-specific missions? Gone. Pedestrians? Gone. Large explorative levels with plenty of secrets? Gone. A huge number of real-life impossible tricks to customize? Gone.
You know when you're describing people that are miserable all the time and you call them a fun sponge? Well, that's what this game is. It's a fun sponge. Actually, that doesn't make any sense, because if you're a fun sponge, that means you're sucking up all the fun, which means that you're full of fun. So I guess that means you're a fun raincoat.
There's no fun in here.
Oh, and the physics? The 12 gigabytes total worth of physics? They're not just gone. They left forever and don't even pay me child maintenance. In fact, 5 years ago, I did an entire video about the broken ineptitude this game seeps with. Meh. Which would be the tiniest bit more forgivable if the patch actually fixed the physics, and this wasn't a PS4 game that barely looked beyond the Pro Skater games on the PS2 and Xbox. Even the mission markers don't work. The mission markers! Because the only way you can activate them is by standing still after you find them, which in itself is pointless because you can just go to the pause menu and select them from there anyway. There's also this mechanic they added in. I don't know what it's called, but I'm going to call it the Pissy Plummet because that's all it does. It just pisses all over the combo score and ruins any run you're in the middle of. For some baffling reason, Robomodo decided to add in this feature where by pressing a button, you slam down towards the floor at tremendous force, which isn't the worst idea on paper, but when they made the button that activates it the same exact button as the grind, you'll quickly understand how irritating this is. You'll want to grind, but instead just flop into the concrete at 1,000,000 miles an hour, or you'll slam directly into the rails you tried to grind on, meaning that stuff like this happens all the time. Taking away all of that though, as a game itself and a PS4 mainline Tony Hawk game, it's one of the most dreary and stripped back games I've ever played. Every single mission is copied and pasted on every level, there's no sense of humor, no character, no atmosphere, no dialogue, nothing. Get the balls out of this bowl and get the balls out of this bowl. Smash these things here for no reason at all and smash these things here for no reason at all. Race through these rings here and race through these rings here. I mean, I like these mission ideas individually, but to just reuse them over and over again with no bells or whistles in soulless levels over and over again on a PS4 Tony Hawk game is just sad to me.
So what do you do if you're a skater and you want to play a skateboarding game, but you've had enough of Tony Hawk?
I don't know.
You play another game and get another random guy in it, like with MTV Sports Skateboarding featuring Andy McDonald.
Finally, two of my favourite things together. MTV and Andy McDonald had a farm. How does a 540 Benihana into a one-footed Smith grind sound?
High in cholesterol.
And if you don't know who Old MacDonald is, don't worry, because there's 14 other pro skaters to choose from, like Colin McKay, Rick Howard, Heidi Fitzgerald, and Rob Dark Black. Well, that's kind of redundant, isn't it? I mean, you can't get a light black, can you? What's my name? Imps. But as we will soon see, you can even pick between a load of original characters for the story mode, like Jason Case, Steve Seagull, and David Wastebasket. And then you've got my personal favourite, Anna Graham, who left her dinner on her face. I think, though, I'm going to pick Wendy Jones for the good balanced stats, and away we go. Whoa! Hey there, lady. I think you should go to the doctors. You've got a nasty-looking CD growth on your chest. Okay, so this game may be taking the same ideas as Tony Hawk, but I would say it was only in the naming. Andy McDonald feels like it keeps nearly everything the same as a Tony Hawk game, yet adds in new methods of inputting tricks to avoid copyright infringement. So like, instead of holding a direction button down and then pressing an action button to activate a grab, flip, or a grind, you hold the action button down first and then press a direction to perform the trick. Which wouldn't be too bad, aside from the fact that this control delay is shocking.
Not even kidding, check this out. Caddy no likey.
It's basically a Tony Hawk ripoff that moves at the speed of an oil extraction. By the time the game even registers a trick, you've already flopped on the floor and died. Beautiful. I've got to say though, the booing is a little unnecessary, especially when most of the time I go straight up a ramp and the game bails me for absolutely no reason. Why are you booing me? I went up in a straight line and Andy McDonald pushed me off my board. Are you booing me or the game? No big surprise here, but I did end up failing, and then I got this timeless bit of advice. You should try staying on the skateboard. And just for that sentence, I'm quitting the game forever. Bye-bye, Andy McDonald. Old MacDonald had a farm. What do you mean he had a farm? Where did it go?
Oh, what? Was that not mad enough for you? Then you should try out Skateboard Madness on the PS2.
Truly, this is a game for only the most mentally deranged of skateboarders. I mean, look at the madness going on here. Who is this man, and why is he tickling underneath his skateboard? I like a bit of wood. And if there are any astute viewers of mine that have been around for many years, I'm sure that there's a logo on the box here that you recognize. For those of you who don't know, if you see this logo on any PS2 game, you run for the hills. You know how the angry video game nerd has his arch nemesis in LJN when it comes to atrocious game companies? Well, Phoenix Games are my personal LJN, and they have released some stonkers in the past, let me tell you. From Son of the Lion King to Dalmatians 3, all the way to Snow White and the Seven Clever Boys. They also made a game that didn't upset any minorities at all, and it was called Pack-It! And then they made Skateboard Madness, so let's check out what I'm getting myself into. My name is Let Me Out, and my character has no name. That's a bit ominous, so I guess I'll just have to make them up myself. Should I be Jonathan, 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 or Black Jonathan? I'm not even being insensitive when I say that. They all have exactly the same facial and body model. And you know what? I think I'll pick Jonathan. Let's kick things off nice and easily with a simple ollie. This bodes well. I just played a game with a jetpack mode, and even then, that game has more physics than this. What happens if you run into a rail? What happens if you jump on a rail? What happens if you jump up and try to do a 180 spin? What happens if you try to jump up a flight of stairs? What happens if you run dead straight into a wall? What happens if you go up a ramp? I mean, I suppose this does have its benefits sometimes, like when there's a big concrete bridge in your way. Don't worry, because Jonathan can go straight through it. The issue is, though, he can't do anything else. I have tried desperately to find more tricks than a heel flip and a kick flip, but I cannot for the life of me find any. On the other hand, though, I guess that doesn't even matter, because in a timed score counting match, landing kick flips doesn't even count towards giving you any points. Oh, well, sometimes it does. Oh, and sometimes the game will say that you did 3 kick flips one after the other when you weren't even doing anything. At least you weren't lying about this being mad. I will personally ship myself over to your house and give you a kiss if you can perform any tricks here and understand why they worked or how to do them again. Whenever I tap the grab button, I hold onto my board. Whenever I hold the grab button, I merely tap my board. Occasionally, when I take a jump off of a quarter pipe, I won't stop spinning around in midair even though I'm not touching any directional buttons. And the amount of times that I go up a ramp only to just smack down off my board for no reason is almost comical. Then you remember you paid money for this, and it's not funny anymore. I even tested the physics engine out by simply jumping off of a ramp, not touching anything, and coming back down.
See you later!
This isn't a joke. Look! Come on, Jonathan, you hateful shrew! How useless could you possibly be? Don't make me get another Jonathan out! The only good thing I can point out with this game is the fact that whenever you bail, Jonathan doesn't ragdoll or anything. He just turns stone dead and gives up, wondering how he got into this mess. And by the way, guess what year this game came out? Yes, I didn't make a typo. Okay, actually I did. That is when this game came out, 2007, the year of Mass Effect, The Darkness, Uncharted, Bioshock, and Skateboard Madness, The Wrath of Jonathan. Also, Pro Skater 2 very nearly nailed everything we all love in good skateboarding games, and that came out 7 years before this. What is this game? I mean, the title is accurate, this is nothing but total lunacy, but how were Phoenix Games allowed to license these? Did Sony not even look at what they put that sticker on? Every Phoenix game I've touched so far has been the worst thing I've ever seen. And it's not like Sony were making a high profit margin off of them. They were bargain bin trash to begin with. Look, how did I land that? Extreme Edition. What does that even mean? Is there a moderate edition? Is there a version of this game out there that's worse than this one? Huh? Tell me, Jonathan!
I suppose I can only blame myself though, because what was I expecting from Phoenix Games? And they really are a phoenix, because every time you dispose of them, they manage to crawl back out of the ashes.
At this point, you're probably so sick of skateboards that you'd rather play a game that gets rid of the wheels entirely.
Well, this is shit.
And if you do feel like that, then aren't you lucky, because Airblade may just be the game for you. A forgotten little ditty on the PS2 released in 2001 and made by the same people who did the Burnout games. So as you can see, they're very good at making games with wheels. Which is why in Airblade, you're playing a game that has no wheels. The simplest way I can describe Airblade is to take the time limit mission objective open-ended style of the Tony Hawk series and swap a plank of wood for a hoverboard. Yes, a hoverboard. And as ridiculous as Tony Hawk on a hoverboard sounds, for the most part, I feel like Airblade completely nails what it sets out to do. In fact, dare I say it's a hidden gem? Look, it even has a story mode with cutscenes. This is our main character, Ethan. He sounds like this.
Oscar hijacked the stick? No wonder the suits are so buff.
And because of that, I hate him. He also dresses like a traffic light. So the plot here is that Ethan's house is being raided by the government because of a strange package that his roommate? Grandpa? friend with benefits received. Nobody knows what it is or why it's so important, but that obviously means we need to take it immediately without thinking about it and go on the run to become a fugitive.
That was great.
As it turns out, this secret package was actually a hoverboard, which Ethan magically knows how to use straight away, and then holy shit, you're able to do basically anything on it within 15 seconds of picking it up. Ethan is my kind of guy. My first time on a hoverboard was nothing like this. Like I said earlier, Airblade is basically Tony Hawk in terms of its arcadey mission-based structure and time limit, except here, it's way more linear. You get story-based missions that need to be completed one after the other, and completing each one increases your total time limit. To do these missions, it usually means initiating a sequence of tricks around the environment and pedestrians, or sometimes exploring the open-ended levels from top to bottom to find the correct thing to grab or grind across to reach higher places. The story mode itself is laughably tiny, and the cutscenes are admittedly awful, but I'll be damned, this is one of the smoothest running and satisfying skating games I've ever played. It takes a while to get the hang of it, but once you do, it feels as natural as breathing, and you're able to do some crazy flippy floppy Kingdom Hearts shit unheard of in other skating games. Up here on the screen is your boost meter, which I suppose you could also say is your fuel. It doesn't stop you from moving if it runs out, don't worry, but this boost meter is needed to not only speed up around the level and give yourself more air up ramps, but is also used up by pressing and holding the jump button to give you a small hover and glide depending on how much boost you have. These two abilities, especially for the timed missions, are vital, so how do you get more boosts? Well, you do more tricks, of course, and where linking them together during one large mid-air combo spinning around poles and landing on rails is preferable, emergency boost fuel can be given to you by simply hitting the flip trick button, because I don't know if you noticed, but you float, meaning that you can do unlimited flip tricks without bailing, which is also used for attacking enemies. Airblade is far from amazing, but colour me impressed because this is the most original arcade skating game I've ever played. It controls fantastically, looks great for a 2001 PS2 game, runs as smooth as butter, and yeah, the music isn't amazing either. I mean, one track sounds like someone left the kettle on. But I would say this is certainly a diamond in the rough.
But if, God forbid, you're offended by hoverboards or offended by small game titles, it's okay, because you can always play Town & Country Surf Design's Pearl City Hawaii Wood and Water Rage.
This here is the first NES game I've ever gone out of my way to actually talk about in depth on this channel. And judging by the cover art, I don't think I could have picked a better one.
But I don't know. Despite Town & Country Surf Design's Pearl City Hawaii Wood and Water Rage being the most ridiculous name for a game I've ever seen, this could be another Airblade. It could be another hidden gem, a secret masterpiece, a Nintendo classic. I literally just mentioned you. Is this an omen? If I say something bad, will it just appear? Well, if that's the case, gun! Oh, well, thank you very much.
Just my luck, eh? The first NES game I ever take a look at for this channel, and it's a game made by one of the most infamously bad companies of all time. But surely it can't be any worse than a Phoenix game, could it? We boot up to the title screen, and it's confusing. What is this supposed to be? What's going into it? Is it water? Why is it flying? Why are there trees swimming? What's going on over here? And what's this noise supposed to be? Is that meant to be the ocean waves or someone shuffling in a chair? We've got 3 separate games to pick here, but this is a skateboarding video, so let's just take a look at that one for now. Who do I pick then? The coolest dude in the world? Or a potato? Well, okay, this doesn't seem too bad so far. It looks okay, sounds okay, controls okay. Was this peeved nerd a little too harsh on LJN in all of his videos? We can move, we can jump off the board to get past this thing here, we can not jump off of the ramp, no biggie, we can keep going, and we can even ollie over this clump of barrels a few seconds into the stage to...
Oh, maybe I pushed the wrong button. Okay, let's try B.
And we can even ollie over this clump of barrels a few seconds in...
A and B together?
And we can even ollie over this clump of barrels a few...
Okay, this game is a massive C word! And what's the word? Well, you know what they say. You can't say country without tree.
Okay, I get it now. This LJN hate, totally justified. Sorry, nerd, I should never have doubted you, my lord. This is just not very nice. The weird thing, though, is that if you look online to see what the hell you're supposed to even do, you can see that... What is this? It's a video! I mean, it's somebody doing an ollie. They can jump over the barrels without grinding their face into the concrete. But how do you even do that? I mean, start pauses the game, select us for the menus, which then leaves us with only 2 buttons to work with, and B makes us push the board faster, while A does the dumbass rocket up to space without the thing that I need to land back onto. You know what, I'm just gonna mash buttons and see what happens. Oh, what was that? I did a grind! I grinded. Grinded? Ground? Greened? Either way, I figured it out. You have to hold back while pressing A to do an ollie, allowing you to leap over ramps and, of course, those infamous barrels I love so much. So that's it, right? I've got the controls down, so the rest of the game must be a breeze.
No.
So get a load of this shit. What you have here is an auto-scrolling obstacle course, which would be fine to deal with, except you have a very tight time limit to reach the end of a stage, meaning that you have to rush. And rushing in Town & Country Surf Design's Pearl City, Hawaii Wood and Water Rage is a recipe for failure. Look at this, you can't see anything that's flying at you off screen. You can't judge depth and distance when going quickly on this 2D plane. You get respawned on slowing down surfaces right next to ramps, meaning that you then can't speed up enough to clear holes in the floor. This game was clearly made by a load of lumpy, jiggly nutcases. If you slow down too much to stay careful, you run out of time, but if you go too fast, it's unplayable. So what do you want me to do, Town & Country Surf Design's Pearl City, Hawaii Wood and Water Rage?
Ooh, what's that? You want me to try another game from the main menu? Well, then I will.
Let's see what this surfing game is about then. It's awful. Okay then, how about game number 3, Wood and Water Rage? This is what the game itself is named after, so maybe this is the best bit. Oh look, it's exactly the same game as the skateboarding one.
Wood and Water Rage sounds like something you catch when you're pregnant. Okay, I'm done with all of these skateboarding games that aren't endorsed by Tony Hawk, so I think I'm gonna have to crawl back to him with my tail between my legs. If there's any patterns emerging here, it's that if you want a consistently decent skateboarding game, you go to Tony Hawk. So I suppose it's time to check up on him with Tony Hawk's Downhill Jam.
And no, this isn't a terrible recipe for a sandwich.
I'm too hungry for waiting for this shit.
It's a Tony Hawk game made as a Wii launch title. Saying that though, Tony is looking really angry on the box here, almost like he's hungry for some jam of his own. God, it has been years since I booted this thing up. I can't wait to give it a whirl.
Are you ready?
No!
Weirdly enough, of all people, this game was developed by Toys for Bob. Yes, the Spyro Reignited Toys for Bob, the Crash 4 Toys for Bob, the Madagascar Toys for Bob. I don't know how you can go from Gloria the Thick Hippo to heavy metal skating, but at least they still have the demented clown music. My name is Fneep. And since this is a Wii launch title, do you know what that means? Yes, forced motion controls, meaning that you tilt the remote to move left and right. And as we all know, this won't be a problem at all because Sonic did that so perfectly.
So what's my verdict on Tony Hawk and the Secret Rings? It's alright. It's unnecessary, but it's alright.
I say it's unnecessary because at the end of the day, tilting a motion controller to steer is less responsive than simply pressing a button. But if you just have to do it this way, like if your wife was tied up in the kitchen of a cannibal and the only thing that could save her was tilting motion-controlled skateboarding, it could have been done a lot worse. Firstly, this is primarily a racing game, thank God, so free movement isn't an issue since you're on rails and only need to concentrate on steering. So it's pretty focused at least, and not like this. But trying to take this and move it to forced motion controls and only 2 extra action buttons is really clumsy. Speeding up, ollieing, and grabs are the same button, while flip tricks and grinds are the same button. And balancing on a grind is done with tilting, which is exactly what you do for turning your body in mid-air and turning left and right in general, meaning that you'll do a lot of accidental spins and tricks when you're trying to exit a rail that you're already balancing on, just like right there. And you could just ignore doing tricks and focus on the race downhill, but in order to get turbo, which is damn near essential for winning a race, you need to at least try doing a few of these tricks, meaning that I did a lot of whinging. The game looks fine for a Wii launch title, I suppose, except for Tony himself.
But then I saw her bust a few air tricks and my jaw dropped.
But yeah, I can't really say much else about this one, because it's just okay. It would have been more fun if it was a train wreck, to be honest.
You can tell that girl works out, although don't tell her I said that.
Tony, you're 52.
And that's exactly how old I felt when I decided to play SpongeBob SquarePants Surf and Skate Road Trip on the Kinect.
I'm so sorry, my darling. You know that I love you, right?
SpongeBob SquarePants Surf and Skate Road Trip is a game that... You know what? No, I'm not doing this. I'm not even going to give this game the privilege of an introduction. Here is all the footage of me playing it. It speaks for itself. Show off.
Just so we're all on the same page and we're understanding each other, this is the main menu. I wave to let them know that I'm here. That works. Welcome to the game. I've not been identified. Okay, that's fine. How about I just select a No, select a profile. No, select a profile. No, select a No, select a profile. Don't cancel, select a No! What are you doing? Why are you following my face like to the side? Why is there a big gap there? What do you mean stand back? What are you talking about? What, stand back here? Where do you want me to go? Stand closer. Make up your mind!
You may be wondering why I've invited you all here.
No, I'm not. Can we skip this? Every time I go towards story mode, it doesn't want to stay there, so I'm just gonna do quick play. Can this message go? To turn left, step your foot to the side. To turn left, step your foot to the side. To turn left, step your foot to the side. To turn left, turn right, step your foot to the side. To turn right, step your foot to the side. Step your foot to the side. That's the side, I'm stepping in the side. We were this close to passing the calibration screen, everybody. I hate to see what the game is like if I cannot pass the settings. Copy this stunt pose. So we can handle basics. We can handle basic standing still and lifting arms up to do the beginning of the YMCA, but we can't do anything else. So why is there a whole game built around everything else that isn't standing still and YMCA? Ow. Okay.
Look at me! I'm fast!
Why are you turning left? I'm stepping to the right, you stupid! I don't understand how this game works. Why is this a game? This doesn't work. It thinks I'm turning right when I'm stepping left, and when I step right, it turns left. Look. Oh, look. There's me. Hi. Am I enjoying myself? How am I getting all these points? I'm not doing anything. I'm just trying to steer. I'm just trying to steer. How is this... SpongeBob Sky Pants? Turn right. Patrick, turn right. Please. Turn right, you stupid lumpy pink thumb. I got a boost. I'm halfway there. I'm halfway there. I've got another, how many more? I've got another 25 seconds of this to do. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing a 1 minute long race.
And yes, I know, you're all probably thinking, this is a surfing game, so what's the point of even mentioning it in this video? But the thing is, it isn't. Look, I can confirm from the back of the box that there is indeed skateboarding in this game, which is a shame because I'm never going to see it.
Wait, it's not, the lighting conditions are right. It's too dark. How can it be too dark? It's daytime. I have the sun. You can't get much lighter than the sun, SpongeBob SquareBob. And then I got myself Skate or Die on the NES. Skate or Die? Die.
I mean, I've got to be honest, I'm actually liking this title screen. The logo is vibrant and animated, this dude has a fat ass, and this music is happening. I cannot wait to play any longer. Let's jump right in. Mummy, I don't want to play anymore.
I'm a bad boy.
What in the goddamn Christmas pudding is this? Is this Die Hard 6? I'd appreciate it if you stopped looking at me like that, man. I have a feeling your hair has been inside places I don't want to know about.
Have you met my dear boy, Lester?
Ugh, I bet he's your dear boy.
So what are you staring at?
What am I staring at? What are you staring at? I'm not the one with eggs for eyes.
Don't you like my do?
Well, to be honest, I don't remember the last time I saw a dark blue garden rake, so no. At this point, I think it would be stupid to go straight into a competition, so let's do some practice first. How about a freestyle match? Which is more accurately a vert ramp match, but whatever. Let's drop in and start things off easy with a 180 spin.
Are all skateboarding games on the NES deliberately unplayable?
Whatever you do, whatever button you press, you will crash. The only way I racked up points here was just with rolling back and forth, because if I tried anything else, my bones would fall right off of my body, and no matter how long you lie there on the ground motionless, the audience never come to help you. Did he skate, or did he die? Yeah, he died. What about high jump then? Okay, it's the same as freestyle, but all you need to do now is mash buttons as fast as possible to pick up speed, fly high, have a fit, and then get given the finger. Wonderful. Jam. Oh, what's this one then? So here, you're skating towards the bottom of the screen, beating up other kids with your fists, and disintegrating whenever you touch a fence. And this would be the best bit of the game, but the biggest issue here is the control. In order to attack, you need to hold a direction while pressing a button, but using a directional button also turns you, which you don't want to do. And you'd think that you just need to hold left or right to turn, but no, you have to tap the direction multiple times to adjust where you are pointing, just like in real skating. The race itself isn't much better either. You're going downhill and your turning is way too heavy. Am I on a skateboard or a library truck? This is just upsetting. Help. My head turned into a fanny. Now we're on to the final game, jousting. Jousting? As in stabbing each other off of a thing that you're supposed to be riding jousting? What the hell is wrong with you? Yeah, 3 kids fighting to the death seems fine to me, but who do I pick to send to hell? Well, I'm pretty sure I saw Lester in a nightmare where he strangled my family, so I think I'll go with the most normal looking guy. Monsieur Pete. Is he a skateboarder or a French revolutionary?
Welcome one and all to the jousting arena, where our child combatants will fight for glory inside a big bowl of rice.
Well, it's either that or a hairy old man's head, but whatever the case, this is probably the worst game of the lot. You achingly skate back and forth trying to knock the other kid off of his board with a giant cotton bud, and then make him bend over, stick his wiener in his mouth, and then shove the board right up his butt. Problem here is that no matter what I do, I can't only never hit the other guy even when I'm right next to him, but he always manages to steal the bat from me and knock me down right back on my thick old legs whenever he wants to do that. Jesus Christ, this is dreadful.
And so, when you have nearly run out of every ounce of hope you had for a good skateboarding game that isn't from Tony Hawk, you then go back to the familiar franchise that will rarely let you down when it comes to skateboarding.
Yeah, you know, the classic skateboarding series. Metal Gear Solid? After the original Metal Gear Solid on the PS1 blew everyone away, with Solid Snake being the only character in a video game able to pull off a 1080-degree quadruple pop shove it, here he is, back at it again on the PS2 and pulling off some steezy tricks all up in Arsenal Gear's rectum. Yes, that's what it's called. You are skating on a robot's poo muscle. This is the most incredible, yet most uncanny thing I've ever seen. Obviously, if you know MGS pretty well, this may appear to be a joke or a fan mod on top of an existing skating game. But no, this is an official Metal Gear Solid skating game with its own kick-ass hard rock remix of the theme song. How did this come to be, though? How do we go from a story-driven stealth action game involving social engineering, conspiracies, artificial intelligence, evolution, existentialism, censorship, and child exploitation, and end up with Solid Snake doing some gnarly grinds on top of a terrorist base? Well, that's because this is actually a bonus feature on the re-release of the original MGS2 known as Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance, but only on the PS2 version. It's a great little pack. It comes with the main game, obviously, but also gives you a making-of DVD, more than 350 VR missions, the chance to replay the main story missions from Snake's perspective instead of Raiden's, and this bloody ridiculous skateboarding minigame built entirely on top of the engine for another Konami game that had just been released, Evolution Skateboarding. I guess they wanted to try advertising this game to me by slipping it into a Metal Gear Solid skin, but they overdid it if you ask me, because I've got absolutely no reason to play that one if I've already got this. Look at it, why would I ever want to play the other one?
And while you're at it, look at this! Disney Sports Skateboarding. Oh boy! Coffee!
Alright, am I going mad, or am I the only one here who thinks this intro music doesn't even remotely fit against what you're seeing? It's almost like taking the characters from a legacy of cartoons in the 1930s doesn't fit in extreme sports culture 70 years later. Do you want your great-granddad to get on a skateboard while dressed up as a clown? Because that's what this is. And in my case, that would be extra bad because my great-granddad is a corpse. If I had to pick anybody to trudge through this, I guess I'll have to go with Max, because at least he stands out above the crowd. And bugger me, does he stand out above the crowd, because the hospital bills this boy must be privy to wouldn't even be able to be paid off by Bill Gates. No exaggeration, if you love falling down and scarring yourself on tarmac, this game is for you, because that's all you do. It's Disney Sports roadkill. It's hard enough just trying to wield the heavy controls here, but even on this first stage, you will get run down by cars more times than a group of badgers in mating season. It's absolutely exhausting. You just crash into cars constantly, and you never see them coming either. And if you aren't being run down by people looking to cook up a dead dog into their stew, you're playing one of the worst skateboarding games ever made. If, of course, you're even able to play it at all from how it moves along like a slug in a pot of glue. The controls are so rigid here, not only because you have to keep topping up your speed by holding forward, which just doesn't feel natural at all, but you can barely get any air from a standard ollie, making grinds and simple kickflips feel like a lottery. Plus, you need to try dealing with these horrific controls while navigating some of the most cramped and unnaturally awkward level design that would be hard enough to platform across, let alone skate. These are the kinds of controls that run into your granny's dining room and smash all of the china. And if that wasn't enough, this is the most consistently obnoxiously loud game I think I've ever played, constantly yelling at you with a dude bro surfer voice after you do practically anything.
Molly, dude grab. Ow! Look out! Heel flip. Shindig! Good luck. Great starting gate reflexes. This cat could show us something really cool straight out of the chute. Skater down. I repeat, skater down.
And I shout all the time, so if you're able to annoy me, you ballsed it.
This game has driven me to destruction and carnage, which is lucky for me since I just so happen to own Thrasher's Skate and Destroy for the PS1. But what do I pick on the main menu? Options, or skate? And what character do I want to pick? Scab? Oh god, your parents must have hated you. I'm choosing you based on that name alone. Oh, and I can make you shirtless? But then we'll see all of your scabs. What's my name? Well, you know what? You can't improve on perfection, so I'm gonna keep it as Scab. Now, this game is great. Wanna know why? Well, first of all, it's because you don't only push your board with the X button and that's all it does, but it's also because each button on the controller corresponds to a different trick. You ollie with square, but kickflip with triangle and 180 spin with circle. Yes, instead of ollieing and spinning yourself around with the D-pad or the shoulder buttons, you press a single button that spins for you. Sound confusing? Well, wait until you get involved with these stages then. Oh boy, this is as barren and basic as you can get. You only need to get the set amount of points and then exit the level. That's it. The problem is though, because something as simple as a kickflip has its own dedicated button, I can't figure out for the life of me how to grind. I just keep pressing any button after I ollie to see if I snap onto a ledge, but nothing works and I end up turning into an electrocuted crab. Right, can I try that again? Oh no, you're just gonna fall off the board before I even move. Thank you. Why have I put my trust into someone called Scab? Oh, and by the way, the levels have their own exit points that you can accidentally just ride into, because there's nothing I love more in a skating game than leaving the level in the middle of a combo. Oh, look at that. That's exactly how I sleep when I'm having a nice dream. And then all of a sudden, the game completely changes perspectives to a police officer with a taser chasing me. What? How do I see what I'm doing if the camera is nowhere near me? Where am I? What's the point of this camera angle? I'm not controlling the policeman, so what's going on? Wait, I failed the mission because I lost the cops? Isn't that the entire idea? I'm not looking for an internship at the police station. I'm a skater boy who says see you later, boy. Okay, let's try grinding again, and I don't know, I'm out of ideas. Should I just try pressing the board pushing button?
You're kidding. So let me get this straight. You press the X button to start pushing your board, then hold one of these 3 buttons to ready yourself, let go of the button to do the jump trick, and then press the push button again to grind.
What is it with Tony Hawk ripoffs and never ripping off what made the game so enjoyable in the first place? This is gormless. Who wants to sit there and learn all of these stupid specific actions just to do a single trick that takes 2 button presses in any other skating game? You can't snap onto the rails either. No, you have to land on them perfectly while pressing the push button, because we've got to be realistic in our skating game with edges of curbs that push you backwards and ragdoll physics.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay, I hear the sirens coming. It's time to leave the level before the game turns into the police version of Doom. And I lost anyway. Cool. Thanks again, Scab. And I'm really loving this noise that won't stop repeating itself in the background. It sounds like someone's having a stroke, and not the bad kind. Skate and destroy.
Where was the destruction?
Oh, yeah, Disney's Extreme Skate Adventure. I forgot to film anything funny.
Please help me.
Okay, well, terrifying box art aside, could this really be any worse than Disney Sports Skateboarding? It did come out a year afterwards, so did they learn anything? Oh, what's this? Our good friends at Toys for Bob made a return? Wasn't expecting that at all. And Tony Hawk's Raspberry Jam wasn't too bad, so maybe this one is actually good. Okay, wait a sec, hang on. Did I put a Disney game in here or Tony Hawk Jr.? Where are the cartoons? I mean, yeah, this kid kinda looks like Mickey Mouse, but this isn't Disney at all. So apparently when this game was being made, Disney themselves must have run a competition to get one real-life boy and one real-life girl to star as themselves in this game, and the winners of these skating tournaments were the deciding factor. That's pretty cool, I've got to be honest. But why the hell would I want to play as them when I can play as a wide gaping mouth Woody? Or how about Dead-Eye Buzz, Ripped Simba, Inside Out Teeth Tarzan, or Drunk Pumbaa? What's my name this time? That's easy. Meat. And this game is good. Actually, this game is really damn good. I'm stunned. A game with this cover actually may be one of the best skating games I've ever played that isn't from Tony Hawk, and Woody Bailing looks hilarious. If you want to play an explorative, mission-based collectathon skating game, but don't want Tony Hawk and want to skate around as a goddamn elephant, you play this. It even caters to newcomers and young people with a special kid mode that gives you automatic grinds and special tricks just for pressing singular buttons. And then the pro mode is exactly like regular Tony Hawk, with all the familiar button layouts and direction input styles to make tricks happen. And I must stress for a second, if you make a skating game, copying Tony Hawk controls entirely is not a requirement and doesn't automatically make your game good. If you've got an original take, I'm all for it. But the thing is, the Tony Hawk control style is so simple to grasp and makes perfect sense for veterans or beginners. Whereas going too out of the box with something like Thrasher's Skate and Destroy, with separate trick buttons and a push button that's also a grind button, is so unintuitive, it's almost like you playing a driving game that swaps the left and right steer controls around. It's the same reason why most first-person shooters nowadays use triggers to aim and fire and the right stick to move the camera. Tony Hawk games just found the perfect style of control for this kind of skating game, and improving upon it isn't really possible if you ask me. Hence, Toys for Bob had the very wise idea to license and then utilize the Tony Hawk Pro Skater 4 engine to make this game. The point is, in this game, you get to skate with your favorite Disney character, Birdie! The gameplay here is awesome. You complete missions by exploring the massive levels and talking to all the characters who need help, while collecting objects hidden all around the area to get you better accustomed to the design of the game. As you finish missions, you unlock more skaters from each Disney movie series, more levels from each Disney movie series, and more customization options for your very own creator skater, where you can end up making some nightmare creations. With my overhanging tummy and fat ankles squeezed into tiny boots, I look just like Honey Boo Boo. Oh, nice. You can make your kid wear a thong. All of a sudden, Disney gathering all these kids together doesn't sound so fun. Disney's Extreme Skate Adventure is fantastic. I highly recommend it. If you take a Tony Hawk game, remove the men being sick in toilets, and then slap Buzz Lightyear on it, you get this game.
And hey, while we're on the subject of Disney...
Yeah, did you forget that Disney owned The Simpsons? I forget that at least once every 2 days. But I'll never forget the first time I played Simpsons Skateboarding on the PS2. Yes, once again, I'm revisiting another game from the vaults of my old horrible reviews. Like a cockroach after a nuke, my past always comes back to make me itch. What's this? No memory card.
Oh, what a shame. I guess that means I can't play the game anymore. So thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. I'll see you on the next Caddicarus show, same time next week, where I'll be stomping on a kitten live on camera.
Well, hey, look at that. The first thing I see in this game is something that makes absolutely no sense. And the sad thing is that this still makes more sense than anything else you're about to see. The intro to this game is quite simply hideous. One of the worst I've ever seen. It's just a barrage of colors and an onslaught of ugly edits enough to give you a seizure or make you feel like you're dying from leprosy. I mean, look at this, come on. They couldn't even cut out the white in between Bart's armpit. And then after possibly the worst intro of all time, you get greeted to one of the worst opening themes of all time that either sounds like your CD is scratched or you're having convulsions. After this, well, this screenshot here should tell you all you need to know about the level of quality we're dealing with. Marge looking like a squid, and Homer looking like a week-old can of Spam. This is easily one of the ugliest PS2 games ever made from the starting gate, and then you actually get going and think to yourself, oh, you know, maybe I should try doing some tricks on the ground right now, like in every skateboarding game ever made. But oh no, you can't. Oh no! No joke, if you try to do something as simple as a kickflip, 75% of the time it won't work, and you'll be eating some grass-covered din-dins instead. Once again, you've got to push yourself along with a forward push without automatic acceleration from holding down your ollie button, taking all the flow and momentum out of the gameplay, but I'd be able to get my head around this if the game let me push my board up slightly steep slopes, or let me get out of half-pipe bowls that I can't escape from. But you can't. This then compounds with an absolutely pathetic ollie that sometimes flies you up to space and other times barely leaves the ground, meaning that you won't clear gaps, and sometimes you'll just accelerate from 0 to piss off in half a second. Absolutely nothing works in this game. It's actually a miracle how broken it is, as well as ugly. I mean, you look at that and tell me that's a person. That's not a person. It's a mound of beef. Don't forget the overly sensitive balance meter either. Or the fact that you have running commentary from your character and Kent Brockman throughout the entire game, and none of them ever shut up.
Oh no!
Kickflip. Coming. Tail
radical. Very well done. Well done.
Sure, you could always argue that all these different characters have different stats that are better for different kinds of skateboarding tricks, but what I'm gonna say in response to that is that Tony Hawk also has that system, but you're not absolutely incompetent at the start of the game. You can still do things, even if not as good as you will be able to later, but here, you can't do anything. I mean, look at this. Most of the time, you can't even grind anyway, and instead have the rail stick itself through your head. Personally, though, I didn't do much else because I decided to give up after I got decked in the head by a car, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one, and then Ken Brockman said,
"Give it to me, baby."
While Lisa said for the 47th time, "This is absolutely, categorically definitive garbage. The Bubsy 3D of sports games, probably one of the worst ever made." Sure, Phoenix Games had this abomination 5 years after Simpsons Skateboarding, but that's Phoenix Games. They probably put a blank disc into a sandwich toaster and then said, "Game's done!" But considering this is The Simpsons and sold at a much higher price than a Phoenix game ever would, I'm shocked that no one seemed to care if this game even worked.
Oh, was that harsh, was it? Was I a little bit mean? Did that hurt your feelings? You think that was a little bit too far? Have you played this thing?
I don't know how anybody in the dev team tested this and thought it was passable. It's borderline impossible to play. It's not even so bad, it's good. I don't feel any misguided passion or overinflated egos behind the creation of this. All I feel is the bitterness of an entire team who didn't want to make this. Considering it was aimed at kids as well, who probably didn't know or care who a Tony Hawk was, it's probably the most cynical cash grab ever made for a licensed game. It copies the Tony Hawk level design, Tony Hawk game structure, Tony Hawk mission style, and even Tony Hawk button layout, but butchers every other element up so magnificently, it makes me question why they didn't just do a full-blown rip-off of Tony Hawk entirely. Sure, it would have been unoriginal, but it would have been a good game. Look at this. If you even somehow manage to win a single thing in this game, all that satisfaction and frustration is spat back in your face as you only make 10 cents for it. 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 10
This is the closest thing to crazy I have ever been.
Wait, are you telling me that I'm going through all of this toss for a grand prize of $99? Are you insane? I use that kind of money to blow my nose and wipe it on homeless people, and you're expecting me to nearly die for that? $99? Shred Springfield?
With pleasure. Okay then, if a Tony Hawk ripoff can't give me no satisfaction, then I'm gonna have to run back into the arms of the man himself. And what better way to go back to him than with Tony Hawk Ride on the Xbox 360. Tony Hawk rode off.
So this game, this bloody game here, this 7th generation console classic, just so happened to be developed by Robo Modo, the same lovely chaps behind Tony Hawk's Pro Hate My Life 5. And immediately you must be asking yourself, why such a big books? Well, because this entire game is controlled by this infernal thing.
Oh yes, by using your body weight and these fancy sensors dotted all over the board, this game expects you to have some tiny amount of skating ability before going into it, or at least the experience of being able to stand and weight shift on a board. And I'll give credit where it's due. This thing is solidly constructed. It's not that flimsy. In fact, if you stuck trucks and wheels on it, you could feasibly skate on it, so well done. Which also means I can smash it over and over again against a wall and it will never break.
Wow, after 10 years of games, I can finally ride Tony Hawk! And in order for you to see what the hell it is I'm experiencing, I decided to install this special Jim Jam cam so that you can get the best view of every angle once Tony Hawk gets ridden. So right off the bat, this game begins in the dumbest way I've ever seen. Why go to the effort of making a super expensive experimental gaming peripheral and then put controller buttons on it, including a start button, only to then tell me that I need a controller to navigate the menus and hit the start button on that anyway? If we were gonna do that, why don't we just, I don't know, play the game with the controller?
This skater just turned pro, and now look where we're at. This is a true Cinderella story. Just a few days ago, they were called up by P-Rod for a special mission in Southern California.
Oh, okay. Is that it? That's our story? That was terrible. What even was that? That explained nothing at all. Does Tony have scurvy?
What you have in your hands is one of the most advanced game controllers ever made.
Oh, you don't say.
Here's my skater, and his name is Bungalow because his hair looks a bit like a thatched roof. Now, if you're a little concerned about playing this because you've never touched a skateboard in your life, I really wouldn't worry. Firstly, because this thing doesn't slip, and you are not gonna fly out the living room like... And secondly, because even if you have a little bit of experience, like me, you will not make this game work. I repeat, you will not make this game work.
I didn't even do that!
Oh sure, I can push the board, I can manual, and I can certainly ollie, but performing specific tricks is an utter nightmare. This board cannot read the more subtle motions it needs to activate certain tricks, and so on this tutorial here, the first 3 minutes of the game, no matter how many damn tries I gave it attempting this trick here, it never, ever, ever worked. What am I doing wrong here? Am I not riding you hard enough, Tone? And this is just for the tutorial. Sometimes even things as basic as an ollie doesn't even register. For a game so focused on performing tricks and keeping balance at high speeds while jumping onto objects, the fact that this controller only lets you perform something as basic as a jump sometimes is enough of a reason why it's a piece of shit that should never have been released. If a new player has just as much chance and luck performing a trick as somebody who put hundreds of hours into it, the game probably blows. And taking that aside, the gameplay that you're treated with here can't be enjoyed, since you approach every single objective in exactly the same way. That being, you just trying to make a move happen. Forget combos, forget doing specific tricks over specific gaps or anything, you're just trying to do the basics from the start to the end. Mix that in with some pretty motion sickness inducing graphics and all the elements blend into a delicate mix of piss and vinegar.
You're joking.
I don't care about what fancy tech you have, I just want to spend my money on a game that works. And Tony Hawk Ride does not work. And even if you get it working, it's murder on your legs. Come on, this is a video game to play for fun, not boot camp for the Navy. We can sail the 7 seas. Look, I just got some of my highest scores and fanciest tricks just rocking the board in any direction I could. How is this fair? And check this out, I was able to get better and more consistent results by sitting down on the shitting thing. How is it that I can't do this, but by sitting on my stupid ass, I'm able to do this? In fact, how could they even say this is the most realistic skating game of all time when Tony Hawk's own series already said that itself a few games ago in Project 8? So real, you don't just skate it, you feel it.
Yeah. Happened again. I rambled on for a bit too long. But just let me ramble for a tiny bit longer because I really need to wash the taste of Tony Hawk out of my mouth.
And I'm going to conclude this bone-breaking journey quickly talking about, in my opinion, the best skating games that are not Tony Hawk. The Skate Trilogy. The thing that makes the Skate games so brilliant is that they don't copy the Tony Hawk control style at all, but give you a control scheme that feels just as natural as Tony Hawk, while at the same time being 10 times more difficult to get right, but 10 times more rewarding to nail once you do get it right. You want to know how these games work? Okay, you push the board with A, grab the board with your left hand with the left trigger, use the right trigger for your right hand, and everything else is done with the analog sticks. Turning left and right, slowing down, and even pumping your body weight up and down ramps to build momentum is done with the left analog stick, while the right analog stick just has a bloody party with your thumb, as you need to pull it back and then flick it in certain directions to perform ollies and flip tricks. Depending on the direction you push or pull the right stick to ready a trick, and then depending on the shape your thumb makes the stick move as you flick it, that's how you perform tricks. And some of the more impressive tricks do feel incredible to pull off once you get the hang of it, especially when building it into a combo. Oh, and you also push the right stick forward halfway or pull it back halfway and hold it to stay in manuals, which, if your thumb is very precise, can also be linked into more combos. You even need to angle yourself correctly and apply the correct amount of speed to your stick flicking in order to correctly land on rails to grind them without jumping too high or too low. But because the physics feel so grounded and the speed realistic, it feels way more natural here than the insanity in Tony Hawk, which needs to make you snap onto the rails or else you'll overshoot every grind in the whole game. The Skate Trilogy takes what is, on paper, one of the most player-unfriendly and insane control styles for a sports game of all time, and manages to weave the impossible into a ruthlessly challenging, yet unbelievably rewarding series of games, and I love them. You get brilliant career modes, incredible soundtracks, some of the deepest customization in a skating game, real-time replay editing with multiple camera angles and effects, tons of stuff to unlock, and the main gameplay features and control style just kept getting more refined in each game. Up until Skate 3, where in my opinion it kind of implodes on itself. I mean, I do love the improved camera in that game, but Oh, this no good. Skate 2 is probably my favourite from the trilogy though. 1 is a great time, but definitely feels like the first game in comparison to Skate 2. In that game, there's way more to do, it looks beautiful for the Xbox 360, runs at a consistent 60 FPS, and it feels much tighter to play and less loose than the first game. Your board felt like an extension to yourself more than an unwieldy beast that did whatever it wanted. Not to mention, this game gave you the ability to get off your board and walk around when you couldn't skate to certain areas, and you could fail tricks by just tripping over and losing the board instead of falling flat on your face every single time like in Skate 1. Oh, and how about those multiplayer modes for the party games? Hall of Meat! Oh, Hall of Meat, I'm looking right at you. A local multiplayer mode dedicated to you trying to deliberately outperform your partner in the most painful and insane bails you can while jumping off of ramps the size of skyscrapers. You can't not love this feature. Skate 3 is a good game, I guess. It's basically more of Skate 2 with a few added bells and whistles, but it ended up taking away a few other things, and it's glitchy up the hole. I'm sure you've all seen enough glitch compilations on YouTube to know that little tidbit. Yeah, Skate 3 has the park editor and the X-ray feature when you break a bone after a bail, but the local multiplayer is piss compared to 2. And again, this stuff kind of gets in the way for me. Look at the AI in Skate 3. It's practically suicidal. No other skate game I played had other skaters interrupting my tricks more than in Skate 3, or random pedestrians just standing around questioning the meaning of their existence. For me, no other skating games feel as much like you're climbing up the ranks in career mode as the skate games. Not only because the missions mirror real life much more, unlike Tony Hawk's arcadey silliness, but because the open world here feels as close to a regular location as you would see in real life. Yet, everything has been carefully designed to be skateable, and the speed that you can reach is extremely cathartic. Everything here feels so down to earth, chilled out, and because of that, all the more satisfying as you impress magazines, perform for photo shoots and edit the pics yourself, and then get sponsors as you climb up to being a pro.
The most recent Skate game came out in 2010, 10 years ago. Christ, thanks EA.
EA Games. Piss off everyone.
But if you don't want to dust off your old PS3 or Xbox 360 to try these out again, don't worry, because I managed to find 2 games on Steam made by indie devs who are trying to carry on the legacy left behind by Skate. Session and Skater XL.
Now don't worry, this won't take me too long to discuss, because Skater XL is a decent attempt at the skate formula while standing out with a unique left foot on the left stick and right foot on the right stick system, but it costs way too much money for a game that doesn't have any real meaty content to it. And Session is in early access, which is all I need to say about it, because hot damn does it feel like it's in early access. That, and I just can't get my head around these controls. You fall off of your board so much as a gust of wind breathes on you, and this tutorial here is arguably more difficult than standing up.
Oh my.
Like, you hold the right stick down or the left stick forward to bend down, then flick the left stick or the right stick to pop up the board the opposite direction, and you can't grind on a rail unless you push both of the sticks in opposite directions and hold them while you're landing on the rail. I can't. I appreciate the effort here, but my fingers can't bend backwards. And I would love to check out this new game called Deck Splash, but that ended up being cancelled, which I'm happy about because that sounds too much like Dick Splash, so I'm gonna go back to Skate.
Hey, wanna see a trick? That wasn't me, and now we're at the end. The thing is, guys, there's only so many different ways I can tell you how a skateboarding game plays because they all really set out to accomplish the same thing. So, I'm gonna go while doing the coolest trick that I am capable of doing. Bye! God damn it, Bricks!
Caddy. You need to play a game. It's time to make a video.
I don't wanna. I'm ill. I'm very ill. Blah.
But Crash Bandicoot 4 just came out.
Caddy, I really need some help with my homework.
Oh my god, Crash Bandicoot 4, everybody! Crash Bandicoot 4 finally came out!
Crash 3 released 22 years ago, and since then we haven't had any of the Crash games at all. He's been dormant for 2 decades. And now here we are, the true sequel to one of my most favoritist games of all time, Crash Bandicoot 4, in a big tent.
I have stopped making videos about individual games, but I think I can make an exception this one time. I mean, it's bloody Cash. It's Cash Banooka. This is so important to me that I don't even care that it's not Bandicoot month. So, henceforth, we will make this
Bandicoot Day.
Yes, my lumpies and germs, your eyes don't deceive you. This is a brand new Crash game available to you right now in the year 2020, and it's called Crash Bandicoot 4.
It's about time.
Brought to us lovingly by Toys for Bob this time. Yes, not Vicarious Visions, which I was expecting after they did such a great job on their original level for the Insane trilogy, but I'm not that bothered. And in fact, Toys for Bob were the people that made Tony Hawk's Downhill Jam, while Vicarious Visions worked on the PS4 Pro Skater remakes, meaning that it's all connected, and Crash's next game will need a skateboard controller to make him move.
Wow, I'm Chub, just like Crash Bandy!
Ever wondered what really happened to Entropy, Cortex, and Uka Uka after the end of Crash 3 when they were sent back in time to an alternate dimension and turned into babies that brown themselves? Well, Crash 4 sets out to answer that question and give you a damn entertaining game while it's at it, which I think it manages to do amazingly.
Ah. Where did that come from?
But how does one follow on from the secret completionist ending of Crash 3? Well, that's easy. First of all, you age the bad guys by a few years to let them go slowly mad, and then kill off Uka Uka!
Oh!
So Uka Uka used all of his power to open a dimensional rift to get back to Insanity Island so that the baddies could get their revenge on our favourite orange rat. And when I say everyone's favourite, I really mean everyone, because even Crash himself is watching TV shows all about his own games like the narcissist he truly is. After Aku Aku senses there's something afoot, Crash and Coco are instructed to find and collect a new group of masks with reality-bending properties in order to use their powers to close the rifts and stop Cortex, Embryo, Engine, and Entropy from taking over the multiverse. And then later on, it turns out that Entropy was planning on double-crossing Cortex from the very start due to his incompetence and his incontinence. So after Boss 3, Entropy actually enlists the help of his alternate dimension counterpart to take down Cortex and everybody else, which not only means Cortex and Crash team up to fight a common enemy just like in Twinsanity all over again, but also means that Entropy has a female version of him from another dimension, and I have never seen anyone so thirsty for someone else in my life. Crash Bandicoot 4. Entropy does himself. The bit of the plot I really enjoyed though was after Entropy and his wife are taken down, because Cortex then has a realization that nothing is stopping him from going back to 1996 before Crash 1 happened, and then convincing his younger self to stop creating Crash and therefore never get defeated in the future.
This story is a good time, and it can be pretty damn funny on occasion as well. I don't think it's as funny as Twinsanity or anything like that, but it gives you a lot more interaction between classic characters that aren't from these things, and there are a lot of cutscenes in the game, so I really do think it hit the mark with entertainment value.
And once again, the highlight is obviously Cortex, who may not have as many memorable moments as he does in Twinsanity, but is performed brilliantly by Lex Lang and animated absolutely wonderfully. I cannot for the life of me get over this face right here. How much more cartoonishly evil could you possibly be? And sometimes it isn't even what Cortex says that's humorous, but how he says it.
The Bandicoots are en route. I must reach the spot.
My favourite line from him, though, is here when he's laughing so much that he can barely control himself and almost breaks into song. And then there's this bit where he actually breaks into song, but turns into a teenager.
Kill the Bandicoot, crush the Bandicoot, smash it!
Anyway, this is a video game, not a... There's more than a story here, so let's play the game already. Oh, look! It's Spyro! Spyro's in this game, and he's all inflatable, like Ripto in Spyro 4.
Does this mean we're getting a remake of Crash Purple? With blow-up dolls? Sounds hot.
And hey, check that out. They've even spelled crunch in magnetic letters on the fridge here. It's almost like that's referencing something from another Crash 4, but I don't know. I think I made that up. So let's get one thing straight before anything else. Is Crash 4 any good? Yes. Yes, it is. In fact, if you look at this game purely through the lens of its controls and level design, it's probably the best game of the entire Crash series, and an engaging platformer in general, even if you don't like Crash games. Everything you know and love about Crash, though, is here and accounted for. You've got a 3D linear corridor-based platforming game with boxes to break, Wumpa Fruit to collect for extra lives, bouncy boxes, occasional side-scrolling parts, TNT that detonates after 3 seconds when bouncing on them, nitro crates that explode when you touch them, Aku Aku masks for extra hit points and brief invincibility, bonus platforms, gems to collect, and hernias on your stomach from how much you'll scream. So none of that is new or surprising, but everything else around that is. This level design here is easily the most varied, interesting, and challenging in the whole Crash series, with the dimension hopping story giving you so many different possibilities for visuals, enemy designs, and platforming tasks. You'll be seeing level design here that doesn't only require thought and split-second decision making, but that also has a great deal of flow, since you can see so much more of the level coming up than in any other game in the series, meaning you can pre-plan a lot of what you're going to do before running along, which keeps the pace going. Mix that in with the new abilities to swing on ropes and grind on rails, all Ratchet and Clank style, and you've got yourself a fast-paced and thoroughly enjoyable time, with any and all new gimmicks added in, not straying away from the core of Crash's platforming and box-breaking gameplay. I'd say Crash 4 is on the same level as the original Crash 1 in terms of condensed and difficult platforming, but expanded and broadened way more, which also helps contribute to the flow of the gameplay, where Crash 1 is very patience-heavy and stop and go. Oh, and I can't forget to mention that aside from a couple of instances, they even managed to get rid of all of the branching path rubbish from Crash 1, 2, and 3, where you have to pick one path to go down and then backtrack with an awkward camera that doesn't help you at all through the other path to get everything. And saying that, even in the couple of instances where they are used here, they're extremely short and nowhere near as bullshit hard as they can be in the original trilogy. The flow here is also helped along massively by the controls. My god, if the controls in this game were a cereal, they'd be the best cereal. First off, the physics and weight to Crash or Coco are spot on. Standard movement has just the right speed, your basic jump has exactly the same speed as your momentum, and an absolutely perfect arc. The ice physics, I hate him! And the mid-air control this time around is 10 times more manageable to coincide with the more tricky platforming. You start the game off with the double jump already equipped, and it feels so good to use here. Not only does it give you the extra height you'd expect, but the hang time in the air you get before landing makes crate bouncing puzzles and really tight platforming sequences no issue at all. You can also activate the second jump in mid-air basically whenever you want, meaning no awkward timing issues to learn from Crash 3's double jump, and also an insane amount of extra distance you can obtain by jumping again right at the tail end of a single jump, even as you've nearly dropped to your never-ending doom and suffering. It also works as a great last-minute save. Basically, this double jump is a jump that you do twice.
Well, that's weird.
Then there's the slide and the slide jump. It's back, and I'm not the biggest fan, to be honest, but for the level design of this game, it works really well. The slide itself is fine, and you can even do a second slide while in the middle of a crawl, which is a lifesaver in many stages, but the slide jump is a little unnatural to me, and when comparing it to how often I used it in Crash 2 or 3 or Wrath of Cortex, I really didn't use it as much here unless it was absolutely necessary, and this is for one reason. As soon as your jump activates after a slide, you lose all of your forward momentum. You get the height, make no mistake, but there's no smooth arc to the slide jump here. It feels like a little arm pulls you back as soon as you slide jump, and this little arm has its own legs. It kills the flow of the platforming if you try to use it as a replacement for basic jumps in trickier sequences, and the difference is clear when comparing it to the original games or even the Insane trilogy. The momentum-killing mid-air rubbish should only be reserved for double jumping, since you're trading the extra height for distance if you need to jump again after already committing to a single jump. The double jump is almost like you're saving yourself, so the cost of that is slowing you down in mid-air a tad. The slide jump, though, should not feel like that, because there's already a risk to using it. The trade-off here is that you get extra height and distance for a single jump, but you have to cope with this weird extreme speed boost at the beginning of the jump and potentially open yourself to hitting nitro and TNT crates, which will explode if you touch them in the middle of a slide. But this is honestly kind of nitpicky. It's only because I'm very familiar with Crash games at this point. Where the slide jump actually rocks in this game, though, is with the hang time you can get in midair if you slide off of a ledge or a box. Not only extremely cool, but a necessary mechanic for some of the later challenges, so I can't stay mad at the slide jump for much longer. I just think it feels way better to use in the original trilogy. By the way, whoever added in that feature of a bright circle that shows you exactly where you're going to land even if you're 200 feet in the air, thank you. I hope Toys for Bob gave you a Gatto. And then there are the brand new masks to play with. You don't unlock any power-ups in Crash 4 after beating bosses, so instead you get these buddies as a consolation prize. Considering the amazing range you can get from a hang time slide last-minute double jump, I personally don't mind them getting rid of power-ups. And these guys here are a good middle ground compromise anyway, because they act more like a brief vehicle segment in another Crash game, and then you won't use them again until the next time that they're available. Except they're not a vehicle, they only require one button to press instead of learning an entirely new control scheme, and and they're way more integrated into the platforming you're already doing to make the level more interesting.
Why do I hurt?
The first mask you recover, Lani Loli, allows you to shift between dimensions and make certain crates and obstacles pop in and out of existence to either phase right through them or land safely on them. He's also great for moments when you're under time pressure or on one of the new grinding sections for a nice bit of reaction-based puzzle solving to keep your mind occupied while just jumping and ducking under everything. After that is the mask Akano, who allows you to infinitely spin, not only allowing for metal crates to be smashed up that you'd usually have to belly flop, but also gives you some of the longest and floatiest jumps in the whole game, and the heights you can reach with him are sometimes criminal. Whoa, whoa. Then we have Kapuna Wa, who allows you to slow time down to a crawl for around 5 seconds at a time. Kill enemies easier, get across moving obstacles easier, and even walk across or bounce on top of nitro crates just before they explode, which takes that stupid, annoying, pointless tiptoe power-up from Wrath of Cortex and turns it into something way more responsive, way more interesting, and allows you to link more platforming segments together instead of being able to use it only like twice in the entire game because you have to make sure that you tiptoe in a straight line on top of the row of nitro boxes because you can't even jump on top of the nitros even if you're holding the tiptoe button. It's just so stupid. Honestly, she speaks for herself, and she pops in during some of the most tense platforming sequences in the whole game, making you feel like a superhero when using her correctly. And then finally is Ika Ika, the anti-gravity mask. Easily the hardest to get the hang of, but once you figure out you can flip gravity twice after you jump into the air, you can get away with some hysterically satisfying tricks using the momentum of Crash's weight and gravity hang time to your advantage. One of the best bits for me was at the tail end of the game in Cortex's castle though, when you have to go through one of the hardest damn segments in the entire game while the masks keep switching between each other trying to help you out. Once you remember what's coming up and remember how to use each mask every time a new one gets activated, this feels so good to get right. And above all, it feels totally natural, mostly due to the fact that you only need to hit one button to activate the mask powers in the first place. Like I said earlier, the flow in this game is second to none.
In fact, while I'm on it, like my pills. One of the best things about Crash 4 to me is how it takes elements, ideas and mechanics from all the other Crash games and blends them together seamlessly to give you an almost compilation best of everything we love about Crash games. Yes, it even references the bad ones, except this one and no.
You've got the overworld map with level by level progression, chase sequences and tricky platforming from Crash 1, secret items awarded to you for not dying, jetboard riding in swamps and animal riding from Crash 2, the time trial relics, excellent boss design and super spin gliding on occasion from Crash 3, the 4 new masks introduced, longer levels and ball rolling from Wrath of Cortex, the multiple playable characters, already unlocked double jump, grappling hook mechanic, separate hidden gems in each level and brief bad guy team up from Twin Sanity, the multiple unlockable costumes from Tag Team Racing, the choice to switch between Crash or Coco whenever you want like in the Insane trilogy, even Road to Nowhere from Crash 1 makes a return, which is everyone's favorite. But come on guys, it wasn't that hard in the original and it still is not that hard now. Why are you all such a bunch of pants? Sure, I admit that I really miss the Crash 2 and 3 approach of having surprise level themes thrown together into each world and giving you the choice on which to go for in any order you want, but I don't care that much because I would do the levels in order anyway, and I'm willing to look at that style of progression as a callback both to Crash 1 where you do multiple levels one after the other in a similar theme, and to Twin Sanity where you do multiple stages in one specific location before moving on to the next one. And all of this isn't even going into the amounts of moments from regular stages where box placements copy other levels from the original trilogy, or the amount of different classic Crash boss attacks that were given new life or tweaked entirely for the better.
When did I break that finger?
The engine fight for a first boss is incredible and basically just a slightly more complex entropy from Crash 3. Avoid lasers and then run up to attack him while getting your head around some platforming under a time limit. Brio is basically a more aggressive and more interesting version of his own fight from Crash 1, but with a little bit of Tiny Tiger from Crash 3 as he follows you around trying to crush you, then ending things off with the spinning enemy off of the edge idea from Cortex's final fight in Crash 3. Cortex's first battle reminded me a lot of Tiny from Crash 3 as well, for how many things are flying towards you across the entire length of the screen, and he gave me Crash 2 engine vibes from all the falling missiles, and even reminded me of the shrinking platform idea from the Bearinator in Crash Bash. Entropy's fight reminded me a lot of Mega Mix from the Huge Adventure on Game Boy Advance, since it's more of a fast-paced running platforming challenge than a boss, and the final Cortex battle is a mix of tons of different shit. Tiny from Crash 2 with all the platforms falling, Koala Kong from Crash 1 with you needing to fire projectiles back at him, Crunch's final battle in Wrath of Cortex for how all of the new masks are used against you at once, and Engine from Crash 2 with those lasers that dart across the screen and you have to jump or duck under. The best thing though is that if you're a Crash fan, you'll get a kick out of all of this, but if you aren't a Crash fan, it's irrelevant because all the levels and bosses by themselves are so tightly designed that it stands out and excels purely on its own merits. The noticeable gameplay callbacks at that point just become a bonus.
Oh, goody goody gums! Look, everybody, I said the word bonus, and a bonus platform magically appeared for me to ride. So you know what that means? Yes, it's time for yet another Caddicarus bounds round!
And at the end of this bonus level, you may see Torna's mug slapped on a Cushing, but as you probably noticed, she looks a bit different in this game. It's because she's from another dimension though, so don't worry. If you're more into that than into that, you've now got both to choose from. You even get to play as her, which was a pretty awesome time if you ask me, even if she gets really pissed off with you if you want to replay a level.
What the hell are you doing here? You want to go back to the beginning, or screw you? You want to go back? I don't want to go back. You can't force me to go back through that, you little pissy, pimply, potty piss.
I wasn't a big fan of the hitbox on her spin kick. I think it was a little bit too high for my liking, but it reminded me too much of Coco's kick from Wrath of Cortex for me to care. And of course, you get the grappling hook, not only for the platforming, but for box breaking too.
Okay, can we please address something quickly? I think we need to investigate the caterers that provided food for Toys for Bob, because I've got enough evidence here to prove that whoever did that laced their food with so much aphrodisiac, I'm surprised they didn't die of being hard.
I mean, it isn't even bloody subtle. The adult references in this game are almost too many to mention, not just with Entropy potentially having fun with himself, but with everything else, from Torna's new design and camera angles that show her off, to even the names of costumes and levels. Marsupus Erectus, Booty Calls, Dar He Blows, Mother Clucker, Ship Happens, Big Horn Energy, Rock Blocked, Booty Seeker, Persona, Crash Bandicoot knows what furries are, and he loves them.
Toys for Bob? What toys do they have, and what bob do they put them in?
Even the Banuka himself is back to doing his air-humping dance and considering bestiality. I was personally shocked when I saw that big old 12 age rating sticker on the front of the box here, and then I was even more surprised when I saw how far they stretched that age rating's restrictions for some of the stuff they included here. Now I know for certain Toys for Bob made Gloria the Hippo look like that on purpose. I mean, that there is one letter away from dildo. Oh, and by the way, you don't only get to play as Torna this time around, but even Cortex, as well as Dingadar for the first time, who also have their own stages and totally unique control styles. Don't twist your bra up though, because the core of Crash 4 from beginning to end, whatever alternate characters and control styles there are, is always about platforming and box breaking, making these moments of controlling new characters with new abilities more of a joy than I was expecting. Dingadar doesn't have his trademark flamethrower, which I found quite disappointing to be honest, but he makes up for that with a monstrous spin, this amazing vacuum gun that absolutely destroys boxes, and a gliding hover ability that can be linked into other box bouncers after you've landed. You also get to use the vacuum to suck up and fire TNT crates at enemies and other boxes, which once again stays true to Crash's platform box breaking roots while providing a new and unique way of interaction with that gameplay style, making the Dingadal parts worth it tenfold.
I'm scared.
Cortex isn't quite as good, but I still found him a fun time. He's basically the same as Crash, but has a pathetic jump and no slide, instead giving you this dash ability that propels Cortex's enormous fat head towards everything in a perfectly straight line. He also gets this awesome little gun that not only breaks boxes from a far distance away, but also cycles enemies between a solid rock platform and a bouncy jelly platform, which once again creates unique situations around Crash's core platforming and box breaking mechanics by making the enemies just as important to the level design as the floor you stand on.
So yes, everybody, in Crash 4 you have 5 playable characters that are all together for the very first time. Cash Banuka, Cock Vindaloo, Tractor Barn Party, Dead Climax, and Dumpling.
Can I also just say for a second that this game looks so damn good, man? Look at it! Oh my god, look, it's Baby T from Crash 3. You don't get to ride him, but he's just been hatched and he looks so cute. His head follows you! You're so cute that I'm gonna blow you up. So I played this game on the PS4 Pro, and honest to God, I haven't been this impressed with a console 3D platformer's graphics in a long time. If this was on PC, obviously that's a different ballgame, but currently Crash 4 isn't. So the fact that we constantly have this much detail bursting at the seams, and draw distance is this massive, yet the game still runs at a smooth and consistent 60 FPS is incredible even for the PS4 Pro, especially with the Insane Trilogy being locked to 30 FPS on the same console. I loved the look of this game from the second I saw it, then I started playing it and loved it even more, then I got to the Street Festival Mardi Gras stage and my lips were dried out. Look at the amount of shit going on here. Look at how vibrant and beautiful it is. And again, look at how smooth it's running despite all of it. Take the technicalities away for a second though, and you still have the most cartoonish and bounciest looking Crash game out there, with stuff you'd never expect to see, and creativity seeping out of every orifice, like the one in the back of your head.
Hello.
Especially in the alien planet stages of Bermugula, some of the stuff that happens here I never saw coming. It's really cool. There's great use of squash and stretch in cutscenes and during the gameplay, spectacular animations that extend even to the map screen. And of course, there are the suitably adorable and expressive character designs, with that one character in particular getting the most drastic makeover that really accentuates certain parts of the body. And that is Dingodile! Look at this hulking mass! He grew up to be a big boy! He doesn't have that junk on his back anymore because he clearly stuck it right in his trunk! Look at him bounding off! What a chap! If the original plan of Naughty Dog all those years ago was to take the insanity of a Warner Brothers cartoon and adapt it into a 3D platformer, I'd say Crash 4 gets it the most correct. They even brought the death animations back!
Oh. I put the wrong disc in.
Not to mention, the references to older games and background details are absolutely everywhere, from Wrath of Cortex to Twin Sanity, and even the GBA games.
Somebody had better call the chicken coop, because I've got all of their eggs.
Even Nitrous Oxide makes an appearance in this game. The joke character that was deliberately terrible because Naughty Dog didn't care enough about Crash Team Racing's story became a mainstay. And he even has a picture of himself in his own bedroom, the prick. He looks like a fish. Oh god, I didn't need to know that Oxide had a wife. Do you think Oxide likes fish fingers? And let's be honest, who here didn't love this little Easter egg after you travel from one dimension to another towards the end of the game?
I wish I could pay attention to all the details, honestly.
Because I did. Oh yeah, I should probably mention that. I actually streamed the entirety of Crash 4 on my Twitch channel that you can find by clicking on the screen right now or below in the description. All I did was go from the start of the game to the end, but if you ever wanted to see some genuine live reactions of pure childlike adoration from me, those streams were the place to be.
We're painting the level. What? Oh, yes. Give me your ink. Yes.
If you haven't yet, consider giving my channel a follow. I stream 3 times a week, and I even upload every single stream I do onto my second channel, which is also linked on screen or in the description. It's worth your time, I promise, because we get up to stuff like this.
Yeah, her handbrake on her new car is basically a...
You can't even say, oh, it's a rod that looks a bit like a willy. No, it's a... It has the head, it has some shiny thing coming out the end. I know that there are some cultures that are really into that kind of thing. And speaking of things that look like dings, the game sounds great too. The voice acting is great stuff. I've already spoken praise for Lex Langer's Cortex, but the rest of the cast are fantastic too. And in Engine's case, he sounds way more nuts and robotic than he ever did in the Insane Trilogy.
I've got a backstage pass for you to get up close and personal.
I mean, yeah, they only really duplicated the dude's voice and then pitched it up and pitched it down by a few semitones to give like a G major effect.
Which is something anyone can do.
But it's a massive improvement over this guy.
Since our last encounter.
Who just sounds like a creepy uncle. All of the masks sound great too, as does Dingodile, who hasn't spoken this much in any Crash game before, but I welcome it because I've always loved him as a character and— Bastards!
Did Dingodile just cuss?
Oh, bollocks, my head hurts.
No! By Dingodile saying bollocks, that implies that in the world of Crash Bandicoot, all the characters have genitals. Dingodile? More like Dongodile?
If anything, at this point all I'm doing is imagining what it would have been like if Crash 3 was rated a 12.
Good day, mates. Dingodile's the name.
And I had an anal prolapse.
You've got to be careful though, Dingodile, because I think your voice actor forgets how to do an Australian accent sometimes.
Got a feeling I'm not in the bayou no more.
Then we have the soundtrack, which is not my favourite, to be honest. For how long I spent on this game, I thought that more of the soundtrack would sink in, but that didn't happen. Maybe I was concentrating too hard on everything else. There's way more moody and cinematic pieces here compared to the other Crash games that always relied on bouncy, upbeat and unique melodies that were at the forefront of the action and not really a part of the atmosphere. Not to say it's bad here, I just think it doesn't have the same oomph or impact as other Crash games. It doesn't stand out, and lots of tracks blend together for me sometimes, especially with how much they rely on xylophones and marimbas. And for me, most of the best tracks of the game were just remixes of older tunes, like with all of Cortex's themes throughout the game. But still, it is all good stuff. It's not bad, and a few pieces I really loved, like the theme song of the game, then there's Hook, Line and Sinker, Offbeat, Snow Way Out, Bears Repeating, and my favourite track from the whole game, Out for Launch. I also found it really cool how the tracks were affected by the mask power-ups whenever you were allowed to use them, with Iki Ika reversing the current song, Akano speeding up the percussion and making it sound all stuttery, Kapuna Wa slowing the whole thing down, and Lani Loli adding this weird flangey reverby effect to make it sound like you're stuck in a tin can.
Which is what I've always wanted!
Although none of this can even remotely compete to the best track in the whole game. Gong. And brilliantly enough, they even managed to throw in quite a lot of the retro PS1 tunes to really tickle your knees with nostalgia.
Brainwash him, master. Tomato, potato.
But when do you hear these classic tunes in the game? Tunes. Why, in the flashback tape stages, of course. A new part of the Crash formula that I like to look at as a mix between Embryo and Cortex bonus routes in Crash 1, and the Crystals and No Death bonus platforms from Crash 2 and 3. Throughout all of the Crash and Coco stages, at some point you'll run across a VHS tape to collect.
This is now becoming a pattern.
They're absolutely impossible to miss, hence the crystal comparison I made. But the caveat is that to grab this tape, you need to reach that point of the level without dying a single time. To start with, this is absolutely no issue at all. The first few tapes in the game pop up like less than a third into a stage, but as the game goes on, they appear later and later and later, to the point where they're practically at the very end of the stage. Personally though, I think you should try going after them. Not only because it adds a little bit more length to the game, but because you also unlock some new levels to play, the flashback levels in the hub world, which are these extremely cool stages that put you in the world of taped VHSs from Cortex and Brio's original experiments with Crash and Coco before they escaped his castle. You get some great dialogue in the background, great PS1 music to jam to, tons of background details, and then this is where I bring up the Cortex and Embryo bonus stages from Crash 1 comparison, because the difficulty spike with these is immense. The tapes provide you with some of the strictest jumps I've ever played in a 3D platformer, and that's even when you aren't going for all the boxes in order to get the platinum medals for each of them. But rarely is it ever unfair. They're almost puzzle levels in how they're designed, so patience and persistence is the name of the game, mixed in with a little bit of trial and error, but not too much. There's even multiplayer in the game, but Jesus, this is no Crash Bash 2. It isn't even Crash Bash 1. All you get to do is 2 mini-games involving you passing the same controller around, where you either break boxes in a combo until you hit a checkpoint, or race as fast as you can until you hit a checkpoint. And you swap the controller with another player every time you hit a checkpoint and you beat their previous score. Great. But hey, at least it netted me my platinum trophy.
Not sure if you noticed or not, but Crash 4 is huge. And I haven't even mentioned all of it yet.
Not only do you have 38 levels to get through with all of the characters, 5 bosses, and the 21 flashback tapes to complete, but you even have the time trial relics from Crash 3 making a triumphant return for all of those 38 levels. And once you beat Embryo in Boss 2, you then unlock what the game likes to call Inverted mode, where every single level, including bosses, is flipped horizontally and given a brand new art style that changes for every single world.
And just like that, without so much as a decent build-up or a good video editor that knows what he's doing, all of a sudden, Crash 4 becomes one of the worst games I've ever played. Ow!
Oh, that's 7 fingers now! You didn't even let me finish! It becomes one of the worst games I've ever played if you're going for completion. Oh, 8 fingers now.
Okay, so, in order for you to complete Cash Banuka 4, one of the things you have to do is go for the gems in every level. Going for gems is the bread and butter of nearly every platforming Crash game ever since Crash 2 hit the shelves, and they're where you're going to get the most enjoyment and challenge in most of the games, if you ask me. You see, Crash has had a bit of an issue ever since the second game when it comes to difficulty and length. The games are usually way too easy and way too short if you're just going from the start to the end without going for any optional things. But if you choose to go the extra mile for 100% in the older games, you didn't only get a smattering of extra hidden stages, but also got yourself an extremely cool hidden ending that was the true conclusion to the game. Crash Bandicoot 2, 3, Wrath of Cortex, Huge Adventure, Entranced, Insane Trilogy, the highest rated Crash games that everyone loves work in this exact way. Yes, even that one which no one likes. The difference though is that the jump in difficulty from playing casually to completionist in those games is like going from easy mode to hard mode. It's challenging in places but completely doable with patience. It's not too long and arduous, and feels satisfying to complete because the extra challenge and the optional parts are a nice change of pace to test your reflexes. Whereas with Crash 4, the change in difficulty from casual to completionist is like going from easy mode to
You will be a wrinkly old corpse before you finish this.
So check this out. There are 6 gems in every stage. 6 gems to get in all 38 stages, totaling up to 228. You get 3 gems for finding 80% of all the Wumpa Fruit in the stage, 1 gem for breaking all the boxes, 1 gem for dying 3 times or less, and 1 gem for just finding it, but it's extremely well hidden. Personally, I'm fine with this setup because most of these gems add a little bit of depth for a new mainline Crash game set 22 years after the last one, and I particularly enjoyed the hidden gem inclusion because of how creative and devious they could be placed, and it taught me to explore the stages in newer ways I never thought would be possible in a Crash game. It felt very good to get all of them, and finding them off screen by using the camera function was a great time sink. Most of them have good hints and clues without being outright obvious too, so I'd love to see these come back in a future game. Oh, what's that? Ah, secret! Ha ha ha! I'm smarter than you, game. I'm smarter than I died. And then there's the Wumpa Fruit gems, which I also really liked, since they add more value to the Wumpa Fruit aside from just being fodder for extra lives. And to be honest, if you're playing in modern mode, you don't have extra lives anyway, so it's good that the Wumpa Fruit are good for something. And the extra details of not being able to spin Wumpa Fruit away, or have all of the crate Wumpa Fruit automatically fly to your inventory after you spin or bounce on them, made these gems much easier and way more satisfying to get. The gems you collect also give you some nifty stuff to unlock, including a secret ending that I'm sure every Crash fan will get a kick out of, and with my favourite inclusion, they even net you some new costumes for Crash and Coco depending on which of the level's gems you obtain. My favourite skins of which being Willy the Wombat, because holy shit, this is potentially what Crash could have been from the very beginning if Naughty Dog didn't can the idea. And then there's Fake Engine, Crash 3's biker jacket, Artist Coco, Retro Skin, Dinosaur, Monsieur, Helena Bonham Carter, Crash Bandicoot, Elton John, Paper Mario and the Origami King, and Tina Turner. Oh, and special shout out to the balloon costume as well, not only because it looks hilarious and is named after a bad toilet trip, but also because if you get killed by spikes, you get a unique death animation. But in my personal opinion, all of this is not worth the aggravation some of these box gems will give you. I mean, the very first level of the game throws 104 boxes on you, which is crazy for a first level in a Crash game. And in later stages, they can even go up to... And this wouldn't be so bad to have hundreds on top of hundreds of boxes to break, but it becomes infuriating when they also love to hide them, sometimes even hide them in harder hiding places than most of the hidden gems that are supposed to be hidden. And they are also hidden inside stages that are absolutely gigantic. Do you have any idea how much your heart sinks to get through a massive level and break hundreds of boxes, only to find out you missed a single box? That was bad enough in the original games, but at least the levels weren't that long to retry, and the box is usually not that hidden. But here, it's basically that single impossible hidden box from Cold Hard Crash, but with multiple boxes in every level that can sometimes last you up to 15 minutes on each try, many of which are absolutely impossible to see without total guesswork. Yeah, sure, most of the off-screen boxes you can just assume are hidden on top of stacks of other boxes, so make sure you bounce on top of them whenever the hell you possibly can. But either way, they went absolutely loopy-loo stuck in the loo with these boxes.
I'm not wet.
The third level of this game is called A Real Grind, because they know exactly what they did here. You even get a new skin for beating the final boss, which is just the Bandicoots in a body cast. Like, they know exactly what's going on here. Whether you like it or not, you will have to pay attention to every minuscule crevice of the level design here. I mean, the game does look spectacular, so a part of me thinks they wanted you to spend as much time as possible looking at everything they included. But still, it just gets outright unfair in multiple places, like in the level Off Balance, where after multiple replays, I just kept missing 2 crates and could not find them for the life of me. And then after I looked it up, I discovered they are in some of the dumbest locations I've ever seen for any item in any game I've ever played. Can you even see it now that it's on screen? Like, one of these boxes is invisible enough already, but even after you jump towards it, it still blends into the background. I tried to play the entire game without looking anything up. I really did. But this was one of the times I gave up and had to. I mean, how are you supposed to figure that out? The same applies to the hidden gems, where I managed to find 36 of them entirely by myself, which I am proud of. But then I absolutely couldn't find the one on shipping error because that defies all common sense and doesn't give you a single hint about it, and Run It By You, which doesn't only hide a switch crate there of all places, but then expects you to go back and then figure out the new crates to stand on are over here. How in the screw-shaped bums did anyone figure that out without a guide? I mean, I thought if I found that switch crate I would have activated some invisible crates later on in the level. And this is without me mentioning how hard it is to hit some of the newer boxes that they included in this game as well, such as the timed invisible crates where you have to hit a red switch in order to make them appear very briefly, and if you're not quick enough they disappear until you hit the red switch crate again, or the flaming crates, which will damage you if you come anywhere near them while they're on their timed looping flame animation. And when you mix these over bottomless pits, meaning that you have one chance to hit all of them or else fall to the ground and die, it all gets pretty ridiculous very quickly.
Oh, and I didn't even tell you the worst part of all of this. The secret ending, for getting all the gems, requires another 228 gems. You need 456 gems for another...
And where do you get these extra gems from? You guessed it, the inverted stages, and you can argue that these are one of the best bits of the game till the cows sit on your mum, but I couldn't disagree more. Yes, sure, there's a few art styles in the inverted worlds that I thought were a visual treat and were extremely creative and cool to experience, especially when they do something a little extra to your gameplay, like in the Fiesta stages when you're also sped up considerably while playing in a silent film olden-timey style with bouncy old piano versions of the original music from the stages. But that novelty wears off faster than a nipple made out of sand once you realise that you are essentially playing the exact same game, getting 228 gems all over again, with 6 new gems per stage. No, I don't think that flipping the level horizontally and putting an ugly filter over the game counts as new content, even if they hide the hidden gem in a brand new, even trickier location. And some of these filters I outright just did not like, and it made repeating the same levels again even more frustrating as well as repetitive. The comic book pop art of the snow world honestly gave me eye ache after a while. The pixelation in Cortex's castle was just plain irritating. The scratchy pencil look of the prehistoric world made every collectible blend into the background, making me miss boxes more often, meaning even more replays of the same stage I already completed regularly. And the water effect in the food dimension was the absolute worst, since you don't only get a constantly distorted and sickening warping screen, but you also have to trudge through water physics. Did you ever want to replay the same stage, but slower? Getting every optional collectible in the other Crash platformers for new levels and a new ending is an important part of the experience, because like I said earlier, going the extra distance was never that ridiculous of an ask in terms of difficulty and the time it takes. In fact, I think it makes the adventure more worth it, because going from the beginning to the end is just not enough. But the fact is, even if you were an absolute pro at Crash 4 and could get every single gem all in your first attempt of every stage, you would still need to play each stage completely twice over, for no discernible reason other than padding for the sake of getting everything. And then one last time for the time trial relic, but I'm getting ahead of myself here. Crash 4 is massive enough as it is, so what do the inverted stages do except double the gem total to 456 for artificial length? Oh, and while we're talking about artificial length, another bit of the game I outright didn't enjoy at all were the alternate character scenarios for certain stages. You see, as Crash or Coco, in a handful of stages, something off-screen and unexplained will happen. You'll be confused, but then you won't be confused because it just so happens that either Torna, Cortex, or Dingodile are the reason why something else happened in that Crash or Coco stage. This means you then get a different level unlocked for the new character that shows you what happens before that part of the Crash level from the other new character's perspective. Sounds great, right? Well, just because kitchen fires sound cool doesn't mean that they are. Because after you finish off the new character's perspective section, you then have to finish off the rest of the level as Crash or Coco after the moment they got confused in the original stage that you just did. This means that you may have spent multiple attempts trying to get every gem on that dedicated level as Crash or Coco 5 minutes ago, but then find yourself doing 1/2 or maybe even 2/3 of the same stage all over again after only a few minutes of playing as one of the new characters. Yes, I'm not even joking. In many of these stages, I'm convinced you play as Crash and Coco more than the new character the stage is built for, which would be fine for me, except you're just retreading exactly the same level you just did all over again. And no, placing the boxes in slightly different locations doesn't change diddly dunkable. The level design is identical. The way you approach the level and search around it for boxes and gems is identical. And I can hear the counters to this being, oh well, what about all the secret levels in Crash 2 and 3, which take you back to an older level but from a completely different area, and you have to break all the boxes in there, and then get back to the original level and break all the boxes in that all over again when you already went through it all earlier to get the crystal. And yes, you're right about that, but all of the new gems and everything else you get are tallied on top of the rest of the stuff you collected in that level already. Whereas Crash 4 treats these alternate character routes going into the same level you just did as a brand new and entirely separate level with its own 6 gems to get. It's redundant to the core and makes traveling some of the levels exhausting due to how many times you'll replay them. I really don't know why they either couldn't use the new character perspective levels as a separate part of the original level that branches off and returns, or if it had been a separate level, at least stop once the new character stage had concluded. It's already a fun bonus getting to play as these new characters, so I wouldn't have cared at all if some of their levels wouldn't have been as long as some of the other ones. But by adding the need to carry on the rest of the level, it completely ruined the novelty for me and made me feel like I was just playing more pointless padding for the sake of getting even more gems when there are already hundreds. Oh, and by the way, the alternate new character stages for those same levels also have an inverted version of it, including the inverted version of the Crash and Coco finishing segments with their own unique gems on top of all the other unique gems. So then, even if, hypothetically, you were an absolute pro that knew where everything was hidden and didn't die once, at the very minimum, some of these level designs you would have to play at least 5 separate times to get everything. Once for the regular, once for the inverted, once for the ending half of the alternate character stage, once again for the inverted version of the ending half of the alternate character stage, and one last time for the time trial. And that's, again, if you were an absolute pro, knew where everything was, and didn't make a single mistake.
But that's not realistic at all, is it? Being a master of the game as soon as you start playing it? So let's take a step back and consider this.
Let's take a level like Bears Repeating, for example, and count the average playthroughs of the same level for a regular player. You play the level through one time in order to try and break every single box and grab all of the Wumpa Fruit, or maybe you'd play through it a second time because of how stupidly hidden some of the boxes are. Then you'll play it a third time to get the 3 deaths or less gem, because trying to break all of the boxes while riding the polar bear without dying is borderline impossible to do in 3 tries or less on your first attempt with how terribly it controls. Then you may play it a 4th time because you missed the hidden gem. After that, take those 4 playthroughs and automatically double them for taking the exact same approach for the inverted version of the stage. Maybe it took you 2 tries less because you could find all the boxes on your first try or something, but even then, you're still talking 6 entire playthroughs, so I don't think this helps its case. Oh, and if you died before reaching the flashback tape, that's another replay for you when you're trying to reach it, not including the many restarts it may take on top of that, so let's just leave it at 9. Then you get the alternate character version of the same stage that ends with most of the Crash and Coco level being replayed all over again, meaning that's the 10th time you've gone through that level design. And now, because there's new gems to get, including the 3 deaths or less gem, with different box and hidden gem placements and a piece of shit animal riding part, meaning you could potentially miss a load of boxes or the hidden gem after going through it, leaves you with potentially 13 playthroughs getting everything there. And then finally, you end things off with doing it all over again on the inverted version of the alternate character stage, which ends the segment off with the same level designs all over a bloody again, which, if I'm being charitable, could take an average player multiplayer 17 playthroughs of mostly the same level designs just for the sake of getting all the gems.
Okay, yes, I'm casting a very wide net with my estimations here, but even if you were able to miraculously start a level that you've never played before and manage to hit every single box, die less than 3 times, and find the hidden gem, you're still talking about 10 playthroughs of the exact same level design, or most of it at least. After a while, it felt like I was scanning fruit and vegetables through my checkout when I used to work at a supermarket. It becomes that monotonous.
And of course, I'm also bitching like this, assuming you don't try to use walkthroughs and guides, because I really tried not to, which ended up screwing over my replay amounts pretty high. But why should I need to rely on guides to cut down on my replays in an already padded and excessive amount of reused content? It still doesn't fix the root of the issues I have, even if you look a few things up. And besides, where's the fun in just seeing exactly what you need to do and then copy it in every stage just to save time, when you're already going to be putting tens of hours into getting everything anyway? If I feel like a guide is necessary in order to cut down a considerable amount of the game's structure itself, I think there's a problem with the game's structure.
And oh god, while talking about...
Yes, the coloured gems return for Crash 4, unlocking even more bonuses and level routes in other stages to catch you more gems. And much like the blue gem in Crash 2, the blue gem here needs to be obtained through one of the stages entirely without breaking any boxes. And it took me 17 attempts and 34 minutes just to try getting this single coloured gem. This is a difficult and precision platform mid-game stage that goes on for minutes at a time. Weirdly enough though, the other 3 gems in comparison were pretty easy to get. The yellow gem was as easy as the liquid that's the same colour of it, since it shows you at the very start of the level exactly where it's hiding. The green one was easy too, since you don't only have this lone nitro crate to make you think something was up, but obtaining this gem involves nothing but spinning the environment around you, something that is encouraged as early as the first level, and even rewarded for doing throughout the game based on how many PSN trophies you can get for making different things happen by smacking things around you. Then there was the red gem, which I will be honest, I did miss a few times until I noticed this obvious hint carved on the wall, showing you whereabouts you need to jump on these platforms to make it pop up. For the longest time, I could swear the red gem would be hiding in here somewhere based on it being a red room that I couldn't see into, but no, that's just Crash 4 conditioning me to play games while overthinking everything. Thank you. I mean, look here even. I was convinced a hidden gem or something would be here. There's a gem-shaped carving on the wall, and nothing else to see in this corner of the level other than 4 Wumpa Fruit, which is really nothing special. But no, I was wrong again. In fact, most of the time, the hidden gems in particular will not be where you expect them to be, and you will look like a right dangly as you jump around nothing trying to figure it out. But if you just go against your logical platforming brain for a second every so often, you may end up getting lucky. Like right here with the hidden gem in the inverted version of Dragging On. I heard horror stories about how I definitely need to look this one up and I'd go insane trying to find it by myself, but nope, I got it on my first go around. I noticed it in the background right over there.
I just have the best eyes.
Oh my god, and while we're on the inverted stages again, I got a lot of the hidden gems entirely by myself, even when they got a little bit tricky, but I had no choice but to look up around 8 of them for fear of ending up in a coma. There was this one that was completely hidden in a part of the decoration, with 0 hints in an area that 99% of the time would have had an invisible wall blocking it off. Then there was this one that is so off-screen that even the camera doesn't give you a single whiff of anything being down there, when usually the game is very fair with doing that if you use the camera. Then there was this one in one of the grinding sections towards the end game. What? But easily the worst one for me was on the inverted rush hour stage, which is not only the longest level of the game already, but it's made even longer by the rancid water physics slowing you down, making all replays of the level absolute hell. Meaning that while I was looking for the hidden gem, it must have taken me a good 20 minutes to get from the start to the end of the level every single time, maybe even longer because I was exploring every single crevice around me. And yet, they expected me to figure out this on my own at the very start of the level. What? If you go for 100% in this game, prepare to be tested in both your reflexes and your temper.
Oh, thank God there's the flashback tape.
No! I thought it was automatic! Crash, you stupid orange cloth! Even Aku Aku himself has been nerfed from the previous games, since he doesn't follow you from level to level when you really need him to. And if you take away casual play and time trials, while I was going for completion, because of how hard it gets, I was only able to activate Invincible Aku Aku 5 times in the entire game, inverted included. Once in the first level, once in one of the last levels, and 3 times in exactly the same level, where 1 time was useful, and the other 2 times happened on this part here where there was nothing happening, so thanks org. In fact, I'm pretty sure that there are more checkpoint crates in the game than Aku Aku crates. Don't quote me on that, I could be wrong, but it sure feels like it.
Now this may sound crazy, but do you want to know what my least favourite gems in the whole game are? The 3 deaths or less ones. Yay! They're all gone!
Yes, I know that sounds odd, but I'm not nuts. Collecting all the Wumpa Fruit comes naturally to you as you break all the boxes, which is also natural for a Crash game. And then you've got the hidden gem, which is a nice thing to keep your eyes peeled for without killing the pace of the platforming. But this single sodding cut of cheap Spanish jewelry kills whatever pace the game has when you're going for all the gems in one level. Why? Because what made Crash platformers such fun to 100% in the past was using the lives that you accumulated yourself to experiment and mess around in the stages to figure out where certain boxes were hiding and where certain secrets could possibly be, meaning many levels could be completely finished in one go no matter how many times you die. But if you take that approach in Crash 4, you are only able to get 5 out of 6 gems in every level by default, because you'll be dying more than 3 times messing around trying to find everything in the level and risking your life all the time. This then automatically guarantees you needing to replay the stage all over again after clearing it out in order to get to the end with 3 deaths or less, which isn't challenging to do on its own without all the other elements Crash gameplay excels at, box breaking and all that shit. So again, this is all padding. Or you could just keep on replaying the stage from the beginning if you want to try grabbing all the gems in one run, which could potentially take even longer, especially with the load times after every restart. Oh, I'll get to them in a second. In fact, if you take this save the death gems till last approach, you then quickly notice how fast you are able to finish each level and breeze through the whole game, which is still fun, but ends up cutting the game's length down by a good 70%.
See, this is the problem with Crash 4 to me. You could just turn to me and say, well, if completion really is that horrible, then just don't bother completing the game and just play it through normally. And yeah, you're right. Except I genuinely think that only 20 to 30% of the entire game is going through it normally. If you're playing completely casually, I'd say that you only have about 4 hours worth of a game here, and you're missing 70 to 80% of the rest of it.
The problem with this, though, is that the 70 to 80% of the rest of this package relies on so much repetition, trial and error, replayed levels with annoying handicaps, and loading screens that it is absolutely categorically not worth doing the other 70 to 80% of this game. Sure, the secret ending is a nice touch for getting all the gems, but the process of reaching it is absolutely fatiguing. And think about it for a second. The only incentive you have for getting the gems in this game is for that single ending and maybe a couple of costumes, which yes, are very cool, but not worth this tedious process to obtain. So you see where I'm getting at with this, right? If you play the game and try your damnedest to get a few gems, there's no point doing any of that unless you only want a specific costume by getting enough of the gems on only one particular stage, or you are already going for all the gems in the first place. And once you know that, then you realize that you can ignore all of the boxes and finish the main game in about 4 hours, maybe even quicker because of you ignoring all of the optional box-breaking platform challenges the game throws at you, which all in all takes one of the best features of Crash Bandicoot and absolutely bastardizes it. It's do or die, all or nothing. If you aren't going for all 456 gems to begin with, then why bother breaking any boxes at all, aside from getting the occasional extra lives that you aren't encouraged to experiment with without missing out on yet another gem?
Or why bother breaking any other boxes aside from the gems that get you like 3 to 4 costumes that you really want to wear?
Oh, what's that? Another counter. The classic games are built like this too? Yes, you're kind of right, but I must stress, going for the optional stuff in all the other games never relies on this much recycled content, bullshit hidden boxes, and additional busy work in levels that are already 3 times as long as every other Crash level in existence and harder than most of the levels in Crash 1, making the no-death stuff a real challenge. I mean, look, Crash 3 gives you the most stuff to do in the original trilogy, and it caps out at 45 optional gems, so even if you only want to do the main 25 levels and call it a day, it's not the end of the world to ask you to try going for the rest of the stuff and get the secret ending. But here, you've got 38 main levels to do, along with 456 gems! I mean, do you not see how imbalanced this is?
Oi oi! Who are you? I'm you. I'm from future, and I'm here to tell you you're not done. Excuse me? There's another ending.
Excuse me?
For 106%.
Okay, and how do I get that?
Oh, don't worry, it's easy. Just make sure that you get all of the fastest possible times on the time trials and replay every main level all over again, but this time while breaking every single box, collecting most of the Wumpa Fruit and not dying a single time. Bye.
So I did it. Yes, I bloody did it. Once I heard about the second secret ending, I thought, oh my god, surely all of this torture would be worth it for that. The first secret ending was pretty damn funny, so the next one must blow my cock off. So I buckled down, sat in the dip of the sofa the same shape as my rump, screamed a load of words that sound like they should be names of a font, and then boom, everything got it. I got all of the gems, I got all of the boxes and all of the insanely difficult flashback tapes. I perfected every single main stage by breaking every box and not dying a single time, and I even did all of the platinum time trial relics, meaning that I can now update my previous all 202 platinum relics total from the other Crash games to a lovely and round 240. Get bent! And even better, unlike all the other games with time trial relics in them, the secret ending is usually locked out behind the gold relics, which are the second best times to reach, with the platinum relics being a bragging right bonus. You don't need to get them in the other games. But here, the ending is locked behind the platinum relics, which if you've seen my video about them, you would know are sometimes close to impossible to grab. Platinum relics are now compulsory for progression. They expect the world from you.
But I did it! Somehow, I goddamn did it. And do you want to know how long that took me?
You are not reading that wrong. To complete this game, it took me 68 hours and 28 minutes, which angers me to my very soul because they could have at least made it 69.
You want to know why I didn't upload anything in October? This game is why. Blame Toys for Bob.
It took me nearly 70 hours to complete a Crash Bandicoot game. I don't care how good the main game is, this is a joke. An over-excessive and utterly cruel joke. This is Cash Banuka, not Skyrim! Oh, and by the way, yes, this is my save file. Don't ask me why I called it Nib. It felt like the right thing to do at the time. So I'm going to start a new file, which I'm going to call Nib. Good old Nib. To put this in perspective, when I got the Insane Trilogy on my Switch, it took me a total of 22 hours to 100% and grab every platinum relic in all of the games together. Sure, I'm way more familiar with those games, but I don't think 46 hours worth more familiar, and that's 3 games in a pack versus 1 single game. I spent 68 hours going through the same stages multiple times from start to end, over and over and over again, trying to do them perfectly in one shot. On top of all the repetition complaints I had with the inverted stages, the alternate character scenarios with the retreads for half of it, and just collecting all the gems in general. And that's another reason I dislike the 3 deaths or less gem, because it sounds like having triple the mistakes available when compared to the perfection relic makes it 3 times as easy, but you'd be surprised how little legroom 3 deaths is to wiggle with. If you go for this gem, you might as well just retry the stage until you do it in one shot perfectly and grab the gem automatically because of that. In fact, what the hell's the point of the death counter if it's completely useless to you after you die 3 times anyway? Sorry, I'm getting off track. The perfection relics, time trials, and gems are not 68 hours worth of constantly fresh, evolving, new, and exciting, brilliant content. This is 68 hours worth of replaying the same 4-hour-long adventure, but going through them incredibly slowly to get everything, and with slightly different stipulations each time, with occasional flashback tapes to break them up. Which, by the way, you also don't need to do unless you're going for a secret ending. So if you're playing casually, I guess you could ignore them too. And it's not only how long it takes that's the problem, it's how difficult it is to get the time trial platinum relics and the perfection relics that ruined my sanity by the final 20-hour stretch. Luckily, you only get the time trial relics on the main versions of the 38 stages, and the perfection relics are only needed 1 time on either the inverted or regular 38 stages. But it's still bonkers. The perfection relics in particular are absolutely diabolical. In fact, they're diabolical without the diabolical, which leaves you with die. You'd think after so many replays of the same stages that it wouldn't be as hard to do them again while being able to smash every single box, collect 80% of the Wumpa Fruit, and never die once. But you'd be surprised how often a brilliant run is absolutely squandered, either by a careless mistake or by something totally out of your control. And that is when you start to resent everything about Crash 4's ridiculous completion requests.
Yep, I was waiting for that.
What do I mean by out of control? Well, here's some examples. There's a new mechanic in the game where by standing perfectly still, Crash or Coco do a low spin in order to break boxes trapped underneath TNT and Nitro without setting them off. Sounds great, right? Well, how do you feel about going for a no-death 100% run, and every so often the game just doesn't let it work? And this different shaped spin doesn't attack anything above his head. Check it out. Best new feature added in, I think, for a 4th game in the series that didn't work that. Or maybe it just doesn't work multiple times throughout the game. But if I can at least give it an I hate this mechanic. Then there's the times where you jump on an arrow crate to hit a box, then bounce again to make sure there isn't anything else hidden, and... Where's the flashback tape? There was this moment here where I got stuck in a TNT crate and couldn't move left, right, or even jump out. Thank you for the 12 Banukas. Here we are with Banukas of our... I'm stuck! I'm stuck! What the... How does double jumps being stopped by absolutely nothing sound to you? Or how about jumps just randomly happening in midair when you're riding an animal? Or how about when you're jumping in between squashing obstacles and not getting squashed by the thing landing on you, but just dying from touching the top obstacle? Oh, and maybe again. I mean, at least every so often, silly buggery like this can happen. Yeah! Party! Let's get down! Crash is up! He's up, and he's not coming down! And the odds of success can tip in your favor ever so slightly, like when you bounce on certain nitrate crates accidentally whenever they decide to randomly jump up themselves. I don't know how the that happened, but those tiny bits of joy mean nothing to the grand scheme of things. Listen, Crash 4, if you expect perfection from me when going for these things, that's fine, I can cope with that. But then I expect perfection from you, because this is just unfair. And then, of course, there's the issue with concentrating so hard on not dying that you end up forgetting where every single sodding hidden box is, which will tear you apart in so many stages, particularly when you are one box away from perfection and have to do it all over again.
Oh dear.
Sure, whatever. You don't need to go for the hidden gems in the Perfection Relic run. And sure, none of your deaths in the bonus levels count. But it's still an arduous and painful process trying to get these things. Remember when Crash 1's gem collecting was hard? Getting to the end, breaking all the boxes and not dying once? Nobody liked that, which is why they got rid of it for Crash 2 and onwards. But even then, that's a mechanic from the hardest game of the original trilogy, which I was able to 100% in a 4-hour sitting when I streamed it. The thing is though, I am more than okay with them bringing back this mechanic as a little nostalgic throwback to Crash 1 and making it a separate collectible, I suppose. But in a game that's already asking everything from you, including your time, and expecting you to replay the same level designs constantly, I am not going to let it slide when the game behaves inconsistently, especially when some levels have hundreds of boxes, can go on for longer than 15 minutes, and then every time you make a tiny little error, you have to restart the whole level, which then throws you into a 30-second load screen every single time. With the amount of restarts I had to activate with getting the Perfection Relics alone, I swear that took up at least an hour of my total playtime. Not even joking, the loading times are that long. And the worst thing about it is that I don't even understand why this is. If you die before hitting the first checkpoint crate, you restart at the beginning of the level in seconds. The only difference being that the voice acting won't trigger again, the death counter goes up by 1, and the life crates change to Wumpa Fruit crates. But that's it, that's all that changes. So I have no idea why resetting those things back to the beginning with a level restart takes more than 30 seconds. And if people want to meme about Wrath of Cortex's loading screens, then you're gonna have to do the same thing for Crash 4. And at least with Wrath of Cortex, you don't have to find yourself replaying the same level over and over and over and over again, going through that loading screen multiple times. Plus, when I was playing this game, I decided to go for all the collectibles out of the starting gate, and I thought it would be quicker if I didn't go for all of the gems first and then the Perfection Relics. So I tried going from main level to main level with the intention of getting the perfection relic before moving on to the next level, so that I at least got 5 of the gems and the perfection relic all in one go. But as you can see, because of how difficult that is to do and the loading screens, that didn't save me any time.
And I wouldn't be surprised if a few of you out there were really struggling with getting some of these things, so allow me to give you a couple of hints and tips on how to get all the perfection relics. Tints and hips.
Use the D-pad. Yes, I'm being serious. Even though this is a 3D game and the analog control is positively luscious in terms of how smoothly you can direct anybody in any direction, it will ruin multiple runs when it comes to precision across platforms that branch off from the center of the stage, or in some side-scrolling bits, particularly with Dingodile, where it's still possible to move too far in or out of the screen. Much like the older games it's following off from, the control input was built around the analog stick and D-pad for a reason, so use it. When you use any wall runs, for the love of God, don't touch any buttons other than spins or jumps. It feels very unnatural, I understand, but holding forward while on these bits, or pressing the direction towards the other area you want to jump towards, will more often than not completely cancel out the automatic system in place that makes you run along these things to begin with. So just focus on jumping and spinning and you'll be golden. Most of the time. Trust single jumps. I'm gonna go out of my way and say right now that this is the best single jump in any Crash game. It's perfect. The arc, the height, the distance, and more importantly, the speed. You lose absolutely no running speed when you use it, and many platforming moments require you to make quick jumps over perilous situations, often with explosives that you can't stick around for, and you'll find that you don't physically have enough time to be more accurate with a double jump between each platform jump because of how much momentum it kills. So get used to using single jumps. Learn to be confident with it, trust where it's going to take you, and that will help you out a ton, especially in the time trials. Don't bring a duck. Use the camera panning feature on the right stick every second you can. So many of those awful hidden boxes are completely off screen and only visible when you start looking around your immediate vicinity with the right stick. It's easily one of the most useful features of the game, and if you're scouring the level top to bottom looking for things anyway, then stopping and using the camera will not slow you down anymore. You'll find things in places you never even thought to look. Learn how TNT crates work. What I mean by that, though, is learn how you can use them to your advantage. For instance, in Dingodile stages, if you grab a TNT and launch it at something, the explosion caused from the TNT that you threw doesn't harm you. Other explosions do, so be careful about that, but the one that you threw yourself never hurts you no matter how close to you it explodes. Also, in the Crash and Coco stages, you can slide and therefore slide jump off from the top of TNT crates now, assuming that you're already walking on top of them. Yes, active or not, it doesn't matter. You can slide on top of TNT now, so do it. And finally, do yourself a favor and mute the voices. Every time you restart a stage when you're going for the perfection relic, all the voice clips trigger all over again in the same places. And there are only so many times you can hear Dingodile say, "What am I, a Bandicoot?" Or Torna say,
"Aw, Hawaii!
Hawaii!"
before it starts making you hate existence, and it'll make you worse at the stage that you're already trying to perfect.
You may be wondering what the hardest stages in the whole game for me were, though. And if you weren't, tough, because I wrote them down, and you're going to sit there and listen to me whine for another few minutes with a mini top 5, and I'm going to cry.
Yeah! Crate Escape. This level is only difficult to perfect for one damn reason. The very ending segment where you switch control to Crash or Coco and then platform across boxes falling out of a plane in one of the worst parts of the game. There's floating physics to work with, along with your movement speed changing every time you jump, tiny platforms to land on by a pixel's worth of accuracy, and you can't go back if you miss a crate. It's an auto-scroller. You try getting through the same relatively okay Cortex stage 5 million times, only to make it to the final 20 seconds and lose it all because of a ridiculously stupidly hard bit. It's maddening. Yeah! Off Balance is a nasty little stage, even though I do love the Akano Mask Super Spin power-up, because trying to keep control of it around all the explosive crates is very irritating, and some of the jumps they expect you to pull off are really picky. Mix that in with some wall running parts which sometimes don't work how you'd like them to, and of course, the worst hidden boxes in all of Crash Bandicoot, and you had me replaying this for perfection multiple times before looking up what the hell I was even doing wrong. Jetboard Jetty is a nightmare, not because of the platforming, that's relatively okay, but because it's a pretty long level, has a hard colored gem platform route to complete with boxes to break, and gives you access to the jetboard, which has some pretty slippery controls when trying to be accurate all around this nonsense coming at you. Oh, and on top of that, the only mini-boss in the game happens here, and sure, she isn't that hard, but she's at the very end of the level, and you fight her on the jetboard, which can sometimes not go quite as planned. If you were expecting me to mention the jetboard sections from the swamp stages because of how uncontrollably fast you go downhill, making the boxes a bitch to break in one go without dying, well, no, I'm not gonna put it there because I found my own little trick to do right here. Yeah, sure, it's a cheat, but I did this for a total of maybe 2 minutes in the 68 hours I played, so I think I got away with it. Bears repeating. Bears repeating. This single level took me 1 hour and 7 minutes to perfect complete. Not because of the platforming, though it can get pretty tense at times, but because of the bloody bumbling bear. This thing controls like ass. It's way too loose and sways way too far whenever you so much as tap left or right. And I can work with this, except when they stack up the crates in 4s, and if you aren't pixel perfect, and I'm not even joking, pixel perfect, you could hit 1, 2, or even 3 out of the 4 crates in what feels like a game of chance every single time. But this wouldn't be a problem if you were looking to get the box gem while dying as much as possible, because you just need to keep dying to reset to the last checkpoint if you miss a box, like in Crash 2 or 3. But then that doesn't only mean you redoing the stage over again by default to get the 3 deaths or less gem later, but you also can't do that on a perfect relic run anyway. If you get through the whole platforming stage, including the bonus platform, and then this happens on the first load of boxes in the bear section, which doesn't make any sense at all, do you think restarting to the beginning sounds fun or fair? In fact, consider this a joint second, because Crash Landed has exactly the same problems with the fat slug with legs, except there, the level is twice as long and gives you a difficult colored gem route on top of that with its own boxes to break. Again, if you demand perfection from me, game, I demand perfection from you, and this isn't perfection. Oh, and there's even a perfect relic you need to get on a taller stage called Building Bridges, which forces you to finish off the rest of the Crash portion of the level by riding the bear all over again and missing the box and starting at the beginning. Damn it! Toxic Tunnels. Toxic Tunnels couldn't be more appropriately named if it had tried. It made me toxic. If my loved ones came close to me, they got radiation poisoning. Getting the perfect relic in this stage is one of the most miserable experiences I've had in any platformer. You get given the second to last level of the game and one of the hardest levels in the game that goes on forever, that also has the hardest optional route that needs all 4 colored gems to access, which then goes on 4 times longer than any other difficult optional routes, with their own boxes to break. And then, after around 2 hours of attempts, 2 hours, I made it to the end, finally, and I missed 2 boxes. Guess where they were? Hidden off to the back and the side of one of these parts of the colored gem route. Screw this level, I hate it.
Oh. What? You were expecting Cortex Castle to pop up somewhere here? Well, no. I didn't have any trouble with Cortex Castle at all. It really isn't that hard, guys. I'm sorry.
I mean, I agree, it's hell on your first time through, but once you know what to expect, it's really not that bad. Just mix patience with logic, don't panic, and remember the game is based around momentum and flow, then you'll be naturally reacting to everything thrown at you perfectly fine. Just be confident, trust where your jumps are gonna land you. In fact, dare I say it's extremely satisfying and the best bit of the game? Getting the perfect relic here took me 13 minutes. I'm not kidding, no, I'm not trying to make myself sound good, it took me 13 minutes. And what helps out a ton is how it's actually one of the shortest levels in the game, so any mistakes don't take 15 minutes for you to get back to where you were. Yes, I didn't even need to look up where the hidden gem was, because when I got here, I looked up and saw this TNT crate and realized that if I needed to get the box gem, it made no sense not being able to reach it from here. So in a guess, I jumped onto this laser barrier, which moved me over, so I jumped on the TNT and saw the final boxes, got the hidden gem, and shazam! This game changes how you look at secret design in platformers, and that genuinely genuinely is one of the best things about it to me.
Wait a second, did I just go positive right there? Oh, you naughty baby! We can't be nice because we're still not done!
Platinum time trials, are they hard? Absolutely. Are they the worst part of the game? Absolutely not. I admit I feel more negatively about them since they were the last thing I did in this game and I'd already put 60 plus hours into it when I got here, but like I said in my 202 Platinum Relics video, I have no problem with these and I don't see them as pointless retreads of already existing stages purely because you play the stage in a completely different way from every other time you've gone in. Pick the correct boxes to break, ignore the rest, go as fast as you can, take as many shortcuts as possible, take loads of risks. They're fast-paced and fresh challenges that add a nice bit of spice to the already existing stages. Don't get me wrong, I was replaying these stages for the 50th time after getting everything else in the game, and I had to do many restarts during my attempts, but this was easily the least frustrating part of the game to me, and the only thing worth revisiting the stages for without making them all overstay their welcome. It doesn't always play ball though, like with the hitboxes on Cortex's gun, which gets mega annoying when you're trying to rush, or Cortex's jump, weirdly enough, none of which I think is your fault if you ask me, along with these swings in toxic tunnels vanishing and reappearing at totally random times in the middle of my runs, and TNT crates glitching around the sky during Dingadar stages. But since it's much faster, dying to the occasional glitch and reloading to the beginning to try again, this was nowhere near as bad as the Perfection Relics and the 30-second loading restarts every single time you lost a life.
But then they had to balls that up too!
With the addition of a new ability you can unlock after beating the final boss in casual play, a triple spin, which is the poor man's hybrid of the Death Tornado spin and the Crash Dash boots from Crash 3. You see, instead of just giving you an ability to run faster, or give you an ability to spam square for a super spin, Toys for Bob just threw their hands into the air, said, "You have mail," and added this system in where you have to tap spin 3 times consecutively in a specific rhythm to get a speed boost. You need to do this throughout the entire stage, whenever it's possible, and the aggravation this mechanic will cause you is enough to make you yell,
"Wow, this is pretty difficult."
You will accidentally hit explosives you didn't mean to, accidentally hit the square button consecutively at the incorrect rhythm and lose the speed boosts. All of this while trying to go as quick as possible through the difficult levels, while trying to break all the time-stopping crates, and trying to time your square button presses around moving, jumping, and breaking those boxes. It is literally impossible to get the Platinum Relics without using this technique at the very least, not including this new slide spin that also gives you a boost after a slide, so you'd better get used to using it. Because of this ridiculous setup, I can say hand on heart these are the worst Platinum Relics to get in any Crash game. There's just too much to focus on, and yes, even though I don't think the Platinum Relics in this game are the worst thing about the game, they are the worst relics to try attempting in the Crash games. I don't know who thought this was a good idea or a worthy change to the formula, but it made the relics 10 times more frustrating than ever because of it. And I really wouldn't be surprised if they ended up bruising people's fingers. But hey, if you're feeling just that little more smug, you can always try going for the dev times and earn yourself a purple relic, but Christ almighty, no! If I tried going for all of these, you would never see me again. Most of my platinum times were maybe 6 seconds or so slower than the required time, which sounds doable on paper, but then I'd say equal amounts were around 15 to 20 seconds too slow. Huh? If me performing at my absolute peak was still 20 seconds too slow, I'm not doing these. I refuse. And luckily, the purple dev relics are the things that you can brag about. They do nothing to the progression, they do nothing for completion, they are just there to say, you got them. But they're way too bloody bullshit for me to even bother. But hey, at least I got one purple dev relic by complete accident on Cortex Castle. Yeah, it's really not that hard of a level, guys. It's not that bad. I'm the best vest.
The real question, though, is, was all of this, for 106%, worth it? Well, no, because what you're rewarded with is another secret ending that lasts less than 20 seconds and shows you that Uka Uka isn't actually dead. That's it. 70 hours of pain and repetitive strain injury for that. And there you have it. My stupidly long video chronicling my entire journey of the long and laborious road to 106%ing Crash Bandicoot 4. And after everything I've said and everything I've gone through, can I still recommend this game? Of course I can, it's fantastic. But when looking at all the optional stuff for getting all the secret endings, which is par for the course in every other Crash game,
It's some of the worst stuff I've ever played in a platformer, mainly because of how much it recycles for the sake of extending the length of the game artificially, and just all for the sake of making numbers in an inventory go up and nothing else. I mean, yeah, there's the costumes, I guess, but that's all there is, really, so I'm just confused why the hell they made it as massive as they did.
Is it because of the $60 price tag and Toys for Bob worrying they didn't have enough content to justify it? Was it Activision? I mean, who knows? Fair enough if that's what they were worried about, but even if you cut out all of the inverted gem collecting on its own, that would have removed maybe 15 hours off of my playtime, and that would still have left me with 53 hours of completion, which is crazy amounts of game for a $60 platformer, and still overly excessive with what they want you to do in all the other levels to get the secret endings. Plus, this is that many hours of a cartoony platforming game, not a massive sprawling open world game. This will eventually give you a headache. I can't even look at Crash 4 as two separate games, one great game for casuals and one great game for completionists, because even if I did look at it like that, that means that me, personally, got 5 hours worth of a casual game just going from the start to the end, and 63 hours of a completionist game, but that's 63 hours of grinding, frustration, and repetition. I know I'm saying that word a lot, which is very ironic, but I suppose that goes to show how repetitious it is. I'm being generous with the 5 hours of my casual play too, because I'm assuming I would have tried to have got a few gems in order to wear a specific costume every so often. The sad thing is that not even the flashback tapes are worth going for if you're playing casually, purely because all they do is contribute to the hidden endings, which, if you weren't already going for every other gem and every other solitary item, is pointless to do in and of itself. So the question I have for you is, do you think $60 is worth it if you want a really damn good platformer that you can breeze through in 4 to 5 hours depending on the player? Because I think that's where the game is best at, that's where it excels, but Jesus Christ, the completionist stuff went way too overboard, especially for Crash Bandicoot 4, following on from the original trilogy.
I personally think Crash 4 would have been more worth the time and money even if they removed all of the inverted stages, removed the second half of all the alternate character scenarios, removed the 3 deaths or less gem to save yourself another level replay for the sake of getting one more gem, and removed the perfection relics due to the glitches and inconsistencies. It's the replays of the same stages coupled with the stupidly hard reasons why you are replaying the stages that ultimately ruin the experience for me.
Because even then, to complete the game, you'd still need to get 5 gems in every stage, you'd still need to reach a certain point without dying to unlock a flashback tape and figure out how to beat it, and you'd still need to replay the stages to get the platinum relics from the time trials. Even with all the stuff I just mentioned on the sofa being cut, I reckon that would still have taken me a good 35 hours to do, which is still ridiculous on its own for a Crash game, but I think I would have enjoyed it way more. It would have been way more manageable, less tiring, less padded, less bloated, and it would have made the hidden endings feel just a little bit more worth it because I didn't put a Bible's read worth of time into it. Did Toys for Bob at some point not take a step back, look at what they had, and thought, maybe this is enough?
As it is, Crash 4 doesn't only have imperfections, like with the stupid triple spin mechanic for the time trials and the weird control problems I had with the animal riding, but it's also ridiculously bloated and needlessly extended, especially for it being a 4th game following on from a classic trilogy. And I have played through all of these levels so many damn times, I have no desire to ever go for completion with this game ever again.
The original trilogy I could play to 100% whenever, wherever, even with getting all the platinum relics on the Insane trilogy. But here, there's too many cracks at the seams when it comes to completion, and it takes way too long to bother, even if you don't care about the terrible second hidden ending.
And there we go. I got 5 hours of the best Crash game in the entire series, and 63 hours of pointless busy work that I don't feel was worth my time in the slightest. So I can only end this video with a question. Do you think that $60 is worth it for 5 hours of some of the best 3D platforming you may ever play? Let me know in the comments below, and I won't read them.
Taking my pills so that I don't murder you. Taking my pills so that I don't murder you. Taking my pills so that I don't murder you. Taking my pills so that I don't murder you. Have you had your pills? Yes, so I won't murder you. Who, me? Yes, you!
Well, that's brilliant because it's nearly Christmas and I have way too much to do today. What's that smell?
Oh no.
What? What happened?
I took the wrong pills.
Oh dear.
I think I'm about to I think I'm about to.
Please, not on the carpet.
I think it's happening. I can feel it coming. Oh no! God, please help me! Stop!
Oh, would you look at that? Somebody's at the back door. I wonder who it could be. Oh, you again? Come on, it's nearly Christmas. You can't just barge into my life uninvited, lock me inside my house for 8 months, get married to me, leave suddenly after our honeymoon and then expect me to welcome you back with open arms. I moved on. Say hi, honey.
Hello.
And it won't be too long before you're gone forever and everybody will be happy to see you fall down. Oh, God, no. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. No, I'm sorry. Look, I'm just fed up with this year. It's been hard. Come on, don't go. Come back, please. We had a baby.
Speaking of bricks, I should really get to ordering my PS5. Well, this is going to be a sad and lonely Christmas this year, isn't it?
Sony! You cheeky little fans!
Seriously, these things were impossible to find, weren't they? So I consider myself extremely lucky that PlayStation themselves looked at smelly old Caddy and gave one to me. Thank you so much. It means the world to me. I love this thing so much, I could just give it a big old caddle. I can't believe there are 5 pussies in here.
So yes, it's finally here, the PS5. And before we begin looking at it, can I just say that
this is the biggest lolloping oaf I've ever seen. This thing is massive. It's easily the biggest console I've ever owned. And just look at it on my TV stand. Mario is getting suffocated and the Wii U already didn't stand a chance, but now I might as well just give up.
Now, I do know that I was sent a PS5, because I just said it, weren't you listening? But regardless of such, I can't use that to bias myself towards how I feel about this great lump of scaffolding. I mean, I didn't go easy on the PlayStation Classic despite being sent one. And as soon as the system loads up the main menu,
it crashes into a brick wall and piss off miles an hour!
And I won't let their generosity towards me cloud what I'm going to say in this video, because I am fully aware how much this all costs. I should know, because I was right there day one on the pre-orders and I put all my money down the second I could. Then PlayStation very kindly reached out to me a week later and asked if I would like one, to which I said, oh, yes, please. But you could have told me before I wasted 2 months worth of my family's food bill!
And then, that's what got me thinking about a potential video. Because, for as fun or as impressive as this technology is, when I put my money down for it, it still initially costed me £893.90p to get it! That's roughly the same as $1,200! Christ! Santa might forget a couple of gifts this year, won't he? And that's not all. At the time of filming this video, I still haven't got my money back on the original pre-order I made for this system. So even though I did eventually get a free PS5 and a couple of games in the form of review copies, at this moment in time, I've still technically paid for all of it. What I'm getting at is that this is not cheap. It's easily the most amount of money I've ever spent in my life on a console before. So all I can do is plonk myself here, stare at my sad reflection through the TV screen, and think to myself, is this even worth it?
So this video today aims to answer that question. Is there enough brand new stuff here to warrant running down a grandparent in the shops for? Not including repackaged games from previous systems like Devil May Cry 5 Special Edition. Well, let's begin with what you get in the box with the standard Pinky Sniff 5.
But I've only got 2.
Here is the box. It is a box, and standing there proudly on the left-hand side of it is, my missing school folder. So let's take a look at what we got here. We have a HDR compatibility and fork.
Good.
And we can go up to 8K? I didn't even know that existed.
What do you think that will look like?
What's the point? Isn't 4K high enough? Why do you need double 4K? This is stupid. PS5 is stupid. Don't buy it. After this, you're going to want to try and get the thing out of its cage. But once it's free, make sure to give it plenty of sunlight and free-range eggs before deciding where you're going to put it. You can have it sideways, like mine, or have it standing vertically. But whatever you do, don't make the first mistake I did and completely miss the console stand that's hiding in the box. box. If you don't attach that and lay the PS5 down, you'll turn it into a functioning seesaw, and if you decide to stand it up without attaching the stand, you'll be blocking off some of the vents that prevent the console from overheating, which if you aren't careful may lead to this. You also get yourself the beautiful and comfortable DualSense controller, and that is it. That is all you get with the PS5 out of the box. When I pre-ordered, I couldn't see any bundles with games or bundles with accessories, which is £450 immediately gone. What is this? The video game industry? As for the optional stuff I managed to pre-order though, I grabbed myself a controller charging dock that is basically a tiny little PS5, it's very cute, a USB camera for Sony to watch you disappoint Jesus on the sofa, and a second controller for all of the games that have no two-player. It's not all bleak though, to be fair, because since I got the disc model, I'm at least able to play my physical disc PS4 games and even download a few of them directly from my PSN account. Plus, if you have a PS Plus account for Plus Online Play Plus, you can even jumpstart your backlog of last-gen games you missed by downloading a huge collection of some of PS4's greatest hits for no extra cost, from Ratchet & Clank to Bloodborne.
I mean, sure, you're gonna have to pay for a PS Plus account if you don't already have a PS Plus account, which you then have to tally on top of the value of the console, meaning you could be spending up to a good 500 quid before you even turned the thing on. And yeah, that's for playing online, but it's also for the sake of playing a load of PS4 games when you probably own all of the games and the PS4 console to play them on in the first place. But don't worry, it's okay, because for your consumer loyalty, you don't only get all of the old PS4 games on PS Plus, but you also get given one brand new free game to go with your PS5 at launch. Gee, thanks, Soin!
And that new game that came with my PS Plus online subscription right out the gate was Bang Sniff. Yeah, it's time to jump into the games now, but I should preface that because there's a lot to get through here and I have to get this video done before 2023, I'm only gonna give all of these games around 2 hours of my time each, so consider all of these first impressions. Bug Snacks was made by Young Horses, who you may remember from Octodad, Dadliest Daddy, so how do you follow on from a game about an octopus who's convinced the whole world he's a human? Well, naturally. With a game about strawberries, carrots and hot dogs with googly eyes and anuses on their faces. Yep, nothing out of the ordinary here, just your average game about a man with sock puppet hands made out of meat trying to trap and collect as many adorable fruits, vegetables and junk foods as possible that just so happen to be alive. And even if you're not too sold on the premise here, I'm convinced that at least one of these little critters you see will make you go, "Oh my god!" Personally, I find all of these creatures very endearing, and I find it more fascinating just watching them all dibble around than actually solving some of the deviously interesting logic puzzles in order to catch them. I mean, look at this thing. Look at it! I wish you were my child! This one is broken and I want my money back! And by the way, I think we need to correct the Bible, because it was obviously Bunga who died for our sins. So you're playing the game, running around this unique little land of fuzzy muppets with names like Wambus and Clumby, and you're really enjoying seeing all of the precious and creative little snack monsters walking around. You scan them, you take pictures of them, you catch them, you want to give them all a kissy-wissy on the lippy-dippy, you're having a whale of a jolly old time, and then you take your discoveries over to your friends to show them, where they decide to consume them, and then the animals grow out of their limbs like tumours.
What?
Yeah, if you couldn't tell by the name, Bug Snacks isn't just about seeing and collecting cute little creatures, they are indeed based on foods for a reason. You have to eat them. And when one eats a bug snack, they trade a portion of their soul to forever morph a random part of the body into the very thing they just ate, taking the phrase "you are what you eat" a little too literally, and turning this kid-friendly, easygoing adventure into a mix of Pokemon, Ape Escape, and Silent Hill. I'm serious, take the charming little mask off of this and you're left with a disturbing, greasy fetish game where living beings get vored and then growthed while everyone smiles and winks at you.
Y'all just get along now. I'll catch up.
And that's not all. I feel like this entire universe is some kind of shorthand euphemism to a demographic who probably doesn't wash. This lady here, Bethica, has a second name that is basically just slang for cocknose. The first character you meet nearly has the first name of a naughty toy, and if you rearrange the letters of his second name, you end up with... Then, if I'm not busy turning the residents of this screwed up little cult into Lady Gaga, I'm given a story where I'm told
they ain't animals and they ain't plants. No organs, no seeds, nothing. And you have to eat them raw or they turn to mush.
That, I swear man, this is an unintentional horror game. I'm getting chills. I even discovered this part right here where Wambus won't stop talking about how much he misses his wife, but then after going to his house to rummage around illegally, I discovered that he has a cactus that he dresses up exactly like his wife, that is right next to his bed, which is right next to the front door! Wambus doesn't only love getting prickles and scabs between his legs, he's also proud of it, and wants the entire town to see him do it. This game is for kids. And we have an exhibitionist.
Nobody's figured out how bug snacks reproduce, but I got an idea.
I'm gonna ram my dick in a cactus and grow some myself.
I'm quitting this game forever. I feel all sticky just looking at it. Oh my god, what is that?
Well, so far, I've been scarred for life and it only cost me £500, so thank you, PlayStation. What else have you got for me to nibble on? What's this here? Astro's Playroom? It comes pre-downloaded with every console for absolutely nothing? Okay, cool. Well, it may be nothing more than a tech demo, but as Prince Andrew once said, I can't say no to a free go in a playroom.
So here we are, Astro's Playroom, or as I like to call it, Jeff Bezos Simulator. How dare you take a toilet break on your shift? Get back to work! Astro has sort of become a mascot for PlayStation as of late, but not a mascot for the company. I mean more the PlayStation console tech itself. I have never heard of a hardware mascot before, aside from these handsome young chaps on graphics card packaging, but whenever PlayStation have a new console or a new piece of tech for a console, Astro is usually front and center to promote it because he apparently lives inside it. And I'm okay with that because just look at him. He's so cute I could pee all over it. This here is a short but sweet collectathon platforming game in which you explore the worlds that exist within the PS5 console itself. There's a world inside the graphics processor, a world inside the cooling system, a world inside the solid state drive, you get the idea. And there's not really that much to it. You explore, fight enemies occasionally, find secrets, and jump all over the damn place like a little lamb running from the farmer's shotgun. Most importantly though, this game will make you point and laugh excitedly at the screen with great enthusiasm while making noises like because of the dozens and dozens and dozens of references they included.
Joel, please stop scaring me. Look, Ellie, I just think that The Last of Us 2 is a fine game, but just not worth Game of the Year.
Astro's Playroom is essentially a massive dump of fan service and celebration over the PlayStation brand and how far it has come since 1994. If the entire point of this game was to reinforce to you why buying a PS5 was a good idea, then it does its job so damn well in that department. You often forget that you're playing a tech demo disguised as a simple platformer, to be honest, because there's just so much to absorb, with references and background details to PlayStation exclusives everywhere, more subtle and hidden Easter eggs to other games associated with Sony, details that are very easy to completely miss, like with character idle animations and names of trophies, and even references to franchises I never thought they'd ever mention again.
Ridge Racer! Remember that one?
Sure, this is basically all just look at me, and a load of indulgent self-flagellation from PlayStation about their own console. I mean, come on, this is pushing it a bit far, don't you think? Oh my god, man, stop it! You don't need to hump the shitting thing! Dad, can we please move? I don't want to watch this anymore. But the star of Astro's Playroom isn't Astro, or the references, or the gorgeous visuals, or even the gameplay. It's the DualSense controller itself. Seeing as this is indeed a tech demo game, Astro doesn't only go out of its way to show you how smoothly it can run beautiful looking games and how fast they can load while sounding practically silent in your living room.
So I'm playing a pretty graphically intense game right now, as you can see. I've muted the TV so you can't hear the game, and it is not making a sound. Like, no sound at all. It is a quiet little king.
But also demonstrates how awesome the controller itself is, with its incredibly realistic vibration technology, even rivaling Nintendo's Joy-Con HD Rumble, and the adaptive triggers, the triggers of which are so cool, it even makes the controller testing screen a fun time. Yeah! What do I mean by this though? Well, basically 80% of the time, the triggers of this thing feel like any other regular controller triggers, you know, loose but springy. However, every so often, depending on what you do in different games, each individual trigger provides you unique levels of stiffness, vibration, and resistance using tiny little motors and magic. It's very hard to explain without you feeling it happen yourself, but trust me when I say it's one of the coolest things about the system. Holding and pointing a laser, activating rocket boosters, using a camera shutter, gripping a plastic ball until you pop it open, it actually feels like you're doing these things with your fingers thanks to the triggers. And that isn't all that this controller can do. The touchpad returns from the PS4 DualShock controller, which means I can make it say Q. And of course there's the gyro motion controls that can be flipped entirely around without anything going wrong, minus a few thousand dead little men living in the controller. When you mix all of this extensive testing and usage of all the PS5's features into a simple but damn good collectathon platformer, and then fill it to bursting full of nostalgic callbacks, you end up with one of the best PS5 games you can get so far. Yes, I'm being serious, and it comes with the console.
My love for this game is deeper than Loch Ness.
and there's a monster living in it.
In fact, while recording, I did not want to stop playing this game, and I got a bit lost in this lovely little console world, but I really want to save my reactions for whatever else this game has hiding in it on a stream or something. So, goodbye Astro for now, and let's start moving on to the heavy hitters. The big boy video games that I managed to pre-order that should hopefully keep me entertained throughout the holidays. And what better way to start off than with Spider-Man, Miles Morales. Despite this game sounding like a spin-off, Miles Morales is actually a full-length, content-packed sequel to the original Spider-Man PlayStation 4 exclusive that came out not too long ago, brought to us by the same team behind the original Spyro and Ratchet & Clank, starring every single white gaming YouTuber mixed into a paste, and appropriately enough, it all takes place at Christmas time. Merry Queenie.
What's this? Christmas present.
It's a PS5. I stuck a poor family to the ceiling just to skip the queue. And oh my goodness, what a sequel this is. Fine, I'm not the biggest fan of the character interactions this time compared to the first game, and fine, this is very straightforward in terms of the story. This isn't exactly as complex as a movie from Quentin Tarantula, but it has everything it needs for a next-gen sequel and for a fantastic Spider-Man game in general. You've got the same impressively fluent and endless possibility combat system, but with even more toys to play with and way more ways to attack with those mind-blowing animations. You've got the returning, beautifully rich and bustling New York City playground, but with everything loading so much faster. And you've got the same slick and non-stop pace, but with everything running silky, buttery smooth. And this is even more impressive to me because much like the original Spider-Man on PS4, Miles Morales looks visually stunning, but it's even more spectacular now it's running perfectly at 60 frames per second. And after just over 90 minutes of slinging around the city, catching speed and boosting my momentum while the breathtaking sun gleamed in my eyes, it left me feeling like...
Where did my nipples go?
I mean, even the snowflakes fall and melt individually on everyone's outfits. That's when I knew this was something special. And I'm at least glad to see the razor-sharp sense of humor and slapstick timing from combat moments are just as tight as they were in the original.
Thank you!
You're welcome! Miles Morales is everything that made the first Spider-Man game brilliant, but now it's even more brilliant, and I'm thrilled to say that. Well, except for the first spider suit you get, I really hate that neck. I can't help but think that's his flappy neck skin. It looks like the shaft of an old man. And I would love to play this game a little bit more for this video, but unfortunately I started a quest from my mother to open the front door to my house when the game bugged out and absolutely refused to let me leave the kitchen. I am stuck staring at my mother's bum while unable to step back away and walk to the front door. Why is Miles okay with this?
Miles, can you get the door?
Yes, I'm trying, Mammy, but you locked me in the kitchen. Why don't you get it? Aside from that weird problem I had though, I still think you should get this game as soon as you can because you get to see Spider-Man's banana lair in 4K.
Oh god! Oh no! Action stations, everybody! My house is coming down! The supporting beam has collapsed!
Oh. Next up, I got myself Godfall, the game about gods that fall. That was a great game. And then we get a cutscene introducing us to the story, and the audio is completely out of sync with the pictures. It turns out that this game was published by Gearbox, so if you thought for a moment that Gearbox would have their name attached to a stable game...
It was all a lie.
Sorry, I'm being horrible. The game was fine for me after that, but if there's anything I think you should definitely fix, it's the title, because it should be called God Fall Asleep! This game bored me, I'm sorry to say, and that sucks because there's so much here I absolutely love. The controls are tight, the DualSense trigger effects and dynamic vibration feel extra crunchy, and once again, the game looks wonderful and loads obscenely quickly. Not to mention the performance, 60 frames per second flawlessly again. But none of this really matters when you're thrown into a bland world where everyone has names like Orange, the characters deliver their lines like supermarket cashiers, and the point of the game is you needing to get stronger in order to stop your evil brother, who you used to love, but now he's evil and he's too powerful. And then you get the gameplay, and oh boy, for an action combat RPG, the combat is remarkably game-breaking right from the start and not very interesting. Your combos feel absolutely endless, there's no stamina bar to punish you for spam attacking or spam dodging, the timing window for shield parrying is way too generous, most of the enemies are consistently staggered by constant quick light attacks allowing for easy room clear-outs, and the more abilities you unlock and get to play with, the easier it gets. I played Godfall for just over 2.5 hours and I only healed manually one single time. Not only because of how simple it is to overpower your enemies, but because all the enemies drop so many health pickups that you'll only find yourself low on health during boss encounters. which also drop health during the fight. And no, me using a higher than average damage pre-order weapon doesn't make a difference to how the combat works, because I was having all of the exact same issues even with the weak starting weapons at the very beginning of the game for about 45 minutes. It feels like Godfall is trying to be like Neo, but the odds are stacked so highly in your favor that you'll be able to power your way through missions without really thinking about it, using high power and low power attacks to your heart's content. I mean, even during the parry lesson 45 minutes into the game, I didn't even need to parry because the dude would not hit me if I just stepped to the side. It got so bland that as soon as the second mission began, I switched to hard mode, and even then, I still didn't struggle. Or if I did run into an enemy slightly more complex than the rest, I still wasn't massively thinking about how best to approach them because they all go down in the same way. Oh, and what about that awful lock-on camera? You know, the one that doesn't make it clear at all if you're even locked onto an enemy, and doesn't actually move the camera's focus around your body for the best viewpoint of the enemy, and that can't switch targets with the right stick while you're locked on. In group situations, which 90% of my fights were, this all makes the lock-on practically worthless, meaning you have to swap your right thumb between dodging and turning the camera all the time, which is not exactly ideal. And what about the other half of the game, the looting? Sure, I gotta admit, I do like the idea of finding new gear and seeing how it stacks up to your current gear. It's very Borderlands-ish, but when you're jumping from the stupid fast pace of the combat to the running around blank empty spaces, making sure you smash absolutely every single item in each room before moving on, and then stopping and waiting for the items to hit the floor, otherwise you won't pick them up properly, you'll quickly see how at odds these two major mechanics are with each other. Crafting upgrades and finding items is a big part of Godfall, so you will need to do this slow, samey, smashing up exploration as often as you can. And by the way, who decided that the shield throwing move needed a cooldown? Because when you're trying to hit switches from a distance and you miss, you need to wait around 20 seconds to try again. Oh, oops, need to wait and try again. Oh, oops, need to wait and try again. Oh, oops, need to wait and try again. Oh my god! Sorry, I feel like I'm being unfairly harsh with Godfall. I mean, like I said, I'm only really getting first impressions here, and I would not say that this is a bad game in the slightest, just boring, uninteresting, and samey with a broken combat system. I don't know, maybe it becomes the game of the year if I give it a little bit more than 2.5 hours, but honestly, I'd rather try something else. And that makes me pretty sad, because I'll never see what happened to High Lord Falech. I even managed to get a review from a friend of mine that works in video game retail after I told him I accidentally ordered the game twice. Yeah, PS5 orders have been a complete shambles.
And after I told him about this, he replied, apparently you shouldn't even want one copy.
So thank you so much for doing your job properly and selling this game to the public. Now why don't we go from one extreme to the next?
Overcooked All-You-Can-Eat Edition. I had never heard of this series before until now, so at first I thought it was a baby game for babies. I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here is my handle. Here is my handle. But then I saw this giant meatball with teeth and spaghetti hands and realised it wasn't a baby game at all. Now this is not the kind of game I would usually play for multiple reasons. Firstly for how it looks, and secondly because it turns out this is just a repackaged group of remastered games that already exist on other systems, so I don't count it as a new game available at launch. I didn't realise that when I bought this game because I'd never heard of the series before, and I'll make an exception this one time because there weren't too many games I was able to pre-order and I needed something to play on this godforsaken bulk, so I put my money down straight away. After which I very kindly got given a review code for it. In the not-so-distant future, the world is burning to the ground and all life as we know it has ended. But how do we fix such a catastrophe? Isn't it obvious? By making a load of tomato lettuce salads and then going back in time to 1993 in order to become the best chef ever. And even though I just started, I am well on my way because all of my meals get served up cold. As for the game itself, I wasn't massive on this one, to be honest. I mean, it's fine, but boy does it drag. Overcooked is an action puzzle game where by controlling two chefs and swapping between them when appropriate, you need to fulfill food orders by grabbing the correct ingredients, taking them to chopping boards if needed, popping them into a boiling pot if needed, and then mixing all the correct ingredients onto a plate ready to serve. There's a decent amount of brain power that goes into it as you need to multitask, swap chefs at the best times, usually when another chef is locked into a timed chopping or dishwashing animation, manage your boiling pots before they catch fire
fire, and of course, remember what needs prepping, what needs to be plated raw, and what you need to do in advance to best manage your time to serve as many meals as possible, because you need to do everything yourself, including serving the place. It sounds like a lot is going on, and initially there is, but once you get the grip of things, it becomes way too repetitive for me to bother. As soon as you get the correct rhythm and figure out the best orders of things to do for each chef while the other one is busy, you end up just doing the same method over and over again until the time limit is up. Not helping matters is how you plod along like Pooh Pants Patterson. It's weird. Overcooked somehow manages to mix stressful and slow at the same time. Maybe slow isn't the right word. Restrictive, perhaps? There's a ton of standing around and only being able to do one thing at a time, and failing orders because you can't physically do everything with one chef at a time. But then again, I reckon this is because I'm not playing the game in co-op. It's clearly designed to be best enjoyed with at least 2 people. So hey, that's at least one game we've got for the spare controller. But still, even with 2 people, I don't think it makes Overcooked any more special. It's pretty unremarkable. Not bad, but not particularly good either. At least Overcooked 2 has zombie bread in it, and they're called the Unbread. Sackboy, A Big Adventure. Another game I pre-ordered, yet unluckily for me, ended up with a review code afterwards, so let's give this a go instead. No. Yeah. Originally debuting on the PS3 in the classic Little Big Planet, at this point I'm sure everybody knows who Sackboy is, and the more I see his name, the more it makes me think about what's in between men's legs. I've got a question for you all today. Are you feeling a bit down? A bit sad? Well, tough, because you're playing Sackboy, so you have no choice but to be happy. It is simply impossible to be unhappy when playing this game. It's too goddamn peppy. Even the title screen is happy. Not only because Sackboy is cute, but because of the graphical details and how much more real he looks. Check out the textures of his wall. All of the fuzzy bits and everything. I just want to reach out to the screen and put my wink all over it. Sackboy has come from a series entirely built around the concept of 2D platforming mixed with community creativity. People creating their own worlds, their own levels within those worlds, even their own kart racing levels. But after so many games based around this same idea with the same basic level editing tools, Sackboy has finally branched out and done what he should have done very shortly after Little Big Planet 2, become a dedicated platformer. I love Little Big Planet as much as the next guy, but I think we can all agree the actual platforming controls and mechanics are the weakest parts of the games, maybe except for Little Big Planet 3 and on PS Vita. They're not bad at all, but definitely not stellar, so I'm more than happy now that we're giving Sackboy a chance to focus on pure platforming and hopefully make this game more replayable as a result. And they didn't completely get rid of the creativity angle here either, because there are so many bloody cosmetics to find in the stages, and hundreds of costumes to purchase with the items you find in the stages too.
I'm a hairy old wise man that left something in the oven.
Ultimately though, this is a huge shame, but the game itself didn't blow me away too much, and it feels pretty middle of the road. It's not bad, don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't recommend it at the drop of a hat. No! I know I've only played it for around 2 hours, and it is very endearing with the character designs and great voice acting from classic British comedians, and this universe made entirely from haberdashery and arts and crafts I adore. It takes me right back to how I felt when playing Tearaway for the first time. But as far as platformers go, meh, there's nothing standout or amazing going on here. Some of the power-ups are pretty cool, and a few moments got me engaged, but so far it feels like a much more straightforward and much more sedate version of Super Mario 3D World on the Wii U. Your default movement speed is far too slow for platforming that's not that complicated. But then again, I only have just scratched the surface with this one. I will keep going because I want to see if it picks up. It's hooked me. But for now, I'm not completely astonished, even if you can slap things around with a dead fish as the best bit of the game.
Oh, hang on. Anybody seen my socks? Oh, they're on PS5.
So, how am I feeling about the money I invested into the PS5 at this point and still haven't had back? Yep, that about sums it up.
But maybe, just maybe, I'll find something else to love with a bigger and more impressive game. A proper AAA box office smash that will demonstrate to me exactly what the PS5 can really do.
So how about we take a look at Assassin's Creed Valhalla?
Yep, nothing to see here. This is definitely Assassin's Creed, alright?
How about we take a look? Okay, dude. Dude, look into my eyes right now and listen to me. You paying attention? Yeah? You looking at me? Yeah, that's good. Because my eyes are getting smaller. Ooh, look at them. Look at my tiny little eyes. This game kicks ass. No joke. The Demon's Souls remake blew me away a lot more than I was expecting. It's one of the best remakes I've ever played, and it's so good that I want to shove it right up my... To be reasonable, though, it's still not my favorite Souls game, and the music in the remake is upsettingly bland and generic in comparison to the original's minimalistic and stressful pieces of music. But I mean, Christ, look at this. It's beautiful. Or my name isn't Kadinky. Demon's Souls was another game I actually ended up getting a review copy for after I already pre-ordered it and still don't have my money back. But either way, I don't mind too much this time because I loved this game so much I would have bought myself another copy anyway. And I don't count it as a repackaged old game because this was redone from the ground up and feels completely fresh as a result. Fundamentally though, in terms of the level design and such, this is basically the same game as the original Demon's Souls, the cult classic PS3 exclusive from 2009 that is often overlooked in favor of the, in my opinion, superior Dark Souls series made by the same developers. Remade lovingly here by Blue Point Games, also responsible for the Shadow of the Colossus remake for PS4 and approximately 3 million HD remasters of PS2 classics. Now don't get me wrong, I always liked Damon's Soup back in the day, but I never loved it, and it's the Souls game I put the least amount of time into by far. But with everything they tweaked and spiced up for this remake, I am now a lover of Demon's Souls. I love the look, I love the bleak and sorrowful atmosphere, I love the enemies, I love the bosses, and I love the squishy things that look like a Kraken's Jedix. And it's even better now knowing that you've got possibly one of the most graphically impressive console games ever made that also manages to run at a consistent 60 frames per second without ever slowing down or stuttering at all, aside from like maybe 1-2 second moment in my 18-hour playthrough. Oh yeah, I should probably mention I didn't just put 2 hours into this. I already finished this game on my Twitch channel, and you're seeing my footage here from New Game Plus, hence I have my big bone hitty stick of poke. Most importantly to me though, and the thing that makes me never want to bother going back to the PS3 version ever again, the load times are lightning fast thanks to the solid state drive inside the PS5. Seriously, it's faster than my girlfriend when she sees me and moves away from me. Teleporting between areas and loading after dying is now roughly 15 seconds faster than it was on the PS3, allowing you to get back into the action faster, keep the atmosphere of dread alive without any respite, and make sure that it gets you very quickly back into killing all of those crusty demons. And for those of you who missed this game 11 years ago, or don't even know what it is, that is basically what you do here. Survive brutally punishing enemies through giant, winding, and increasingly complex locations without a map, open shortcuts to later on in the location so checkpoint restarts aren't quite as horrible, collect items, weapons, armor, and souls to then buy upgrades to your gear or your own stats, deal with multiple invasions from multiple assholes just trying to wet all over your best waistcoat, and then eventually make your way either to an epic and difficult boss to truly test your reflexes and wits, or a sympathetic moment that's more of a puzzle and that makes you question what you're doing and how the world around you works. Plot details are vague and mysterious, characters are all depressed or batshit insane, and in one of my favourite additions, they even added facial animations to all the NPCs, which is a world first for a game in the Souls series. And yeah, I admit, I do love the charm and eeriness of the characters not giving away their true feelings or intentions with their mouths and faces staying static whenever you talk to them, but I absolutely love these, I can't lie, especially for characters like the lying cheat Patches.
See that treasure over there? Go on and take it. My gift to you. Just to show that we're friends.
I don't know, it makes everybody look even more insane and desperate, and it comes across as infinitely more uncanny. I thought it was a great addition. It was scary. I also have to disagree with anyone out there that thinks these extra detailed and gorgeous graphics take away from the bleak and oppressive atmosphere the original was famous for, because come on, are you seeing this? I don't think it's lost any of that edge at all. It looks way cleaner for sure, but it's still dank and pitch black most of the time, and some of these areas are horrible to explore and make me regret being born, and I do regret being born because I chose to come out. Are you gonna sit there and tell me that there is no atmosphere in this shot, or that it looks too much like any other action RPG? Not to mention, you also need to get accustomed to the things Souls games are most famous for. Yes, you will die a lot. I wouldn't say that this was the hardest game I've ever played or anything, but it's certainly difficult and very punishing if you don't play patiently and learn how traps work and how enemies behave, or learn the most efficient ways to take them all down with specific weapons or types of attacks. Death can come for you so quickly too, and it doesn't matter how much health you have. You'll be sitting there minding your own business, eating a croissant, and then all of a sudden, oh! In fairness though, if you get too angry, you could always invade other players back and then wreck their shit so everybody's day is ruined. Yeah, I did very good. Is this a good place to start if you've never played a Souls game before? Honestly, I'm not sure I can answer that. I mean, if you've played the original before and couldn't stand it, I'd say stay away, because this is as faithful as a remake as you can get. Take away the occasional camera angle improvements and game performance upgrades, and you still have a demanding and stressful action RPG. And even though animations have been improved from the silly, bouncy, and rigid spasms of the original, the enemy behavior, speed of attacks, frames of invincibility, weight to your movement, and being invaded over and over and over and over again are more or less all identical. And this is, in my opinion, the most dated Souls game in terms of how you handle your health, store unwanted items, manage the items that you're able to carry, or even how you upgrade your weapons, meaning that a guide is probably necessary for first timers. The second to last boss even has a grab attack that, if you don't dodge, de-levels your character. I mean, what a piss dick. But that's the kind of game you're getting yourself into here, and if you're ever stuck, I'd love to jump in and help you out, but nobody ever seems to want to summon me. Please, somebody summon me, please. I'm so alone. Oh, yay, a person! I can help that person! Hello, person! Watch me helping. I'm helping the person. Oh, I'm a good helper. Yeah, oh, look at that. I did it. Yeah, I helped. Taking that aside, though, I really think Demon Souls shows off what the PS5 is capable of, and for one of the first games to play on it, it's a good un for my puddin'.
And then Ash cried out to Misty, "Oh no! That Squirtle took off my shirtle!" I don't remember Pokemon being like this.
Oh, hello, I didn't notice you there!
So can I answer my original question at the very beginning of this video? Is the PS5 worth the insane amount of money it costs to invest in at this particular time? Is it worth staying up all night, hitting refresh on all of your favourite websites until they pop up back in stock? Is it worth kicking kids in the head before they can get to the checkout desk with the last one in the shop? Oh, Jesus, no.
Now, don't misunderstand. This isn't me saying that I don't like the PS5. Honestly, I kinda love it. I haven't had this positive of a first impression with a console in years, even if it is a giant cheese. The loading speeds are absolutely phenomenal, the visual fidelity is incredible while still allowing for flawless 60 frames per second gameplay, the controller is basically magic, but considering how hard it is to get one of these, particularly around the holiday season, I really think you should take a step back and think about what you're stressing over and what you're actually paying for here. Especially if you're that desperate where you'll pay an extra 50% of its original value back to a scalper that bought a shed load in bulk back in November.
Obviously, I'm just talking as some arsehole from the past that got this thing at launch, so who knows? Maybe by the time this video goes out, there will be a lot more available on the PS5. I hope there will be.
But for this video and the launch of this console specifically in November, what exactly did I get? I got one brilliant console exclusive, one brilliant game also on PS4, one okay game also on PS4, one good game also on PS4 and PC, one boring game also on PC, one okay game that you can't only get on Xbox but is also just a repackaged collection of older games, one decent game that's on basically everything else, and one exclusive tech demo that comes with the PS5 anyway. Well, at least there's no knack.
Out of all of the 8 games I played for this video, I can only seriously, absolutely, definitively recommend 4 of them. One of which is a tech demo, the other 2 of which are also on PS4 and other systems. Sure, those games might not run anywhere near as nicely on PS4, but the point is, I'm looking at things that you would need to drop everything to get a PS5 specifically for. The rest of the games I talked about were either okay, bad, or available on other systems. And if you got a game that was also on PC, like Bugsnax or Godfall,
then you have already been used to smoother frame rates and beautiful graphics options, and have been for years now, so the PS5 isn't going to do much for you.
In terms of consoles, the PS5 is certainly impressive, and if I didn't play anything on PC before this, I'd probably be even more impressed, but the truth is, I really feel as though this is what the jump from PS3 to PS4 should have been a while ago, because PC owners have been playing games in this way for years now, and that price is steep for what is essentially a lesser PC that can't do as much, while charging around $100 for some games that look and run as nice as PC versions of $60 games from around 6 years ago. What the hell, Sony? This is a total rip-off. For console-only players, yes, I do think this is finally a noticeable jump that we haven't seen since the PS2 to PS3, and I'm sure that all of the multi-platform games you choose to play with this will run very well. I mean, aside from one buggy moment in Valhalla, the rest of the time it was a wickedly smooth ride, and that's in an Assassin's Creed game. But geez, don't lose sight of yourself and look at what you're being charged for, knowing that PC gaming exists, because for what the PS5 actually offers to you that's unique and new now, these prices are not worth it.
So unless you really want to be a part of the conversation, before you rush off to Amazon.com and shout, "Flippity floppity, get in my property!" my advice to you is to just definitely ignore the scalpers. Their prices are not worth it even slightly, and just wait for the hype to die down a bit. Wait for the prices to come down, wait for there to be a couple of bundles with better value games that come with the console as soon as you buy it, wait for the restocks to come back, wait for there to be a few more games available so it makes your purchase more worthwhile. The future is bright for the PS5, make no mistake about that, and I may love it, but I stand by what I said. I just don't think it's worth it at this current time, so hold off a little bit. And in the UK at least, the value of some of the games they're selling, absolutely ridiculous, completely extortionate, especially, like I said, if you're already used to PC gaming. 2020's been a bastard, hasn't it? I think it's been rough for basically everybody this year in some way or another, and I won't dwell on it any longer than I need to. I mean, my 2021's kicking off great already because I've got to try and raise my brick child. But I just wanted to close off my last video of the year with a giant thank you. Thank you for watching my stuff, thank you for subscribing, and for the few of you out there that have let me know that my stupid shit has cheered you up even a little bit at some point this year, special thank you to you. You have no idea how much that means to me. And seeing as you guys have all been way too kind to me this year, I want you now to treat yourselves. Stay safe and stay sensible, but please close off 2020 with a giant middle finger. Celebrate the holidays loudly, keep in touch with your friends and your loved ones, drink a load of alcohol, eat a load of food, sit down and watch that Netflix show about everybody giving birth. What's it called? The crowning. And fingers crossed we can all start 2021 with a little bit more hope. I mean, if this year was the worst year for you in your life, that means that from here on out, it can only get better, right? Anyway, I'm gonna go pee-pee. I'll see you next year.